Our hero, Seo Ganrim, possessed the most sinister gift in this world. He could steal someone's fate and skills, but only from a corpse. He got this curse 5 years ago, when the system assigned everyone their own class. The fate classes are arranged in a rigid hierarchy. The highest are divine and dragon, followed by elementary and intermediate. And at the very bottom is the tertiary insect, a class of scum, which is precisely what our hero received. He didn't even have the strength to injure an awakened, which is why he was at the very bottom. People shied away from him. Teaming up with this loser meant trouble. Those who went on raids with him returned crippled, or even corpses. Only the members of his guild still acknowledged him. They understood he wasn't an enemy, but a victim of a cursed fate. His curse had been with him since childhood. His parents died before he could even crawl. Accidents clung to him like hungry dogs. Everyone called him a loser, and he had almost resigned himself to it. And then came another raid. He was sitting in the training camp. The guild leader approached him and briefly asked him to take care of himself. The hero watched him go, dreaming of the day when they would fight shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, the speakers burst into life. The raid had begun. A portal opened in the sky with a roar. The hero closed his eyes, preparing to cover them from behind once again. He draws his sword and prepares himself for battle. A warning comes that high-class monsters have appeared in large numbers, so the leading groups are sent in while the rear groups are told to hold the entrance. Flying Tiger sect members rush forward to meet the first assault. A wolf-like demon lunges into the fight. Khan Dohayan intercepts it with talisman-enhanced attacks and tears through the beast. Jang Taehun follows with a crushing strike that drives another enemy down. Yu Harang charges in on a summoned mount and cuts through the battlefield with confidence. The command changes when Sagui demons begin to appear, and the rear groups are ordered to prepare for combat as well. A horned demon dives toward the back lines. Front groups are told to ignore lesser monsters and hold formation, leaving the rear groups to fend for themselves. A pack of low-class demons closes in on Seo's position. One of them fixes on him and prepares to strike. Seo cuts the first attacker down before it can reach him. He keeps moving and slashing as more demons swarm from every direction. The fight drives him deeper into the demon realm than he intended. Seo realizes there are far more enemies than expected, and the demonic energy this deep is making it hard for him to breathe. He decides he needs to retreat quickly before the environment weakens him further. A demon attacks from behind and nearly catches him as he turns to escape. More demons gather around him, sensing weakness. One tackles him to the ground, leaving him pinned and surrounded. Pinned beneath the monster, Seo desperately calls for help. A burst of green power answers before the killing blow lands. The Flying Tiger sect mistress arrives and shields the rear groups with overwhelming force. The hunters recognize their mistress's power and realize she is protecting even the back lines personally. Seo offers a quick, relieved thanks to his unseen rescuer. The woman is revealed as Shinsua, the tertiary divine grade sect mistress of the Flying Tiger sect. Her power tears through the battlefield and clears space around the trapped hunters. Sua senses something unusual deeper inside and turns sharply toward it. Others wonder if the boss has appeared early, since they should still be far from its location. A monstrous beast bursts into view with terrifying speed. The raid force realizes the boss has already reached them, and orders go out for flame-type hunters to the front because the creature is an immortal. The boss stares down the hunters with cold intelligence. A blue blade flashes straight through its face. The strike cleaves cleanly through the monster. The boss's body crashes down under the force of the blow. Nearby hunters are thrown back by the shockwave of the kill. Blood spreads across the ground where the boss falls. Purple demonic smoke rises from the corpse as something far more dangerous approaches. A white-haired swordswoman appears and immediately demands to know where Seo Ganrim is. The surrounding hunters freeze, trying to understand what they just heard. Confusion spreads through the crowd as no one recognizes the intruder or her purpose. Seo is stunned that she killed the boss alone and even more alarmed that she came specifically for him. The woman stands atop the slain boss as if the battlefield belongs to her. She calmly decides that if Seo is hidden among them, she can simply kill everyone until she finds him. Without hesitation, she unleashes another devastating slash into the crowd. Seo's sword slips in his bloodied grip as he realizes how serious the situation is. He sees the murderous intent in her eyes and understands she means every word. She openly threatens to slaughter the entire raid force on the assumption that Seo is among them. She repeats her demand for Seo Ganrim, making it clear she will not leave without him. Seo remains hidden, shaken by the fact that she is searching for him specifically. He decides to use destiny detection before making any move. Seo activates his power to inspect the mysterious woman's destiny. Her identity appears as Baek Young, a primary divine grade whose destiny is protected from interference. Seo is stunned by a class he has never encountered before. Her power is regression, which allows her to return to the past with her memories intact as long as she has not died yet. Seo realizes she possesses an absurdly rare ability on top of an already impossible rank, and suspects she came because she knows something about him. Before he can move, Shinsua's distant whispering technique orders him to stay where he is. Seo recognizes the command and decides it is not his place to interfere while his sect mistress handles the threat. Sua steps forward and demands to know what Baek Young wants. From above the battlefield, she directly asks whether the person Baek Young seeks is really Seo Ganrim. Sua declares that Seo is one of her sect members and that any business with him must go through her first. Baekhyun unexpectedly softens for a moment and says that is fine. But the calm lasts only an instant before her killing intent surges again. She repeats that she will kill everyone if necessary, as long as Seo is somewhere among them. Sua answers with fury, vowing she will never forgive that threat. She launches herself at Baekhyun with full force to protect her people. Watching from concealment, Seo realizes he is the one this woman came for. He decides he has to step forward before more people die because of him. He tries to call out and stop Sua from fighting in his place. Panic spreads through the hunters as they recognize a murderer in their midst and begin fleeing the scene. Sua and Baekhyun clash head-on, their powers colliding violently. Baekhyun offers a bargain, saying she will spare the others if Seo is handed over. Sua refuses completely and swears she will not let any of her sect members be killed. Baekhyun answers with a sweeping counterattack that blasts Sua backward. Sua crashes down hard, badly wounded by the exchange. She struggles to rise, already coughing blood. Even injured, Sua tries to keep fighting. Baekhyun effortlessly stops the next wave of attackers and turns the battlefield into a killing zone. Her eyes sharpen with absolute resolve as she prepares to cut down anyone in her path. She strikes again, carving through another target without hesitation. The surviving hunters are scattered and overwhelmed as Baekhyun dominates the field. One man's eyes flare red as he is caught in the chaos, showing that the slaughter is driving people into desperate extremes. Another body falls as Baekhyun's attacks continue to land. She stands untouched amid the destruction, watching the battlefield collapse around her. Tun throws himself at her in desperation, trying to stop the massacre with his bare hands. Baekhyun catches his attack with ease and halts him instantly. She dismisses him coldly as nothing more than an obstacle. The trapped hunters discover a barrier has sealed them in, and their panic turns to terror. Baekhyun looks back at the people pounding helplessly against the barrier, still hunting for Seo among them. From inside the sealed area, Seo desperately tries to break out with his sword. As Baekhyun keeps demanding Seo's location, he hacks at the barrier with growing urgency. He forces more power into each strike, telling himself he only needs a little more. At last he feels the barrier give. Seo bursts through the broken opening and throws himself into the battlefield. He lands hard in the blood-soaked aftermath, too late to stop what has already happened. Bruised and bleeding, he drags himself upright with his sword in hand. The carnage around him pushes his emotions to the edge, and something dark begins to awaken in his eyes. Bodies of hunters lie scattered across the ground while Baekhyun stands amid the slaughter she caused. Seo stares at the scene in horror and rage, realizing the cost of his hesitation. His gaze falls on a familiar pair of boots among the dead. He finds Yu Harang lying motionless in a pool of blood, and the sight confirms the worst. Seo is crushed by the realization that he arrived too late to save her. Seo Gangnam is crushed by guilt, believing the disaster should have ended with him alone. Facing the white-haired swordswoman, he condemns himself as the insignificant cause of everyone's deaths. The woman identifies him by name, and makes clear she came for him specifically. She launches forward to finish him before he can recover. A wounded sect leader intercepts her attack rather than let another subordinate die for Gangnam. He clashes with her and declares that harming his people is unforgivable. Even while holding her off, he cannot understand why Gangnam was not surrendered earlier. The woman coldly argues that sacrificing Gangnam would have saved everyone else. She cuts through him anyway, proving she has no intention of sparing anyone. As he collapses, the sect leader insists his duty was to protect his members. With his last strength, he reaffirms that a leader exists to shield his people. Gangnam watches in shock as yet another person dies because of him. At that moment, the barrier around the battlefield breaks apart, leaving him exposed. He realizes with terror that he is next. Seeing the woman advance, Gangnam accepts that he cannot beat her and that he was supposed to be the only casualty. His despair deepens when he notices Shin-Sua has died in his place. A system-like power begins scanning the area's dead. It offers Gangnam a choice to use destiny stealing. The power asks whether he will seize the destinies of the dead. Gangnam silently accepts. The ability activates. He is warned that using it will accumulate karma, and that 421 corpses are available as targets. Instead of hesitating, Gangnam hardens his resolve. He chooses to steal all 421 destinies at once. As the system begins sorting what can be taken, Gangnam keeps blaming the massacre on his own worthless fate. Because his magic rank is low, he is told only one condition can be extracted from each destiny. With so many targets, the stolen conditions will be selected at random. Gangnam realizes the dead had been right about him all along as foreign power starts flooding into him. Abilities and traits begin pouring in, along with memories of people accusing him of bringing death wherever he goes. More powers stack onto him while memories of those who trusted and comforted him only sharpen his guilt. Among the stolen gifts, he gains air walking. Overwhelmed, he concludes that his destiny killed everyone around him. A voice remarks that his fate is unusually interesting. Another stolen technique appears, but Gangnam is too consumed by rage and grief to care. The white-haired woman dismisses him and orders him to die. Gangnam explodes back into motion, blaming her for everything and attacking with murderous intent. She is briefly startled that he can still come at her. Their blades collide as his stolen power finally lets him challenge her head-on. Gangnam refuses to let the story end with helpless surrender. He decides that if he must die, he will at least take revenge on Baekhyun first, and his swordsmanship surges. Enhanced sight sharpens his perception of her movements. Improved reflexes let him keep up with her speed. He forces his way through her defense and drives in aggressively. A defensive ability activates to keep his battered body moving. He endures her counterattack and keeps pressing. Pain resistance activates as he takes another serious wound. Air walking triggers, giving him aerial mobility. He flips through the air while she answers with sweeping sword arcs from below. A heavy strike ability activates as he prepares a crushing blow. Seeing an opening in her guard, Gangnam commits everything to it. Baekhyun calmly gathers ice magic in one hand instead of retreating. She activates Summoned Icicle and turns the battlefield into a trap. The sudden ice assault makes Gangnam cough blood. He is blasted away and crashes hard. On the ground, he curses the fact that stolen abilities mean little when he does not know how to wield them. He realizes that even the powers that activate on their own cannot overcome the limits of his body and weapon. As Baekhyun raises a storm of icicles overhead, Gangnam bitterly admits that even after stealing 421 destinies he still cannot properly avenge anyone. The icicles rain down and drive him into desperate evasive movement. He laments that if he only understood what each stolen ability could do, he might still have a chance. Then he remembers there is at least one stolen power he does understand. He proves it by grabbing an icicle and turning it into a weapon. Impaled in the leg, he tears the ice free while Baekhyun closes in. Even through the pain, his focus sharpens. Baekhyun tells him resistance is meaningless because his death is predetermined. Gangnam roars through the agony and refuses to submit. He reveals he has been studying this moment for years. Using the one technique he truly understands, he calls up the tree leaf method. He pushes it further, convinced that this much familiarity is enough to use it effectively. Baekhyun is caught off guard when his spell meets hers on equal footing. Compared to before, his control and timing are suddenly far more dangerous. She realizes he is not just a swordsman but someone unexpectedly competent with spells. Still, she judges that this kind of casting will be hard for him to sustain. She cuts through the surging branches and presses forward. Baekhyun predicts his spell will collapse before it can decide the fight. Gangnam uses the spell's movement to slip behind her in midair. With the stolen icicle in hand, he commits to a killing strike at point-blank range. The blow lands, and Baekhyun is pierced through the chest. In a blinding instant, Gangnam drives the attack fully home. He follows through with brutal force, tearing through her as blood sprays. Even wounded, he keeps hold of the improvised weapon to make sure the strike is fatal. For the first time, he allows himself to believe he has won. Gangnam convinces himself that he has finally killed her and taken his revenge. Both of them fall from the air into the blood-soaked battlefield. Lying there half-dead, he celebrates that he managed to kill Baekhyun at last. He starts to surrender to the idea that everything is finally over. His body gives out as blood pours from his wounds. Then a stolen regeneration ability activates on its own. Gangnam rejects it and cancels the healing, no longer seeing any reason to survive. He asks himself what the point of living would even be now. He concludes that nothing would change even if he kept going. His thoughts return to the same answer that has haunted him all along: nothing ever changed. He remembers his childhood, when his cursed fate was first foretold. A fortune teller had warned that his destiny was filled with perseverance, death, early orphanhood, and endless misfortune. That prophecy came true when he lost his parents before he could even grow up. As he lived on, accidents and violence kept erupting around him. Everyone near him suffered, reinforcing his belief that he was born weak and doomed to bring misfortune. Even so, some people still accepted him and reached out to him. That only makes the present massacre feel more unforgivable, because he believes they died because of him. He tortures himself with the thought that if he had found Baekhyun sooner or died first, everyone else might have lived. At the edge of death, he desperately wishes he could turn time back. A hidden stolen destiny answers him: regression, a divine grade ability that can return him to the past with his memories intact as long as he is not killed first. He immediately uses destiny stealing to claim regression for himself. As the power begins to activate, he vows that no matter how far back he is sent, he will use it. Even if it only returns him to the moment before meeting Baekhyun, he is determined to accept it. He begs for the chance to try again. The regression process begins through his own hand. His consciousness slips as the ability takes hold. Gangnam awakens in the fortune-reading room from before the tragedy. He realizes with shock that the return was real. The room is intact, quiet, and untouched by bloodshed. The reality of his second chance hits him all at once. A familiar voice at the door announces a customer who has come for a horoscope reading. Gangnam turns toward the sound, recognizing the moment. His hands shake as memory and present overlap. He clutches the board to steady himself and keep from breaking down. When Shinsua appears alive and unharmed, he silently confirms that he has truly returned. The man with her cheerfully explains that this is their first date, and he wants to test their compatibility. Sua sits there alive, with both eyes intact, and Gangnam takes in the miracle. He notices immediately that she is not yet wearing the mask she would later need. Relief floods him as he swears that this time he will not let the same future happen. Keeping his composure, he asks them to write down their personal details for the reading. Sua complies, though Gangnam notices she already seems uneasy with her date. Remembering that she once mentioned a strange man, he decides he must warn her before history repeats itself. He begins the compatibility reading while quietly taking control of the conversation. He tells the man that his fate is a solid gold type. He identifies Sua as a solid wood type. Then he names their pairing wood cutting gold. He explains bluntly that it is a terrible match in which the axe cuts down the tree. Gangnam presents the verdict with deliberate confidence, making sure there is no ambiguity. Both customers are taken aback by how harshly he phrases it. Sua accepts the result lightly, implying she has no reason to force a bad match. Her date erupts in anger and demands the real owner, convinced Gangnam is mocking him. Gangnam calmly claims the owner is elsewhere and leaves the insult aimed squarely at the man. When the man tries to drag Sua away, she refuses and says she still wants her fortune told. Humiliated, the man lashes out by belittling her and insisting someone like her could never do better than him. Gangnam cuts him off and makes it clear Sua has no interest in him and that he should leave. The man is left sputtering, unable to recover his pride. He storms out with a final threat not to interfere with him again. After he leaves, Sua sits in thoughtful silence rather than panic. She remarks that fortune-tellers usually only say pleasant things, and Gangnam answers gently while apologizing inwardly for what happened in the previous life. Now alone with him, Sua asks for her own reading, trusting his judgment. Before he can answer fully, a familiar supernatural disturbance begins again. A blue shockwave tears into the room, just as it did before. The space around them distorts, and both are thrown as the anomaly opens. A system message announces that their stats are being calculated from destiny. Dizzy but expecting this event now, Gangnam demands to know what is happening as the transfer begins. Sua reacts first, and urgently tells him to get under the table for cover. Her instinct to protect him mirrors the previous life, reminding Gangnam that she shielded him then too. He forces himself to focus on changing the future instead of drowning in emotion. As the new ordeal begins, Sua looks to him in alarm, waiting for what he will do next. After hearing a strange announcement about destiny and stats, Sua is left confused as Seo Gangnam tries to distance himself from her. Even while she calls after him, Gangnam decides it would be safer not to get involved with Sua. He slips into a nearby cafe instead of staying with her. Inside, he searches for anything useful, hoping to arm himself before things get worse. He quickly finds what he was looking for. Before he can leave alone, Sua catches up and demands to know where he is going. Gangnam drops his hesitation, grabs her, and insists they evacuate immediately. As they run together through the hallway, she suddenly notices something wrong ahead. A scream from nearby confirms that the danger has already reached the building. A fleeing survivor warns them that monsters are inside, turning their confusion into immediate alarm. They arrive just in time to see worm-like creatures mauling a man who begs for help. The attack is brutally real, leaving no room to doubt the threat. Sua freezes, overwhelmed by fear and unable to help the victim. Gangnam steps in front of her and draws a blade, choosing to fight instead. He cuts through the first wave of worms in a single sweeping strike. As he kills them, he reveals that he had expected these monsters to appear. He identifies them as gigantic worms, low-ranked insectal monsters that still prey on humans. While civilians flee, Gangnam keeps cutting a path and orders everyone to get to safety. He continues clearing the corridor, proving he can handle the lesser worms alone. After finishing the last nearby worm, he believes the immediate threat is over. New cries for help interrupt him, and he realizes there are more victims elsewhere. He tells the others to hold on, and reassures them that these bugs are weaker than they seem. Then he notices Sua has armed herself with a fire extinguisher instead of fleeing. Her choice to stay behind catches his attention. She proudly explains that the worms are manageable and that she killed one herself. Gangnam is startled because someone capable of killing dragons in the future is pleased over defeating a minor bug now. With the stairs finally clear, he urges the remaining people to head down before more monsters appear. As the survivors thank him and run, Gangnam stays behind instead of leaving with them. He uses the lull to harvest spirit pearls from the worm corpses. The number of pearls is far greater than he expected from such low-grade monsters. Sua notices he is lingering and asks why he is not evacuating. He avoids answering directly while hiding what he has collected. She admits she cannot just abandon him, even though they only met that day. Her stubborn loyalty makes him realize she has not changed from the person he remembers. He decides he needs to tell Sua something important. Gangnam finally resolves to explain the truth to her. She waits for him to speak, unsure what he means. Instead of easing in, he bluntly states her name, class, and rank as if reading them from a hidden profile. He goes further and names her wood attribute and her ability, the tree leaf method, shocking her into opening her destiny window. When she checks, she confirms that he was exactly right. Gangnam connects the strange announcement they heard earlier to this revelation and concludes that everyone has gained supernatural powers. Since they have awakened, he believes they can survive ordinary monsters as long as they avoid something much worse. With that understanding, he leads her down the stairs. When she asks about his own destiny, he refuses to share the contents of his window. He explains that other people can apparently see those windows, so revealing them would be dangerous. Privately, he notes that his destiny window has reverted to what it was 5 years earlier, except for one major difference. His current identity is Seo Gangnam, with a low insecto fire alignment. One of his abilities is destiny detection, which lets him read and appropriate parts of another person's destiny at a cost. Another is destiny stealing, the power that once let him take others' fates for himself. The window warns him that he has already accumulated a massive amount of karma. He realizes that burden comes from the hundreds of destinies he stole before regressing, and that using the same power again could be fatal. He recalls that karma rises not only through murder but also through activating destiny stealing itself. If too much karma builds up, the user crosses a catastrophic threshold called the border. Remembering that everyone who crossed that line suffered horribly, he becomes even more cautious. Before he can dwell on it, he senses someone nearby. They find a bandaged man trapped in a room and calling for help. The victim looks barely human, wrapped in strips like a mummy. Shinsuo rushes toward him, determined to rescue him despite a warning to wait. Her compassion triggers an ambush as a worm bursts out from the trapped man's position. Gangnam intercepts it in time and cuts it down before it can reach them. Relieved it was only one, Shinsuo asks whether someone is still alive inside. Gangnam decides the fastest way to know is to use his forbidden power. He activates destiny stealing despite the risk. The result tells him there is one deceased person nearby, confirming the trapped victim is already dead. Seeing the dead man's profile, Gangnam regrets that the man might have survived if he had awakened in time. He chooses to take the dead man's flame manipulation ability for himself. The system immediately punishes him with more karma for doing so. Even so, Gangnam accepts the cost because he needs every useful power he can gather. Before they can move on, Shinsuo spots another disturbance ahead. The trail of monster blood confirms something is still active nearby. They discover a silver-haired man casually slaughtering worms and treating the crisis like the opening stage of a game. He boasts that the tutorial is too easy and impatiently asks for a boss fight. Gangnam immediately recognizes him. The stranger notices them and is pleased to find other survivors. He bizarrely asks whether they are the characters who will become his allies, leaving Shinsuo baffled. He introduces himself as Doke Gojin with cheerful confidence. Gangnam confirms the name to himself, remembering exactly who this man will become. Doke then turns to Shinsuo and casually labels her the heroine of the story in his head. She gives her name, still confused by his strange way of speaking. Doke happily memorizes both names and declares that now the ally event is over, the next stage should begin. He explains his thinking through game logic, and his destiny reveals an unusually high divine rank and the title Dreamer. That title grants him resistance to fear, pain, and ghostly influence far beyond what someone at this stage should have. Gangnam remembers that Doke Gojin will one day lead one of the 5 great sects. Seeing Doke act this boldly before even fully awakening, Gangnam is unsettled by how exceptional he already is. Doke predicts that the prologue must end neither with allies defeating a boss or with a powerful ally awakening mid-battle. He even speculates that someone might awaken through another person's sacrifice, sounding delusional to Gangnam. A fresh scream cuts off the discussion. Another terrified survivor comes running, begging for help. Behind him rises the true boss, an enormous worm, a primary insecto monster made of many smaller worms. The man is thrown aside as the boss surges toward the group. The victim realizes too late that he is doomed. Shinsuo is horrified by the bloodshed unfolding in front of her. The boss tears through the man without slowing down. Doke identifies it as the boss they are meant to defeat in this opening scenario. Shinsuo insists they should run, but Gangnam prepares to fight with his newly stolen fire. He launches a flame attack at the boss. The blast lands, and Doke excitedly realizes Gangnam can use magic. When Doke asks if Gangnam can kill it, Gangnam answers honestly that he cannot. He explains that they are far too weak to defeat the boss head-on right now. His fire was only meant to slow it down by setting it ablaze. The burning boss keeps charging anyway, proving the delay will be brief. Gangnam orders Doke and Shinsuo to run while there is still time. As the boss targets him, Gangnam realizes it has already adapted to his attacks. The 3 sprint down the corridor with the flaming monster in pursuit. Gangnam pushes himself to keep ahead as debris and heat close in around them. Shinsuo calls back to him in panic when he starts to fall behind. She refuses to abandon him and tells him to get to her quickly. Doke grabs Shinsuo and drags her onward, insisting she keep moving even as she struggles to go back. Left behind for a moment, Gangnam finds the boss directly in front of him. Hearing Shinsuo call his name, he forces himself to keep moving. The boss bears down on him with its glowing core exposed inside its mouth. As Shinsuo cries out, Doke notices the monster's attention is fixed entirely on Gangnam. Doke exploits that opening and strikes the boss from the side, forcing it to turn toward him instead. Gangnam realizes he must buy time somehow, even if he cannot win. Doke, still trapped in his own dramatic narrative, shouts that he will remember Gangnam's sacrifice while dragging Shinsuo away. Gangnam rejects that fate and decides he only needs to survive until outside help arrives. But when he attacks, he discovers his current power barely injures the boss at all. The monster opens its mouth and prepares a lethal strike at close range. At the last second, Gangnam realizes the weak point is the core inside its mouth and fires directly into it. The blast seems promising for an instant, and he hopes it worked. Instead, the boss only recoils and keeps coming, leaving him in immediate danger. Its body shifts again, showing it is still fully alive. Gangnam is left with no clear answer as the monster looms over him. Shinsua suddenly returns with lumber in her arms, refusing to run away without him. At the same time, the boss splits into multiple attacking worm heads to overwhelm them. She blocks one of the attacks with the wood she carried back. Gangnam tells her to use the tree leaf method, and when she says she needs plants, he realizes raw lumber may be enough. That possibility sparks hope in Shinsua. She pours her power into the wood and commands it to grow. Pushing harder, she forces the transformed wood to expand far beyond its original size. A massive burst of living timber erupts outward and slams into the boss. Both of them are stunned by how powerful her awakened ability becomes once it takes hold. Shinsua urges Gangnam to move before the opening closes. Then she realizes something crucial about the interaction between their powers. The growing wood traps and channels the swarm of smaller worms inside a wooden enclosure. In moments, her ability forms a giant tree-like cage that seals the boss in place. Gangnam understands that the battle has finally turned in their favor. Shinsua explains that she came back to save him, and that wood naturally feeds fire. The system responds by declaring that her fate and Gangram's fate are becoming intertwined. She looks at him with tearful relief as that bond takes effect. The system further states that Shinsua's fate is now giving life to Co Gangram's fate. That connection floods Gangram's flames with new strength and sends a surge of fire through the trapped boss. His flame manipulation is temporarily upgraded from tertiary to primary insectal grade. Gangram realizes their powers follow the logic of Batsi destinies, where wood strengthens fire in battle. Feeling the boost in his hands, he prepares the finishing blow. With Shinsua's wood feeding his flames, he burns the enormous worm to death and clears the prologue boss. The system begins calculating their accomplishments. Shinsua celebrates that they actually survived and won. Exhausted but alive, Gangram reassures her while the system grants extra rewards for defeating a stronger opponent. At last they reach the first floor and see that the exit is safe, though Gangram is left weakened by severe mana depletion. Just as they think they can finally escape, the woman opens the door and is cut off. The dark-haired man abruptly pulls her close and shields her as they rush through. They stumble into a bright new space together, escaping the immediate danger behind them. Instead of the city, they find themselves in a vast interior and realize they have been displaced somewhere impossible. The man recognizes that the building was in the middle of the city, so this hidden place should not exist. Seeing healing totem poles in the lobby, he realizes the first floor was secretly connected to this place as well. The totem itself confirms this is a protected sanctuary rather than another combat zone. They learn the totem pole carries repressive and restorative power, healing humans nearby and keeping demonic beasts away. When the door seals behind them, their escape route vanishes and they understand they are trapped here for now. With no monsters immediately present, the man decides their best option is to rest and assess the situation. Before they can settle in, another survivor notices them and is shocked they made it out alive. The woman instantly recognizes him, and her suspicion hardens into certainty. The silver-haired man had been wondering why the supposed heroine abandoned him, and starts piecing together what that implies. The woman explodes at him, exposing that he is no heroine at all but a villain-side character fated to betray his friend and survive alone. Her accusation leaves him stunned, as if the role she named has struck deeper than the situation around them. He rejects the label, even while admitting the logic fits too well for comfort. Seeing his instability worsen, the dark-haired man quietly leads the woman away from him. Around them, other survivors are equally disoriented, confused by the sudden shift from monster attack to this safe interior. One injured survivor realizes the totem's healing has already begun repairing his wounds. Others discover their phones are useless, cutting them off from the outside world and deepening the panic. A crowd gathers as a lone official figure appears at the front of the hall. The masked speaker notes that everyone from this area has been assembled here. She introduces herself as Anavi Chaisha of the Central Branch of the Fate Protection Agency. She makes clear that from this point on, she intends to take charge of everyone present. Her use of management language reveals that this is not a rescue but an organized takeover. The dark-haired pair realize they have never even heard of this agency. The crowd immediately pushes back, calling it kidnapping and demanding release. As the uproar rises, the dark-haired man resolves that unlike his previous life, he will use this place to become stronger before leaving. He quietly commits to changing his fate this time instead of remaining a loser. Even while he thinks ahead, the agency's identity remains a mystery to him and the woman beside him. Anavi begins explaining that the agency exists to protect citizens from a disaster it foresaw. The crowd refuses to calm down and demands a real explanation. As she starts to describe the coming demon realm, someone accuses the agency of being behind the earlier insect attack. The panic turns petty and chaotic, with people shouting legal threats and begging to be let out. The silver-haired man snaps at the crowd, contemptuously dismissing them as irrelevant extras. His outburst cuts through the room and forces attention back onto the situation. He rants that they are too blind to see the opportunity in front of them, and the dark-haired man privately admits the arrogance is familiar but not entirely wrong. The dark-haired man recognizes that simply being chosen for this place may itself be a rare advantage. Anavi regains control by promising to show them what is happening outside instead of arguing further. She projects live footage of Seoul, revealing that the crisis is real and ongoing. The broadcast shows a demon realm appearing across the nation and monsters pouring into the streets. She explains that the agency predicted this catastrophe in advance and prepared for it. Those called Chashes awakened early and began fighting monsters before the public even knew the threat existed. Their preparations were all for the day the demon realm finally emerged. Now that chaos has begun, the agency needs many more awakened fighters and believes the people gathered here have the greatest potential among the unawakened. Navi says anyone may still leave, but only after first seeing what ability they possess. She hints that once they understand their power, many will no longer want to walk away. The silver-haired man's revealed profile shows a flame attribute and the rare powers to detect and even steal destiny, confirming he is far more dangerous than he first seemed. As everyone checks their own status, the dark-haired man is baffled by his weak human grade result and the unfamiliar ranking system. He becomes certain the masked official is not using her own power to reveal destinies, and wants to inspect her fate directly but cannot through the mask. Navi tells them they have now seen their supernatural abilities, which are effectively magic. She explains that awakened people use these powers to hunt monsters. They also raid the demon realm itself to eliminate threats at the source, though the work is extremely dangerous. She bluntly states that anyone who chooses this path may die. The room recoils, and she adds that training carries the same risk. Those unwilling to fight, she says, should surrender their abilities rather than keep power they will never use. She gives everyone exactly 1 hour to decide whether to stay or give up their awakening. During that hour they may rest on the second floor, read the manuals, and return if they choose to remain. Those who decide to leave may exit through the third floor, but doing so means losing access to their destiny window forever. With that final warning, Navi departs and leaves the choice to them. An hour later, she returns and takes the remaining people's presence as consent to begin training. She opens the first gate and formally starts the trial. The survivors, now in trainee uniforms, brace themselves for what comes next. They are told only 3 people may enter a gate at once, and anyone who clears it or retreats will return to this same hall. Each room has its own objective, such as eliminating a set number of monsters. The first room can be attempted endlessly, but leaving before success resets all progress. Everyone is issued a supply box before entering. They are also told healing items can be used inside, or they can return to the lobby to recover at the totem poles. Navi reminds them the agency bears no responsibility for death, though it will support them as much as possible. She sends them off with a formal wish for good luck. Once she leaves, the hall is left to the trainees and the looming gate. A volunteer finally breaks the silence by asking for companions. He advertises his ghost-grade power and tries to recruit a team. The dark-haired man ignores the scramble around him and starts to walk away alone. Others continue bargaining over grades and usefulness like laborers seeking work. Watching this, he thinks the whole scene resembles a day labor market. The woman from earlier catches up to him, wanting to continue from where they left off. He thanks her, surprising her with the sudden sincerity. She admits she has no party either and points out that he is still alone. Then she directly asks to team up with him. He turns back, caught off guard by the offer. For a moment he is visibly shaken, as if her trust hits a wound he has been hiding. She notices his reaction and worries she may have said something wrong. He awkwardly repeats his thanks, still unsure how to respond to genuine goodwill. A memory from his previous life resurfaces, warning that everyone would have survived only if he had died. That old guilt crashes over him, convincing him once again that he brings ruin to others. He tries to steady himself under the weight of that memory. The woman asks if he feels unwell, reading his silence as distress. He brushes her concern aside and insists he is fine. Then he rejects her invitation. Even as he turns away, his expression shows the refusal hurts him too. He claims he is simply more comfortable alone, using distance as self-protection. She accepts the answer outwardly, though she had believed they worked well together. He tells her she will do fine with someone else, and tries to end the matter cleanly. Left behind, she steels herself instead of giving up. She calls after him that even if they cannot fight together, she will still support him. He can only give a muted acknowledgement, and keep moving. At the supply center, he reviews the standard trainee equipment available to each person. He opens his box to claim the issued gear. Inside are a basic training sword and recovery medicines, confirming how little the trainees are being given. He notes that starting as a trainee at least provides scarce early resources, especially the expensive healing medicine that the agency keeps replenishing. Before he can leave, the silver-haired man calls him back. With theatrical familiarity, the silver-haired man insists he cannot abandon his supposed one and only comrade. The dark-haired man is thrown off because this attachment never happened in his previous life, and he wants to pretend he did not hear it. The silver-haired man catches up anyway and forces the conversation. He grandly declares that if events continue this way, the two of them will become the story's main protagonists. The dark-haired man refuses again, saying he prefers to go alone, but the silver-haired man insists he is not the kind of supporting character who drags others down. He boasts that he is strong and openly frames people as protagonists, supporting characters, or extras, as if life were a novel. The dark-haired man realizes this worldview explains the silver-haired man's behavior, and suspects he has mistaken him for someone powerful. He weighs his options and concludes that while the woman is capable, staying with him would only make her miserable, so the silver-haired man may be the more practical partner. Once he decides Doke Gojin's fate does not matter to him, He asks if the man has changed his mind. He agrees to team up, and Dokgojin is delighted by the sudden acceptance. Dokgojin runs off to grab his own supply box, telling him to wait. While he is gone, the woman examines the supply box and even tries to speak to the mascot attendant, only to be interrupted by Dokgojin's return. Dokgojin notices her stare and teases her for it. He bluntly asks whether she dislikes him because he is not a hero, exposing how deeply he thinks in story roles. She avoids answering and instead urges the dark-haired man to leave with her at once. As the gate reacts to their approach, the system announces the presence of death and metal ghosts. The gate records Seo Gangrim and Dokgojin entering together, and identifies the trial as the Knife Mountain of Hell. A map explains that the area is a maze of rooms and hallways filled with monsters, traps, and occasional safe zones, and that the goal is to find the exit. The room officially begins. Inside the first chamber, they quickly understand that clearing the raid means locating the way out, and Dokgojin eagerly pushes forward. Seo Gangrim wonders whether this dungeon follows the same layout as the one he remembers from his previous life, and starts testing that possibility. He anticipates monsters or traps ahead and prepares for whichever appears first. Dokgojin, thrilled by the uncertainty, draws his sword and welcomes the challenge. A trap springs immediately, and Seo Gangrim knocks Dokgojin aside before the blade can skewer him. Dokgojin treats the near-death experience like a familiar adventure trope and seems delighted rather than shaken. He even praises the trap for being a classic setup, revealing how warped his priorities are. Seo Gangrim leaves him behind and keeps moving instead of indulging the theatrics. The corridor ahead appears calm, lit only by torches, but the silence feels temporary. Dokgojin calls him lucky for avoiding more traps, and Seo Gangrim flatly answers that the opposite is true. Hearing movement ahead, they ready themselves, and Dokgojin casually confirms he already allocated his experience points while reading the manual. A pack of skeleton ghosts appears, and their status reveals them as tertiary insectograde monsters that crave flesh and are sensitive to light. Dokgojin judges them slightly stronger than the tutorial insects, but still manageable. He starts proposing teamwork, confident their combined strengths will be enough. Instead, he launches a burst of flame to drive the skeletons toward the narrow entrance. The fire ignites the front ranks and throws the whole pack into confusion. Seo Gangrim immediately understands the tactic: bottleneck them at the small entrance so they cannot swarm properly. He tells Dokgojin to stop talking nonsense and focus on the fight. Then he charges straight into the clustered skeletons, attacking at close range while Dokgojin supports from behind. He uses the sword not just to cut but to control his footing and movement through the crush. His speed and precision let him tear through the front line before the monsters can reorganize. Dokgojin rushes in after him, insisting he cannot allow Seo Gangrim to take the lead role alone. Together they break the formation and scatter the remaining skeletons. Dokgojin laughs through the battle, genuinely enjoying the slaughter. Once the room is littered with bones, he points out that every room so far has simply contained more demonic monsters. After killing what he estimates to be over 100, he says the repetition is becoming boring and asks whether Seo Gangrim is tired. He claims he is not tired at all, boasting that he trained with a sword in preparation for being transported into another world or story someday. Seo Gangrim can only stare at him in baffled silence before Dokgojin shifts to a more serious curiosity. Dokgojin finally voices his suspicion outright and asks whether Seo Gangrim is some kind of regressor, returnee, reincarnator, or something similar. Seo Gangrim listens in silence, already wary of whatever the silver-haired man is about to say. When the man starts teasing out a theory, Gangrim cuts him off and makes it clear he has no patience for pointless speculation. As they move deeper through the dungeon, the silver-haired man insists Gangrim should lead because he is clearly not ordinary. He points out how unnaturally calm Gangrim is and how quickly he adapted to demonic monsters. Gangrim covers the truth with a half-plausible excuse, claiming he grew up seeing ghosts and is used to this kind of thing. Instead of dropping it, the man becomes even more interested in Gangrim's past. His curiosity turns reckless just as danger arrives. The floor and walls erupt, and the sudden collapse throws Gangrim away from him. The silver-haired man realizes too late that they have been separated and calls out to Gangrim in panic. Gangrim shouts for him to run, choosing survival over trying to regroup. The silver-haired man escapes the collapsing passage by sprinting for the exit. He reaches safety and looks back into the dust-filled shaft where Gangrim vanished. Staring into the ruin, he can only repeat Gangrim's name in disbelief. Then a darker thought hits him. If Gangrim dies here, the story's supposed protagonist may already be gone. He bitterly wonders what happens to a regression story once its main character is removed from it. Below the collapse, Gangrim falls into a hidden chamber but keeps enough control to draw his sword mid-drop. He steadies himself in the air and prepares to strike as he lands. His blade bites into stone and momentum, helping him absorb the fall. He lands in a crouch before a swirling portal, already ready for whatever this new area demands. A system message reveals that he has entered a secret area. Another warning explains that monsters in secret areas are stronger than those in normal zones. The system lays out the rules. Every route contains either a trap or a monster. A return path has opened, but leaving will seal the secret path behind him. Even with a rescue option and a countdown offered, Gangrim refuses to give up and retreat. Seeing the undead waiting for him, he decides this hidden room may let him gain far more stats than expected. He realizes that following Doke Gojin through monster-filled rooms accelerated his growth, but now he wants a chance to grow by his own choices. He ignites fire in his hand and turns that new confidence into action. His first flaming strike smashes through a skeleton. The system immediately rewards the kill with stat increases, confirming the room is worth the risk. He spends the points at once and pushes his strength to stage 4. As more skeletons fall, his strength rises again to stage 5. With the undead piling up around him, Gangnam feels how much easier the early stages become once his stats start climbing. He checks his status and sees that his overall build has become solid, with strength now leading the rest. That makes him wonder how strong the others from this timeline will become. He recalls that everyone starts at stage 1, but better classes advance through those stages far faster. The same amount of experience produces wildly different growth depending on class quality. That means divine class people like Doke Gojin should be growing explosively, and Gangnam remembers that in his past life someone else claimed the first clear bonus here. This time, he resolves to seize that first clear reward for himself. To do that, he starts searching for the exact route he remembers. He knows he has to finish the entire attempt before the day ends. Once he finds the right corridor, he recognizes that the boss room is ahead. Even before entering, he can feel that this place is fundamentally different from the rest of the dungeon. The atmosphere confirms it for him. This is the real knife mountain of hell. He advances with fire in hand through a hallway lined with blades and blood. At the far end, crossed swords and opposing energies announce the boss's presence. The system identifies 2 linked enemies, the martial generals of the knife mountain of hell, and warns that unless both are defeated at the same time, they will keep restoring each other. Seeing one of them up close, Gangnam understands that these generals are far more dangerous in person than in memory. His body trembles from instinctive fear, and he has to force himself back under control. He steadies his breathing and reminds himself that this is still winnable if he follows his plan. The elder general notices him first and attacks. Gangnam answers with a fast opening strike that lands before the demon can fully close in. The elder roars, more enraged than stopped. Gangnam realizes the generals found him earlier than he expected, but at least he has successfully drawn their attention. Because they carry a gold attribute, his fire attacks are especially effective, which gives him the opening he needed. He decides to use that elemental advantage to buy time rather than force a direct kill. Then he cuts into the younger general as well, making sure both enemies are engaged. The restoration rule becomes even uglier when he sees they can injure each other to trigger recovery. That convinces him a frontal duel is pointless, so he shifts fully into mobility and evasion while his agility keeps rising. He weaves through a storm of blades, taking cuts but refusing to lose momentum. As he nears the trap zone he remembers, he tells himself he only needs a little more distance. At the last moment, something snags him and nearly ruins the setup. He is yanked off balance and realizes he is about to be caught before reaching the trigger point. One of the generals closes in from behind as Gangnam crashes across the floor. While falling, he fires off magic with both hands instead of surrendering the initiative. The blast strikes the chain mechanism he was aiming for. A massive blade trap slams down, crushing the younger general beneath it. But the system immediately warns that the elder is already restoring the younger, so the trap alone is not enough. Gangnam runs again, now relying on sharpened senses and the sound of the wind to read the room. He sprints through the corridor at full speed, dragging the elder after him. The elder pursues without hesitation, exactly as Gangnam hoped. Even so, the younger general continues restoring in the background, keeping the pressure on Gangram's timing. The younger rises again, proving the window is closing fast. The restored demon comes back furious, and immediately rejoins the hunt. Gangram spends more points on the run and forces his strength up to stage 7. With that boost, he finally has the power to execute the finishing move he planned. He slams into the younger general hard enough to drive the demon exactly where he wants him. Then he forces the body deeper into the trap's kill zone, shouting for it to go in. The trap tears through flesh and armor, and Gangram takes the backlash with it. This time the system confirms that the tertiary human-grade martial general has been defeated. Rewards begin calculating, but Gangram has no time to celebrate. Even while bleeding heavily, he receives bonus stat points for defeating an opponent stronger than himself. He knows the stage is technically cleared once he leaves the boss room, but before going he wants to test one more idea. Surrounded by the still active blades and blood, he prepares to gamble on a power he never fully used in his previous life. If destiny can be stolen from human-like monsters, he reasons, then these martial generals should qualify. The system accepts that logic and activates destiny stealing. Purple energy spreads through the room as Gangram begins drawing fate from the dead general. The process starts counting valid targets in range. The system confirms that 2 dead are within the active range. Gangram realizes his guess was right, and that human-like monsters can indeed have their destinies stolen. He remembers why he never used this ability before meeting Baek Young, not reluctance, but a complete lack of mana. In his past life he could not even use it on a corpse only a few hours old, because the mana cost rose with time after death. Back then, unless the target died right in front of him, the ability was effectively unusable. That limitation is exactly what made him wonder whether fresh human-like monsters might be the answer. He had never been strong enough to test that theory before, especially against beings from higher demonic realms. Now the theft succeeds, granting him part of the target's strength and the ability Unsheath, which guarantees high-level swordsmanship whenever he draws a blade. He immediately experiments with the stolen skill. The sword responds as if it belongs in his hand, moving with a precision he did not have before. He is startled by how light and natural the weapon suddenly feels. Then the system warns that stealing this much destiny has burdened him with a large amount of karma. Gangram accepts the warning without flinching. He tells himself this is still preferable to stealing destiny from actual people, and that the karmic cost for monsters should be smaller. For him, the power gained is worth that risk. Still, he remembers the rule that humans who accumulate too much karma cross a dangerous line. Beyond that border, a person becomes something miserable and no longer fully human. As he approaches the exit, he quietly wonders how close he himself may already be to that boundary. He places a hand on the door and chooses to leave anyway. The system announces that he has become the first person to clear the first room of the Knife Mountain of Hell. He steps back into the normal area as the first clear result is broadcast. The others outside are stunned to learn the room has already been cleared. When they realize Gangram did it alone, disbelief turns into open shock. Gangram is immediately overwhelmed by the silver-haired man's excited shouting. The man celebrates Gangram like a hero and treats the result as proof they belong together. Gangram rejects that familiarity, warns him not to trust him, and tries to keep emotional distance. Before that tension can settle, a masked red-haired woman approaches and addresses Gangram directly. She calmly congratulates him on being the first to clear the stage and asks for some of his time. Later, back in his private room, Gangram reviews what he gained from the first clear. The reward turns out to be an inventory bag, a rare item that can store objects regardless of size or weight, and he recognizes it as something Anavi once awarded. Because such an item is hard to obtain early, he is satisfied he took it first even if it means changing the original course of events. At the same time, he worries that stacking first clear bonuses like this may attract too much attention from the Fate Protection Agency. News reports then frame a nationwide disaster as a natural earthquake, even though the truth involved monsters and awakened powers. Online chatter notices the cover-up and starts asking why the Fate Protection Agency is barely being mentioned, along with rumors about a strange video. Gangram opens that video and sees it is an official announcement from Seo Moon Youngyu, the first team leader of the Seoul Fate Protection Agency. She publicly reassures civilians that the agency is working to protect all awakened people, while secretly activating destiny detection. Her ability immediately reports that the current destiny she is searching for is being protected. Watching from bed, Gangram realizes the agency is using special items to shield that destiny from detection. The broadcast continues with soothing promises that the agency will protect everyone's future, and that there is no need to worry. The slogan urging people to trust the Fate Protection Agency lands with a faintly sinister undertone. Gangram repeats the slogan to himself with open skepticism. He reflects that the agency is made up of the strongest among the awakened. He also recalls that its members hide their identities behind masks. That memory leads him back to the masked woman who approached him after the clear. He now suspects she may be far more important than she appeared. The possibility unsettles him, because if she truly belongs to the agency, then her strength may be impossible to judge from the outside. He concludes that would explain why no one seems to know how powerful she really is. For now, though, he admits he still cannot be certain. Elsewhere, the agency's rapid response to the clear sparks a tense internal debrief. Gong Ju, the Seoul's second team leader, confronts his subordinate for badly underestimating how quickly the stage would be cleared. When he hears the clearer also conquered the secret area in a single day despite only being tertiary insectal grade, the room falls into alarm. He singles out Ju Sungtae and orders him to take responsibility for the mistake. The team is told to file a report, clean up the trap Gangram used, and prepare to eliminate the remaining monsters. Once the others leave, Sungtae is left alone with his dread. He cannot stop thinking about the fact that Gangram lured a boss-level monster into a trap and won. Worse, he fears Gangram might repeat that impossible feat in the second room just as quickly. If the higher-ups learn that someone this dangerous is still only insectal grade, Sungtae knows the consequences will be severe. The next day in the cafeteria, life at the training facility looks normal again on the surface. The silver-haired man reminds Gangram of their bet over who will clear the second room first, and tries to provoke him into competing seriously. Gangram refuses to be rushed, says he will move at his own pace, and again insists the man is not his ally unless he actually wins. Even so, some of the trainees now look at Gangram with gratitude because his actions help them survive. They openly credit him for blocking the deadly attack and start believing they can clear the next room too. Gangram notices Shinsuo doing well among them and quietly takes comfort in that. But the silver-haired man ends the moment by warning that people who are too kind tend to be the ones he dislikes most, leaving Gangram with a new kind of unease. While Seo Gangram tries to keep his distance, Shinsuo approaches anyway and asks to share a meal with him. Nearby, Cheon-gunam keeps up his easy flirting by praising a girl's small hands, which catches Gangram's attention. Gangram immediately recognizes the silver-haired boy and turns toward him in alarm. Cheon-gunam smoothly invites the girl to compare hand sizes, and Gangram grimly realizes he is about to watch that trick again. At another table, Gunam charms the group by comparing palms and drawing them into his playful mood. He boasts that he can read palms, and one of the others backs him up by saying his last reading was surprisingly accurate. Sua, listening with her drink in hand, becomes interested. Gunam asks to read Sua's palm, but she politely declines. He presses the issue with teasing persistence, and another classmate urges Sua to give in out of curiosity. Sua starts to waver as someone places a hand on the table beside her. She looks up, startled by the interruption. Gunam's expression hardens for a moment, as he realizes who has stepped in. He quickly covers that reaction with a smile. When Gunam offers to read Gangram's palm instead, Gangram shuts him down immediately. Gangram takes control of the moment by telling Sua he needs to speak with her. He asks for a private conversation, making it clear this matters more than the group's game. Sua agrees without hesitation. Gangram leads her away to an empty lounge so they can talk alone. As they leave, the others casually call after Gangram. One of them thanks Gangram for sharing the Wi-Fi reward he earned, showing how openly friendly everyone has become toward him. Gangram reflects that after clearing the knife mountain of hell alone and sharing its Wi-Fi reward, the atmosphere around him changed. People now treat him warmly and invite him along, but that kind of friendliness still feels unfamiliar to him. He remains uneasy because he is not used to being accepted like this. In his previous life, people eventually avoided and rejected him. He remembers classmates once refusing to join any group that included him. Back then, he would simply withdraw and wonder if his low class was the reason. He remembers walking away alone while others whispered behind his back. Even when Cheon Gunam spoke to him then, it was only with detached politeness. That indifference stood out because Gunam never treated him as either friend or enemy. Gunam once told him there was no room in the party but still offered a mild warning to be careful. So even knowing Gunam's ability, Gangram never imagined he would use it this way. He recalls Gunam cheerfully asking for a high five, as if it were harmless fun. That casual touch was enough for Gunam's ability to activate. Only later did Gangram realize what had happened. He remembers hearing that someone nearly died in the demon realm with him because Gangram's ability steals powers from the dead. The rumor escalated into the claim that Gangram kills people to take their abilities, and others were warned to fear him too. Gangram remembers the shock and dread that rumor created. When he confronted Gunam for breaking his promise to keep the ability secret, Gunam denied knowing anything. He kept smiling and demanded proof, forcing Gangram to accuse him without evidence. Gangram could only insist it had to be Gunam. Gunam then effectively confirmed it by revealing his own ability, palm reading. That revelation proved Gunam had been the only one capable of learning Gangram's secret that way. Back in the present, Gangram warns Sua that Gunam's ability is dangerous and that she must never show him her palm or touch his. Sua realizes that explains why Gunam kept trying to compare hands with her. Having delivered the warning, Gangram prepares to leave. Before he goes, Sua reveals that she also cleared the knife mountain of hell. She asks if he wants to tackle the second room together. Gangram refuses, saying it would be difficult with her. Sua is hurt and asks why she would be a burden. Gangram bluntly answers that she lacks experience right now. The answer leaves her momentarily speechless. She admits she did not think she was that weak, but she still tries to help by explaining that his power will be weakened in the next room because it has a fire attribute. Using what she learned, she explains that her water-aligned nature was disadvantaged in the first room of gold, while his method will not help him in the fire room. Gangram understands immediately that the second room will indeed work against him. He acknowledges her explanation and says he understands enough. As he reaches the door, Sua stops him again. Instead of listening further, Gangram abruptly walks off. He leaves still wondering why she would approach him even after his warning and rejection. He cannot understand why she remained kind after everything he told her. Sua simply accepts his advice with gratitude. Left alone, she turns toward the next room with a new resolve. She recalls that Gangram once rejected her offer to team up because he preferred being alone, yet he still went out of his way to warn her. She had assumed he wanted distance from her. Now she realizes he specifically pulled her aside to protect her from Gunam. That makes his refusal harder for her to understand, because he could have brushed her off with any excuse. His honesty feels strangely sincere to her. She begins to wonder if he was actually worried about her. Before she can dwell on it, someone calls Gangram's name and hurries after him. Cheon Gunam catches up and asks whether Gangram is entering the second room with Sua. Gangram says no and makes it clear he is going alone. Gunam hides his satisfaction, thinking he needs to get rid of Gangram before Gangram can drag him down. He immediately changes tactics and asks Gangram to form a party with him instead. To make the offer tempting, Gunam claims his class is high and says he is Dragon class. Gangram instantly senses that Gunam is lying and demands to know what his real ability is. His destiny detection activates to read through the deception. Gangram sees that Gunam is actually a water attribute user of low human grade who can shape water into firearms. Armed with that knowledge, Gangram agrees to go with him and tells him they can leave immediately. Gunam eagerly accepts and rushes off to prepare, believing his lie worked. Gangram watches him go without revealing what he learned. He is relieved that Gunam approached him first, because that let him uncover Gunam's hidden ability without exposing his own suspicions. The two enter the second training ground, the Room of Hellfire. A blazing portal opens into a scorched realm filled with demonic imagery. The room's condition is simple: find the ice crystal and return it to the lobby. The system confirms that Seo Gangrim and Cheon Gunam have entered together. Gunam is unnerved by the infernal atmosphere but tries to laugh it off. The system announces that they have entered the room of hellfire. They arrive in a landscape of lava, ash, and burning cliffs. Gunam remarks that Gangrim accepted his proposal surprisingly easily and guesses it was because his water attribute seemed useful here. As they move deeper in, he asks whether Gangrim saw the clear condition. When he hears they need an ice crystal, he is baffled that such a thing could exist in a place like this. He complains about the heat while readying his water ability. Gangrim, already seeing danger ahead, realizes monsters are closing in before Gunam notices. He draws his sword to strike first. Gunam finally notices the sudden threat behind him. Gangrim activates Unsheath. His blade flashes out in a lethal arc. The attack cuts down the first monster before it can reach them. Gangrim warns that more are coming, while Gunam is still reeling from the ambush. A swarm of fire frogs rushes toward them in numbers far greater than expected. The system identifies them as weak but dangerous pack hunters that prey on cooler targets. Gunam tries to reassure himself that frogs should be easy prey. He unleashes streams of water projectiles that tear through the charging monsters. The barrage drops several frogs at once. Encouraged, Gunam boasts that his powers work perfectly in this room. He declares the room should be easy if they just find the ice crystal, and Gangrim dryly agrees. Gangrim already knows where the crystal is, and while Gunam celebrates, he quietly wonders what to do with him. Gunam notices Gangrim smiling and misreads it completely. He takes that expression as proof that teaming up with him was the right choice. But another frog lunges before he can enjoy the moment. The constant fighting quickly drains his mana, and he realizes there are far too many monsters for him to handle comfortably. Forced to conserve his power, he decides he will have to rely on a sword like Gangrim. He tries to imitate Gangrim's style, but the result is clumsy and ineffective. A frog slams into him and sends him sprawling. Pinned and panicking, he screams for Gangrim to help while Gangrim watches without moving. When Gunam demands to know why he is only watching, Gangrim answers with weary contempt. He kills the attacking frog and tells Gunam to go back if he cannot keep up. Gangrim states plainly that he can clear the room on his own. Gunam, shaken and exhausted, says he only needs a short rest, and Gangrim leaves him behind without argument. Left alone, Gunam sees at Gangrim's arrogance. He reminds himself that he only teamed up to learn Gangrim's class and ability, but Gangrim's bandaged hands keep that secret out of reach. Even judging from what he has seen, he can tell Gangrim is still hiding something important. Gunam decides he will wait for the moment Gangrim lets his guard down, and then expose him. He settles himself on a rock with his sword, pretending to recover while he watches. A sudden tremor catches him off guard. The rock gives way and he tumbles backward into danger. As he falls, he cries out for Gangrim. Gangrim reacts instantly and moves to save him. With a powerful slash, Gangrim cuts apart the hidden monster that was about to devour Gunam. Gunam realizes there were deadlier monsters here than the frogs and that he nearly died because he relaxed too soon. Still rattled, he calls out to Gunam's rescuer. Gangrim coldly points out that he has now saved Gunam twice. He adds that the creature is troublesome to kill and tells Gunam they should move before more arrive. Gunam twists even that into an insult, deciding Gangrim is just bragging about helping him. He convinces himself Gangrim is not as impressive as everyone says. Once his mana recovers, he vows he will be able to beat Gangrim easily. Gangrim notices his silence, and asks if he has something to say. Gunam swallows his resentment, and instead thanks Gangrim with a fake smile. Soon after, they spot a glowing blue sphere lodged on a ledge above the lava. Gangrim recognizes it immediately and asks if it is the ice crystal. The shining orb confirms that it is. Gunam lights up, realizing that bringing it back should clear the room. He starts to assume there is only one crystal and that they are about to become the first clearers. Gangrim quietly corrects him, and Gunam instantly understands the implication. Before Gangrim can finish, Gunam lunges toward the crystal. He realizes that if there is only one crystal, the first person to seize it will claim the clear. Driven by greed, he races for it with a triumphant grin. In his mind, the reward is already his. He imagines the honor, admiration, and status that would come from being credited with the clear. Convinced he can steal all of that for himself, he reaches out for the crystal. Gunam declares that he will be the first to clear the room as his hand closes in on the prize. Seo Gangrim discovers a strange blue sack and realizes it is a fire frog egg sack, which means the frogs are already close. The warning proves immediate as fire frogs surge in, turning the area into a trap around him. He is forced into a chaotic retreat while the frogs swarm and the heat closes in. Even as he escapes, someone he abandoned calls after him in desperation and curses him for leaving him to die. Seo Gangrim coldly dismisses that plea as deserved punishment for an attempted betrayal and keeps moving. He reaches the Hellfire Crystal Cave and drags a frog corpse inside, shifting from survival to resource gathering. Finding an ice crystal there, he confirms it boosts water affinity, and immediately thinks of using it for something bigger. He opens the hidden shop, recalling that it normally requires spirit pearls and that he only gained access this time because he prepared some in advance. Using those pearls and even trading away some accomplishment value to cover the cost, he buys a prayer chest. The chest promises to grant a desired item if the offering is valuable enough, so he decides to gamble the ice crystal for a higher grade reward. He convinces himself the exchange should work because both the offering and the target belong to the ghostly category, even if their ranks differ. The gamble backfires and the chest returns only low-grade insect honey, leaving him stunned and irritated by the shop's cruelty. Rather than give up, he decides to overwhelm the odds with quantity, and starts harvesting more ice crystals from the cave. Elsewhere, the man Seo Gangram abandoned survives after all, fueled entirely by rage and a promise to stab him when he finds him. That man, Cheon-gu-nam, stumbles upon what first looks like an egg but quickly realizes it is actually the exit and the proof of a clear. He bursts through in triumph, believing he has become the first person to clear the second gate and basking in the attention. The system names him as the opponent for Seo Gangram, and the crowd immediately treats him like a rising star. Cheon-gu-nam revels in their admiration and starts to believe this victory finally places him above Seo Gangram. When he spots Seo Gangram nearby, his gloating turns personal and he approaches with fake warmth to reopen contact. He pretends to forgive Seo Gangram and offers a handshake as a symbol of reconciliation, hiding hostile intent behind the gesture. Seo Gangram accepts just enough for Cheon-gu-nam to trigger his palm reading ability and inspects Seo Gangram's fate. What Cheon-gu-nam sees immediately soothes his ego, because Seo Gangram appears weaker and more pathetic than he expected. The reading reveals Seo Gangram as only tertiary insectal grade with flame manipulation and a basic sword skill, far below the threat Cheon-gu-nam imagined. Cheon-gu-nam is crushed to learn he suffered so much over someone ranked that low, while Seo Gangram quietly keeps his composure. Seo Gangram inwardly notes that he arrived just in time with a countermeasure that hides the most important parts of his destiny from readers like this. That protection charm leaves Cheon-gu-nam with only partial information, and Seo Gangram realizes one of the ice crystals he planted in a fire frog has exposed part of his earlier scheme. Cheon-gu-nam then flatters the staff and explains away his success, claiming he found an ice crystal because of his water affinity and special ability. Dokgojin, who had expected Seo Gangram to be stronger, begins doubting him after hearing Cheon-gu-nam's version of events. Cheon-gu-nam leans into that doubt, painting Seo Gangram as weak and cowardly for running from a mere crowd of monsters. Dokgojin jokingly tells him that makes him sound more like the story's main character than Seo Gangram, and Cheon-gu-nam happily embraces the comparison. Seo Gangram notices Dokgojin's fate becoming entangled with Cheon-gu-nam's and decides that is useful, because it should draw Dokgojin's attention away from him. The system immediately confirms a disastrous pairing around Cheon-gu-nam, with evil energy beginning to creep into his destiny. Seo Gangram calmly decides that whatever is coming for Dokgojin can deal with Cheon-gu-nam as well, making the situation better than expected for him. A few days later, the agency holds an emergency meeting after realizing something went badly wrong with the second room. When asked, the staff first insists Cheon-gu-nam is only humanly grade and that Seo Gangram accompanied him. But the details do not add up, because Cheon-gu-nam cleared alone despite Seo Gangram going with him, and he also reported finding an ice crystal inside a fire frog. That report shocks the supervisors, since monsters should never have reached the crystal cave if the barrier had been functioning. A check confirms the barrier had collapsed and the monsters devoured the cave's ice crystals, exposing a major failure in the agency's preparations. The team leader explodes at the staff member responsible, but another supervisor cuts through the excuses and demands accountability. He warns that the third gate is the true demon realm and that sending trainees in under the current plan could get them all killed. The meeting ends with a decision to strengthen the trainees first and to keep a much closer watch on Seo Gangram, whose role in all this remains suspicious. At the same time, the agency indefinitely postpones the opening of the third gate, though Seo Gangram had not expected that delay. A few days later, everyone is summoned again, and Seo Gangram recognizes that the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. Navi gathers the trainees before the sealed third gate, and announces that she has called them together to explain what comes next. To their surprise, she declares that entry to the third gate will now be allowed after all. She explains that from the third gate onward they will be entering the real demon realm, where the environment is harsher, the monsters are stronger, and even gods may interfere. Because of that danger, she warns them not to answer a god's voice impulsively and to consult the newly updated manual first. The trainees are unsettled when her final advice is simply not to die, which makes the danger feel much more real. Seo Gangram listens while comparing this moment to his past life, where one twin survived and the other died in the third room. Remembering that Yoon-jul died there before, he senses a life-threatening danger approaching her again within the next few days. That warning makes him decide to intervene, and he asks Yoon-jul to enter the third room with him. He also invites her twin, Yoon-byom, determined to keep both sisters alive this time. The twins are delighted that he can tell them apart when most people cannot, and Seo Gangram admits he can never confuse the few people who stayed kind to him when rumors isolated him. He reflects that although the twins share blood, their destinies are different, which is exactly why he cannot leave either one to chance. To confirm their value, he activates destiny detection and checks Yoon-byom first. Yoon-byom turns out to be primary draconic grade with a gold attribute and a ghostly grade perfect marksmanship skill that guarantees long-range hits. He then checks Yoon-jul and finds she has the same class and attribute, but her matching skill is another flawless long-range attack ability. Seo Gangnam concludes that history may not change on its own, but these twins can become far stronger if they survive together. When the third room opens, the system reveals a new objective in the Icy Valley: kill more than one of each monster type within 14 days. The moment Seo Gangnam enters, the water-heavy environment suppresses his flame-aligned destiny and cuts his stats, putting him at a disadvantage. The freezing conditions make visibility poor, but the group quickly understands that this raid is a prolonged hunt rather than a simple boss fight. They first notice adorable horned rabbits, only to learn the hard way that the harmless appearance is a trap. The rabbits suddenly turn vicious, and after killing them the group discovers they are only low insectograde monsters despite how dangerous they looked. While the twins complain about the shop's terrible interface, Seo Gangnam uses his long familiarity with it to outfit all three of them efficiently for the cold and for ranged combat. He explains his ease with the system by comparing it to a game he has effectively spent years mastering. At Yoonjul's request, he helps choose proper weapons, and the twins end up fully equipped while he anchors the team. With Yoonbyeom using a gun and Yoonjul using a bow, their hunting efficiency rises sharply because they are finally fighting with weapons that suit them. Seo Gangnam remembers that in his past life Yoonbyeom became the greatest sniper, and he now sees that Yoonjul might have reached the same heights if she had lived. Watching them fight side by side, he realizes the twins may become even stronger together than either destiny once suggested. Seo Gangnam's plan for the third room begins to take shape as he turns a doomed future into a coordinated hunt built around keeping both sisters alive. The fire frog's egg sac first seemed like a minor find, but it had actually marked the start of Seo Gangnam's wider strategy of baiting, planting, and harvesting resources. His failed prayer for a higher grade item teaches him that brute luck will not save him, so he starts relying even more on preparation and manipulation. Cheongunam's survival creates a new threat, but Seo Gangnam turns even that into an advantage by letting other people misjudge him. By hiding his true destiny behind a protection charm, he ensures that anyone reading him will underestimate both his rank and his intentions. Cheongunam mistakes that partial truth for complete victory and unknowingly helps redirect suspicion away from Seo Gangnam's real capabilities. Dok Gojin also falls for the false impression, which gives Seo Gangnam room to move while stronger players focus on the wrong rival. The agency's investigation into the broken barrier proves that Seo Gangnam's interference has already begun reshaping the training grounds themselves. What looked like an accident in the Crystal Cave is actually another sign that the old script of events is no longer holding. That instability forces the supervisors to reconsider the third gate, showing that Seo Gangnam's actions are now affecting institutional decisions as well as personal fates. Even after the delay, the agency cannot avoid opening the third gate, but they do so with fear and stricter rules rather than confidence. A Navi's warning about gods in the manual reveals that the third room is not just more dangerous but governed by stranger rules than the earlier gates. Seo Gangnam immediately understands that survival there will depend as much on judgment and information as on raw strength. His choice to recruit the twins is therefore not sentimental alone, but a deliberate move to build a party whose talents can cover his elemental disadvantage. The death warning tied to Yoonjul makes that choice urgent, because this is one future he refuses to let repeat. The twins' trust in him also matters, since they are among the few people who never abandoned him when rumors poisoned his name. That loyalty gives Seo Gangnam something rare in this timeline: allies he can protect without doubting their motives. By reading their destinies, he confirms that both sisters are exceptional long-range talents whose futures were previously split by survival rather than ability. He realizes that saving Yoonjul is not preserving a weak link, but recovering a talent that history simply lost too early. The third room's water dominance immediately punishes Seo Gangnam, reminding him that knowledge alone cannot erase unfavorable fate. Instead of forcing himself into the center, he adapts by turning the twins into the team's main damage dealers while he manages the broader strategy. The Ihorn rabbits prove how deceptive the new realm is, where even cute prey can become lethal if approached carelessly. Once the sisters switch to weapons that match their natural gifts, the group's pace accelerates, and the hunt becomes controlled rather than desperate. Seo Gangnam watches that improvement with the certainty that the future is already diverging from the one he remembers. Yoonbom's path toward becoming a legendary sniper is still intact, but now Yoonjul may no longer be fated to vanish before reaching her own peak. For Seo Gangnam, that possibility is proof that changing one death can change far more than one life. At the same time, Cheongunam's rise on false glory continues elsewhere, setting up a future collision between his delusions and Seo Gangnam's hidden plans. Dok Gojin's entanglement with Cheongunam also remains unresolved, leaving another dangerous thread hanging over the story. The agency may think it is merely managing trainees, but Seo Gangnam is already rearranging the board beneath them. Every purchase, planted crystal, hidden charm, and chosen ally is part of his effort to survive a world that once killed him and everyone around him. As the hunt in the Room of Ice begins in earnest, Seo Gangnam is no longer just reacting to fate, but actively rewriting who lives, who dies, and who becomes powerful. The Fire Frog's attack had nearly cornered him, but surviving that chaos gave Seo Gangnam both materials and a chance to test how much he could already bend events. His contempt for betrayal becomes clear when he leaves Cheongunam behind, showing that this version of Seo Gangnam will not rescue people who would later stab him. Yet Cheongunam's survival proves that discarded enemies can still return, often more dangerous because of the humiliation they carry. Cheongunam's obsession with being first matters more to him than truth, which makes him easy to manipulate but hard to predict. Seo Gangrim understands that kind of person well enough to let him expose himself through arrogance rather than confronting him directly. The palm reading incident also teaches Seo Gangrim that his enemies are already probing his fate, so concealment is now as important as strength. The Destiny Protection Charm becomes one of his most important purchases because it lets him control what others think they know about him. That false image of weakness spreads quickly, and Seo Gangrim allows it because being underestimated is safer than being targeted too early. Meanwhile, the agency's internal blame game reveals that the people overseeing the gates are far less prepared than they pretend. Their fear of the third gate is not caution alone but an admission that the training system is brushing up against forces they do not fully control. A Navi's formal briefing confirms that the trainees are crossing from managed exercises into a realm where the agency's authority weakens. Her warning about gods implies that choices inside the third room may invite attention from powers that can alter destiny itself. That makes Seo Gangrim's knowledge from his past life even more valuable, because he is one of the few entering with any real sense of what those warnings mean. Still, his memories are not enough to save everyone automatically, as shown by the death omen attached to Yoonjul. He therefore chooses not just to remember the future but to intervene before it hardens into reality. The twins' playful argument over being mistaken for each other hides a much darker truth for Seo Gangrim, who remembers a future where only one of them remained. By inviting both sisters into his party, he is trying to preserve a bond that fate once broke apart. Their revealed talents in marksmanship and archery also give him a practical reason to keep them close, since ranged precision can compensate for his weakened state in the ice realm. The third room's mission structure confirms that this gate rewards endurance, scouting, and versatility rather than a single burst of power. Seo Gangrim immediately adapts to that by building a team that can hunt efficiently across many encounters instead of gambling on brute force. The rabbit's sudden savagery reinforces the lesson that appearances in the demon realm are designed to mislead and punish hesitation. After that first surprise, the group settles into a rhythm, with Seo Gangrim directing and the twins executing clean kills from range. Their success with familiar weapons suggests that the right tools can unlock dormant potential faster than training alone. Seo Gangrim sees in that efficiency the outline of a future where the twins are not side characters in someone else's story but major forces in their own right. That realization strengthens his resolve to keep them alive, because he knows exactly how much the world loses when talent dies too early. At the same time, he remains aware that his own suppressed stats make him vulnerable if the environment or the monsters shift further against him. So while the twins celebrate small victories, Seo Gangrim keeps thinking several steps ahead, measuring threats that have not yet appeared. His calm in the snow is not comfort but calculation, as he balances immediate hunting goals against the larger futures tied to each companion. The contrast between the agency's public instructions and Seo Gangrim's private knowledge shows how much of this raid depends on information the others do not have. For everyone else, the third room is a dangerous new test, but for Seo Gangrim it is also a battlefield against the timeline itself. Each monster killed with the twins at his side is another small proof that the doomed version of events can be resisted. Cheongunam may believe he has already surpassed Seo Gangrim, but Seo Gangrim is playing for a far larger victory than public recognition. He is building hidden advantages, preserving key lives, and letting his enemies walk into the futures they deserve. The agency's suspicion of him grows, but so does his ability to move beneath that suspicion without revealing his full hand. Dok Gojin's attention drifting toward Cheongunam gives Seo Gangrim exactly the breathing room he needs to strengthen his own side. That breathing room is temporary, however, because tangled destinies rarely stay quiet for long. The third room therefore becomes more than a hunt for monster types. It is the place where Seo Gangrim starts assembling the people who might survive the future with him. Yoonbom's sniper path and Yoonjul's lost potential now stand side by side, no longer separated by death. Seo Gangrim recognizes that if he can keep them both alive, he may gain not just allies but a pair of talents powerful enough to alter later battles entirely. That possibility makes this icy beginning one of the most important divergences from his past life so far. Even the twins' light-hearted trust in him matters, because it gives the story a rare moment where Seo Gangrim is not isolated but quietly relied upon. He accepts that role without saying much, choosing action over explanation as usual. The hunt continues under the snow, but beneath it Seo Gangrim is already laying the groundwork for a different future. He has turned a failed prayer, a broken barrier, a false rival, and a postponed gate into opportunities instead of setbacks. That is the real progression here. Seo Gangrim is learning how to weaponize every twist of fate, whether it comes from monsters, people, or the system itself. The Room of Ice is only the next stage of that process, where his memories, the twins' talents, and the realm's dangers begin to combine into a new path. For now, the group's momentum rises as the twins prove their worth and Seo Gangrim confirms that saving them was the right choice. But his thoughts never leave the larger stakes, because he knows the demon realm always punishes anyone who mistakes an early success for safety. So while the others focus on the current hunt, Seo Gangrim keeps watching for the future's next attempt to reclaim the deaths he is trying to erase. And as the twins fight beside him in the snow, he quietly commits to a new outcome in which either of them is sacrificed to the story again. In his previous life, Yoon Byung was broken by Yoon Jul's death and lost the ability to be happy. He threw himself into hunting monsters as if vengeance were the only thing left to him. That obsession made him powerful enough to be recruited into the Sura sect, one of the 5 great sects. Even after gaining status and strength, Byung remained empty. Remembering that both Byung and Jul were meant for great futures, Seo Gangnam resolved to change what had happened before. He decided that this time Yoon Jul had to survive for Yoon Bom's sake. To make that happen, he planned to help the siblings enter the Flying Tiger sect. He knew that if history changed, the Flying Tiger sect members Bomb once killed would remain alive. So Gangnam promised himself he would keep a close watch on Yoon Jul during the raid. But in the middle of the snowy hunt, he suddenly realized Jul was gone. As panic set in, he searched the battlefield and demanded to know where she had disappeared to. He and Yoon Byung ran through the forest calling for her, certain something had gone wrong. Gangnam kept shouting her name, refusing to let the trail go cold. Byung tried to make sense of it, but Gangnam insisted he had heard a scream nearby. Even when Byung doubted it, Gangnam remained convinced and pushed them onward. Their search paid off when Jul's voice called out from somewhere below. They found that the ground had collapsed and trapped Jul with another person in a pit. Gangnam jumped down to check on her, and she said she was safe but the other victim was not. Seeing the man below, Gangnam recognized him. The injured stranger turned out to be Cheon Gu-nam. Gangnam immediately understood that this was the same teammate who had once been Seo Gangnam. Even so, he only offered help with obvious reluctance. Cheon Gu-nam rejected that help out of pride and hostility. Gangnam ignored the attitude and focused on getting Jul out of there first. As they carried Gu-nam along, Jul repeated his claim that a monster's attack had paralyzed his legs. Gangnam identified it as the rabbit's paralysis effect and judged that it would wear off on its own. Jul innocently pointed out that rabbits were the weakest monsters there, which only humiliated Gu-nam further. Burning with resentment, Gu-nam decided Gangnam needed to be repaid with shame. He convinced himself that bad people deserved punishment and fixed Gangnam in his sights. When Gangnam looked at him, Gu-nam demanded to know who this person really was. Back on the surface, Gangnam urged everyone to return before nightfall made the room more dangerous. Jul wanted to keep going because she had grown stronger, but Gangnam told her there was no need to rush on the first day. He suggested they stay together until they cleared the room, and Jul happily agreed. Then Gangnam heard a familiar voice and realized something was off. The voice triggered a sudden recognition in him. He sent the others back to the lobby and lied that he had forgotten something so he could investigate alone. Elsewhere in the room, another group was being surrounded by monsters. The threat closing in on them was far more serious than they could handle. A swordswoman named Shinso tried to steady the terrified group and take command, but the monsters kept pressing in, and her confidence started to crack. She threw up a defensive technique called tree leaf method to shield the others. Even with that barrier, she was forced into a desperate close fight. Her technique bought time by protecting the group, but not enough to end the danger. Realizing they would be overwhelmed later if she hesitated now, So resolved to kill as many as possible immediately. She charged into the pack and took a brutal hit in the process. Badly wounded, she wished for just one more person who could fight beside her. At that moment, Gangnam invested his accomplishment stats into flame manipulation. The ability advanced, and he entered the fight with newly strengthened fire power. Soa was stunned when Gangnam suddenly appeared and cut into the monsters around her. He swept through the pack with blazing sword strikes and turned the tide at once. His attacks carved through the monsters with overwhelming force. Soa followed his lead and drove her blade down into another beast. With the battle ending almost instantly, she thanked Gangnam for saving them. Gangnam answered with silence, still measuring her. Back in the lobby afterward, he confronted her over why she had not run when the situation was hopeless. The others were uneasy under his criticism, but he stayed cold. He told Soa she should have recognized that the fight was unwinnable for her. In his view, retreating was the correct choice when survival was still possible. Soa pushed back, insisting he was only calling her weak because he had gotten lucky. Gangnam answered by forcing her to imagine the consequences if the monsters had hidden abilities or if no one had come to help. He remembered the kind of meaningless death he had seen before and refused to accept it happening again. That conviction hardened into a rule that such pointless deaths must be prevented. He demanded to know whether she truly meant to die protecting others and told her that only the strong can save people. As he left, he warned her not to forget that lesson. He added one last warning that lowering her guard in the demon realm would only get her killed. The others thought he had been unnecessarily harsh and misunderstood his intent. Soa, however, began to see past his rough words. She realized he had scolded her because he was worried about her and because he had still come to help. To her, his cruelty was only a mask over a deeply caring nature. She called after him before he could disappear completely. When she thanked him for worrying about her, he was caught off guard. All he could do was let out a weary sigh. Soon after, the third gate room of ice was officially cleared by Dok Gojun before Gangram's group could claim it. Gangram and the others had nearly finished as well, but they had lost the race. The system confirmed that the room of ice had already been cleared. Jul was disappointed they had missed it by so little, even though she had also just finished her own part. Gangnam decided to stay with the siblings until they were done too instead of leaving immediately. Privately, he reasoned that once a room was cleared no one would return, which would let him come back later alone. What he truly wanted was the hidden reward for hunting 11 different monster types. While Joel cheerfully competed with BOM over kills, Gangnam worried that the raid was progressing faster than it had in his previous life. To investigate the change, he activated Destiny Detection. The warning he received said that death and the fate called Death by White Tiger were nearby, but not necessarily tied to Joel alone. He then saw that the worst possible fate was gathering around Cheon Gunam. Remembering that connection, Gangnam decided it would be dangerous to get involved with Gunam again. For a moment he even considered killing him first and ending the problem early. Instead, he told the siblings to keep hunting together while he checked a nearby hill alone. He reassured himself that they should be safe as long as they stayed together. Before long, Cheon Gunam found him and announced that he had been looking for him. Gunam revealed an ice power and claimed he had come to repay the humiliation from before. He made it clear that this was revenge for the shame Gangnam had caused him. Gangnam immediately realized Gunam had gained a dangerous new ability. Gunam boasted that, as the main character, he could hear the voice of a god. He prepared to show Gangnam the divine power he had received. With that power, he attacked using ice and proudly declared it the strength of a god, confirming Gangnam's suspicion. Gangnam recalled the warning that gods watch over raids in the demon realm. He used Destiny Detection again and understood that Gunam had been possessed by a god. The system identified Gunam as chosen by the god called Little Guest of the Plague, and Gunam reveled in being selected. Gangnam remembered that people partnered with gods are known as shamans. Such people gain possession-based powers, and Gunam had just become one of them. The possession amplified his ice abilities and made him far more dangerous. Gangnam judged that the god was low rank, but still noted that Gunam's mana and arsenal had clearly grown. He learned the new ability was Smallpox, which infects whatever it strikes while active. That meant even touching the attack could infect him, making the fight far more troublesome. Gangnam decided his first priority had to be draining Gunam's mana. He answered with sweeping fire attacks that forced Gunam to keep spending power to defend and pursue. The clash set the snowy forest ablaze. Gunam chased him through the flames, convinced divine punishment would follow Gangnam anywhere he ran. His power drove a herd of snow pigs into a frenzy and sent them stampeding through the burning woods. Yoon Byum saw the chaos and shouted for Gangnam to stop before it got worse. Gunam only screamed at the beasts to keep moving. One of the monsters struck him in the confusion, showing he had lost control of the situation. Gangnam took advantage of the opening and wounded him badly. As Gunam collapsed, an unseen observer mocked him for being a god-possessed human who was still weak. The hidden voice sneered that such weakness suited a low-class god. Gangnam realized this was not Cheowin's voice and understood that other gods might be watching him too. Before he could react further, Gunam was suddenly impaled from behind by an unseen attack. The observer casually declared that Gunam had lost and begged young Master Cheowin for help as if reporting the result. Gangnam recognized the dying man and addressed him directly. A cold voice then asked Gangnam whether his revenge was finally satisfied. Gangnam pinned the wounded Gunam and accused him of stalking him because he already knew the risks. At that moment, Yoon Byum and Jul came running toward the battlefield, calling for Gangnam. Hearing them, Gangnam stopped short of killing Gunam and told him he was lucky. He warned that next time he would kill him for real and ordered him to get himself together. Then Jul rushed in with urgent news despite Gangnam's earlier order to stay back. She reported that a herd of snow pigs had charged through and swept Yoon Byum away. Gangnam was stunned by how suddenly Bomb had vanished. That shock dragged up old words about his cursed destiny being soaked in evil energy. He remembered how people once whispered that anyone near Seo Gangnam got hurt. Those memories merged with the fear that wherever he went, someone died, and now Jul was clinging to him in panic. He blamed himself again and rejected the idea that he could ever save anyone. Even so, he immediately decided he would find Byum. Jul refused to be left behind and ran after him. Gangnam told Yoon Byum to go back, only to realize too late that he was speaking to Jul instead. She insisted on coming with him no matter what. Gangnam tried to stop her, afraid that she would be in danger too. Jul reminded him that he himself had said no one should go around alone. She asked how she could return by herself while Bomb might be in danger. Unable to refuse outright, Gangnam said he would send her back if it became dark or too dangerous. As they searched, he admitted to himself that he never learned how Jul died in his previous life. But if Byum was in danger now, this place might be where it all began. They reached an eerie area with no monsters in sight. Gangnam recognized that silence as the sign of a predator's territory, a place weaker monsters would never enter. When Jul heard a strange sound, Gangnam immediately pulled her toward cover. Hidden behind the rocks, they watched something massive move nearby. The creature revealed itself as a yeti, a powerful human-like monster that appears on snowy days to challenge stronger opponents. The sight of it made Gangnam tense at once. Then he found Yoon-jul collapsed nearby and called out to her in alarm. Before he could reach her safely, she suddenly turned with a gun in hand and eyes glowing with unnatural power. The yeti also noticed the disturbance and focused on them. Gangnam pulled Jul into his arms and retreated behind cover as the monster closed in. With danger pressing from all sides, he prepared to use destiny's stealing as a last resort. A system warning confirms that no one nearby has died yet, leaving a narrow chance to change what is about to happen. Seo Gangnam realizes they cannot fight immediately because doing so would put the unconscious Yoon-jul in even greater danger. He judges that the creature is carrying Jul back to its nest, while other snow beasts block the far side and make a direct attack even worse. So he decides they must wait until the monster sets Jul down before making any move. When Yoon Byum asks if they should strike then, Gangnam rejects the idea and insists they avoid a head-on battle altogether. They spot the nest below, confirming where the monster is taking its captive. Gangnam hands Byum a flare gun and orders her to lure the monster away the moment Jul is released, then keep running for the entrance while firing. He makes her promise not to fight under any circumstances, and takes responsibility for retrieving Jul himself. Trusting Bomb's speed and the terrain advantage, Gangnam commits to the split plan and sends her into position. Bomb steadies herself with the flare gun while Gangnam drops toward the nest below. She fires the flare high into the sky, creating the distraction exactly as planned. The Yeti notices the sudden light and turns its attention toward the new target. Drawn by the flare, it abandons the nest and charges after Byum. Byum runs without looking back, following Gangram's order to survive rather than fight. With the monster gone, Gangram reaches the nest and finds Yoon-jul badly injured and collapsed in blood. He desperately tries to wake Jul, but gets no response. Gangram realizes Jul is unconscious and too unstable to treat on the spot. He decides the only option is to carry Jul back to the lobby alive. As he prepares to leave, a new threat makes him stop. Another Yeti appears, and Gangram understands too late that there was more than one guarding the area. The second monster locks onto him with murderous intent. Burdened with Jul in his arms, Gangram braces for a hopeless fight and bitterly curses his luck. Far away, Byum keeps firing to hold the first Yeti's attention and buy him time. But the first monster slows, growls, and begins to lose interest in the bait. Byum is horrified when it suddenly turns away from her instead of continuing the chase. She panics and shouts after it, trying to force it back onto her trail with more shots. Realizing the plan is failing, she begs it to come back and keep chasing her. The first Yeti ignores her and returns to the nest with the second. Back at the nest, Gangram sees both monsters converging and knows fate is closing in exactly as he feared. He ignites fire around his feet and sword, choosing speed over retreat. Using the burst of flame, he launches himself forward while carrying Jul and narrowly avoids a crushing strike. He rockets upward past one Yeti's attack, escaping by a hair. Even in mid-flight, he stays alert for the next opening. One of the Yetis leaps after him, refusing to let him escape with Jul. The two monsters close in from different angles, trying to trap him in the air. Gangram realizes he is about to be boxed in. He twists through their attacks and redirects himself toward the nest instead of away from it. Remembering that he came here to hunt anyway, he slams his burning hand into the nest and turns the monster's home into a weapon. The dry nest catches fire at once, and the blaze spreads fast beneath the unconscious Jul. Gangram tells Jul to hold on a little longer as he commits to burning the nest and the monsters with it. He coldly decides he will kill both Yetis before leaving this place. Enraged by the fire, the two monsters charge together. Gangram draws his sword and advances to meet them in front of the burning nest. Watching their movement, he suddenly understands how to turn the terrain against them. That realization gives him a grim confidence that this desperate gamble can work. He baits both Yetis into a straight rush toward him. As he moves, a system notice records his agility increasing, showing that the fight itself is sharpening him. He slides low beneath a sweeping blow, and cuts through the ice under the monster's feet. The frozen ground fractures and begins to give way beneath their weight. One Yeti crashes down hard as the ice breaks open. Gangram keeps moving while the larger monster slams after him, trying to crush him before the trap fully opens. At the last instant, he plants a hand on the beast to vault over it. He flips across its body with his flaming sword, using the monster itself as a stepping stone. One Yeti roars as the collapsing ice pulls it off balance, while the other is already too committed to stop. Gangram drives his blade down in passing and forces both monsters deeper into the break. The two Yetis tumble together, as the ice shelf collapses beneath them. One of them realizes too late that it has been outplayed. Their combined weight shatters the frozen floor completely and sends them plunging into the chasm. Both monsters disappear into the abyss below, unable to climb back out. A system message confirms that Gangram has killed the tertiary demonic-grade Yeti. Relief hits him at once, and he recalls that unstable snow and ice terrain in the demon realm can collapse exactly like this. He explains that Jul fell into such a weak area, and that same weakness trapped the Yetis for good. With the second monster stranded below, Gangram believes the immediate danger is finally over. But the trapped Yeti lashes out from beneath the ice and smashes upward in a last desperate attack. Gangram is caught off guard as the ground under him gives way too. He falls into the collapsing pit, only to be caught by a sudden mass of living vines. The vines form a bridge and stop his fall, revealing unexpected help. A woman named Shinsu arrives just in time, scolding him for dropping his guard in a place where one mistake means death. Gangram, still shaken, thanks her sincerely for saving him. She tells him to thank Yoon Byum instead, because Byum was the one who came to find her. As Sua starts pulling him up, Gangnam asks to be set down first because he needs to check on Jul immediately. Yoon Byeom rushes to Jul's side in panic, begging him to wake up. Jul lies motionless, making the worst outcome seem possible. Gangnam climbs up beside them and fears they may still have been too late. That fear turns into anger at the idea that people might truly be unable to resist the destinies forced on them. Sua notices his despair and tries to steady the moment. Then Jul stirs weakly and complains about the cold, proving he is still alive. The others gather around him in stunned relief as he slowly regains awareness. A system alert announces that the death fate hanging over Yoon Jul has dissipated because he survived. Another message follows immediately, declaring that a fixed destiny has changed. Gangnam stares in shock as the system confirms that destiny change has activated. His own destiny class is upgraded from tertiary insectal grade to secondary insectal grade as a reward for altering fate. The system updates his status, now listing him at the higher class with the fire attribute. His abilities remain the same in kind, but his flame manipulation rises with his upgraded class. Gangnam can barely believe it, because he thought destiny classes were absolute and unchangeable, even as Bomb celebrates Jul's survival. Jul, still weak, quietly thanks Gangnam for saving him. Gangnam accepts the gratitude while still processing the impossible change in his own fate. He pushes the bigger questions aside for later and focuses on the wounded pair recovering in front of him. For him, the only thing that matters in that moment is not the system reward but the fact that they survived. He admits to himself that Jul being alive is the real relief. Elsewhere in the frozen field, another boy crawls alone through the snow, still alive after the chaos. Panicking, he hears a sinister inner voice offering help while he desperately searches for a way out. In his fear and pain, he rages at the god he blames for cursing Gangnam with a disease and ruining everything. The unseen voice warns him that he has just crossed a line. Before he can understand what that means, he hears someone calling for young Master Cheolwon. He turns toward the voice and recognizes the person approaching. The newcomer is Dok Gojin, a man the boy clearly knows and trusts. The injured boy immediately lies, claiming Seo Gangnam attacked him and forced him to flee. He pushes the lie further by insisting Gangnam must be the named villain and begging Gojin to help him defeat that enemy together. Gojin coolly tears apart the fantasy, pointing out that someone who lost so badly cannot be the story's chosen hero. He adds that if the boy truly were the main character, he would not have needed Gangnam to hide his strength for him, and dismisses him as a pretender. Terrified of being abandoned, the boy instantly changes his tune and begs for help instead of insisting on his special role. Gojin pauses, amused by how quickly that pride collapses. The boy fully renounces his claim to being the main character and pleads shamelessly for rescue. Gojin answers with contempt, saying there is no reason to save a mere extra if he is not the protagonist after all. He walks away while the boy screams after him in desperation, but another threat is already closing in. The boy's cries echo uselessly through the snowy mountains. The scene shifts to Gangnam cutting through lesser monsters elsewhere, showing that he is still fighting his way forward. He tears through the swarm with overwhelming force, leaving no room for them to surround him. His sword carves a blazing circle that clears the battlefield around him. When Yoon Byeom calls out to him, Gangnam signals that the fight is over and they can move on. Byeom immediately boasts that she did all the work, teasing Jul for only supporting from the back. Gangnam starts to object, ready to point out how little of that claim is true, but something suddenly catches his attention before he can finish. He shouts for the others to duck as a deadly blue slash tears toward them from nowhere. A long-haired swordswoman appears and identifies Gangnam as her target. She offers to spare everyone else if they hand Seo Gangnam over to her. Byeom and Jul reject the demand at once and move to protect him instead. They call out to each other and to Gangnam as the confrontation explodes into motion. Before anyone can react properly, a monster grabs the injured boy from behind and cuts off his cry. A blinding attack follows immediately, too fast for him to resist. The strike turns the area into a blood-soaked killing field, wiping out the helpless boy and everyone around him in an instant. Gangnam is hit by a horrifying vision in which his companions died because he was part of their lives at all. The nightmare accuses him of failing to save them and of bringing ruin to the Flying Tiger sect. The voices force him to confront the possibility that he himself is the cause of their deaths. The accusation becomes absolute, telling him that he killed them. He jolts awake in the present, water running in the sink as the vision breaks. Standing over the basin, he tells himself it was only a dream. But he immediately rejects that comfort and vows that future will never be allowed to happen. He wonders if the dream was really a warning because the fatal future is drawing too close. The system confirms his fear by announcing that Yoon Byeom and Yoon Jul now see him as a savior, meaning their fates are beginning to intertwine with his. That notice convinces him he must create distance before those bonds drag them into danger. When Jul asks if he hates them, the question exposes how much his withdrawal has already hurt them. Gangnam avoids the real reason and only says he has things to do, even as they tried to keep him involved. Privately, he is relieved they have grown closer to Shinsua, because that gives them someone kind to rely on besides him. He shuts the door on them anyway, choosing separation over honesty. Left outside, the siblings notice that Gangnam has been distancing himself ever since that day, though they assume he must have a reason. Later, Sua finds the twins brooding over his absence. Rather than dwell on Gangnam, She leads them onward and tells them to clear the next room on their own. They enter a new forest stage, surprised by the sudden change from snow and ice to greenery. A mission notice explains that they must hunt monsters and collect 1,000 spirit pearls in the knife-sharp forest maze. The twins are excited by the fresh environment and the easier air, at least at first. So it quickly warns them that something dangerous is approaching, and they prepare for an attack. She stops them from looking for a monster and reveals that the forest itself is the threat in this room. A system explanation clarifies that the Sword Forest room is an endless demon realm made entirely of forest. It further reveals that the terrain loops endlessly, so reaching one end only returns travelers to the other. A close look at the leaves hints that even the plants themselves are unnaturally sharp and hostile. Seeing the requirement of 1,000 spirit pearls, Sua realizes this trial will take time and decides they should scout carefully first. The twins bicker lightly about sticking together, but both still cling to Gangram's last instruction not to split up. Even while moving forward without him, they quietly admit it would have been better if Gangram had come with them. Seo Gangram recalls a harsh lesson from a blunt but sincere man who insisted that protecting others is a duty only the strong can bear. Remembering that, he decides the man's cruelty was really a rough way of pushing people to survive and become stronger. His thoughts break when he senses that something is nearby in the forest. While his companions call for Yunjul to stop, Gangram turns toward the disturbance instead of backing away. Joel notices his sudden reaction and realizes he has found something first. Later, back in his room, Gangram grimaces at the strange egg he brought back. The egg proves even more grotesque than rumors suggested when it opens a toothy maw. He confirms from the system that the unknown egg's future form depends entirely on what it is fed before hatching. Since it was a reward for killing the Yishas, he understands he can deliberately shape what kind of creature will emerge from it. He already has a target form in mind, so he starts preparing the egg's diet carefully rather than feeding it at random. But the egg is only one of the gains he made from the last realm. He remembers defeating a tertiary ghostly grade Yeti in the Room of Ice. After the kill, he activates Destiny Stealing to take what he can from the monster's fate. The theft gives him the Yeti's fighting instinct, and more importantly, the water attribute. Realizing that is exactly what he needs, he orders his own attribute to change. The system accepts the change and rewrites Seo Gangram's attribute to water. Because water overcomes fire, the elemental disadvantage that had been suppressing him is lifted. His weakened stats immediately return to normal, confirming the switch solved a major problem. His status is updated, and he is now officially a water attribute fighter. He reflects that he had wasted money in the ice realm buying water-resistant food instead of proper weapons, but now he can steal attributes when needed. Planning ahead, he decides to buy weapons in the next realm and switch back to flame there if it suits him better. He enters the next demon realm, the Room of Sword Forest, hoping it will be less dull than the last one. The moment he arrives, unseen beings mock the new entrance as weak, and Gangram coolly notes that watching novices grow can still be entertaining. He immediately notices the hidden voices, disables communication settings, and confirms that something in the realm is observing him. Instead of panicking, he tries to identify the watchers and even tests whether he can cut the connection himself. The system blocks him, warning that he lacks the spiritual power to sever the link. His refusal to be intimidated earns the hidden observer's approval, and it openly asks whether he wants to be possessed. The offer is revealed to come from the guardian of the Sword Forest, the territorial god of this realm. Gangram recognizes what that means and opens the shop instead of answering immediately. He recalls that territorial gods rule specific demon realms and can lend overwhelming power within their own territory. Such a possession could make him stronger than anyone else inside this forest. But he also knows that power becomes worthless the moment he leaves the god's domain. Since the Sword Forest is notorious as a maze, he decides a map will help more than temporary borrowed strength and buys one. Using the map, he gains the first outline of the realm and a reliable way to navigate it himself. The map marks only the entrance for now, but he understands it will fill in as he explores. He also realizes there are multiple entrances, which means different trainee groups are likely being funneled into different sectors. From what he knows of the training system, later rooms mix areas together once casualties begin, and the map updates his current gate as the Area 2 entrance. When the god keeps trying to tempt him with help finding what he seeks, Gangram concludes the organizers are probably controlling entry numbers to force trainees into conflict. He flatly refuses the possession again, making it clear he will not rely on the god. That refusal triggers intervention from another deity, the Master of All Flames, who uses an item to broadcast his opinion. For 10 minutes, the fire god's messages are amplified so Gangram cannot ignore them. The fire god strongly urges him to accept the Sword Forest Guardian's possession. He even boasts that the other gods currently connected are insignificant compared with him. Then he sweetens the offer by promising that a flame attribute human like Gangram could become far stronger through this arrangement. Gangram admits that is tempting, especially because his current class is still low, but he remains unconvinced. He keeps walking and refuses again, even as the fire god insists this is a rare opportunity. The god does not let up and continues watching him closely. Gangram cuts through the forest's insect monsters as he advances. He kills them efficiently, using the realm as a hunting ground rather than a threat. After collecting more spirit pearls, he checks his count and sees he still needs 1,000 insectograde pearls. He reviews the exchange rates and realizes stronger monsters and ghosts can reduce the number of kills needed. Remembering how many mantises he had to grind through in his previous life, he decides to avoid repeating that inefficient route. Since each ghost is worth 10 insect pearls, he chooses to head deeper where the more valuable prey should appear. That plan changes when he notices signs of a trap hidden in the path. The presence of blood among the mantis remains tells him this trap was not just for monsters. He immediately suspects the masked murderer from his past life may already be active here. He remembers that in his previous life he was targeted in this realm by a masked killer. Shinsuke happened to be nearby and intervened to save him. She paid for that rescue by losing an eye, a debt Gangnam has never forgotten. The killer escaped afterward, and Gangnam now runs toward the place where Shinsuke's group and Doke Gojin should be. Following the blood trail, he becomes convinced the danger is unfolding again. He arrives to find Yoonjul collapsed on the ground while several trainees surround him. One boy is already trying to treat Jul with medicine. Seeing Jul unconscious instantly overlaps with Gangram's old trauma and pushes him toward violence. He lunges in with his sword before anyone can explain. The healer recalls and urgently warns him away from Jul. Elsewhere, the supervisors notice that another trainee from the Room of Ice still has not returned. The blonde official coldly assumes the missing trainee is dead and dismisses the loss. And Avi wants to search for him, unwilling to accept that conclusion so easily. The official refuses, insisting they are forbidden from interfering in demon realms. He reminds her that every trainee agreed in advance to the risk of death. He then shifts the discussion to competition, announcing that someone from Area 1 has already cleared the next room. That news stings the others, who immediately frame it as a rivalry they cannot afford to lose. A colleague chastises Anavi for being shaken by a single death when she already knew casualties were inevitable. Anavi admits her unease is not only grief but something else she has discovered. While organizing files, she had been checking trainee records from the other areas. One record revealed that a trainee carried a past life sentence for serial murder. The implication horrifies her. A serial killer is hidden among the trainees. Back in the forest, Gangram keeps his sword leveled at the group and orders them away from Jul. To avoid killing an innocent, he activates destiny detection while forcing himself to listen. The blue-haired boy identifies himself as Nam Yujin and explains they are healing Jul with an antidote bought from the shop. Gangram checks the group's classes and sees a mix of humanly, ghostly, and other grades, but nothing immediately proves guilt. Jul remains unconscious, making the situation feel even more dangerous. Gangram confirms through the system that Jul is poisoned with fever and paralysis, so the antidote's story is at least plausible. Even so, he refuses to trust them and decides he must take Jul away himself. Before the standoff can escalate, Shinsuke and two others arrive and recognize Gangram. Jul quickly tells him these people are not enemies, trying to stop him from making a mistake. Gangram demands a full explanation before lowering his guard. One of the newcomers steps forward and offers to explain everything. Ju Hyeyoung says Jul accidentally triggered traps they had set for monsters and apologizes because they did not know trainees from another area were nearby. She adds that they already removed the traps from his area, and Gangram's detection reveals her ability as trap setter, which fits her story. That resemblance to the masked killer's methods unsettles him, and he quietly notes that Shinsuke appears to be the strongest member of the group. Nam Yujin's invisibility-based stealthy one ability makes him look more suspicious on paper, but Gangram judges him too weak to be the killer he remembers. With no proof and Jul needing help, he decides not to attack, though he keeps his distance from the entire group. He outwardly accepts the explanation, while inwardly resolving to stay wary of everyone. Once the treatment is finished, he insists on taking Jul with him. As Shinsuke's group withdraws, Gangram thinks it is safer not to travel alongside trainees from Area 4, whether or not they are innocent. Night falls quickly, and the trainees settle into a temporary camp in the forest. Jul, recovering, admits he has never slept outdoors before. The others tease him for being timid, but the mood around the fire turns unexpectedly light. Their teasing continues in a familiar, almost sibling-like rhythm. Someone tosses a monster-repelling item into the fire to keep the camp safer through the night. When Gangram asks about it, they explain it is a shop item meant to drive monsters away. The twins are impressed by how much Gangram knows and how capable he seems. One of them abruptly asks if she can become his student. The request catches him completely off guard. The other twin immediately demands the same privilege, and the two start competing for his approval. Their rivalry escalates into bickering over who is stronger and who stole more kills, while Gangram can only laugh at the chaos. He tries to calm them by insisting he has no intention of teaching anyone, but their question about why he involved himself with them strikes a nerve and drags up old feelings. Gangram is visibly shaken by the memory behind his impulsive rescue. Shinsuke notices his sudden change in mood and calls his name. Rather than answer honestly, he decides he needs distance from the group. He tells them he will sleep elsewhere and asks them not to wait for him. After he leaves, Shinsuke and the twins watch him go, puzzled by his retreat. Alone, Gangram berates himself for getting emotionally entangled when he had meant to stay detached. To distract himself, he turns back to practical matters and checks on the egg again. Assuming it is hungry, he tries feeding it plant matter. The egg rejects the offering outright. Its reaction makes clear it is not going to accept just anything. The system bluntly informs him that the egg wants meat and is willing to starve until it gets it. Resigned, he offers it meat instead and orders it to eat. The egg finally responds, but its growth barely rises, proving it will take a great deal more feeding to hatch. While he watches the camp from a tree, the hidden gods tease him for returning and mock his concern for his companions as obvious affection. Their chatter grows so annoying that he decides to shut off the communication entirely. Even after cutting them off, he admits to himself that he is irritated because they are right about his push and pull behavior. From below, the twins continue fussing over Jewel while Shinsuke quietly observes, and the scene reminds Gangnam of the lively group he once belonged to. The god's last advice lingers in his mind: reflection alone means nothing without action. He remembers how he used to bicker with Yu Harang in the Flying Tiger sect while Shinsuke simply smiled at them. That memory of Sua's calm warmth makes the present camp feel painfully familiar. He recalls the ordinary closeness they once shared before everything was lost. Watching this new version of that group, he realizes the Flying Tiger sect may become lively again in this life too. The thought comforts him and hurts him at the same time. Then a sweet scent suddenly cuts through the night and snaps him back to alertness. He recognizes the smell as something demonic rather than harmless. A pack of red-eyed demonic beasts is already charging toward the camp, drawn by the scent. He sees at once that the monsters are converging directly on the tents and fire. Gangnam drops from his perch to intercept them before they reach the others. Shinsuke is startled by how abruptly he reappears in front of the camp. He cuts through the air and immediately asks whether anyone has been searching around the area. Addressing Shinsuke directly, he asks if everyone left the area while he was gone. He then picks up one of the fragrant fruits lying nearby and confirms the source of the lure. The system identifies it as a demonic peach, a fruit demons love because its scent attracts them. Since there are no fruit trees nearby, Gangnam concludes someone deliberately scattered the peaches around the camp. He asks whether the culprit might have been the invisible trainee, but learns Doke Gojin passed by earlier instead. When he clarifies whether it was really Doke Gojin and not an outsider, the answer confirms it was him about an hour ago. The girls at that Doke Gojin had been glaring at them, making his visit feel even more suspicious. Gangnam realizes the likely murderer may be Doke Gojin after all, not the person he first suspected. Even without understanding the killer's motives, he points out the obvious fact that someone intentionally placed demon-attracting fruit around their camp. Shinsuke and the others finally grasp that this was a deliberate attempt to put them all in danger. Around the campfire, CEO Gangnam admits the future is uncertain, but he is sure humans have become a danger they can no longer ignore. He makes it clear that from now on they must treat humanity as a threat. As he takes charge of the demonic peaches, something hidden nearby listens in on his decision. Gangnam senses that an unseen presence was there a moment ago, and starts piecing it together. He confirms someone was watching, but the intruder vanished before he could catch them. Elsewhere in the forest, small creatures stir uneasily as the tension spreads. Nam Yujin cuts through another target without effort, continuing his routine slaughter. The killing no longer excites him, and he dismisses it as empty and dull. He broods that this world has given him no worthy rivals, allies, or enemies. To him there are no gods or heroes worth caring about, only weak demons to harvest. That emptiness leaves him questioning what role he is even meant to play in this story. He recalls others marveling that CEO Gangnam was far stronger than expected, strong enough to defeat the Yeti. The name CEO Gangnam catches Yujin's attention immediately. He remembers hearing that Gangnam cleared the ice chamber first, beat a boss Yujin never even met, and rescued someone. That memory clashes with Yujin's own experience of Gangnam losing in the Hellfire Chamber, and the contradiction starts bothering him. A darker possibility occurs to him. Maybe Gangnam deliberately pushed Cheongumin toward him as part of a plan. He takes the idea further and wonders if Gangnam is a returner who knows the future's routes and rewards. If that is true, Yujin reasons, then Gangnam may have tried to remove him just to monopolize the important gains. That theory suddenly makes every inconsistency seem to fit together. Convinced he has uncovered the truth, Yujin decides he has to find CEO Gangnam at once. While searching, Gangnam checks a map and sees that the area's discovery progress has reached 35%. He keeps moving through the forest while studying the route. The voices bound to him complain that he is wasting time searching instead of hunting, and he presses them about the person who threw the demonic peaches. They dodge the question, and Gangnam openly shows he does not believe their excuse. When they ask what he is looking for, they seem to recognize it, but refuse to explain. His prolonged search pays off as his sense stat rises sharply. With his sharpened senses, Gangnam suddenly catches the smell of human blood. He immediately activates Destiny Stealing to trace the source. The power begins searching the nearby area for the dead as Gangnam runs toward the trail. What he finds makes him freeze. A flaming blade comes down on him before he can process the scene. Gangnam barely blocks the ambush, and the attacker reveals himself to be Nam Yujin. The search result returns nothing because there are no dead left to find in the area. Yujin mocks Gangnam for drawing his sword instead of helping someone who collapsed, and Gangnam answers by calling him what he is, a murderer. The accusation lands hard enough to crack Yujin's composure. Instead of denying it, Yujin is amused that Gangnam figured him out so quickly and asks how. Gangnam coldly answers that a killer who leaves no witnesses has already told on himself, and he reads Yujin's identity and fire-based title. He also identifies Yujin's demonic power, impulse to murder, which steals stats from those he kills at the cost of karma. Realizing how much stronger Yujin has become, Gangnam understands the scale of the slaughter behind it. As their blades clash again, Gangnam demands to know how many people Yujin has killed since they last met. Yujin answers with delighted pride that Gangnam can tell he has killed many. Gangnam is disgusted that Yujin sounds pleased by that fact and asks why hunting demons was not enough. Yujin says demons were fun too, but he tried to restrain himself until a better use for his gift appeared. He explains that Lord Nako gave him a power that only activates when he murders people. To Yujin, using that power was simply too valuable to waste. He even argues that anyone with a kill-triggered power would have done the same. Gangnam rejects that excuse outright. Yujin tries to vanish from sight and reposition. Gangnam tells him that pretending anyone would make the same choice is a lie. He explains that invisibility only hides the body, not the traces a person gives off. So long as Yujin is radiating murderous intent, Gangnam says he can still be tracked. Gangnam proves it by finding and intercepting Yujin's hidden strike. Yujin is impressed that Gangnam blocked him anyway and starts enjoying the challenge. He lunges in again, thrilled by the prospect of killing someone this interesting. Yujin wonders aloud how much stronger he will become if he kills Gangnam. Pressed hard, Gangnam decides ordinary fighting will not be enough and prepares a power he has never used before. He remembers the ability he stole from the Yeti, Fighting Instinct, which boosts him more the stronger his opponent is. His focus sharpens as he commits to using it. Gangnam activates Fighting Instinct. The ability immediately recognizes Yujin as the stronger fighter. In response, Gangnam is flooded with a violent urge to fight and his body surges to close the gap. Yujin notices the sudden change and admits Gangnam has become unexpectedly strong. The shift in Gangnam's aura unsettles him. Gangnam turns Yujin's own obsession back on him, asking whether killing someone stronger is what truly excites him. He follows that taunt with a brutal counter that knocks Yujin off balance. For the first time, Gangnam starts smiling through the exchange. He presses harder, forcing Yujin to confront the kind of opponent he has been craving. Gangnam's blade finally cuts into him. Yujin is shocked that Gangnam is no longer dodging and retreating. Gangnam answers by standing his ground with overwhelming killing intent of his own. Before the duel can finish, another swordsman crashes into the scene shouting that he came to help Gangnam. Yujin instantly realizes the situation has become far more dangerous for him. Gangnam, half lost in the thrill of battle, welcomes the arrival of an even stronger pressure in the field. The newcomer's presence only heightens the chaos and excitement around Gangnam. Gangnam launches himself forward again instead of backing off. The new arrival jokes about whether this has turned into some kind of party recruitment event. Yujin, now cornered between two threats, starts panicking over what move is left to him. Gangnam tells him he has already lost the reason he once clung to his power and offers to beat him back to his senses. The silver-haired ally attacks decisively, driving Yujin away from Gangnam. Yujin is smashed backward by the blow. The attacker treats Yujin like a role he is meant to punish and starts playing along with that idea. Yujin flees, and the silver-haired man mockingly frames it as the villain escaping because the plot demands it. He checks on Gangnam as if they are already on the same side. While using recovery medicine on him, he casually calls them teammates. Gangnam refuses the idea and tells him to find someone else. The man ignores that rejection and says he likes Gangnam because everyone else is boring. He dismisses the others as faceless extras with no real stories of their own. What he wants, he says, is for the two of them to stand together as the story's true main characters. Gangnam answers that invitation with silent hostility rather than reconciliation. Seeing no place for himself there, Yujin slips away again. As he runs, he realizes he still has witnesses to erase, but now there are two powerful enemies instead of one. Then he hears his group calling for him from nearby and sees a new opportunity. He decides the answer is simple. If he cannot beat his enemies yet, he just has to grow stronger. So he emerges from hiding and pretends to be a relieved survivor rejoining his worried teammates. He lies that he found a corpse and saw another person responsible, using the story to gather everyone together. The group rushes to him in concern, completely lowering their guard. One teammate even offers immediate healing, trusting him completely. Yujin thanks them with false gratitude. Then his patience snaps. He kills the first teammate before anyone understands what is happening. Yujin unleashes impulse to murder across the group, stealing their stats as bodies fall and karma accumulates. His title, The Fear of the Alive and Dead, is satisfied by the massacre and rewards him with a blade necklace. The new item boosts his strength even further, and he revels in the increase. Drunk on the gain, he decides he can finally kill Seo Gangnam and thanks Knuckle for the gift. Even as he smiles, a trace of strain flickers beneath the confidence. Rain begins to pour over the blood-soaked clearing, and the surrounding water energy rises. Yujin curses the weather as the water starts interfering with his destiny. The rain weakens him, cutting his stats by 10%. His title reassures him that he is still safe and even suggests Gangnam should be weakened too because he supposedly shares the fire attribute. That thought calms Yujin and restores his confidence. He decides to find Gangnam before the storm grows worse. Gangnam finds him first and attacks through the rain with water-laced force. The clash sends Yujin skidding through the flooded ground. Gangnam tells him there is only one target left now. Yujin charges back in, expecting the weather to favor him. Instead, Gangnam meets him head-on and breaks his rhythm. Yujin is stunned that Gangnam is not weakened at all. Gangnam laughs at his confusion while driving him back. For the first time, Gangnam notices the edge of doubt in Yujin's face. Yujin lashes out in frustration, calling Gangnam weak even as the fight turns against him. Gangnam answers with a crushing counter from above. Yujin rages that he would have killed fewer people if he had known Gangnam was this disappointing. He keeps attacking wildly, demanding to know how Gangnam can be this weak and where his supposed teammate has gone. Gangnam blocks the assault and says wandering alone like this is exactly how Yujin invited his own death. Yujin, still grinning through the pressure, cannot understand why Gangnam looks so calm. Their swords lock as water surges between them. Gangnam overpowers the bind and forces Yujin back. A system message reveals the truth Yujin never knew. Gangnam's attribute has changed to water. With that change, the rain no longer weakens Gangnam, and his reduced stats return to normal. The storm now empowers Gangnam instead, raising his stats while the water field spreads around them. At the same time, the overlapping water energy crushes Yujin's stats by 20%. Yujin is horrified that only he is being crippled by the rain. He protests that Knuckle told him Gangnam was fire-aligned too. Gangnam asks whether that lie also came from Knuckle, exposing how badly Yujin has been manipulated. His title warns him not to trust Yujin's words, keeping Gangnam focused. The same title confirms that even under attribute restriction, Nam Yujin is still stronger than Gangnam, a fact that surprises him. Gangnam accepts that reality without flinching. He tells Yujin that whatever trick changed his attribute does not matter, because the fight is no longer about hidden advantages. Using the terrain and timing, Gangnam shatters Yujin's footing and opens him up. Yujin finally realizes the momentum has slipped from his control. He insists he is still stronger, but Gangnam's next strike sends him flying. Yujin is launched across the clearing and smashed into a burning tree. Gangnam closes the distance before Yujin can recover. Pinning him against the charred trunk, Gangnam says the game is over and promises Yujin will not die alone. He remembers the teammates Yujin butchered. That memory hardens into a vow that Yujin will join the people he murdered. Gangnam drives a hidden blade into Yujin at close range. The knife sinks deep, turning the duel decisively. As Yujin stares in disbelief, Gangnam asks who is really killing whom now. Standing over him in the rain with only a broken branch crackling with power, Gangnam leaves Yujin stunned by how completely he has been beaten. Cornered in the storm, Gangnam realizes the weapon in his hand is no ordinary branch, but a true sword with hidden value. Badly hurt and out of options, he curses his situation and desperately calls for Knucklenim to save him. The answer comes back coldly that he has already waited too long. A system notice explains that the fears shared by the living and the dead has severed communication for the moment. Lightning and rain continue to rage over the forest as the crisis closes in. Gangnam steadies himself in the flooded ground, preparing to act without outside help. He reveals that he possesses another power as well, one that can only be activated through killing. He triggers the skill Destiny Stealing. With that power active, he cuts down the insect monsters attacking him. As the fight turns, he reflects that this demon realm has rewarded him far beyond what he expected. His first major gain is identified as the lightning-struck 7-branch sword, a sacred tree weapon of draconic grade. He recalls how much effort he spent searching everywhere for the right tree to make it. That search included cutting down trees throughout the area. He had even planted a lightning rod in one tree to force the result he wanted. He also stole Nam Yujin's stealth skill and equipment, and his destiny class somehow advanced as well. But before he can fully enjoy the gains, something suddenly interrupts him. A lingering hand from the dying enemy grabs at him, dragging up the weight of what he has done. The accusation hits directly. He is being confronted with the fact that he killed them. A new presence approaches before the moment can consume him. Gangnam turns as someone calls his name. A silver-haired man arrives, questions why Gangnam is slaughtering bugs again, asks about Nam Yujin, and wonders why Gangnam is away from his assigned gate. Already irritated, Gangnam points his sword at the newcomer and blames him for letting a murderer slip away. The man smoothly offers to bring that murderer to him and asks what it would take to earn Gangnam's trust. Gangnam keeps his guard up, thinking this reaction was inevitable after Cheon Gunam's death, but decides the man may still be useful as insurance. He chooses to use him for now and orders him to follow instructions. The silver-haired man agrees immediately and eagerly asks what he should do. Gangnam tells him to bring out his map, while privately noting that the man being a regressor explains why he has won. After checking the map, Gangnam identifies an exit to another region and orders the man to guard it so their target cannot flee. The man explains he came because Gangnam had gone silent for days and he wanted to see whether the mission was finished. Gangnam claims he could not find the target either and is simply finishing the mission, assuming the man ran away. The newcomer immediately rejects that excuse and says he is sure Gangnam killed him. He points to Gangram's new necklace and weapon as proof that he looted the dead man. Gangnam lies smoothly, saying the necklace was a gift from a god and the sword was just a replacement bought after his old one broke. When pressed again, he insists he truly does not know what happened to the missing man. Even while standing over him with a sword, Gangnam keeps his answer flat and unreadable. The silver-haired man abruptly softens his tone and claims he is on Gangram's side. Gangnam answers that performance with silence. He finally shuts it down, denying the accusation and warning the man to stop pretending they are friends. The man casually threatens to collect spirit pearls too, making it clear he can become a rival if needed. He then congratulates Shinsua for being the first to clear the raid, revealing that the mission has already been completed elsewhere. That news makes Gangnam pause. A system notice confirms that the required spirit pearls have reached 1,000. Gangnam adds the final pearl to the total. The system declares the Room of Sword Forest mission complete, and Gangnam accepts the result with relief. Back in the lobby, two blonde girls rush to Gangnam and beg him to accept them as apprentices. He refuses immediately. They plead harder, promising obedience and arguing that they were even blessed by gods. That mention catches Gangram's attention, and he activates destiny detection to inspect them. One girl reveals she was blessed by the girl of the moon and hunt. The other says she received bowstring imbued with sunlight, leading Gangram to identify their patrons as Artemis and Apollo. He notes that those blessings fit their attributes perfectly, but instead of accepting them, he tells them to ask their gods rather than him. The girls are baffled and ask what kind of god he himself serves. Gangram answers that he has never been blessed by any god. He explains the reason simply: no god ever offered him a blessing. One of the girls excitedly suggests he should try for Zeus, the father of gods and humanity. She starts explaining that people blessed by gods of the same faction gain synergy. Her companion hurriedly cuts her off before she reveals too much. Recovering, the talkative girl asks whether Gangram dislikes godly blessings the way Shinsua does. Gangram admits he has no intention of receiving a blessing for now, and adds that he also does not want to mentor anyone. The girls are stunned by how clearly he rejects both power and disciples. Gangram himself grows thoughtful, as if that reaction has stirred a deeper concern. He wonders privately whether there is a reason he should avoid blessings, but outwardly repeats that he is not fit to teach them. Before the conversation can continue, a disturbance erupts nearby. A priest crashes out from another room and collapses onto the floor. One of the girls points him out, and Gangram turns to look. The fallen man is recognized as someone from the first room. The girls ask if he is alright, and the priest quickly insists that he is. Gangram asks whether he still struggles to defeat monsters, and the priest admits he does. The priest confesses he is still frightened every time he faces them. Hearing that, Gangram sees an opportunity and decides the timing is perfect. He offers to help the priest with his raid. The priest is shocked that Gangram would do that for him. The girls volunteer to help too, but Gangram sends them off to hunt instead and dangles the possibility of accepting them later if they obey. They run off thrilled by even that vague promise, while the priest still worries he will only be a burden. The silver-haired regressor appears again, and Gangram internally dismisses the priest's concern because he intends to use him the way Dok Gojin once did in Gangram's previous life. Out loud, Gangram frames it as simple kindness, saying people should help each other. The priest is overwhelmed and reverently calls him child, while his status identifies him as Johann Richter, an Earth attribute healer blessed by a guardian of medics and travelers. Gangram asks if they should leave immediately, already planning how to exploit Johann's abilities. Johann's key skill is revealed as Healing Hand, a healing ability that can cure injuries, paralysis, and poison. Elsewhere, team leader Gong's subordinates notice he is unusually pleased. Gong explains that his region produced the first successful raider, and cleared the stage much faster than Region 1. He openly savors the advantage. His mood shifts when he realizes another important visitor has arrived. Seo Moon Young-yo enters to congratulate him on Region 2 producing the first successful raider. She notes that Regions 1 and 2 will face each other next, identifying herself as part of the Fate Protection Agency. She proposes a wager over which side will clear the next high difficulty level first. She specifies that the contest will be between his trainees and hers. With a confident smile, she asks which side will win. Gong accepts the challenge and asks what the stakes will be. She taunts him for hesitating, pressing his pride. Provoked, Gong boasts that his trainees are guaranteed to win and commits to the bet. Satisfied, Young-yo leaves after saying she looks forward to the result. The room falls quiet after her departure. Gong turns to his team and orders them to make sure they win. Privately, he decides he will need special measures to secure victory. Back with Gangram, he hands Johann a huge stockpile of spirit pearls, instantly pushing Johann's count to the mission requirement. Johann successfully clears the Room of Sword Forest. Johann is stunned that he managed it in only 2 days and credits Gangram for making it possible. Gangram points out that Johann also worked hard, especially by repeatedly using his healing skill. Johann dismisses his own contribution as worthless, but Gangram cuts off that self-loathing. He tells Johann that everyone only needs to fulfill their role, and that others simply have not recognized Johann's value yet. Johann is deeply moved, while Gangram cheerfully suggests they prepare for the 5th room. Johann asks whether Gangram saw a Navi Chase's message, and warns that the next room will take much longer. A Navi's notice confirms that the 5th room is opening and warns trainees to prepare for an extended stay. Gangram decides they will enter the next morning, since the first team went in 5 days earlier. The next day, they head out together. Gangram leads Johann through the portal into the new realm. Johann is immediately awed by what he sees. The 5th room looks like a beautiful seaside paradise, so unlike the demon realms they have known that Johann can hardly believe it. The system identifies it as the Room of Spoken Sins and warns that it has special conditions. Those conditions are severe. The first clearer's reward depends on difficulty, shops are restricted, and no one can leave until the raid ends. Gangnam remembers from his past life how troublesome that no exit rule was. A hidden clear condition exists for returning to the lobby, but the system refuses to reveal it. Johan guesses they may need to uncover every secret in the room, wondering if that is what the name refers to. Gangnam corrects him and says the title means something far more literal and dangerous. He explains that in this place, spoken sins lead to having one's tongue torn out. Knowing they may be trapped for a long time, Gangnam immediately sets up camp with a tent, lantern, and fire. Johan is amazed by how prepared he is. Gangnam is relieved that buying camping gear beforehand was the right decision, since it means they will not need to retreat for basic survival. He tells Johan to stay at camp while he scouts the area. After Johan adds a monster-repelling scent to the fire, Gangnam notes that shelter has been secured. He decides the next priority is finding food. While scouting, he discovers an orchard-like area full of fruit and immediately senses that it feels unnaturally artificial. He also sees that monsters are guarding the fruit. Elsewhere, another group realizes starvation may become the real threat, and one man suggests seeking help from Shinso's camp. Their leader explodes at even hearing her name, and swears he would rather die than beg that woman for help. A memory reveals the source of his bitterness. He once tried to approach a woman, and was rejected. Her blunt dismissal still humiliates him, and he remains consumed by resentment. He forces the issue aside and orders his hired men to kill the monsters and take the fruit, while they still have strength. When one of them complains that they are doing all the fighting despite the leader buying weapons, the leader snaps that he hired them precisely so he would not have to fight himself. Under pressure, the mercenaries charge the beasts. At first they think the monsters are weaker than expected. After cutting them down, they believe the threat is over. They rush to gather as much fruit as possible before more enemies arrive, joking to keep their nerves down. But their leader notices something wrong about the corpses. The dead monsters are unnaturally thin, as if they were only decoys. A sinister voice explains the truth. Anyone who eats the fruit without permission will have their tongue taken by the owner. The leader realizes there is a true owner behind the orchard. The voice condemns him for lacking manners, and a swarm of red-eyed monkey monsters suddenly descends on the group. The owner's threat becomes explicit. They must flee before losing their tongues. The real guardians, far stronger than the first beasts, charge in a frenzy. The leader panics and orders everyone to run. The whole group breaks and flees in terror. The leader sprints for his life, abandoning any pretense of control. As the monsters close in, he screams at his hired men for failing to protect him. One of the monkey monsters catches him from behind and forces his mouth open while he curses the men who left him. The creature prepares to carry out the room's punishment. At the last instant, a sword pierces the monster through the chest and saves the man. As the terrified survivor stares in shock, Gangram's earlier reading proves true. This man was fated to be saved by someone else. Seo Gangram brushes off the rescue as luck and warns the man he saved to stop courting disaster. That warning stirs up the memory of a fortune-teller named Seo Gangram predicting this man would destroy his own life. Instead of gratitude, the rescued man lashes out, furious that Gangram interfered at all. He makes it clear that one rescue changes nothing and that he still resents whatever Gangram did to him before. Gangram calmly answers that he never came to earn forgiveness, and would not help this man again if begged. The insulted man is left reeling as Gangram turns away without any interest in reconciliation. Noticing more threats closing in, Gangram tells Choi Sang-won to stop worrying about him and run if he wants to live. Sang-won apologizes for leaving him behind earlier, while Gangram cuts through the incoming monsters alone. Even while injured, Sang-won admits that Gangram is the reason he survived. But gratitude does not erase his grudge, and he swears he still cannot forgive Seo Gangram. Gangram ignores the drama and wipes out the charging beasts in a single sweeping attack. When more leap at him, he meets them head-on without hesitation. He finishes the rest in a burst of fire and sword work, leaving the area secure. Once the monsters are down, Gangram checks that the field is clear and starts thinking about using the corpses for his own purposes. His strange egg-like companion eagerly reacts to the pile of dead monsters as if expecting a feast. Gangram disappoints it by offering an apple instead of monster meat. He jokes that the creature gets fruit while he is stuck with something far worse. Back at camp, the priest asks whether the roasted carcass is the same monster from before, and Gangram confirms it is. Gangram reminds the priest that he once asked for help and was politely brushed off. His answer to that rejection is to take a huge bite of the poisonous monster himself. The priest panics as Gangram deliberately swallows the toxic meat. Gangram explains through the pain that every creature in this demon realm carries poison. As the poison starts wrecking his body, he asks the priest to heal him. The priest hurriedly hands over mana recovery tea and steels himself to keep healing no matter what it costs him. He activates his healing skill and begins pouring mana into Gangram. While being healed, Gangram jokes deliriously about someone beckoning him from across a river, and the priest begs him not to follow death. Terrified, the priest keeps casting healing over and over, refusing to let him die. Gangram finally stabilizes and casually remarks that the poison is already feeling weaker because he is getting used to it. Since cooking ruined the test, he decides next time he will just eat the poison raw. The priest continues healing until a new result appears. Gangram has gained poison tolerance. Gangram recovers with satisfaction, while the priest trembles and asks if the nightmare is finally over. The priest collapses from exhaustion just as Gangram starts to praise him, showing how much mana the healing cost. Later, Gangram quietly commends the sleeping priest for enduring the ordeal. Reviewing the new skill, he notes that poison tolerance exists now but is still low-grade and weaker than he hoped. He realizes the priest only survived the repeated healing because Gangram had already fed him mana-boosting food in advance. When the priest remains unconscious, Gangram tries to wake him. He decides to let the priest rest, but his sharpened instincts tell him trouble is already approaching. As the tent opens, Gangram concludes that enemies will not allow them any peace. He instantly cuts down the first intruder before the priest even understands what is happening. Seeing the attack exactly as expected, Gangram confirms to himself that they have come. He identifies the assault for what it is, an ambush. Gangram orders the priest to stay hidden inside the tent while he handles the attackers alone. Outside, he finds armed strangers surrounding the camp and quickly judges that they are not from his own region. The men claim they only want food and insist they are thieves rather than killers. Gangram points out the hypocrisy of stealing food in a place where that is the same as condemning others to death. He refuses to hand anything over and prepares to fight. The thieves answer by rushing him together. Gangram slips through their first coordinated strike with ease. He counters by smashing the lead attacker before the others can adjust. Another man is driven into the ground by Gangram's barehanded follow-up. As he fights, Gangram starts wondering why men with this level of strength and skill would resort to crude robbery. He keeps dismantling them while thinking they should have been able to earn food honestly. That inconsistency makes him suspect they may be provoking conflict on purpose rather than acting out of desperation. The thieves realize too late that they picked a target far stronger than expected. When one shouts that they should retreat and report to their captain, Gangram latches onto the mention of a leader. Before they can escape cleanly, he unleashes another attack with fire gathering in his hand. A blast erupts outside the tent, shaking the whole camp. Inside, the priest can only clutch his cross and pray through the chaos. The explosion leaves him stunned and afraid that Gangram may have been hurt. He nearly runs out to help, but panic stops him mid-step. Gangram's earlier order echoes in his mind and keeps him from leaving the tent. The priest wrestles with his fear, wondering what use he would be if he went outside at all. He bitterly answers himself that Gangram told him to stay back because he would only get in the way. Even so, hiding while someone else fights for him leaves him ashamed. The tent suddenly jerks, and the priest realizes someone is right outside. He freezes, bracing for the worst. Instead, Gangram returns through the smoke, saying the attackers escaped with a smoke bomb and asking whether the priest was hurt. When the priest asks why they were attacked, Gangram answers simply that it was over food. He warns that interregional conflict in demon realms has turned murderous before, so they must distrust strangers from now on. The priest takes that to mean his presence is a burden and timidly wonders if coming along was a mistake. He admits he feels like he only holds Gangram back and that relying on others defeats the point of training. Gangram, confused by the sudden self-condemnation, hears him echoing an earlier harsh lesson about those without the will to fight. Seeing the priest spiral, Gangram stops him with a hand on the shoulder. He reminds the priest that his worth simply has not been recognized yet. Gangram explains that healing may seem replaceable during training because totems and pills exist, but that will not be true forever. The priest listens as Gangram tells him that after training, survival will become real and unforgiving. Gangram says that once people learn how costly true healing is, those who cast the priest aside will regret it. He reduces their future partnership to a simple truth: Gangram will fight, and the priest will heal. Though he rejects talk of destiny, Gangram insists the priest will save many lives someday. He asks whether the priest still wants to give up now that he knows his power can matter. That finally reaches him, and the priest declares that he will not quit. He asks Gangram to keep helping him grow, and Gangram agrees because he still needs the priest too. Gangram immediately undercuts the solemn moment by adding that he plans to poison himself again tomorrow. 3 days pass as the camp settles into a new routine. Elsewhere, 2 younger trainees return to their camp and report to their senior, Shinsua. Sua asks whether they found what they were searching for. They admit they need to go deeper, but complain that everyone around them is too weak to be useful. One of the girls rebukes that attitude, though the accusation clearly hits close to home. Pressed to be honest, she reluctantly admits that traveling with a stronger leader would be easier and safer. A memory of relying on a master in the past makes that temptation feel even more real. Still, they decide they must manage on their own until Gangram finishes checking the earlier rooms. As they wonder when he will return, an unexpected visitor interrupts them. The camp falls silent as the newcomer steps inside without triggering any of their defenses. He casually addresses Shinsua by name. Sua is caught off guard that he knows her. The intruder asks whether Seo Gangram is here. When she says no, he immediately loses interest in the answer. Her team demands to know how he bypassed every trap, and he smugly says he simply disarmed them all. He reveals that he came only to find Seo Gangram, not them. He explains that the gods mentioned Gangram's presence here, which is why he checked this camp first. Then he suggests that if the camp were cleared of unnecessary people, Gangram might show himself. His contempt becomes explicit as he dismisses most people as useless clutter. Sua draws steel and demands to know whether that is truly how he sees human beings. The man casually tosses her a passion fruit as if rewarding her for being worth noticing. At the same time, the room's trial is declared complete, confirming he has already cleared it. Sua rejects the fruit, saying she has plenty already. The silver-haired man takes that as proof of competence, and abruptly proposes that he join their side. He starts to explain that, since he cannot find Gangnam, partnering with capable support types will do for now. One of Sua's teammates cuts him off and flatly refuses to become his teammate. Rather than back down, he says he can force the issue if necessary. Before he can act, green energy lashes across his hand and stops him. Sua warns him that if he insists on force, she will answer with force of her own. For the first time, he looks at her with genuine surprise. He draws his sword, deciding she may actually be worth testing. He lunges, and Sua meets him head-on instead of retreating. Their clash excites him, and he admits she is far more interesting to fight than the weaker trainee he first targeted. The room fills with summoned power as both sides prepare for a serious battle, while the others panic at the escalation. The fight is interrupted when someone outside shouts that a monster is being cooked nearby. That absurd report leaves everyone momentarily baffled. The silver-haired man instantly realizes that only one person would do something like that and asks where Gangnam is now. The answer lies outside, where Gangnam is calmly tending a pot over the fire. By the 10th day, he has calculated that most trainees should have exhausted the food they brought in. He also knows the only safe natural food nearby is the orchard fruit. Everything else available is poisonous, whether plant or beast. That means edible meals have become incredibly valuable, and Gangnam sees a business opportunity. The silver-haired man and Shin Sua rush over, calling out to him. Gangnam greets Sua casually while continuing to cook, and she immediately warns him not to eat anything made from this realm. The silver-haired man backs her up by explaining that nearly everything here is toxic. Gangnam reveals that he already neutralized the poison and only added antidote to finish the dish. Sua is stunned that he can remove poison from demon realm ingredients at all. The silver-haired man takes a bowl without hesitation and thanks Gangnam for the meal. Gangnam names the price at 1,000 spirit pearls per serving. The man pays immediately, while Sua decides she wants one too and is quoted a much lower price. When she notices the difference, Gangnam bluntly says pricing is his choice and offers no refunds. Sua immediately turns around and starts reselling the soup to other trainees at a markup, proving she understands the opportunity just as fast. Before long, trainees gather around eating Gangram's soup, and his improvised food business takes off. Once things settle, Gangnam asks Sua and her teammate whether they are searching for items above intermediate class. Sua admits that is exactly what they want, and that she hoped Gangnam would help them find such rewards. The silver-haired man cuts in, saying the real obstacle is the first region and that progress would be manageable if he and Gangnam worked together. He argues that teaming up would be faster and more practical than dragging weaker people along. Gangnam rejects the logic by mocking the idea that reality should follow some neat protagonist-centered story structure. Both Sua and the silver-haired man try to recruit him at once, only to end up shouting over each other. The argument carries back into the camp as the decision hangs in the air. Gangnam finally refuses both offers, saying he has no intention of joining either side despite their pressure. Sua counters that the first region keeps attacking them and that they are being forced into repeated fights. That catches Gangram's attention, and he decides he needs to investigate what is happening in the first region. Since taking the priest into that danger would be difficult, he decides the priest should remain at this camp. When the priest protests, Gangnam admits the real reason is that he cannot focus properly while worrying about him. He asks Sua to watch over the priest in his absence, and she readily agrees. Gangnam reassures the priest that staying here will be safer and will still give him chances to use his healing abilities. When someone worries about him, Gangnam insists he can handle things alone. The others reluctantly let him go, asking only that he report back if anything happens. Deep in the orchard, Gangnam keeps pushing farther after deciding the nearby monsters are too weak and the stronger ones must be deeper inside. He notices the green fruits he has been waiting for and realizes the next stage of his plan is finally becoming possible. As he sharpens his senses, he prepares to hunt while using the fruit to support his growth. His enhanced perception suddenly catches a threat that had crept right up beside him. Gangnam jerks away with the fruit still in hand, barely avoiding the ambush. He is shaken that something got so close without him noticing and immediately searches for where it came from. The attacker reveals itself as a powerful gorilla-like monster, forcing him to activate Man in Solitude. The beast is briefly confused when its prey vanishes from its awareness. Still searching, the monster braces itself and scans the area for him. Gangnam reappears above it with a better weapon, taking the creature by surprise. He uses fire to distract and disorient the monster before striking. The beast reacts too late as Gangnam closes in from its blind spot. He drives his attack down with overwhelming force. The weapon's power shocks him, and he realizes just how much stronger good equipment makes him. That strength also makes him understand he could not safely use this weapon against ordinary trainees without killing them. After the kill, he starts thinking ahead and considers tracing where the monster came from. He receives the heavenly aroma fruit and confirmation that he has cleared the room of spoken sins at intermediate difficulty. Rather than leave, he decides to keep eating the raid fruit first so he can raise his poison tolerance before going further. The fruit boosts his mana, experience, and poison tolerance as he keeps consuming it. He concludes that improving mana and poison resistance is probably why the Fate Protection Agency chose this place. Even as the fruit becomes unpleasant to keep eating, he forces himself to continue for the long-term benefit. His poison tolerance finally advances to a new grade, confirming the grind was worth it. The repeated consumption catches up with him physically and makes him retch. His outburst draws the attention of nearby trainees, who recognize him as CEO Gangrim from the second region. Gangrim is immediately wary when strangers know his name and asks how they identified him. They dodge the question and pressure him to come meet their leader, promising to overlook the disturbance if he cooperates. Gangrim suspects this leader is connected to the men who ambushed him on the first day and knows he is walking into trouble. Even so, he agrees to go, making his escorts think they have successfully reeled him in. They bring him to a sizable camp hidden in the orchard. Gangrim notices the first region has gathered far more people than his own region and is pushing deeper with confidence. The camp members recognize him on sight, but their curiosity lacks real caution, which tells him they feel secure in their numbers. He is ushered into the leader's tent without ceremony. Inside, a heavily armed man immediately confirms Gangrim's identity. Gangrim answers with a challenge of his own and demands the man identify himself. The leader introduces himself as Hong Dae-hoon of the first region. Gangrim learns Hong is already a primary ghostly grade trainee with a gold attribute, confirming he is dealing with one of the strongest competitors here. Hong's weapon catches Gangrim's attention because it is far too strong for this stage. The weapon is identified as a copied Heavenly Fire Blade, a tertiary draconic grade polearm with exceptional attack power and versatility. Seeing that weapon, Gangrim understands why the first region dominated the demon realms in his previous life and asks Hong what he wants. Hong's expression hardens as he decides to assert control rather than negotiate. He mocks Gangrim's attitude and turns the meeting into an open threat. Hong levels his weapon at Gangrim's throat to show he can kill him at any moment. When Gangrim does not flinch, Hong realizes this will not be as simple as intimidation. Hong demands cooperation, but Gangrim's calm response makes it clear he is not impressed. Gangrim casually brushes off the threat instead of panicking. He taunts Hong for missing the advanced condition of the room, revealing knowledge Hong should not expect him to have. Gangrim declares that he intends to be the first to clear this challenge and starts to leave as if Hong has no authority over him. Hong blocks his exit with force, refusing to let him walk away. Gangrim sees the camp outside has already surrounded the tent, proving the invitation was always a trap. Hong makes the terms plain: cooperate or die. He states outright that refusal means Gangrim will be killed on the spot. Gangrim answers by producing a wooden token and warning that killing him will create bigger problems for Hong. Hong is visibly thrown off by the sudden appearance of an unknown safeguard. The token bears the name of Gongju, signaling a connection to a far more dangerous power. Gangrim learns the token will mark his killer for revenge by Fate Protection Agency team leader Gongju if another human kills him. He immediately connects Gongju's status to another powerful team leader from his past life and realizes Hong was also being backed by a rival leader. Hong recognizes that Gangrim received a message too, exposing that both of them are pieces in a larger competition between team leaders. Gangrim recalls the challenge message that promised a reward to the trainee with the best overall performance if he cleared this room first at the highest difficulty. That message had also promised temporary assistance, explaining how outside powers were interfering in the trial. He realizes Hong's copied weapon must have come from the first region's sponsoring team leader. As Gangrim pieces together the rivalry between the leaders, someone outside interrupts with a new notice. The notice orders the first region not to kill CEO Gangrim here. It further warns that Gangrim carries a strange item that will also kill whoever kills him, even by accident. Gangrim immediately uses that ruling to tell one group to stand down and asks if he is free to leave now. Hong twists the order instead, commanding his people to beat Gangrim to the brink of death without actually killing him. The camp attacks all at once as Hong personally leads the assault. Gangrim had expected this and remains confident that he would not be trapped so easily. He breaks through the first wave with brutal speed, knocking multiple attackers aside. He keeps moving through them before they can recover, turning their numbers into confusion. Then he activates Man in Solitude again to vanish from their awareness. The first region panics when he disappears and scrambles to form a tighter perimeter. Gangrim exploits the disorder and strikes from behind before anyone can react. His enemies mistake the skill for teleportation as he keeps appearing in impossible positions and cutting them down. Hong realizes too late that spreading out only gives Gangrim more openings and orders everyone to close ranks. Gangrim reveals that the skill is not true disappearance but a blind spot in their perception, and by the time they understand, he has already set his next move. He drops a different fruit into the middle of the camp while staying hidden. The trainees notice the sweet smell too late as Gangrim ignites the camp around them. Fire and incoming beasts throw the first region into chaos, and Gangrim concludes that the hostility between regions in his past life was driven by the Fate Protection Agency's manipulations. Remembering that his former teammate had spoken of hostages and murder, he realizes the agency's reward scheme was what pushed people into atrocities. He rejects repeating that history just for a prize. Determined not to let the same tragedy happen again, he starts looking for another path. That answer comes to him when he dumps out the heavenly aroma fruits he had collected. He gathers the second region trainees and calls for everyone's attention. Gangrim tells them he overheard a plan for the other regions to ambush them here, turning vague tension into a concrete warning. He proposes a way out by offering heavenly aroma fruit, which will let them clear the room at intermediate difficulty. When he says he will give the fruit away for free, disbelief turns into hope, and he urges them to leave before the ambush arrives. He tells them there is enough for everyone and asks them to spread the word to those not present before he changes his mind. As he leaves, Shinsuo stops him with one last question. She asks whether he will also settle for intermediate difficulty. Gangnam refuses to explain himself, but internally he knows Shinsuo would never endanger her teammates for someone else's sake. He reminds her that he is not part of her team in this life, and tells her to take everyone and leave. What he cannot say aloud is that he no longer sees himself as her teammate at all. Suo is left speechless by the distance in his words. Gangnam returns alone to the orchard, heading toward the deeper mystery. He retraces the earlier battle and remembers how the monster had appeared from nowhere. That memory confirms for him that the creature did not simply wander in by chance. He reasons that monsters must have a dwelling or route inside the demon realm rather than materializing out of thin air. Comparing it to other demon habitats he knows, he concludes there should be a hidden nest or passage nearby. Following the signs, he keeps asking where these monsters are really coming from. He finally discovers a concealed opening in the roots of a giant tree. As he enters, he wonders how such a hidden route was being used without anyone noticing. The passage drops far deeper than he expected, confirming this is no simple burrow. He presses on with a flame in hand, exploring the underground route. Feeling along the walls, he searches for what lies beyond the tunnel. A strange light ahead catches him off guard. He emerges into a breathtaking hidden garden and realizes the room contains a secret area no one had found. The dazzling fruit and flowers make him suspect this is connected to the monster's true habitat. He recalls that monsters only pass through this place rather than fight here, which means it is a protected corridor rather than a battlefield. That makes him understand he has reached the most dangerous place in the entire demon realm. He wonders whether the strongest monsters are even deeper inside. Instead, he obtains the fruit of all sense and fulfills the hidden condition for clearing the room of spoken sins at high difficulty. Just as he prepares to leave unseen, an explosion interrupts him. Smoke and debris fill the hidden garden as the entrance is forcibly breached. Hong Dae-hoon arrives with his people, thanking Gangnam for leading them straight to the secret area. Gangnam realizes Hong had been tracking him and asks if he was followed. Hong confirms it and reveals he had also found this place while heading toward the second region. That revelation stuns Gangnam because it means Hong had been moving with a hidden hostage all along. The fruit of all sense slips from Gangnam's hand as the situation changes again. Facing Hong in the gathered first region, Gangnam says he has nothing to hand over. He crushes the fallen fruit underfoot rather than surrender it. Then he tells them that if they want the fruits, they can take them themselves. Hong immediately orders his subordinates to keep Gangnam occupied while he secures the fruit grove. The first region rushes past Gangnam toward the hidden harvest, thrilled by the chance to escape rich. Their greed spills out as they talk about going home and splitting the money once they return. Hong then demands that Gangnam hand over Jewel, the blonde girl he has been carrying, and disarm himself. Gangnam throws the unconscious girl down in front of him and tells Hong to take her himself if he dares. He openly mocks Hong's courage, baiting him into stepping closer. Once Hong commits, Gangnam calmly prepares his counter. Hong senses too late that something is wrong. Gangnam seizes Jewel's face and identifies her by name, making clear he knows exactly who she is. He forces something into her mouth before Hong can stop him. When Hong demands an explanation, Gangnam claims he just gave her an antidote. Hong starts to deny poisoning her, but his own men suddenly begin collapsing. As more of them drop, Hong is horrified that his entire group is being affected at once. The first region trainees lose their balance and sight, overwhelmed by dizziness and disorientation. Hong demands to know what Gangnam has done. A system warning reveals the truth. They have been exposed too long to the scent of the fruit of all sense. Gangnam confirms that the poison is finally taking hold. Another warning explains that the fruit's poisonous scent is spreading through the area as a toxic energy. Hong is stunned that Gangnam remains functional and realizes Gangnam must have anticipated this effect. Gangnam understands from Jewel's reaction that his guess was correct. Hong lashes out in fury, attacking before the poison can finish him. He screams for the antidote, revealing panic beneath his rage. Gangnam carries Jewel while dodging, but he is forced to wonder why Hong is still fighting so well despite the poison. The strain starts to show on Gangnam as he keeps protecting her and evading the assault. A fresh warning hits him. Poison is now entering through his wound, and the total toxicity is exceeding his current resistance. Realizing he cannot wait for Hong to collapse first, Gangnam decides he has to end this immediately. With Jewel on his back and fire gathering in his hand, he prepares a final desperate counterattack. Hong Dae-hoon strengthens the poisonous scent of fruits of all sense and tries to crush Seo Gangnam and the others before they can recover. Pinned down, Hong Dae-hoon snarls that Gangnam is dragging them both toward death. Gangnam turns the threat back on him, promises only Hong Dae-hoon will die, and hears his enemies suddenly beg for mercy so he can still bargain with the force that ambushed the second region. Gangnam lunges in without hesitation, deciding that plea changes nothing. He makes it clear that if Hong Dae-hoon wanted to live, he should never have tried to use the people of the second region as leverage. The attack lands, ending Hong Dae-hoon's advantage. With the immediate threat down, Gangnam activates Destiny Stealing. He forcibly tears away part of Hong Dae-hoon's strength, mana, and agility, and his own destiny class rises to tertiary human grade. As Hong Dae-hoon's body crumbles away, Gangnam coldly concludes that coming after him was his fatal mistake. Instead of resting, Gangnam immediately turns to the mysterious egg he has been carrying. Observers realize he is feeding the egg rather than escaping. The egg absorbs the energy, reaches full growth, and the onlookers fear he may be trying to use it as a way out. To everyone's shock, the unknown egg hatches into a Kirin. Even Gangnam is startled that such a legendary creature has appeared. The newborn Kirin approaches him, and Gangnam instantly uses purification. He braces himself as the Kirin's power spreads outward. The cleansing force washes across the entire room and over everyone caught in the poisonous field. The poison of fruits of all scents is completely purified. The Kirin affectionately acknowledges Gangram's effort, and he praises it in return. With the danger gone, Gangram decides to gather the remaining fruits before they burn away, while Yoon-jul wakes with a pounding head. He calls Yoon-jul over, and she is stunned to find him alive and standing there. A hand suddenly appears from behind a tree, signaling that more survivors are arriving. Shin-soo and another teammate rush in calling for Gangram and Jul, relieved to find them safe. Soo admits she had been deeply worried about him. Gangram immediately asks what happened to everyone else. Soo reports that Father Johan healed the injured, none of their blood is their own, and the first region attackers fled. Yoon-jul is scolded for running off alone and making everyone think she had been captured. Gangram accidentally reveals that she really had been taken by the first region captain, exposing the secret she wanted hidden. Soo regrets not chasing after her sooner. Gangram bluntly says this would not have happened if they had just cleared the room at intermediate difficulty, then asks why they stayed instead of leaving. Soo answers that abandoning him was never an option. A remembered lesson resurfaces for Gangram. Helping others is good, but risking yourself and your team carelessly is not. Soo gently reframes that lesson by telling him he is not just some outsider. She reminds him that everyone here already sees him as a teammate. Then she asks him to fight alongside them next time instead of trying to shoulder everything alone. Gangram is left speechless as a new bond forms, and fate records his connection with Shin-soo. Another notice follows, showing that Yoon Bom also regards Gangram as her savior and that their fates are now linked. Yoon-jul's gratitude is added as well, intertwining her fate with his too. Realizing he can no longer keep these people at a distance, Gangram reluctantly accepts that he has to reconsider pushing them away. The trial formally ends with confirmation that he cleared the room of spoken sins at the highest difficulty. As the first person to clear it, he receives a special reward. That reward is an item called Guide of Fate. Gangram learns it functions like a fortune teller, but it activates on its own rather than at his command. He senses something unusual the moment it reacts. Guide of Fate activates by itself. Gangram watches the item carefully as it begins to reveal something beyond his control. The message warns that Seo Gangram's fate is being twisted. Elsewhere, a masked man notices the same anomaly and finds it strange. He judges Gangram's clear results to be deeply abnormal. He reviews how Gangram cleared the difficult region of the Room of Knife Mountain in a single day. He adds that the events in the Room of Hellfire were suspicious as well. Gangram's killing of the Yeti and completion of the hidden mission in the Room of Ice only deepened that suspicion. The masked observer cannot believe all of that was done by someone of such a low official grade. He even suspects Gangram was responsible for the disappearance of the 7-branch sword from the Room of Sword Forest. That would explain how Gangram defeated Hong Dae-hoon in the Room of Spoken Sins despite being given only a copy of the Heavenly Fire Blade. A woman points out that he also told Gangram how to hatch the Kirin and questions whether he helped too much. He answers that hatching a Kirin naturally is nearly impossible because the conditions are so specific. To him, either Gangram's success was impossible coincidence or help from some god he never accepted, and neither explanation satisfies him. He decides the only answer is to test whether Gangram can actually read fate. Soon after, Gangram is summoned and led to meet him. The man promises to deliver the extra reward he had mentioned before. Gangram notices that what had been a blank wall moments ago has changed. The man reveals a hidden personal armory stored in a pocket dimension that can be opened anywhere with a key. He offers Gangram one item of his choice from inside. When Gangram asks if he truly means anything, the man confirms it. Gangram steps into the armory and begins examining the selection. Unseen by him, the man admits this is a test and that he has tampered with the display. Cheap weapons were dressed up with flashy descriptions to look rare. Meanwhile, truly high-class weapons were disguised with plain handles and ordinary-looking explanations. The entire setup is meant to determine whether Gangram can identify value through fate rather than appearances. Without the ability to read fate, he should have no way to know the real classes of the weapons. One example is a powerful blade whose description has been simplified so much that its true worth is hidden. The observer waits to see whether Gangram will still recognize the truth. Gangram studies the weapons in silence, clearly sensing that something is off. He quickly suspects the best weapons have been removed from obvious view, though several strong ones still remain. He dryly notes that the team manager is being suspiciously generous. That suspicion hardens into certainty. A glittering sword catches his eye, but its listed grade is absurdly low for how valuable it looks. Gangram immediately realizes the stated grade does not match the weapon. Looking around, he notices the placements themselves feel deliberately arranged. To avoid exposing himself, he quietly shuts off destiny detection. He steadies himself and starts thinking through the trap without relying on his skill. Gangnam concludes that the man is testing him. He recalls the introduction of Team Manager Gongju of Team 2 from the Fate Protection Agency and understands the man is evaluating his abilities. That realization puts Gangnam in a difficult position. He knows that people who can read destinies are rare and tightly controlled by the Fate Protection Agency. So he weighs the value of a good weapon against the danger of revealing his secret. After deciding, he steps forward. When asked if he has chosen, Gangnam says he has. He points and begins to name what he wants. The team manager braces for a revealing answer. But when Gangnam says he wants him, the man completely misunderstands the request. He flusters for a moment, then praises Gangnam as wise. In his own vanity, he assumes Gangnam has recognized him as the most valuable thing in the room. He smugly declares himself tempting but unavailable, while Gangnam awkwardly tries to correct him. Gangnam clarifies that he meant the key in the man's hand. Rather than taking a single weapon, he proposes borrowing the entire collection instead. He argues that this would let the second district use the best grades without forcing the owner to permanently lose any treasured weapons. The manager pauses to seriously consider the offer. Later, Gangnam feeds the Kirin ginseng and other costly ingredients, treating it like a growing child. He notes it will take about 3 days to obtain a copy of the key, so he plans to strengthen the Kirin as much as possible before then. As he opens more supplies, he reflects on the burden of raising it. He ruefully admits he never expected to burn through all 12,000 spirit pearls in one day, but feeding a Kirin is expensive. Still, he is pleased when the Kirin enjoys the meal and urges it to eat well and grow quickly. That hope is interrupted by a sudden change. The Kirin advances to secondary ghostly grade and gains the skill water manipulation. Gangnam is stunned that it can already control water. Curious, he tells the Kirin to try the new skill on a spot nearby. The Kirin obediently gathers water with surprising force. Instead of a small trick, it unleashes a massive surge that tears through the wall. Gangnam panics and tries to stop it too late. The flood blasts straight into the next room. Gangnam gets splashed as the attack keeps going out of control. The water smashes open the neighboring wall and reveals a man in bed in the adjoining room. The drenched stranger is left in stunned silence. Then he explodes in outrage, screaming Gangnam's name. Gangnam can only stare back, soaked and embarrassed. Elsewhere in the facility cafeteria, life continues normally as trainees eat and chat. Yoon Jul and Yoon Byom share a meal, with Bomb happily declaring rice superior. Nearby, other trainees complain that after Gangnam's fruit-heavy sales, they are sick of fruit. The conversation shifts as some of them start admitting Gangnam may have seemed cold but is actually a good person. They remember how he once saved them when they were surrounded by beasts. They also recall that he protected them after they were bitten by beasts before training began. Asked why they never teamed up with him sooner, one of them admits they misjudged him because he seemed distant. Now he feels guilty, especially since Gangnam even gave them free fruits so they could clear the room at intermediate difficulty. At that moment, Choi Sang-won approaches and says he is only being friendly because Gangnam is a fellow first clearer. Gangnam is surprised to learn Sang-won also achieved a first clear, though only on low difficulty in the room of spoken sins. Sang-won explains that is why they never met earlier and proudly treats it as proof of his worth. He decides Gangnam is finally someone worth talking to because the others are beneath him. Then he abruptly suggests they skip food and get drinks instead. At the fortune teller cafe, Sang-won confidently orders 2 drinks. The clay doll cashier asks for payment in spirit pearls, but Sang-won demands service first. When he tries to promise future payment, the doll refuses and bluntly marks him as having no credit. Humiliated, Sang-won lashes out and demands respect from what he sees as a mere doll. Gangnam steps in, tells him to stop harassing it, and offers to pay instead. Sang-won mocks Gangnam for being just a part-timer at the fortune teller cafe and reminds him that spirit pearls are the only currency here. Gangnam simply asks the doll how much the drink costs. The doll reveals 1 drink is free for VIPs, and Gangnam casually explains he earned that status by spending 12,000 spirit pearls there the previous day. Sang-won is horrified by the amount, while Gangnam says he only needs 1 drink for Sang-won and none for himself. The doll promptly prepares the free drink. Sang-won can only stare as the doll serves him with more dignity than he deserves. His pride snaps. He starts smashing the cafe in a rage, shouting about who he is supposed to be. The noise draws Yoon Jul and Yoon Byom, who turn in alarm toward the disturbance. Gangnam demands to know what Sang-won thinks he is doing, but Sang-won dismisses him as worthless. As Sang-won storms off, Gangnam checks on the clay doll, baffled by the outburst. The doll asks whether Gangnam is close to that man, and Gangnam firmly says no while Jul promises to have Anavi scold him. Gangnam asks why Jul came with Sang-won at all, and she explains that his room was next to hers and that she only meant to buy him a meal after her Kirin accidentally destroyed his wall. The mention of a Kirin instantly captures both girls' attention. When they finally see the little Kirin, both are delighted by how cute it is and immediately want to know its name. When Seo Gangnam questions why the little beast needs a proper name, the twins insist that calling it only a Kirin misses the point because it is a spiritual creature with its own identity. They press him to respect the Kirin as an individual, arguing that reducing it to its species would be no different from calling a person simply human. Seo Gangnam awkwardly accepts the responsibility and asks if they want him to name it, and the suggested name becomes Liney. The naming immediately changes the Kirin's status, promoting Liney to primary ghostly grade and granting it a new skill called Magnet Horns. The new ability is explained as a gold attribute technique that can draw in metallic attacks or alter their path. Seo Gangrim is left staring at the system notice in surprise while someone nearby wonders if Liney has just evolved. As he realizes Liney is now truly his companion, Seo Gangrim instinctively invites it to become his teammate as well. The twins dryly remind him that this bond was already established, and he can only admit they are right. Even so, Seo Gangrim sincerely thanks them, now holding Liney with obvious affection. Before the moment can settle, the twins excitedly demand that if he is grateful, he should accompany them into the next demon realm. Seo Gangrim is caught off guard by the sudden proposal and asks what they mean by the next one. The answer comes as the next realm opens, and everyone is expected to enter together once the gate is active. A new challenge begins in the Room of Viper, where the objective is to protect a hidden target for 168 hours. The trainees arrive confused, immediately asking what exactly they are supposed to protect. Their first guesses are the container or the sacred tree at the center of the realm. Instead, a masked official named Seo Jongmin introduces himself as the Fate Protection Agency messenger overseeing this demon realm. The trainees recognize the familiar objective window format and realize the Fate Protection Agency must be setting the mission parameters again. That detail unsettles Seo Gangrim, because in his previous life this role belonged to Enavi, not this man. Seo Jongmin announces that the full details are in the manual but decides to give everyone a simpler verbal explanation instead. He reveals the absurd core mission: every trainee must protect a snake. When someone asks if they all have to guard the same snake, he clarifies that each person must claim one of their own. To do that, each trainee receives a token of amity, a red cloth that must be tied onto the chosen snake to mark it. He sends them all off at once, urging them to grab a cloth and hurry out to find snakes. The written rules confirm that each person must tame one snake with the token and keep it alive for a full week, though the messenger can temporarily watch it and a replacement can be found if necessary. The realm itself is revealed as an island-like sanctuary of water, bridges, a sacred tree, and a small structure, with snakes hidden throughout. The twins immediately begin searching the forest, but they are having no luck finding a suitable snake. Elsewhere, another trainee casually catches a large snake and still complains that it is not impressive enough. A priestly trainee gets launched backward by an attacking snake, drawing alarm from a nearby girl. Someone else manages to hold a snake still long enough to tie the red token around it. The system confirms that the bond is active and the countdown for protecting the snake has begun. One trainee immediately dumps his newly named snake onto a subordinate, shamelessly ordering him to protect it too. He boasts that by arriving early and claiming a snake first, he might become the first person to clear the room. His teammates notice how obsessed he has become with surpassing Seo Gangrim, and he openly vows that Gangrim will never look down on him again. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim walks alone across a bridge with Liney, still holding an unused token instead of rushing to claim a normal snake. He keeps thinking about the Guide of Fate's warning and wonders what danger he was supposed to be wary of here. The more he compares this realm to his past life, the more uneasy he becomes, especially because the timing has changed. His suspicion deepens when he remembers that the Room of Viper had been shut down for a time, and that an unfamiliar messenger is now in charge. With so many differences piling up, Seo Gangrim admits he no longer understands what exactly has gone wrong with Fate. Then the system gives him a direct clue, warning that Seo Gangrim's fate is being twisted and that he must restore it before things can return to normal. He studies the token of amity and realizes it only calms beasts that fear the user, making him wonder if the key lies in how he chooses to use it. The distracting spirits around him keep tempting him toward easier choices, but he recognizes that worrying alone will not solve anything. Seo Gangrim decides to stop hesitating and finally move. He stores his things and prepares himself for a serious search rather than a casual mission. Calling Liney to follow, he strips down for mobility and commits to entering the water. Without hesitation, he dives from the bridge into the river below. Liney follows him straight into the water. Underwater, Seo Gangrim remains calm and focused, already searching deeper than anyone else would bother to go. He and Liney descend into the submerged depths of the realm, where the real secret of the room seems to lie. The water attribute of the realm boosts his lung capacity, giving him more time to continue the search. Liney activates water manipulation to support him. The skill takes effect on Seo Gangrim, allowing him to breathe and move underwater freely. With the burden of drowning removed, he glides through the depths as if he belongs there. A small snake appears nearby, but Seo Gangrim barely spares it a glance. Another harmless snake drifts past, confirming that ordinary prey is not what he came for. Ignoring the spirit's insistence that the mission target is elsewhere, he pushes farther down into a dark underwater chasm. Even when told there are no snakes below, he keeps descending because he is searching for something much rarer. Seo Gangrim finally admits to himself that he did not come this deep for a common snake at all. His gamble pays off when the legendary Great Serpent suddenly appears from the darkness and lunges at him. He barely avoids being swallowed by jamming his weapon into its mouth and using the opening to hold himself clear of its fangs. He is relieved he brought the Heavenly Fire Blade, the only weapon he has that can function at range in a fight like this. Seeing the creature up close, he he realizes it is neither a normal snake nor a true dragon but exactly the in-between monster he was hunting. He recognizes it as the Great Serpent from his previous life and decides to force the token of amity onto it despite the danger. Clinging to its tongue and jaw, he maneuvers himself into position to attach the token from inside its mouth. At the last second he thrusts the cloth toward the serpent's tongue while bracing himself against its violent thrashing. He reinforces the attempt with water manipulation, using the current itself to drive the token into place. As the water carries him clear, he praises Liney for the perfect assist. The Great Serpent reacts with fury, but the token has already made contact. Liney faces the enormous beast without flinching, buying Seo Gangram the instant he needs. The serpent snaps toward Liney, threatening to kill the Kirin before the bond can settle. Seo Gangram immediately activates the token of amity in full. The system warns that the Great Serpent is resisting the token, proving this is no ordinary beast to tame. Seo Gangram refuses to let go and physically wrestles the serpent, while the token fights for control. At last the system declares that the Great Serpent has submitted itself to Seo Gangram. Even the spirits are stunned, though they note that the serpent's eyes still look dangerous despite no longer treating him as an enemy. Seo Gangram answers with a satisfied grin, already thinking several steps ahead. He rides the serpent back up out of the water, turning his impossible gamble into a public victory. Once ashore, he pats the Great Serpent and calmly tells it that protecting it for the next week is now his responsibility. But because the serpent is powerful enough to survive on its own, he casually tells it to stay underwater for a week and live normally until he removes the token. The spirits are dumbfounded that he starts neglecting his mission target almost immediately after taming it. Seo Gangram cheerfully treats the arrangement as a free vacation, while the spirits realize this was his plan all along. Elsewhere in the realm, trainees continue fighting monsters to raise their stats while Liney watches from the sidelines. After the buffs end, Seo Gangram checks his improved stats and notes that simple hunting still raises them only slowly. He reflects that even with a higher destiny class, grinding monsters is an inefficient way to grow stronger. Seeing Liney tired by the bloodshed, he suggests they take a short break before resuming anything else. He realizes Kirin's dislike blood and killing, which explains why Liney could support him earlier but is uncomfortable with this kind of hunt. Then a distant commotion reaches him, and he remembers that trainees normally do not fight each other in this realm. That contradiction makes him suspect the Twisted Fate warning is about to reveal itself. He grabs Liney and runs toward the disturbance at full speed. At the scene, a trainee is furiously berating his own hired helpers for failing him and demanding his money back. The man is on the verge of panic, admitting he cannot handle the situation himself. He dismisses the others and insists he will refund them later, leaving himself alone with the crisis. His abandoned teammates finally snap, complaining that he constantly insults them and compares them to Seo Gangram before storming off. Watching this unfold, Seo Gangram is prompted by the spirits to approach because the desperate man might be carrying spirit pearls. He hesitates only briefly before remembering he needs money to support Liney. A memory of his own poverty pushes him to act, and he steps out when the frantic trainee notices him. The trainee recognizes Seo Gangram and rushes toward him in desperation. He begs for help, saying his snake is in danger. Seo Gangram confirms the absurd situation. The man has lost track of his own mission target and does not even know where it is being attacked. Even while running to help, Seo Gangram immediately asks what he will get in return. He bluntly refuses to work for free, forcing the man to offer payment if he wants assistance. The trainee panics and offers 2,000 spirit pearls, revealing he has been hoarding a large amount of money. The system confirms the deal, but at the same time warns that the HP of the token-marked target has already fallen below half. Seo Gangram takes the payment without delay, and the desperate owner screams for him to hurry before the snake dies. They arrive just in time to see the injured snake being cut again by another swordsman. That attacker is fully committed to finishing the snake off and raises his blade for the killing blow. Seo Gangram intercepts the strike before it lands, stopping the execution. The attacker is irritated rather than ashamed and argues that he found the snake first, so Seo Gangram should simply go claim another one. Seo Gangram rejects that logic outright and takes control of the situation. The snake's owner collapses into melodramatic panic over Gucci, the ridiculous name he gave his snake. He desperately tries to force medicine into the wounded snake, showing that despite his incompetence he genuinely does not want it to die. Seo Gangram pauses, surprised by the owner's sincerity. The owner then turns his anger on the attacker, demanding to know who gave him the right to try to kill his snake. When Seo Gangram points out the obvious token tied around it, the attacker still cannot understand why anyone would bother protecting a snake. Seo Gangram is stunned to hear that, because protecting snakes is supposed to be the whole purpose of this realm. The attacker reveals the truth. His mission from the third region is not to protect snakes at all, but to kill them. That revelation shocks Seo Gangram and confirms that something fundamental has changed. He immediately understands that the third region's mission has diverged from his past life and that this must be the twisted fate the system warned him about. In his previous life, both regions had protected snakes together against monsters, which is how certain alliances were originally formed. Realizing that history has been altered, Seo Gangram starts to grasp how much the future may now change. The system drives the point home by warning that a target marked with the token of amity is currently under attack. Seo Gangrim instantly thinks of his own great serpent, and fears someone from the third region may have found it. At the same time, the attacker turns toward the water and recognizes the great serpent as the true prize he has been searching for. Seo Gangrim identifies him at once as the person he expected to appear. Before the man can act freely, a surge of water erupts and throws him back. The great serpent rises from the water in full view, terrifying the attacker with its overwhelming presence. Instead of retreating, the attacker becomes excited and prepares to test whether killing this monster will complete his mission. He charges straight at the great serpent, convinced this is his chance to clear the room. Seo Gangrim races to intercept him before he can land a decisive blow. Even under pressure, Seo Gangrim smiles because the situation has finally become clear. The attacker strikes first, but Seo Gangrim meets him head-on and stops the assault. The man almost lands a hidden follow-up, only to realize Seo Gangrim has read him completely. The great serpent joins the defense, surging up behind Seo Gangrim like a living wall and forcing the attacker to reassess. Thrown off balance, the attacker demands to know who Seo Gangrim really is. Seo Gangrim answers with calm certainty because he already knows exactly who he is facing. He names the attacker as Jang Taehun, and Taehun is startled that a stranger recognized him. A memory surfaces of Taehun in Seo Gangrim's previous life, when he belonged to the Flying Tiger sect and was sent into the demon realms in someone else's place. That old memory continues with Taehun casually agreeing to go while others joked around him, before the tragedy that followed. Seo Gangrim remembers the aftermath all too clearly, with bodies left behind and everyone lost. Seeing Taehun alive here now is unexpectedly moving because Seo Gangrim knows what became of him in the future he remembers. Taehun, unaware of any of that, decides to spare Seo Gangrim personally but still insists that the Great Serpent belongs to him. Seo Gangrim quietly orders the Great Serpent to retreat deep underwater and stay hidden no matter what happens. Taehun notices the serpent escaping and gets angry that his target is slipping away. He demands that Seo Gangrim stop interfering because killing that creature is the only way he can complete his mission. Seo Gangrim studies the younger Taehun and is struck by how different he feels from the man he knew later in life. Another memory flashes of a much warmer Taehun among friends, making the contrast even sharper. Seo Gangrim reflects that it may be fortunate they never met in the demon realms before, because the old Taehun was far more volatile. He remembers Taehun himself once admitting that he used to be much more aggressive. Back in the present, Seo Gangrim tries to defuse the clash by telling Taehun to just find another snake instead. Then he states the real reason he will not back down: the Great Serpent is his. Taehun stares at him in disbelief, repeating the claim as if he cannot decide whether it is absurd or infuriating. Jang Taehun opens the fight by charging straight at Seo Gangrim, determined to put him down before anything else can happen. When Gangrim avoids the first rush, Taehun realizes his opponent is not going to stand still and starts adjusting mid-attack. Gangrim meets the follow-up cleanly, stopping Taehun's momentum instead of being overwhelmed by it. The clash rattles Taehun's weapon hand and makes it clear that Gangrim's strength is already beyond what he expected. Gangrim calmly judges Taehun to be genuinely powerful, even at this early stage of the battle. Taehun lands and notices Gangrim smiling, which only irritates him more. Gangrim admits he is enjoying this, because seeing Taehun alive again in front of him feels like a gift. That emotion triggers a change in Gangrim's power, shifting his attribute to fire as he draws his blade. He immediately presses the advantage with flaming sword strikes that force Taehun onto defense. While attacking, Gangrim measures the gap between them and recognizes that Taehun outranks him in both class and raw stats. Even so, Gangrim points out that Taehun is losing despite being stronger, because brute force alone is not deciding the fight. Taehun rejects the taunt and lunges back in, refusing to believe Gangrim has the upper hand. Gangrim punishes that charge with a precise counter that cuts Taehun and knocks him off balance. Standing over him, Gangrim reveals the real reason for his control of the fight. He already knows all of Taehun's attack patterns. Taehun is shaken, but Gangrim declares himself the winner of this exchange. Taehun's expression hardens as he realizes Gangrim's confidence is not a bluff. Unable to win now, Taehun retreats into the forest and promises he will return for another round. Gangrim jokes about how villainous that sounded, but the humor fades as he realizes the situation is getting dangerous. He worries that if Taehun keeps losing like this, he will never meet Shinsua. That would also keep Taehun from entering the Flying Tiger sect, which would derail the future Gangrim remembers. Gangrim imagines the worst alternative, Taehun ending up in the Asura sect, where the path ahead becomes a life or death one. Deciding he cannot allow that future to happen, Gangrim resolves to interfere with fate itself. Elsewhere, Gangrim reflects that he should have been told sooner that other regions are trying to eliminate the serpents entirely. A masked Fate Protection Agency official coldly argues that protecting the snakes from humans is no different from protecting them from monsters. As one participant storms off in frustration, Gangrim stops the official to question the logic behind the mission. The official invites the question with practiced politeness. Gangrim challenges the agency's purpose, asking why an organization meant to create more awakened people is forcing them to compete against each other. He suspects the competition exists to discard the weak people who are only surviving because stronger allies carry them. The official needles him with a pointed example, implying Gangrim himself cleared a demon realm by relying on someone else's powerful item. With a smile, the official confirms that there are too few serpent targets for cooperation to remain viable. The result, Gangnam realizes, is that working together to clear the mission has been made nearly impossible on purpose. The mission clock keeps ticking as the order to protect the Great Serpent remains in effect. When Gangnam returns to the serpent's tree, the watching spirits greet him excitedly, and he asks what happened while he was away. He notes that he never received any alert that the Great Serpent had been attacked, which makes the disturbance even stranger. Sensing danger, Gangnam draws his sword and warns that something is approaching. A violent impact erupts ahead of him, blasting up dirt and shockwaves. The force rushes straight toward the bridge in a blur, announcing a new arrival by sheer speed. Another explosive strike slams down close enough to force Gangnam back. The attacker lands hard enough to crack the ground underfoot. It is Taehan again, and he declares that he has finally found Gangnam. When Gangnam asks what he wants, Taehan makes it clear he came specifically to settle the score. Taehan says he always repays what he receives and launches himself into another attack. Gangnam blocks the opening blow, but the rematch starts at full intensity. Relying on his memory of Taehan's habits, Gangnam predicts the next move and prepares to counter. Taehan breaks that expectation with a sudden kick, catching Gangnam before he can capitalize. Gangnam instantly understands that Taehan noticed his reads and deliberately changed his attack pattern. The new rhythm keeps Gangnam from planting his feet and forces him to react instead of dictate. Even while pressured, Gangnam acknowledges that changing ingrained habits that quickly is impressive. Taehan grins because he has finally found a way to break Gangram's advantage. When Gangnam asks why he is so fixated on this fight instead of hunting another serpent, Taehan answers simply that he lost last time. For Taehan, that alone is enough reason, because he cannot stand losing. Gangnam remembers that this obsession fits Taehan perfectly, since he has always loved challenging people stronger than himself. He reflects that in his previous life he was weak, so he never had the luxury of enjoying battles like this. Now, facing Taehan as an enemy, Gangnam almost wonders if it is strange that part of him enjoys the rivalry. Still, he reminds himself that if he loses here, the Great Serpent dies, so he entrusts Taehan's future to Taehan and prepares to fight seriously. Taehan accepts that resolve and tells Gangnam only one thing in return: survive. Gangnam activates fighting instinct to sharpen himself for the coming clash. Taehan answers by powering up as well, convinced this rematch will not end like yesterday's. He charges in with murderous confidence, certain Gangnam cannot kill him. Gangnam notices something unsettling in Taehan's eyes as the skill takes hold. The two collide again, and Gangnam remarks that Taehan looks stronger than before. Taehan revels in that praise, openly admitting that he likes strong opponents. Gangnam uses Taehan's momentum to throw him aside, trying to regain control of the exchange. But under the skill's influence, Taehan's desire twists into something darker. Killing strong opponents becomes part of the thrill. He slashes Gangnam across the chest with a strike meant to maim, not merely win. Taehan exults that this kind of violence is what makes the fight fun for him. Now wounded, Gangnam realizes Taehan is no longer fighting like a rival but like a predator. As more lethal blows rain down, Gangnam understands that Taehan is deliberately targeting vital points. He concludes that this is not the same Taehan he faced the day before. Under relentless pressure, Gangnam sees that if this continues, he will lose again. That fear becomes immediate when Taehan drives him down with a crushing blow. Gangnam barely blocks the next impact, but the force still tears through his guard. Blood at his mouth, he struggles to keep himself conscious and thinking. Taehan advances with his fist charged in blue energy, ready to finish the fight at close range. Gangram's mind fills with Taehan's killing intent, and for a moment the battle becomes a nightmare of pure murderous instinct. He is horrified that a person like Taehan could sink this far into bloodlust. At that critical moment, fighting instinct evolves to a higher grade and briefly restores Gangram's reason. Back in control of himself, Gangram recognizes the opening the evolution has given him. He notices his fire still active and realizes he can turn the situation around immediately. Gangram blasts Taehan back with a sudden burst of flame, interrupting the killing rush. With cold clarity, he tells Taehan he has found a way to kill him instead. Taehan is stunned that Gangram can still move after having bones broken and pain piled onto him. Gangram answers that pain is not enough to stop him and counters with a ferocious flaming assault that makes Taehan call him insane. Gangram screams through the attack, fully committing to the exchange. Taehan, battered and scorched, finally starts to feel the tide turning against him. He yields the match before Gangram can finish him, admitting defeat. Gangram is ready to strike anyway, but both fighting instinct and his flame skill begin shutting down because his mana is exhausted. As the power fades, he spares Taehan and tells him he made the right choice by surrendering. Gangram orders him to give up on this serpent and find another target instead. Taehan refuses to let the rivalry end there and vows to come back tomorrow, and the day after that if necessary. Gangram answers with equal stubbornness, promising that he will be the one who wins in the end. The unseen spirits watching the scene are thrilled, convinced the two will keep fighting because either is the type to back down. Gangram agrees with that reading of Taehan, but it only strengthens his own resolve not to fail. Back among the participants, complaints rise that the mission is unfair because the third region only has to kill snakes while others must protect them. A masked official confirms the harsh truth: the second region's objective is to protect the snakes, and anyone who fails will remain trapped until time expires. Resting in the hall, Gangnam broods over that condition and fixates on the second region's goal. A sudden idea strikes him. He immediately corners the orange-haired official to test a possibility. Leaning in close, he asks whether what he is thinking can actually be done. The official's smile suggests Gangnam has guessed something important. When the official confirms it is possible, Gangnam brightens at once. That answer gives him one more reason he absolutely cannot afford to lose. He heads back into the forest with renewed purpose, calling his familiar Liney to join the hunt. Time passes, and Taehan returns again to challenge him, while the mission clock continues to run. Their repeated duels become routine, with Taehan attacking day after day and Gangnam meeting him each time. As the hours pass, the battles intensify into a blur of fists, sword arcs, fire, and blue force. Taehan keeps coming back no matter how many times he is beaten, driven by pride and obsession. Near the end of the mission, Gangnam is still standing over him, proving that the pattern has not changed. Taehan complains that Gangram's full-body fire is unfair, because it turns every exchange into a trap. Gangnam dismisses the complaint, saying his skill is his to use however he wants, and mocks Taehan for calling him crazy while fighting a burning opponent barehanded. Taehan fires back that Gangnam is no saner for swinging at someone engulfed in flames, then promises to return again tomorrow. Even the spirits and the Great Serpent start treating their endless rematches like entertainment. When the serpent surfaces, Gangnam scolds it for leaving the water after he told it to stay hidden. Seeing the serpent's expression, he guesses it may simply be hungry. Gangnam feeds it some meat and warns it that humans are far more dangerous than monsters, so it should stay submerged. He also jokingly asks the serpent to keep the feeding secret from Liney. After the serpent sinks back down, the spirits note that the snack was nowhere near enough to satisfy something that large. Soon after, two of Gangram's followers arrive and call out to him. He casually says he was feeding the Great Serpent, which leaves one girl jealous and the other more concerned by the bruises on his face. When they complain about Taehan from the third region, Gangram only says fighting him is enjoyable and useful training. That answer shocks them, because it sounds nothing like the master they thought they knew. The awkward silence that follows says they are not sure whether to be worried or impressed. The Great Serpent then rejects an offer that had been made to it. It refuses to help others gang up on the second region, because it has already chosen the one person it wants to defeat. The men trying to recruit it insist that is not a problem, because they have another idea. They reveal that there is a specific method to defeat CO Gangram. The serpent reacts sharply and disappears beneath the water, taking that information seriously. Taehan later notices someone approaching from behind while he waits near the shore. Crossing his arms, he demands to know what this supposed method is. The answer is withheld for the moment as the wind stirs around the lakeside. On the final day, Gangram reminds himself that everything will be decided now. He asks Taehan what he will do if he loses again. Taehan says he will not do something as pathetic as hunt another serpent, and if he loses, he will simply accept failure. That is exactly the answer Gangram expected, and it confirms what he wanted to hear. So Gangram proposes a wager for their last fight. If he wins again, Taehan must obey one order from him. Taehan rejects the idea that he could lose, entering the battle with absolute confidence. Even so, the strain of their long rivalry shows on him as he steels himself. He mocks Gangram's confidence and challenges him to prove it. Taehan declares that Gangram's old trick will not work on him anymore. Gangram answers by drawing his flaming blade with calm certainty. Taehan commits to a direct breakthrough, convinced he can smash through whatever Gangram tries. He launches a full-force punch wrapped in blue power straight at Gangram's center. When Gangram does not evade, Taehan suddenly realizes this may be exactly what Gangram wanted. Gangram activates Destiny Detection at the decisive instant. The skill reveals Taehan's current state, and confirms the key change Gangram had been waiting for. Gangram sees that Taehan has gained flame tolerance, meaning the fire tactic Taehan prepared for is no longer the real threat. Taehan presses in and taunts Gangram, thinking he has already neutralized Gangram's ultimate move. Gangram calmly reminds him that he said he would be the one to win in the end. In the next instant, something black and unnatural cuts across the clash and interrupts Taehan's attack. Staring at the strange dark force now wrapped around the battlefield, Taehan can only demand to know what the hell it is. CO Gangram coldly vows that he will win this fight no matter what. His opponent realizes Gangram has slipped into another reckless, obsessive state. As Gangram charges, Taehan guesses the strange weapon in play must be Gangram's hidden trump card. Taehan answers that Gangram is not the only one with a secret weapon. Blaming Gangram for forcing things this far, Taehan activates the skill Formless Spear. Gangram's danger sense immediately warns him that the attack is lethal. Observers recognize Taehan's weapon as the Shangba Snake Spear. They conclude he must have received divine-grade equipment from the records of the Three Kingdoms. Taehan unleashes a devastating spear strike that crashes down on Gangram. Gangram tries to cancel it with Fighting Instinct, but the spear's power breaks through. Realizing the cancel failed, Gangram desperately reactivates Fighting Instinct instead. Driven by sheer competitiveness, he resolves that losing today is not an option. That resolve pushes Fighting Instinct to evolve into a higher grade. A new golden perception opens in Gangram's eye. He suddenly sees mysterious lines of light cutting through the battlefield. Those lines form a path through Taehan's attacks. Gangram understands that he can now read Taehan's targets and openings. Using that insight, he slips through the spear's killing zone and closes in. Tahun is caught off guard by how completely Gangnam has adapted. He realizes Gangnam had another hidden skill all along. Gangnam seizes the opening and lands a decisive counterattack. Tahun is struck hard enough to lose control of the fight. He collapses while Gangnam remains standing. The spectators realize Gangnam has actually won, and his skill deactivates from the strain. They are stunned that Tahun lost even while wielding the Zhongba snake spear, and guess the unfamiliar weapon worked against him. Gangnam's victory is immediately overshadowed by fear that Tahun may die from the damage. Panicking, Gangnam kneels beside him and decides he must get him to Father Johann for treatment. Before he can move, Gangnam senses a new attack coming from behind. A group from the third region rushes in, deciding to jump him while he is exhausted. Gangnam recognizes the ambushers at once. He reaches for a healing potion, intending to stabilize Tahun first. But something interrupts him before he can use it. Mud suddenly clings to his hand and stops him. He realizes one attacker is using earth magic to pin him down while another aims a gun. Trapped in the mud with Tahun still unconscious, Gangnam knows he has to escape fast. More swordsmen close in just as his flame skill shuts down from lack of mana. It looks as if Gangnam will lose after surviving everything else. Instead, a giant serpent bursts in and smashes through the attackers. The creature snatches one of them up in its jaws and scatters the rest. The ambushers recoil in terror at the sheer size of what they thought was just a snake. Their careless insistence on calling it a snake only worsens the situation. Gangnam frantically tries to stop them, shouting that this is the Great Serpent and that they clearly ignored the rules. He remembers warning the serpent to stay underwater for a week precisely to avoid this kind of disaster. One of the rules returns to mind: the Great Serpent must never be called a snake. The attackers keep doing exactly that, and even decide to kill it as if it were Gangnam's pet. Gangnam begs them to run, but they charge anyway. Their insult drives the Great Serpent into a furious transformation. As its body swells and darkens, even the attackers realize something has gone terribly wrong. Gangnam remembers the consequence of breaking the rule. A great serpent that is degraded into a snake is consumed by rage and resentment. It becomes a draconic monster called Gankiori. The nearby trainees are thrown into panic as the transformed beast erupts into full power. Gangnam's mission timer updates from protecting the Great Serpent to protecting Gankiori. He forces himself up, still battered but trying to think clearly. He hopes he might calm the monster if it still recognizes him. Gankiori turns with murderous hostility instead. It breathes fire across the forest, sending everyone fleeing in terror. Gangnam bitterly notes that the fools who ignored the manual have created a catastrophe they do not even understand. A system notice identifies Gankiori as a tertiary draconic-grade creature with poison, fire, and a steel-like body. Watching the dragon-like monster rampage, bystanders realize the trainees are utterly doomed if nothing changes. Elsewhere, someone urgently calls for outside help. The Fate Protection Agency is informed that a dragon-type monster, Gankiori, has appeared. As Gankiori's path ignites the forest, the emergency spreads beyond the original fight. One fleeing trainee realizes too late that the monster's poison is as dangerous as its flames. An evacuation order sends every trainee toward the sacred tree for shelter. Shinsu shields others as they run from the spreading destruction. She directs everyone into the sacred tree's protection and keeps the evacuation organized. Gangnam, carrying Taehyun, realizes the agency has finally stepped in. A masked messenger begins another broadcast to the trainees in the room of Viper. The announcement abruptly changes into a new mission. Killing Gankiori will now count as mission completion. The promise of extra rewards immediately catches people's attention. A silver-haired trainee eagerly confirms what he just heard. He treats the crisis like the start of a boss raid. Gangnam reaches the sacred tree and sees the evacuees gathered there. His first concern is whether Father Johann is present. Johann answers at once, ready to help. Gangnam hands Tun over and urgently asks Johann to heal him. When Johann asks what happened, Gangnam bluntly admits he was the one who did this. Soa notices blood on Gangram's back and worries about him too. Gangnam brushes that aside and explains that Taehyun is the one in real danger. Soa then asks what he plans to do about the new mission to kill Gankiori, especially if it really was his great serpent. Gangnam says he needs to confirm something for himself first. He reveals that Gankiori is the very great serpent he had been protecting. Soa is shocked that the raging monster and that harmless serpent are the same being. A memory surfaces of the serpent once appearing gentle and harmless around them. Soa insists that if it is truly the same creature, then they cannot simply kill it, though Gangnam admits they also cannot leave it rampaging. Tun suddenly wakes and interrupts them. Still wounded, he forcefully agrees that Gankiori must not be killed. He argues that Gangnam had intended to kill the serpent eventually anyway, but claims it is different if he himself does it. Gangnam tries to make sense of Taehyun's twisted logic, wondering if it comes from some warped sense of loyalty. Before that argument can go further, the masked messenger appears in person and shuts down the idea. He declares that a fallen great serpent must be killed because its heat and poison could devastate the entire demon realm. He adds that the protection agency would normally handle such a case, but the higher authorities have chosen otherwise. Those words hit Taehyun hard because they echo the judgment that a failed being is a problem to be erased. The label failure cuts straight into his deepest wound. The messenger insists the monster must be stopped and tells Gangnam this is beyond what he can solve alone. Gangnam accepts the danger but says he still wants to deal with Gankiori himself, and asks for Sua's help. Sua immediately agrees, and the twins back her up. They frame the choice simply: they are Gangram's teammates. Taehan, still shaken, cannot understand how they can talk about teamwork while the Great Serpent's fate hangs in the balance. He realizes with alarm that Gangram is still planning to confront Gankiori. Gangram reminds him that it was Taehan's Great Serpent too. That truth leaves Taehan speechless for a moment. Then he erupts, insisting Gangram has no right to kill it. Gangram tries to calm him and call him back to reason. He pauses, reading Taehan's turmoil instead of arguing further. The sacred tree stands behind them as the only fragile refuge in the burning field. Taehan's anger turns inward as old humiliation resurfaces. He remembers being told that failing to become a dragon makes one a disgrace. That judgment leaves him feeling trapped and small again. The word failure becomes inseparable from his own identity. He recalls lashing out at his father for treating his existence like a stain on the family name. His father's answer was only contempt, saying he was ashamed to have a son like him. Taehan reflects that he spent 20 years obeying every demand and still could never satisfy his parents. Even when others said he was destined for greatness, all he heard was disappointment. He realizes the problem was never his lack of achievement, but his inability to be the perfect son they wanted. That upbringing convinced him that anything imperfect was worthless, and that he himself could never escape being a failure. The pain twisted him into someone who fought constantly because he saw enemies everywhere. That is why he feels such kinship with the fallen Great Serpent raging against the world. Looking at Gangram carrying him to safety while Gankiori burns in the distance, Taehan admits he thought Gangram would betray him too. Instead, he remembers Gangram saving him even while the monster rampaged nearby. Unable to understand it, Taehan asks why Gangram helped him after being stabbed in the back by the third region. Gangram answers simply that he never believed Taehan would truly do that. He tells Taehan that he knows what kind of person he is. More than that, Gangram says he trusts him. For Taehan, those words lift a burden he has carried for years. He accepts that Gankiori cannot be allowed to destroy the demon realm. But he also quietly wishes the monster could somehow be saved, just as Gangram saved him. Gangram studies a key-like item, as if a new possibility has occurred to him. The twins offer weapons, assuming the next step is simply to kill Gankiori. Gangram stops them and makes his intention clear. He plans to deal with Gankiori without killing him. That impossible-sounding rescue becomes his chosen course. Sua decides the idea is worth trying and asks whether they should warn the others not to kill the monster. Gangram immediately thinks of one person who would ignore that request and go for the kill anyway. That person is Doke Gojin, the silver-haired trainee who lives for combat. Johan confirms Gojin was thrilled by the announcement, and treated it like a boss raid. Gangram realizes Gojin is already moving and asks where he is now. The answer comes too late, because Gojin appears right behind another group. He mocks their plan to run, asking if they really intend to avoid the fight. When they explain they can clear the mission just by surviving the day, Gojin dismisses that as cowardice. He leaves them behind with Gucci in his arms, saying they can hide if they want while he goes after the monster. Instead of charging Gankiori, Gojin activates decomposition on Gucci. He cruelly tells a horrified trainee that his snake has just died. As Gucci crumbles in his hands, Gojin mocks the owner for being pathetic. He warns the rest that the same thing will happen to their snakes if they get in his way. The trainees freeze in shock as he turns their companions into hostages. Gojin tears through the group, destroying more snakes and demanding to know why anyone would oppose him. Their desperate pleas to spare the snakes come too late for the ones already reduced to pieces. The survivors protest that Gojin is protecting only his own snake while slaughtering everyone else's, exposing just how selfish his idea of fairness really is. Seo Gangram is punished for failing to protect his snake companion, and the threat of losing it pushes him toward a harsher choice. He kills the snake in front of the other trainees, shocking them into seeing how far he is willing to go. He coldly asks if this is what they wanted, forcing them to confront the consequence of their pressure. With no way to save the snake now, he decides the only answer is to kill the Gankiori and turns the crisis into a fight for survival. He rallies Seo Gangram and drags a crowd of trainees with him as a makeshift force to hunt the monster. When asked why so many are following, he treats them as disposable support for the protagonist's battle. He assumes Seo Gangram already has a way to kill the creature and pushes him to lead. The trainees protest the idea of letting that unstable man command them, but they still look to Seo Gangram for direction. Seo Gangram accepts their help because he already has a plan to deal with the Gankiori problem. Elsewhere, the supervising staff move in uneasily, unsure what the director intends by letting this continue. They justify approaching because the trainees could die if left alone with the monster. A purple-haired team manager from another region appears, drawing immediate suspicion because she should not be involved here. Another masked manager greets team leader Yang, confirming that multiple higher-ups are now watching the situation. The Gankiori continues raging through the burning forest, still attacking with overwhelming force. The observers check who is fighting it and learn that Seo Gangram is leading team leader Gong's trainee group and the entire second region force. The battlefield feed confirms that nearly everyone from the second region has been thrown into this desperate fight. Some managers dismiss the trainees as incapable of killing the monster and argue they should intervene, but the purple-haired woman insists they wait because the director ordered it. Even while agreeing to wait, she clearly has her own thoughts about the outcome. Watching the trainees struggle, she openly hopes they will give up soon. She reveals her real motive. If Seo Gangram fails, she plans to recruit him into the first region instead. Her interest is personal as well as strategic, because she wants to know where such an unusually powerful awakened came from. One of the masked observers grows tense, sensing that her interest in Seo Gangram may become a problem. On the field, a heavy anti-monster shot finally lands on the Gankiori's body. The weapon is identified as Ghost Slayer, a large-caliber rifle meant to pierce tough monster hide. A blonde trainee takes up the borrowed rifle and commits to supporting the plan from range. The Gankiori answers by charging another blast of fire in its mouth. A defensive barrier goes up just in time, saving the shooters from being incinerated. Another attack slices across the monster's burning body, but it still keeps firing. A second trainee calls out and prepares to draw the monster's attention from another angle. She uses the Crimson Bow, a recreated legendary weapon, to join the coordinated assault. Water users activate a control skill to interfere with the monster's flames and movement. The watching managers are baffled because the trainees seem to be wasting powerful weapons with repeated misses. That only deepens the mystery, since those weapons should not be in the hands of people fighting this badly by accident. From the outside, it looks like the trainees have no chance of defeating the Gankiori at this rate. The monster gathers another fireball, preparing to wipe out the formation. Its flames sputter for a moment, creating the opening Seo Gangram's side has been waiting for. The trainees realize the monster is running low on fire and launch a full rush to press the advantage. The Gankiori sweeps heat and poison through the charging group, punishing them for closing in. The front line quickly understands that the heat and venom are as dangerous as the monster's raw strength, so they reorganize around resistance types. Even while doubting themselves, they keep following Seo Gangram's order to herd the monster toward a wall and trap it. Ice users raise barriers behind the Gankiori, turning the terrain itself into part of the plan and forcing it toward a cliffside goal point. The monster thrashes violently against the pressure, and the trainees struggle to hold their formation. A trainee leader calls for every water type to help suppress the flames while she tries to restrict its movement. Plant and water skills combine to bind the Gankiori's body and keep the fire from burning through the restraints. Strength and reinforcement users throw themselves into the push, turning the whole group into a living battering ram. The plan nearly works as the bound monster is driven to the edge of the cliff. The Gankiori roars and braces itself, refusing to be forced over. It slams down hard enough to shatter the ice and break the trainees' momentum. The front line panics because they can no longer push it, even though Seo Gangram's entire strategy depends on sending it off the cliff. At that critical moment, the silver-haired instigator steps forward and orders the others behind him. He activates decomposition, attacking the ground itself to collapse the monster's footing. The earth gives way beneath the Gankiori, and its massive body starts to drop. As it falls, a hidden observer notices a strange blue glint and realizes something important is happening on the monster's head. That clue sharpens into a clear point of focus, as if someone has found a target no one else noticed. The managers finally understand that Seo Gangram had been somewhere else entirely, and the battlefield feed catches up to him. He is revealed on top of the Gankiori's head, riding the monster directly while searching for its weakness. He tests the surface of its skull with his hand, feeling for an abnormal spot rather than attacking blindly. He confirms the texture change and narrows down the exact location. Remembering an old clue about a sunken area in the middle of the head, he pieces together what he is looking for. The moment he finds the depression, he knows he has reached the key point. The observers realize Seo Gangram may actually pull this off, and the purple-haired manager immediately sees her recruitment plans slipping away. She admits to herself that she had expected him to fail so she could claim him afterward. Because she has already lost useful trainees from her own region, she needs new talent badly enough to scheme for it. Now that Seo Gangram might succeed, she considers sabotaging the mission so he will still fail. As she watches the feed more closely, she notices what he is doing on the monster's head and starts to act on that thought. Seo Gangram presses again on the weak point, committing to the method he has remembered. He steadies himself and prepares to strike the exact spot. The clue about the sunken area repeats in his mind as he aligns the blow. He confirms the target and raises his weapon with certainty. Watching from afar, the silver-haired man decides Seo Gangram's attempt is worth trusting. He recalls that the Gankiori has lost its mind and no longer recognizes Seo Gangram, but also remembers there is a way to restore that bond. The solution was to stab the Biwi pressure point on top of its head, which might bring back recognition. Seo Gangram drives the weapon into that point and desperately calls for the monster to calm down and remember him. The Gankiori's eye reacts, showing that something inside it has shifted. Its whole face changes as the madness begins to loosen and awareness returns. Seo Gangram asks directly whether it recognizes him now, testing if the connection has truly come back. To anchor that recognition, he reties their token of amity onto the monster, restoring the bond they once shared. The watching managers misread the scene as a clever taming tactic to make the kill easier, but one of them recognizes the cruelty in that assumption. The purple-haired woman falls silent, beginning to realize Seo Gangram's intent is not what the others think. She abruptly orders the report falsified so it will say she personally killed the Gankiori after judging the trainees incapable. The blonde manager protests that she has no authority to rewrite the outcome of another region's mission. She ignores him, claiming only that Seo Gangram is in danger, and using that as her excuse to interfere. She unleashes a massive lightning strike toward the battlefield under the pretense of rescue. The lightning is drawn to the metal weapon embedded in the Gankyori's head, turning Seo Gangram's position into the target. The blast crashes down right beside him, nearly killing him and the monster together. The blonde manager explodes in anger because she has just endangered a trainee with a deliberate strike. She feigns innocence and claims it was a mistake, but no one believes her. Even so, she decides she must get closer if she wants to control the outcome before Seo Gangram dies or succeeds completely. When challenged, she insists she is only going to save him and moves anyway. Using air walking and lightning, she rushes toward the cliffside battlefield herself. She hits the Gankyori again with a properly aimed strike, this time trying to finish what she started. She smugly notes that this shot was aimed correctly, dropping any pretense that the first one was accidental. But when the observers look again, they realize the strike still did not hit the result she wanted. A system notice declares that the Gankyori has failed to resist the token of amity. Another notice confirms the truth. The Gankyori has been subdued by Seo Gangram, not killed by anyone else. Seo Gangram realizes the messengers have already stepped into the system itself, making outside interference too late. The purple-haired manager sees that the lightning was diverted by the weapon on the monster's head, exposing her excuse as a lie. Seo Gangram finally recognizes the arriving adults as team manager Gong Ju and the woman from the suspicious video. That recognition links her directly to the secretive First Region scheme he had already been warned about. She apologizes to Seo Gangram and claims she only meant to help, though she admits she interfered instead. Seo Gangram answers calmly that he is glad he survived the lightning, but points out that the Gankyori's internal injuries are now severe. When she tries to take back her weapon and claim the monster, Seo Gangram cuts her off by declaring that no one is allowed to kill it. He makes his position explicit. He has no intention of killing the Gankyori at all. He goes further and warns the others that he will not let them kill it either. At last he states the truth behind all his actions. The Gankyori is his dragon. He places a hand on the dragon's face, choosing trust and ownership over fear. The adults object that it is still a monster no matter how gentle it seems, but their argument no longer moves him. Seo Gangram counters that the poison and flames are not mindless monster traits at all, because the creature can control them. Even after hearing that, the blonde manager still insists it must be killed, furious at Seo Gangram's refusal. Seo Gangram answers that if anyone is going to deal with the dragon, it will be him, not an executioner. He begins treating the dragon directly, using his own power through physical contact instead of another attack. He entrusts the next step to Liney, calling in his small companion to help with the dragon's condition. Liney responds immediately, ready to assist. The little creature gathers bright restorative energy. That healing light settles over the dragon, and its body starts to relax for the first time. The energy enters the wound and begins repairing the damage from within. A wave of purification spreads through the dragon's entire body, transforming the poisonous fire into something cleaner and calmer. The watching messengers shield their eyes from the sudden radiance, stunned by what they are seeing. Even the trainees on the cliff can only stare as the battlefield is flooded with healing light instead of destruction. A wounded trainee who had been watching from cover is shaken by the impossible turn of events. Seo Gangram gently tells the dragon that it is neither a monster nor a failure, rejecting the label everyone else forced onto it. Those words hit the wounded trainee as well, as if Seo Gangram is speaking to more than just the dragon. Seo Gangram finishes the thought by naming it simply and firmly as a dragon. The system acknowledges his choice and begins purifying the Gankyori's resentment rather than rewarding its death. As the purification completes, the dragon shrinks into a small weakened form that Seo Gangram can hold in his arms. The tiny dragon cries softly, alive and finally at peace. Seo Gangram announces that the matter is settled, carrying the rescued dragon while Liney hovers nearby. The messengers are left speechless, realizing Akiran has just helped purify and save what should have been a kill target. One of them reluctantly accepts the new reality, and even the system records the monster as defeated, despite its survival. Around the battlefield, the trainees receive mission completion notices and erupt in relieved celebration. The exhausted group cheers Seo Gangram's success, no longer treating the battle as a hopeless death march. Seo Gangram asks the messenger for permission to take the dragon with him, worried it may still suffer after effects. The request is granted, along with a reminder that Seo Gangram himself is in worse shape than he is acting. Seo Gangram thanks them, but his battered condition is obvious even while he keeps holding the dragon protectively. The blonde manager snaps that the dragon could still die if left untreated, and the purple-haired woman sharply shuts down his careless wording. She orders a subordinate to heal the dragon immediately, and he confirms he has the necessary items. Even while helping, she complains that the treatment is expensive, making it clear she values rare resources highly. Once the healing is done, Seo Gangram and the dragon are left looking dazed but stable, and the immediate crisis finally ends. As the others argue in the background about how he used the bond, Seo Gangram quietly ignores them and focuses on the dragon in his arms. The wounded trainee approaches Seo Gangram and asks if it is now his turn to fight him, carrying over their earlier rivalry. Seo Gangram studies him in silence, measuring the challenge and the person behind it. The trainee awkwardly corrects himself, admitting the creature was never just a snake after all but a dragon. Seo Gangram answers that he does not care whether any trace of the old snake remains, because he accepts what the creature is now. When the trainee presses the point, Seo Gangram refuses to chase old definitions and holds to the dragon in front of him. He ends the rivalry for the moment by admitting he lost this round and is stepping back. Seo Gangram immediately reasserts control, reminding him that if he is staying close, he follows Seo Gangram's lead. Then Seo Gangram tells him to come somewhere else because there is something they need to discuss privately. He downplays it as nothing serious, but his tone makes clear the conversation matters. The trainee protests that this clearly is not a small matter, yet still follows when Seo Gangram calls his name. With the battle over and the others left behind, Seo Gangram walks off to speak alone with the former rival, while carrying the dragon he chose to save. Gangram is stunned to learn that changing this outcome was even possible. He lowers his guard, absorbing the reality of what has just happened. When he starts to hesitate, Tun cuts in and accepts Gangram's lead instead. Tun seals their new alliance with open confidence and eagerness. Their handshake confirms that Seo Gangram and Jang Taehan's fates have been tied together, correcting Gangram's distorted path. As a result, Gangram's destiny is revised upward to secondary human grade. That night, Gangram wakes with a crushing heaviness in his chest. At first he assumes the old sleep paralysis has returned, but the pain feels sharper than a nightmare, and he realizes he never truly got used to it. When he manages to move again, the paralysis breaks. Before he can even sit up, Liney suddenly appears on top of him. The spirit fusses over him, while he groans in confusion and discomfort. He recognizes Liney and tries to push the creature away. As Liney clings to him, a purification skill activates on its own. Gangram realizes Liney is using purification on him rather than the other way around. He pauses, sensing that something in his body is being treated. When he sits up, he notices an entire day has passed and that the poison damage on his side is still lingering. He finally understands that Liney has been cleansing the leftover poisonous energy from his wound. Relieved, he thanks Liney, who happily basks in the praise. Gangram concludes he must have collapsed from exhaustion after sleeping through the whole day. Then something under the bed catches his attention. A hostile little red-black dragon emerges, identified as a tertiary ghostly grade creature with poison, fire, and water energy. Gangram is baffled because he had already sent this aggressive dragon back to the spirit realm after it kept trying to bite Taehan. He wonders if he somehow summoned it again in his sleep, then tries to calm it while jokingly searching for a name. The dragon's reaction gives him a usable answer, so he settles on Yorn. With both spirits now apparently staying, Gangram decides to feed Yorn and Liney. He heads to the cafeteria to handle the unexpected extra mouths. Watching both spirits devour full meals, he resigns himself to paying twice as much for food from now on. Taehan finds him there and approaches casually. He immediately asks about the dragon, and Gangram introduces it as Yorn. Taehan teases the name as sounding more like something for a snake, only to get snapped at by the dragon. Rather than backing off, Taehan seems amused by the dragon's hostility. He then reminds Gangram that Yorn was not the only thing he brought back. That remark makes Gangram tense up. He admits to himself that Yorn is only one part of what returned with him. His mind goes back to Taehan asking what command he wanted carried out. In that moment, Gangram had ordered Taehan to go to the second region. He remembers why that mattered. Trainees who lost their snakes in the second region were told they had failed that mission, but failure there still came with another chance if they moved to a different region. They would simply have to repeat the mission elsewhere, which was presented as manageable. Back in the present, Taehan asks why Gangram made that choice. Gangram answers that the person he sent away seemed too useful to discard. Taehan points out that there are capable people in other regions too, while Gangram dryly notes that at least this one is reasonable. Taehan half-jokingly wonders whether Gangram knows some extraordinary future about that person, reviving his suspicion that Gangram is a regressor. Gangram bluntly confirms that Taehan still has the right idea. Taehan explains that in the room of Viper, Gangram had looked like the central figure of the whole event. He recalls Gangram fighting through that crisis with reckless intensity. He says Gangram's words to the dragon also made him rethink things. Because of that, Taehan has started reflecting on his own shortcomings. Gangram asks what exactly Taehan thinks he was lacking. Even while privately thinking Taehan already did more than enough, Gangram acknowledges how much Taehan helped against Gankiori. Taehan burst out that he was not talking about battle support but about helping Gangram personally. He is frustrated that, despite everything, he still feels like he is falling behind. Before the conversation can go further, someone arrives at the cafeteria entrance. It is Shinsua, and her sudden appearance shifts Taehan's mood at once. He abruptly decides to leave, claiming he has rested enough and needs to get back to work. Watching him go, Gangram guesses Taehan is still busy with his writing career. Sua comes over to check on Gangram. Gangram answers lightly, while privately wondering if Taehan just avoided her. Sua is more concerned about the unrest around Taehan, since many trainees failed because of him and others distrust him for coming from another region. Taehan overhears that and steps in to insist he is not a bad person. Gangram notices Taehan listening, and even as he tries to leave casually, Taehan then returns and asks to be introduced properly, and Gangram presents him to Shinsua. Sua introduces herself as Gangram's teammate. Tun responds politely and identifies himself as someone transferred from the third region. Yorn growls at him during the introduction, keeping the tension alive. Sua keeps the exchange brief and excuses herself after wishing them a good meal. Once she leaves, Gangnam is surprised she did not stay longer. Tun immediately asks if she is Gangrim's girlfriend, and Gangnam denies it while questioning why Taehyun suddenly calls him Hyungnim. Tun cheerfully claims seniority by age and acts as though that settles the matter. He jokes that the title is easier to say than Gangrim's full name. Gangnam admits that Taehyun had felt strangely familiar from the beginning. He explains that Taehyun reminded him of someone he had clashed with before, yet also someone he had been oddly glad to meet again. He says he felt the same inevitability about Sua, as if they were meant to work together. Taehyun describes it as a kind of déjà vu, saying both of them seem familiar to him too. Though embarrassed by calling it fate outright, he still says he feels they would have become teammates no matter what. That leaves Gangnam quietly wondering whether this shared sense of inevitability is mere coincidence. He starts to question whether he is truly steering the future in the right direction. Taehyun shifts the topic and remarks that Gangnam has more friends than his lone wolf image suggests, and that he wants to get closer to them as well. He immediately excludes one person from that wish with open contempt. He names Dok Gojin, the man who slaughtered the snakes in the room of Viper, and makes clear he despises anyone who betrays a creature they vowed to protect. Gangnam is caught off guard because he had assumed Taehyun would hate Gojin for different reasons, but Taehyun's disgust is absolute. Even so, Gangnam warns him not to pick a needless fight, while thinking Taehyun would probably fit in fine with the rest of his circle. He reassures himself that Taehyun is close in age to the others and should be able to get along with them too. Taehyun suddenly says he has a proposal. Before he can explain it, the room is violently breached by an incoming attack. Taehyun reacts instantly, using the shattered doorway as cover while blue shots tear through the space. He bolts into the corridor toward the source of the ambush. Outside, Sua and others witness the destruction spreading into the hall. The attacker's fire blasts a heavy door apart. Taehyun wipes blood from his mouth and squares himself for a counterattack. He confronts the shooter and demands an explanation. The blonde girl answers that she simply cannot accept him. Taehyun rejects her authority to judge him and points out that Gangnam was the one who brought him here. She counters that she is her master's top disciple, and that her guardian god also dislikes Taehyun. Through her, the Olympus Force declares Taehyun immoral for appearing out of nowhere and trying to take Seo Gangnam away from them. She reveals she overheard Taehyun trying to recruit Gangnam with talk of the Peach Garden Oath. Taehyun answers by invoking his own backing without flinching. The Shuhan Force stands behind him as his opposing divine faction. He mocks the accusation by asking why they blame him for failing to recruit Gangnam sooner if their god wanted him so badly. The archer insists her master is not personally obsessed with the matter, but she still refuses to let it go. She warns Taehyun that he is badly outnumbered and only alive because they are showing restraint. Another disciple joins her, but instead of helping, the two bicker over who gets to claim the title of top disciple and who gets to fight Taehyun. Taehyun grows impatient with their posturing and calls out how long they are taking. He openly insults both of them as weak and invites them to attack together if they want. Their standoff is interrupted when Gangnam arrives and demands to know what they are doing. He quickly pieces together that Taehyun and the two disciples were about to fight. The disciples try to justify themselves by saying Taehyun kept pushing divine patronage on Gangnam. Gangnam cuts through that excuse and realizes their guardian gods ordered them to force Taehyun to give up. He immediately asks whether Zeus is still trying to claim him through Yoon Bom and Yoon Jul. Taehyun confirms that his own side is receiving the same pressure because the gods are fixated on Gangnam. That answer makes Gangnam stop and think. He then calmly decides to turn the situation around. Gangnam proposes that he will accept patronage from whichever side wins a fight. The disciples are startled by how directly he raises the stakes. Gangnam sharpens the terms further by declaring that they must fight him personally, and if he wins, they must abandon the matter entirely. He also demands compensation from their guardian gods, specifically at least one ghostly grade item. One of the disciples immediately opens a direct line to the gods. As they relay the terms, Taehyun reflects bitterly on how much people are being moved around by divine commands. He remembers that patronage lets humans borrow a god's power, but only by obeying what are called divine revelations. He also remembers the danger of surrendering judgment and following those orders blindly. To him, that path turns a person into a puppet, and he refuses to become one. The gods object that fighting Gangnam fairly would be unreasonable because of how strong he is, so Taehyun offers a compromise. He proposes a no-skill match where all of them can attack together, and he will count even a single hit against himself as defeat. The disciples accept those conditions and move to start immediately. One of them laughs at how quickly a one-hit match should end. Her confidence vanishes the instant Taehyun meets her opening strike head-on. He slips past her guard and warns her not to waste time worrying about him. For Taehyun, this contest is not a joke but a serious stand against being controlled. When the second disciple rushes in to support her partner, Taehyun intercepts the attack without losing momentum. The gunner freezes for a split second as Taehyun closes the distance. Using the first disciple as a shield, Taehyun coldly orders the gunner to fire anyway. He then kicks the shielded girl away, forcing the other side to confront the cost of their own attack. As the gunner hesitates, Taehyun exploits the opening with ruthless speed, He crashes through both disciples in one sweeping exchange, scattering them before they can coordinate. Gangnam watches the fight unfold with focused calm. Then Tun suddenly has to guard from above as Gangnam joins the melee, refusing to be left out of the test he proposed. Taehyun grins at the escalation instead of fearing it. Gangnam challenges that excitement, asking what Taehyun finds so thrilling. Taehyun answers by countering Gangram's attack in mid-motion and driving the fight into a faster rhythm. The two of them spin through the corridor in a violent exchange of kicks and sword movement. Taehyun taunts Gangram for holding back and warns that he will lose quickly if he keeps doing that. Gangram responds with a small, knowing smile rather than anger. At that moment, a shot from the disciples cuts into the duel and nearly tags Taehyun. Taehyun protests at being shot by the very side that is supposed to be fighting with him. Gangram uses the distraction instantly, slamming Taehyun down by the head before the opening can vanish. Even after being thrown aside, one disciple insists she still cannot allow Taehyun to win. Taehyun rises again, unfazed and already reading the battlefield. The corridor erupts into a chaotic three-sided clash as Taehyun cuts through incoming attacks while more onlookers gather. From the doorway, Shin-soo watches the escalating fight in stunned silence as the situation spins far beyond a simple argument. As chaos erupts among the trainees, someone urges Shin-soo to step in and stop the fight. But the clash is already vicious, with one side pressing a brutal attack. Jang Taehyun surges in and knocks one attacker back before the others can overwhelm him. He turns the ambush around, blocking a shot and forcing the pair to realize he had seen through them. Watching from the side, Shin-soo remains calm and oddly pleased. Instead of intervening, she quietly walks away while the others call after her in confusion. She answers a call, thanks the person on the other end, and begins giving an address. Back in the room, the fight ends with a final heavy strike that leaves the attackers down. Taehyun lowers his weapon and declares the confrontation finished. He tells them there is no point continuing a fight that has already been decided. One of the defeated boys still resists, unwilling to let the matter end there. Taehyun presses him to stop repeating this hostility day after day. He makes clear he can accept honest sparring, but he hates being forced to fight because their gods ordered it, and that anger is still fresh. The blonde girl absorbs his words in uneasy silence. Taehyun points out how absurd it is that they seemed ready to get along, only to betray each other the moment divine orders demanded it. He admits he truly cannot stand that kind of obedience. The archer girl tries to defend herself by bringing up the authority of the guardian god. Taehyun cuts to the heart of it by asking whether she would really kill Yoon Byoem if that god commanded it. He tells all of them they need to make their own choices. For him, the real problem is living by other people's commands instead of their own judgment. The boy he defeated finally begins to relent. The two girls accept their loss and give up the fight. One of them apologizes to Jang Taehyun for attacking him without warning. She also apologizes for her earlier words and admits his strength was real. Embarrassed by the praise, the boy awkwardly accepts and admits he was no saint either. A priest appears at the doorway, startled by the aftermath. The girls immediately call him father, and he offers to come in and heal everyone. As the tension breaks, Taehyun reflects that this is how the conflict has ended. He even compliments the girl's technique, noting that one shot had been especially good despite a flaw in positioning. Thinking back, he realizes the group began by fighting one another but ended up coordinating together. That outcome satisfies him, because the ordeal pushed them closer instead of farther apart. Someone asks if he planned for that from the beginning. Shin-soo reappears and casually remarks that friendships formed through fights can be useful. She explains that she brought the priest because the battle looked rough enough to need healing. Taehyun, still uneasy around her, asks if she also feels awkward around him. She dismisses the concern and says it is fine. What really bothers her is that he feels strangely familiar. That remark unsettles him because he wonders if Shin-soo senses the same thing. He recalls another person once saying they had a feeling they would work with her in the future. Trying to stay composed, he tells himself that if she and the others become close, they will at least stay together even if he disappears. Elsewhere, a report reaches the administrators that the trainees who failed in the third region have begun trials in the first region. The purple-haired overseer accepts the update but says she does not expect much from them. She notes that Seo Gangram passed easily, while Jang Taehyun was promising but moved on to the second region. When asked if that means she is giving up on Seo Gangram, the idea only amuses her. She insists the opposite is true and says she wants him even more now. She adds that there is another strong trainee in the second region as well, referring back to an earlier offer. A reply finally arrives to that offer. The answer is acceptance. The overseer laughs in delight at getting the response she wanted. She looks forward to how team leader Gong will react when he learns of it, and openly savors the coming trouble. Soon after, a sealed barrier breaks apart. A masked messenger announces that the seventh gate has opened. The trainees are told that if they clear this demon realm, they will be allowed to leave as promised. The messenger warns that this final room will be difficult, and that no one can leave early this time. One trainee realizes his earlier worry may have been unnecessary after all. The messenger bows and wishes them luck, hoping to see them again. The remaining trainees gather before the portal while some head in immediately. The three who fought together notice that only they are left behind and wonder where the priest has gone. They are told Shin-soo stepped away to check something first, and someone guesses the priest is still occupied elsewhere. At that moment, Taehyun is elsewhere, moving with a private purpose. The others spot him and call for him to join them now that the gate is open. He refuses for the moment, saying he still has preparations to make. When they ask what he is planning, he keeps it secret. Unsure whether to wait, the others hesitate. Tun tells them not to, promising he will not take long and urging them to go in first. He sends them off with an easy smile, and they assume he is simply excited to finally leave this place. Once they are gone, his expression hardens. He slips away alone into a quiet corridor. There he notices someone waiting in the distance. He recognizes the situation immediately and braces himself. Shinsuo approaches him with her phone in hand and asks why he still is not entering the last room. He asks about her instead, and she says she is going now and suggests they go together. He declines, telling her to go ahead because he has something else to handle first. Before she can leave, he suddenly grabs her and stops her in place. He calls her name carefully, forcing a private moment between them. She looks at her phone and admits she does not even have his number. Since she has already exchanged numbers with everyone else, she asks for his as well. Her request catches him off guard. He hesitates instead of answering. His hand tightens as he struggles with what this means. Seeing his reluctance, she challenges him on whether he really intends to disappear from her life once they get out. She directly asks if he plans never to see her again after they escape. The question hits him harder than he expected. He clenches his fist, unable to answer honestly. She realizes his distance has always come from that intention. When she calls him by name, he can no longer avoid the truth. He admits inwardly that this was exactly why he kept everyone at arm's length. He had planned to vanish from their lives once they escaped, believing that was the only way to keep them safe from Baekhyun. Shinsuo presses him again, refusing to let him retreat behind silence. At last he gives in and asks for her phone. Even then she watches him suspiciously, warning him not to enter a fake number. He almost laughs at how little trust she gives him. Still, he assures her the number is real. She studies him, deciding whether to believe that. Finally she says she will trust him and promises to contact him once they are out. As she walks away, he silently knows there will never be a next time if his plan holds. Left alone again, he resumes training by cutting down a demon while his spiritual animals support him. The battle strengthens Yorn, whose flame bomb skill rises to secondary ghostly grade. He immediately pushes the training further by activating magnet horns. The two spirit beasts collapse together from the strain. He praises them for their work and sends them away to rest. Even exhausted, he reminds himself he still has to hurry to the demon realm. At that moment, delayed rewards finally arrive from two divine patrons. Relieved, he expects something worth the wait. The rewards turn out to be Hermes' shoes, Mencius, and a life medicine, all high-grade items. He gathers the gifts and inspects them closely. Pleased to receive draconic-grade equipment, he decides that gods competing through rewards is acceptable, even if he still resents how they manipulated the trainees into fighting. A masked messenger suddenly appears behind him and asks if he delayed entering just to wait for those items. Startled, he recognizes the visitor as Messenger and Avi and greets her politely. When she asks why he still has not entered the final demon realm, he admits he has not gone in yet. He tries to ask whether the others have already finished, but she refuses to reveal anyone else's progress. She will not even confirm whether there has been a first clear. He accepts that she will not give him a straight answer, so he decides he will have to verify the situation himself. For now, he tells her he will train his spiritual animals more and rest before entering. Thinking back to his previous life, he remembers that the media went wild the moment people began emerging from the training center. Back then Shinsuo cleared the demon realm on the third morning, yet now 4 days have passed without any news. That discrepancy makes him suspect no one has cleared it yet. A text arrives asking him to reply once he clears the demon realm. He thinks that after Shinsuo's group clears the raid, that will be his chance to enter. While continuing to train, he narrowly avoids a projectile as his beasts attack around him. The shot stops just short of his throat, revealing itself as a message-bearing arrow. He identifies it as a space and time messenger, an item that can deliver messages regardless of distance. Puzzled, he wonders who would send something like that to him. The system announces that a message has arrived, but the sender's identity is concealed. The contents hit him like a shock. He sees a horrifying image of Shin-Sua lying bloodied and broken. Her name slips from him in disbelief as he reaches toward the message. Another image shows her alive but screaming in agony, making the threat feel immediate and real. He recoils, overwhelmed by panic and rage. The message twists her earlier words about seeing each other again into something sinister. It also echoes her wish to stay in contact after leaving, turning that memory into a weapon against him. The sender invokes her confession that she needs people she can rely on. Then comes the blunt declaration that she likes him. He remembers his own stunned response when she first said it. In that memory, she had told him he still had not used his destiny-stealing skill. He had been too surprised to understand what she meant. She explained that she liked the fact that he refused to choose an easy, selfish path. To her, his restraint proved his character even when taking the easier route would have benefited him. He had awkwardly insisted it was not virtue but weakness that kept him from using the skill. Even then he had suspected she might be mocking him or trying to make him pay for her injured eye, until she proposed they clear the last room together. He had decided she only wanted to use his ability and agreed to contact her after finishing his own room. But after she left, he privately resolved to steal her destiny once she let her guard down. Now, in the present, he enters the room of sawn skeletons with her, where the objective is to find a plaque and escape, with no time limit. The room immediately equips both of them with the Band of Sawn Skeletons, a curse item that activates repeatedly across 7 levels. When he reads the item description, he realizes the bands will progressively expose a saw and eventually amputate the body part they are attached to, with worse karma placing the band on more vital areas. He warns Shinsua that if they do not clear the realm within 7 days, the marked parts will be cut off. Her band is on her arm, while his is only on his pinky, revealing a stark difference in how the room judged them. When he mentions karma, she concludes that having less of it must mean he is the better person. Instead of panicking over the curse, she smiles at him and calls him a good person, leaving him baffled by how calmly she can still do that. A wounded young man hears the eye-patched woman vow that she still wants to become a good person like him, no matter what fate has in store. With a sword at her throat, she calmly insists that destiny will not stop her from choosing that path. He doubts her sincerity, thinking it is too late for redemption, while both of them still wear the restraints of their cursed roles. Yet her easy trust unsettles him, because she seems to mean it instead of merely pretending to be kind. His mind immediately turns against that hope, reviving the voices of people who once mocked him for believing anyone could accept him. Those memories remind him that others saw him as a bringer of death who only doomed anyone near him. Surrounded by that old fear, he wonders whether he is about to be fooled again and concludes that no one would ever be genuine with him. The woman notices the ominous drums and realizes the next wave is coming, likely along with Shinsua. She urgently calls out to Seo Gangrim, snapping him out of his spiral. As shadow enemies rush in, he bitterly assumes this betrayal is no different from every other one he has known. Even so, he lunges after her as the attack closes in. A red warning flares around the eye-patched woman as she moves to intercept the danger. Gangrim panics when he realizes Shinsua is the one in immediate danger. The battle spills through the doorway, leaving blood and black stains behind. When the shadows surround them, the woman laughs at how badly he misread the situation. She reveals she would have run faster if she had known the monsters would stop chasing once they changed rooms. Gangrim admits the destiny windows he sees never told him that rule, exposing how incomplete his guidance really is. She quickly understands that he thought she was blaming him, and clarifies that his warnings about monster names and abilities had already helped her. But he can only focus on guilt, insisting that she was hurt again because of him. He remembers that in the Sword Forest she lost her eye while trying to protect him from a murderer. Overwhelmed, he calls her better than him and asks why she keeps someone like him by her side. She answers without hesitation, refusing to let him sink further into self-hatred. She reminds him that she already told him the reason. Before she can finish, a new system alert interrupts the moment. Gangrim is jolted back to the present as the red warning window appears before him. In his room, the alert startles both him and his 2 spirit companions. His first instinct is to rush in and save Shinsua. Then he stops himself, remembering why he had stayed behind in the first place. He forces himself to recall that entering the demon realm might only put her in greater danger. He repeats the cruel belief that his destiny endangers others, and tries to convince himself doing nothing is safer for her. He clings to the idea that Shinsua is strong enough without him. Back in the earlier conversation, he had tried to speak, but she cut through his self-loathing before he could retreat again. She told him she admired the way he kept resisting the fate imposed on him, and she said that if he failed this time, he could simply help her the next time instead. Now the system announces that the room of sewn skeletons has begun. That warning finally pushes him into action. He enters the demon realm after all, remembering the voices that once begged to be chosen by him. Arriving late in a wrecked chamber, he immediately asks where Shinsua went. The unseen voices mock him for caring about her first, and refuse to answer directly. They taunt him with information only if he accepts one of them as his god, turning her whereabouts into a bargain. Instead of taking the bait, he realizes he should be more concerned about the trap closing around him. He notices the red restraints reflected in his sword and begins assessing the danger more carefully. He confirms that the same bands bind his neck, wrists, and ankles. Those restraints make clear that this room carries a lethal condition tied directly to his body. He spots a blood-stained plaque on the floor and understands it is the key to the room's rules. The voices gleefully explain that if he fails to clear the room within 7 days, the punishment will be decapitation. He stays unnervingly calm despite the threat. Then he returns to the only question that matters to him and asks again whether they know where Shinsua is. The voices answer with contradictory directions, trying to mislead him for their own amusement. He gives up on their guidance and opens the realm map, deciding to search for her himself as the room is registered with 0 progress. He starts checking the surrounding rooms one by one. With his 2 companions following, he moves through the compound looking for any sign she passed this way. He enters another chamber, and immediately scans it like a crime scene. The black stains on the floor catch his attention. From the marks alone, he concludes a fight happened there. He also finds Father Johan's glowing cross, proving their group had been in the room. Seeing arrows embedded in the walls, he deduces that Yoon Bom and Yoon Jul were involved, and wonders if Shinsua was with them. The voices are impressed by how much he inferred, but remain more interested in toying with him than helping. A distant drumbeat interrupts the search. The voices warn that Detective Seo Gangram is in danger and hint that the real fight happened elsewhere. Faced with countless doors, he decides he may have to search every room. Then he notices a clue he almost missed. An X-shaped mark on the floor makes him suspect the path itself is being signaled. He reasons that if X means they did not go that way, then one of the remaining doors should bear a different mark. But every route is marked the same, leaving him briefly unsure whether his deduction failed. The voices reveal that Shinsuo deliberately baited him with the marks. Accepting that she intended to draw him onward, he heads toward the throne room. The voices sneer as he ignores the throne itself and searches around it instead. By checking beneath it, he finds the hidden plaque he needed. His companions react as another disturbance approaches. He realizes the room's layout is deliberately chaotic, designed to confuse and delay intruders. A sudden sound warns him that the enemy has arrived. He orders his companions to prepare for battle. The next drumbeat summons a wave of shadow demons. They surround him from every side, forcing him to stand his ground. His fire-back companion strikes first, blasting through the nearest attackers. But one shadow cuts through the flames and presses the assault. Gangram joins the fight while his pale companion conjures floating water orbs to support him. Those bubbles trap several shadows and suspend them helplessly in midair. Gangram praises both companions and notes that the enemies are numerous but individually weak. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly recognizes a familiar pattern. A shadow sniper takes aim with a copied rifle, making him think of Yoon Byom. He immediately rejects that fear and identifies it as only a shadow demon using her form. The copied sniper locks onto him with glowing eyes. As the demon activates perfect marksmanship, he throws himself aside to avoid the shot. Even then, he realizes the bullet is curving toward him. The room's rule becomes clear: attacks from this skill will hit no matter what. When he sees shadows using Yoon Byom and Yoon Jul's abilities together, the encounter turns personal. Rather than hesitate, he decides that meeting their imitations only hardens his resolve. He finally understands the room's core mechanic. Every monster here is a copy-type shadow. The plaque identifies them as shadow thieves, creatures that duplicate human abilities. It further explains that they copy both appearance and powers from anyone who enters the demon realm, but they cannot reproduce the original's personalities or beliefs. That flaw lets Gangram see through the fake Yoon Jul, because the real one would never fire so recklessly. He weaves through the barrage while the copied skills tear the room apart around him. Even after taking a hit, he realizes that if he destroys the shadow using bomb's skill, the copied arrows and bullets should vanish with it. He commits to that counterattack in a single decisive motion. Drawing on his own power, he seizes control of the incoming projectiles instead of merely enduring them. Bleeding but focused, he confirms that once the shadow falls, the copied arrows will disappear too. The fake Byom prepares another attack, still wrapped in stolen power. She escalates by activating a new skill called Firing Squad and summons an arsenal around herself. Gangram realizes the real Yoon Byom must have learned a dangerous new ability. He quickly weighs his options as guns surround him at point-blank range. His sword cannot reach her from there, and he knows stealth would not save him in such a confined kill zone. So he decides to trust his own body and see how much of the barrage he can block. He takes the attack head-on and is slashed and shot through the storm of copied weapons. At that critical moment, voices from above call out to him as an escape route opens overhead. Yoon Byom and another ally urge him to climb up immediately. They drag him out through the opening and anxiously check whether he can still move. Though blood soaks his side, he downplays the wound to keep them from panicking. When offered medicine, he says he already has some. Still catching his breath, he asks what kind of place they have ended up in. Yoon Byom explains that the neighboring room appears to be a jail. That word makes Gangram immediately think of Shinsuo and whether she might be imprisoned there. They move into the jail corridor to investigate. Gangram senses someone ahead and turns sharply toward the cells. He finds Shinsuo slumped against the wall, badly wounded and barely conscious, her sword fallen from her hand. He rushes to her before anyone can finish explaining. Dropping to her side, he is struck by how severe her condition is. Yoon Byom starts explaining that the monsters here copy their skills. She adds that even after killing them, the shadows returned with each new drumbeat. On the second day, however, they discovered a crucial rule about those copies. In the flashback, a copied swordsman was cut down while Byom fought nearby. Another ally had tried to hold the line long enough for the others to survive. Byom then noticed the hidden consequence of fighting the copies. The damage suffered by the original human is mirrored onto the shadow that copied them. And the reverse is also true: hurting the shadow injures the real person it imitates. Gangram immediately understands that Shinsuo's wounds did not come from ordinary monster attacks. The cuts on her body and the blood around her sword prove she was harmed through her own shadow being struck. He concludes that she must have chosen to do this to herself. Byom confirms it, saying Shinsuo believed it was the only workable solution because none of them could defeat her copied shadow directly. According to Byom, Shinsuo said she would handle everything once the others withdrew. Even half-conscious, Shinsuo is still described as absurdly kind for taking that burden alone. Gangram silently picks up the medicine, his expression hardening as he understands what she intended. He rejects the idea that this was kindness at all and calls it madness born from self-sacrifice. Byom breaks down, admitting they should never have let it happen and that they should have stopped her somehow. Gangrim answers with bitter realism that ordinary people cannot easily stop someone who has already decided to destroy herself for others. Even so, he gently steadies Bomb instead of blaming her. He asks how many plaques they have found, and learns that several remain missing, including those of Joel and Father Johann. Before the report can finish, Boem notices Shinsua stirring. Gangrim asks Boem to give them some space. He decides that what Shinsua needs now is not another rescue attempt, but a direct conversation. As healing light slowly closes her wounds, Shinsua regains enough strength to sit up. Her eyes sharpen as she realizes Gangrim is beside her. She startles when she sees him holding the medicine she meant to use. He takes her hand, stops her from deflecting the moment, and tells her they need to talk. She understands his intent immediately and tries to keep him from using the medicine. She reaches for her sword and begins to argue that if she recovers fully, the danger will spread to everyone else. To prove it, she drives the blade into her own injured leg before he can stop her. Through tears, she insists that if she heals, others will be the ones placed in danger. As Shinsua tries to kill herself before the next trial begins, Seo Gangrim stops the blade and forces the confrontation he wanted. In the struggle, the hourglass medicine she was holding shatters and spills away, cutting off her easy escape. Gangrim makes it clear he did not come to watch her die and demands that she talk instead. Seo is shaken that he would grab a bloodied blade with his bare hand just to stop her. She resists and tells him to let go, still trying to end the conversation and her life at once. He refuses, insisting that if anyone is letting go first, it will be her death wish, because they still have time before the next drum summons them onward. With the broken medicine wasted on the floor, the two are left sitting in the stone room with no choice but to face each other. The katana finally falls aside, ending the immediate suicide attempt. When Seo accuses him of breaking his word and coming anyway, Gangrim answers that he never abandoned her, only warned he might arrive late. Exhausted and cornered, she asks why he would go this far for her. Gangrim reminds her that she should have been able to defeat her own shadow. Seo admits she cannot beat it, and says he already knows why. She points out that he can read destiny windows, so the answer should already be visible to him. Gangrim activates destiny detection to inspect her fate directly. What he sees shocks him, because Sua's destiny has changed from what he remembers. He cannot understand why her future has shifted so drastically. Her window now shows bloodthirst, a skill that grows stronger through human blood and drags its user toward dependence and karmic ruin. It also shows weight of karma, a divine skill that converts accumulated karma into raw stats, and Gangrim realizes these powers appeared far earlier than they did in the life he remembers. He recognizes the pattern as something close to his own destiny-stealing ability. He also compares it to Nam Yujin's murderous impulse, another power that strengthens the more it is indulged. Yet Seo has fewer bands of sewn skeletons than she did before, meaning she herself has not advanced as far down that path. From that, Gangrim concludes she has not been actively using those dangerous skills, but he immediately realizes her shadow would have no reason to show the same restraint. He tells Seo that every time her shadow has appeared, it must have grown stronger by freely exploiting those powers. The thought of a monster empowered without restraint by bloodthirst makes him understand just how terrifying her shadow has become. He falls silent, weighing the danger she has been carrying alone. Seo responds by asking him to leave her behind and escape with the others. When he asks what she plans to do then, she says her own fate is hers to solve. Gangrim refuses to accept that answer and forces her to face him. She is already fading, barely able to keep her eyes open. He angrily asks whether she truly intends to die here. Seo weakly addresses him by name, and says she only wants to sleep for a while. As she collapses, she mutters that she will leave only after everyone else is safe. Gangrim understands that she means to sacrifice herself once the others are gone. At that moment, the rest of the group finally arrives and calls out to him in relief. A blonde priest greets Gangrim warmly, and Gangrim reveals he located them using a cross-shaped item. He returns the glowing cross to its owner. The priest is grateful, having thought the keepsake was lost for good. He is even happier that the whole group has reunited. He explains that they were worried after being separated, but somehow managed to regroup despite entering through different rooms. That detail catches Gangrim's attention, because it conflicts with what he expected. The priest says he entered without Dok Gojin and found no one at first, regretting that they did not know delayed entry would alter starting positions. One of the others suggests checking on Shinsua next. Gangrim quickly lies that she merely fell asleep after taking medicine and should be fine. The group accepts the explanation, but Gangrim studies them as if measuring what to reveal and what to hide. The younger members try to reassure themselves that with everyone together, they should be able to escape soon. Even so, they worry that if Gangrim's shadow appears, it will be powerful. They compare shadows and note that some are close to the original, while Soa's was far stronger, wondering whether abilities determine the difference. Dok Gojin asks if the nature of a person's skills affects how their shadow manifests. Gangrim is caught off guard by the question. Then Gojin notices the red band of sewn skeletons around Gangrim's neck and points it out with unsettling interest. Gangrim instinctively covers the mark, suddenly tense. The others realize that if Gangrim's band is on his neck, his death condition is especially dangerous. Gangrim brushes it off and says he only needs to leave the room before that becomes a problem. The priest immediately decides they should search for the exit and the missing plaques at once. Gangnam tries to organize the group more carefully, but notices Hyuk is injured and cannot simply be sent out. He orders one of the girls to stay behind and guard Seo in case people from other regions attack. The priest agrees that 2 people should remain as before, and Gojin volunteers to stay with Gangnam, claiming fatigue. The others accept the arrangement and start to leave, but Gangnam stops them with one last warning. He tells them to synchronize the map information before moving, trying to prevent another avoidable split. Once they are alone, Gangnam sits down and turns to Gojin, deciding to press the questions he has been holding back. He begins by asking why Gojin chose this room as their base. Gangnam points out that there was no need to leave Shin-soo confined in what is effectively a jail cell. Gojin calmly answers that the choice was Sua's, because she believed the room would weaken her wood element shadow by lacking plant life. Gangnam knows the elemental logic is sound, since metal suppresses wood. Still, he cannot accept that leaving an injured woman on a cold stone floor was the best they could do. He hides his anger behind a thin smile and keeps probing. Gojin notices the dissatisfaction and asks if that was all Gangnam wanted to know. He taunts Gangnam for asking such a trivial question when he is supposed to be the story's main character. Gojin says he expected a more important question. Gangnam's expression hardens as he decides to confront the deeper issue. He asks why Gojin sent him that mysterious message. Gojin confirms that Gangnam correctly identified him as the sender, but refuses to explain directly. Instead, he claims he only acted because the main character could not simply be left out of the story, and because Gangnam had failed to enter for 4 days. He asks if Gangnam is angry, as though the manipulation were harmless. Gangnam keeps his composure, though the answer clearly unsettles him. He admits that whatever Gojin intended, it has placed Shin-soo in even greater danger, and Gojin cheerfully says he assumed Gangnam would value that information. Gangnam changes tack and asks how a trainee like Gojin obtained an expensive space-time messenger in the first place. Gojin dodges with a playful refusal, treating the question like a game. Gangnam immediately shuts down the flirtatious evasion before Gojin can keep playing with him. Gojin offers another baited revelation, but Gangnam refuses to be led around. Then Gojin casually calls him a regressor and remarks that this situation seems to have diverged from what Gangnam should have predicted. Gangnam cuts him off before he can keep circling the truth. Gojin mocks him further, joking about the chainsaws that once tore through Gangnam's body and proving he knows far too much. Gangnam counters by asking how much karma Gojin has accumulated. The two sit in the empty room like players in a private match, each trying to force the other to reveal more. When Gojin feigns ignorance, Gangnam makes it clear he already understands the subject. He explains that the bands of sewn skeletons appear on different body parts depending on a person's sins, and the worse the karma, the more fatal the location. Gojin responds that he has done enough wrong for his own bands to target his life as a writer. He adds that the more karma one carries, the stronger one's shadow becomes. Gangnam asks what point Gojin is trying to make with all this. Gojin says he simply finds it amusing. What amuses him is that Gangnam has clearly done terrible things while still presenting himself as righteous. He wonders aloud what could have shaped someone like Gangnam. Then he sharpens the attack by asking what happened in Gangnam's past life. Gangnam calls his name in warning. Gojin leans in, openly fascinated now. He asks what kind of person Gangnam really is beneath the role he plays. Gangnam answers with brutal simplicity that he is a criminal. Gojin laughs off the confession, refusing to believe something so straightforward. He argues that a main character being merely a criminal would be too ordinary, because protagonists are usually victims instead. He says he wants to meet Gangnam's shadow, convinced it must reveal something far worse than Gangnam admits. When Gangnam tells him to shut up, Gojin offers silence only in exchange for a more interesting story. Gangnam bitterly invites him to keep talking if he insists, but rejects the labels of returner or regressor that Gojin keeps pushing. He repeats that he is neither a returner nor anything similar. Trying to redirect the conversation, he offers to talk about his childhood instead, anything to stop Gojin from digging into the truth. Unseen by them, their conversation is being monitored remotely through a surveillance feed. In the control room, a red-haired subordinate remarks that they were fortunate to gain permission to observe the final demon realm. She asks the blonde team leader if he is most concerned about Seo Gangnam, and he confirms it. Another agent arrives with the files the team leader requested. The team leader says the deeper they investigate Seo Gangnam, the more mysterious he becomes, and demands the results. The agent hesitates after reading the report. He says the search found no criminal record at all and that Gangnam appears completely ordinary. The only unusual detail is that he lost his parents young and was adopted by a shaman. After that, there is no sign of divine possession or any dramatic history, only an ordinary life lived alone. The red-haired subordinate wonders how someone with such a mundane record could have accumulated so much karma, suggesting murder as one possibility. The team leader rejects that explanation, saying 1 or 2 deaths could never account for this level of karmic burden. He estimates it would take at least hundreds of killings to produce that result. Unable to imagine what Gangnam has done, he concludes only that it cannot be anything good. Another agent protests that someone so dangerous should never be recruited to their side. The team leader answers by asking why the director insisted that karma be included in the final demon realm at all. He explains that the point was not merely to detect unstable personalities, but to measure the trainee's karmic weight directly. If the agency only wanted to filter out dangerous people, he says, they could have done that in the very first stage. He points out that the agency already accepts murderers as trainees and deliberately throws them into lethal trials to harden them. So risking their lives and exposing their karma in the last room serves a different purpose. From Gangrim's side, the answer becomes clear to him. The trials are meant to prove that these people are more than the crimes attached to them. His realization is interrupted when fighters from another region burst in, targeting the strongest survivors first so they will not have to keep facing the same shadows repeatedly. They also see those strong survivors as valuable assets worth taking or eliminating. 6 days pass after the room of sewn skeletons opens, and the attrition finally shows. One of the girls suffers a brutal wound to the ear where her band is tied, and blood pours down her neck. Gangrim rushes to her as the injury overwhelms her. Hyuk, hurt himself, asks if the two girls are alright while trying to stay useful. Gangrim immediately gives emergency treatment, stopping the bleeding and ordering painkillers instead of healing medicines so the damaged skin will not mend incorrectly. When the injured girl insists they still cannot leave without finding Sua and the plaques, Gangrim tells her to rest until the painkillers take effect. He decides to search the neighboring rooms himself, but the others refuse to let him go alone. He leaves a summoned spirit beast named Liney behind to guard them and promises to return before the next drumbeat. He enters another room littered with papers and shelves, continuing the desperate search. As he looks around, he realizes the plaques are no longer where they were in the life he remembers. That discrepancy makes him stop and reassess the room. Then he notices the remaining shadows closing in and remembers that they have been forced to flee them more often as time passes. Since the enemies regenerate, and there is no point wasting strength in already searched rooms, he chooses to cut through them quickly. Gangrim tears into the shadows with sword and flame, destroying them in a direct assault. Even distant observers note that he has become frighteningly strong, and is simply slaughtering everything in his path. That display only deepens the fear of what kind of shadow Gangrim himself might produce. Gangrim shares the same fear, because he knows his unseen shadow may be worse than anything else here. He admits to himself that he still has not encountered his own shadow. Then something catches his eye among the shelves and stops him cold. He finds a glowing plaque hidden in a display case and instantly realizes it may be the clue he has been missing. The plaque's color matches the one Shinsua had in the life he remembers, confirming that the room's rules and placements have shifted in a meaningful way. Seo Gangrim reaches for the plaque and tests whether he can take it despite the protection around it. He realizes the plaque is sealed so that only its rightful owner can touch it. Even so, he succeeds in claiming Seo Gangrim's plaque, proving the restriction recognizes him. The success leaves him drained but grimly satisfied. Catching his breath, he accepts that his luck only seems to work when the result is dangerous. The trial acknowledges that he has met the clear condition and only needs to leave with the plaque to finish. Before he can leave, his sharpened senses warn him that someone has arrived. The training's lesson shifts toward heightened perception as the threat closes in. A frightened voice urges him to wake up and protect them, but he moves toward the disturbance instead. When he hears the speaker, he recognizes the voice just as a group confronts him outside. The newcomers greet him warmly, relieved to have found him at last. They assume he entered late and casually invite him to join them. Though they say they trust him, he steers the conversation toward Shinsua's plaque instead. He asks whether any of them has seen it. The group recalls that someone claimed to have seen it, but that person is no longer here. They identify the missing witness as someone from Sangwon's team and ask whether Sangwon tracked that person's location. Sangwon immediately understands the implication and grows tense. He admits he only knows which room the plaque was in, not the exact position. Seo Gangrim thanks him and updates his map, while the realm's inspection rate shifts in response. He then questions the injured survivors about what attacked them, and whether they met people from another region. They deny meeting outsiders and describe a single shadow that was overwhelmingly strong. What terrified them most was that this shadow behaved unlike the others whenever it found a corpse. They explain that it became like a beast around the dead and began using the same skills as the people who had died. That detail makes Seo Gangrim go still as he grasps the real danger. The survivors add that the creature only started appearing a few days into the trial and can be identified by red bands on its body. Sangwon suddenly notices something that shocks him. He asks Seo Gangrim when he entered, staring at the red bands on his wrists and ankles. Seo Gangrim realizes exactly what Sangwon is about to accuse him of. Sangwon points out that Seo Gangrim bears the same kind of bands the monster was said to have. He steps closer, suspicion overtaking fear. Demanding proof, Sangwon insists on seeing Seo Gangrim's neck as well. When Seo Gangrim does not comply, Sangwon openly challenges him in front of everyone. The others begin to connect the monster's identity to Seo Gangrim and ask if the shadow could be his. Sangwon rejects any doubt and presses the accusation harder. He argues that the timing, Seo Gangrim's strength, and the matching bands all point to the same conclusion. He says that if Seo Gangrim also has a band on his neck, that would settle it. The room turns uneasy as the crowd starts leaning toward suspicion. One of them tries to soften the demand, asking to see his neck just once to clear up the misunderstanding. Seo Gangrim answers that even if he did have such a mark, that still would not prove the shadow belongs to him. Sangwon refuses to listen and insists the group will decide for themselves. Others pile on, mocking his refusal as if it confirms his guilt. To himself, Seo Gangrim bitterly notes that they are acting as if his skill alone proves he is the monster. He stays silent while Sangwon demands an answer. That silence convinces the crowd even more that the accusation must be true. They jump to the conclusion that his strength comes from killing people and stealing their abilities. Someone tries to calm the panic, but the room has already turned against him. Even the attempt at reassurance becomes another plea for him to submit to their suspicion. Rather than argue further, Seo Gangrim activates Man in Solitude and vanishes. His sudden disappearance throws the room into chaos, and cries for help erupt. The open doorway becomes the only clue to where he went. The others scramble to understand what just happened. Sangwon orders everyone to chase him, convinced they must capture the original body. They rush after him, sure he cannot have escaped far. But what they leave behind is only a decoy image. Hidden safely elsewhere, Seo Gangrim exhales and admits he expected this outcome eventually. He reflects that he always knew people would turn on him once they learned the truth. The hostility reminds him of how others reacted in his previous life when they discovered his skill. What unsettles him now is how quickly trust collapsed, perhaps because these people had believed he was good. His thoughts turn to the companions waiting outside and how they will react when they learn about destiny stealing. He wonders whether they will accept it or feel betrayed that he hid it from them. He remembers Shinsuo once praising him for not choosing the cowardly path even when it would have been easy. That memory makes him question what this life's Shinsuo would think of the version of him who uses destiny stealing. When he reunites with his own companions, they greet him with relief after worrying about the delay. He tells them he found out where Shinsuo's plaque is. They immediately move with him to retrieve it. Privately, he resolves to explain everything once they are safely out of the demon realm. The three of them emerge into a vast indoor garden that serves as the final area. His companions are startled to realize they are already outside, though the place is still enclosed and enormous. Seo Gangrim cuts off the wonder and urges them to search quickly. As they spread out through the garden, he notes how large the area is. He judges that the others who chased him will need time to find them here. He even thinks it would be interesting if those pursuers ran into the second region's group instead. Then a malicious voice intrudes on his thoughts, gleefully imagining how his friends will react once they learn the truth about him. The taunting immediately puts him on edge. Before he can identify the source, his companion excitedly announces she has found Shinsuo's plaque. She points out the hiding place in a tree hollow, and the group starts to believe they can finish this cleanly. But she suddenly senses something wrong. Seo Gangrim realizes the attacks are coming faster now as dark energy closes in. Two hostile shadows appear in front of them, forcing the group into combat stance. His male companion initially thinks the enemy count is manageable, and wants to eliminate them quickly. Seo Gangrim notices a crucial detail before they act. One of the shadows bears the red band on the left arm, marking it as Shinsuo's shadow. He confirms the enemy's identity, and is immediately disturbed by what he sees. The sight shocks him into a deeper realization. Shinsuo's shadow is collapsing on its own, as if its original body is still harming itself somewhere else. While the other shadows engage his companions, Seo Gangrim focuses on the wounded Shinsuo shadow. He remembers that Shinsuo once injured herself to stop her own shadow from killing others. That memory makes him understand she may still be doing the same thing whenever the drum sounds. He decides he has to reach Shinsuo immediately. To keep her shadow alive long enough to learn more, he uses Healing Hand on it. The healing reveals that another enemy is Father Johan's shadow, and the area is saturated with earth energy. The environment amplifies the shadow's abilities, making the situation far worse. Seo Gangrim realizes the garden itself is strengthening them. The enemy then unleashes Tree Leaf Method through the empowered terrain. Massive blade-like vines erupt everywhere, and his companions are caught in the attack. Seo Gangrim orders them to run at once. He throws himself into the storm of attacks to shield them. Even while dodging, he is forced to absorb repeated blows. He keeps parrying and pushing through the barrage to buy time. The shadows surround him with a forest of cutting branches. His companion tries to warn him about an attack from behind, but the warning comes too late. He is struck hard and wounded protecting them. Shinsuo's shadow advances while he struggles to stay upright. The enemy presses in, ready to finish him. Its expression makes clear that it is not mindless but cruelly aware. Seo Gangrim steadies himself and refuses to break. He counters with a desperate sword strike through the chaos. The blow knocks Shinsuo's shadow back and briefly opens space. He senses the fight is about to escalate again. The shadow activates Bloodthirst, raising the power of the monster called Shadow Thief. His companions rush to him, but he insists he can still move. He steps between them and the enemy again despite his injuries. The shadows regroup, with Father Johan's healing supporting Shinsuo's shadow and restoring the others. His companions are horrified to learn that the shadows can even use healing skills. They consider taking out Father Johan's shadow first, but Seo Gangrim stops them. He says that option is already gone because the battlefield has turned completely against them. Instead, he tells them he has another plan and orders them not to fight, only to run. They protest that they cannot possibly win, which only confirms his judgment. The scene shifts to after the escape, with the group regrouped in a safer corridor. There, Father Johan finishes treating Seo Gangrim while Shinsuo sits nearby, exhausted and injured. Seo Gangrim confirms the emergency treatment is complete and thanks the priest. Father Johan asks what they should do now, given the danger created by Seo Gangram's shadow. He even wonders if he should injure himself the way Shinsuke has been doing to restrain hers, but Seo Gangram rejects that immediately. Seo Gangram says the priority is escaping as fast as possible because the shadows can only copy people still trapped inside. That means staying longer only creates more threats for everyone. His blonde companion objects that they still cannot abandon Shinsuke's plaque or leave her to face this alone. When someone starts to praise his caution, Seo Gangram cuts them off. He declares that he will personally defeat Shinsuke's shadow. Shinsuke is stunned by how directly he says it. He turns to her and makes his real request. He asks whether she will leave this place with him. She studies him in silence, weighing whether to trust him. Still desperate to help, she reaches for her blade as if to injure herself again. Seo Gangram stops her hand and tells her she does not need to do that anymore. He promises he has a better plan and asks her to let go of the knife. She hesitates, unsure whether to believe him. He answers her doubt with calm certainty instead of force. Outside, Shinsuke's shadow waits among the remaining shadows, still hunting. One of the lesser shadows suddenly destabilizes and disappears, showing the copies are tied to the original's presence. Another shadow reacts in surprise as the network begins to weaken. With the copied shadows fading, Shinsuke's shadow is left increasingly isolated. Seo Gangram notes that everyone else has escaped safely and that the copied shadows are gone. Shinsuke worries about Doke Gojin and offers to stab herself again if anything goes wrong. Seo Gangram refuses and can only marvel at how many knives she keeps producing. He firmly tells her to stop relying on self-harm. Then he admits he knows she may not believe he can handle this. She says nothing, but her silence is no longer rejection. Instead, she quietly shows her trust by taking hold of him and saying she believes him. She accepts his promise that they will leave this place together. With her trust finally secured, Seo Gangram moves forward to face what remains. Seo Gangram shares a calm, knowing look with the woman beside him before abruptly deciding to end the situation himself. He promises to finish quickly, activates Man in Solitude, and bursts out alone to confront the threat. Moving at high speed, he charges straight towards Shinsuke's shadow in the garden. The shadow notices him approaching while the real Shinsuke remains back at the entrance. The shadow turns to meet him, no longer ignoring his presence. Seo Gangram opens with a direct strike, testing how the shadow will defend itself. The shadow reads the attack and prepares to counter rather than retreat. Seo Gangram slips behind it and lands a heavy blow, forcing it to react in pain. The hit angers the shadow and confirms it can feel damage. In response, it unleashes a forest of blade-like tendrils to trap him at range. The tendrils crash down in a coordinated assault, turning defense into overwhelming offense. Seo Gangram had expected Shinsuke's tree leaf method to be used as a shield, so he is not caught off guard by the pattern. Using that knowledge, he breaks away before the trap can fully close around him. The shadow immediately shifts tactics again and reaches out to seize control of the battlefield. Seo Gangram keeps dodging through the barrage, even spending accomplishment points mid-fight to raise his agility to 30. Despite the boost, he is still forced into the air as the shadow's attacks fill every direction. The tendrils converge from all sides, trying to crush him before he can recover. He barely carves out footholds and survives inside the moving cage of branches. Balancing on the shadow's own constructs, he searches for a way to reverse the pressure. Above him, the shadow watches from a position of complete control, treating him like prey. Its confidence grows into a faint smile as it senses the advantage is hers. Seo Gangram jokes that her composure is making him nervous, then activates flame manipulation to change the matchup. He follows by summoning Flame Bomb, channeling fire through his weapon and a small dragon-like construct. The summoned flame is launched as a concentrated fireball toward the shadow's domain. The sudden spread of fire finally rattles the shadow, and Seo Gangram realizes the fight is turning in his favor. He drives the attack harder, engulfing himself in flames as he commits to a finishing push. Fire races through the tangled branches, burning away the shadow's control over the area. The shadow is blasted upward through the flames, losing its stable footing. As the burning constructs collapse, the shadow hangs helplessly for a moment, while Seo Gangram withdraws to reassess. Believing the shadow has been neutralized, he decides all that remains is to wait for it to vanish. He plans to take Shinsuke's plaque once the shadow disappears, but a new hostile presence suddenly flashes nearby. A surprise attack slams into him, and he immediately suspects people from the second region have arrived. At the same time, armed pursuers finally locate Seo Gangram by name. The men rush in despite the fire, driven by the enormous bounty on capturing him and expecting him to flee. Seo Gangram quickly realizes these are bounty hunters from the first region, not the group he first suspected. Their leader smugly orders him to come along, implying resistance would be foolish in front of the still dangerous shadow. A new figure appears behind them and warns that this encounter will not go like their last one. Seo Gangram senses intense bloodlust from the newcomer, and is unsettled by how familiar it feels. The newcomer steps forward with deliberate confidence, claiming the field as his. When he addresses Seo Gangram directly, Seo Gangram freezes in recognition. Doke Gojin greets him like an old acquaintance, making it clear this reunion is personal. Seo Gangram cannot understand why Doke Gojin is here opposing him and demands an explanation. He presses further, asking why Doke Gojin switched to the first region in the first place. Doke Gojin laughs off the question and admits he wanted a more dramatic reaction from Seo Gangrim. He casually notes how entertaining it was to watch Seo Gangrim destroy Shinsua's shadow, confirming he has been observing the whole fight. Doke Gojin says Seo Gangrim chose the hard path when there had been easier options, mocking him for acting like a hero. Rather than deny it, Doke Gojin openly says he enjoys that kind of reckless idealism. His words hit Seo Gangrim like a dark realization, as if a hidden truth is surfacing. Doke Gojin explains that Seo Gangrim behaves differently from him, and that difference has changed his plans. Seo Gangrim is left shaken, sensing that Doke Gojin knows far more about him than he should. Wounded but still conscious, Doke Gojin reveals himself fully and demands to know why Seo Gangrim is surprised. He says he has abandoned the idea of them being rival leads and has chosen a new role for himself instead. With theatrical delight, Doke Gojin declares he will become Seo Gangrim's supporting character. He even frames the larger conspiracy as a double spy arrangement, and claims the space and time messenger was part of it. Seo Gangrim rejects the explanation outright, saying Doke Gojin's murderous intent gave him away long before this confession. Doke Gojin is pleased that Seo Gangrim noticed, taking the accusation as praise. The bounty hunters, now terrified, realize they are trapped between two monsters. Doke Gojin says he would have fought Seo Gangrim anyway, especially if Seo Gangrim was the one who pushed Shinsua into harming herself for the mission. Seo Gangrim tries to understand where this is going, but Doke Gojin has already decided the next move. Doke Gojin suddenly turns on the bounty hunters, declaring that he is on Seo Gangrim's side while they denounce him as a traitor. In a single violent rush, Doke Gojin cuts through the men around him before they can react. Seo Gangrim shouts his name, alarmed by how casually he is slaughtering them. Doke Gojin activates decomposition and seizes one man by the throat, beginning to rot him alive. The victim's body breaks down under Doke Gojin's grip as the skill consumes him. Doke Gojin tosses the corpse aside and continues the massacre without hesitation. Seo Gangrim and the last surviving hunter both stare in horror at the brutality. Doke Gojin cheerfully lectures Seo Gangrim that a skill like this only works if he finishes people off properly. Seo Gangrim is disturbed that Doke Gojin knows about his abilities at all. Doke Gojin brushes aside the question and cuts to what really interests him, Seo Gangrim's power to steal destinies. He admits he has been waiting to see Seo Gangrim use that forbidden ability. Seo Gangrim refuses, insisting he has never used it and will not start now. Before the argument can continue, dark energy surges again as the surviving shadow stirs back into the fight. Doke Gojin loses interest in the conversation and decides to eliminate the remaining shadow first since there is only one left. A surviving hunter tries to act, but Doke Gojin cuts him down mid-thought without even slowing. Seo Gangrim intercepts Doke Gojin's next strike, stopping him from controlling the entire situation. Doke Gojin realizes Seo Gangrim is finally moving against him in earnest. Seo Gangrim lunges straight at Doke Gojin, forcing a direct clash between them. Their collision detonates with enough force to blast Doke Gojin backward. Doke Gojin coughs blood, surprised that Seo Gangrim's counter hit landed so cleanly. Even so, he recovers in the middle of the bodies he just created, still ready to continue. Seo Gangrim is stunned that someone as dangerous as Doke Gojin could be dropped by a single exchange. Through the smoke and confusion, he realizes he had judged the opening by instinct rather than sight. That instinct now sharpens into something almost predatory inside him. He senses another presence through the haze and turns toward it. The truth hits him at once. The remaining enemy is not Shinsua's shadow at all, but his own. Doke Gojin snaps him out of his shock before hesitation gets him killed. He urges Seo Gangrim to steal the shadow's destiny, arguing that is the only way to defeat a copy of himself. Seo Gangrim hates that Doke Gojin is making sense, but he cannot deny the danger. He remembers how disgusted he felt when the shadow acted like a beast whenever someone died. Deciding he must act before the shadow grows stronger, he activates destiny stealing across the entire region. At the same time, he resolves that whatever happens, he has to kill the thing wearing his form. He pours achievement points into his stats, rapidly raising mana, stamina, agility, senses, and strength to prepare for the duel. Facing his own shadow at last, Seo Gangrim steadies himself and decides he can still win. He activates fighting instinct and reasons that, as the original, he should not be able to be killed by his copy. His perception sharpens dramatically, locking onto every movement and threat. But fighting instinct immediately sends him a warning instead of reassurance. The system declares the enemy overwhelmingly strong and reports that no weakness can be found. Seo Gangrim is shaken by the idea that his own shadow has no exploitable flaw. He realizes his senses may now be too heightened, making the danger feel even more absolute. The shadow calmly mirrors his stance and weapon handling, proving it has copied him completely. Then it freezes him in place with sheer pressure, leaving him unable to move. Even his attempt to guard is matched and neutralized by the copy. The two collide in a violent exchange that shows the shadow can answer him blow for blow. A system revelation identifies the creature as a shadow thief, a primary human-grade class that copies human skills. It further explains that the monster copies an opponent's abilities and then tries to absorb the original body. The shadow lunges to claim Seo Gangrim outright, confirming the system's warning. Seo Gangrim is horrified that something this alien is being called his shadow at all. That shock triggers a memory of his childhood illness and the desperate search for a cure. He remembers his parents' anger at doctors who could not explain what was wrong with him. His mother held him close while the family searched for any answer that might save him. Their desperation eventually led them deep into the mountains to seek a shaman. The shaman warned that the boy would only improve if he accepted a god into his body. When his parents begged for another way, the shaman admitted the god seeking him was too strong to resist by ordinary means. An unseen voice intruded with a direct demand to be accepted. Young Seo Gangrim, frightened and confused, asked his mother what that meant. The answer came from the same ominous force. This was his fate. His mother explained that accepting it would make him a messenger for a god, and the child immediately offered himself if it would help. She warned that such a choice would mean living his entire life under that god's command. He was told he would have to abandon his own dreams and lose the freedom to act without permission. The adults forced him to confront whether he truly wanted that life. The child hesitated, torn between fear, duty, and the desire to live. At last he agreed, trusting his parents when they promised they would make him better. But on the way back from the shaman, disaster struck and the family was caught in a horrific car accident. The crash left his parents' bodies mangled beyond recognition, while he emerged physically unharmed. People later said the gods spared only the child because he had rejected possession, while the others paid the price. That explanation left Seo Gangrim staring at the truth in numb disbelief. The god's voice twisted the wound deeper, telling him his parents were the first humans to die because of him. It adds that he has accumulated enormous karma ever since, tying his life to a chain of deaths. Faces of the dead crowd around him in memory, including people he has lost along the way. Those memories sink into a sea of blood-like guilt that he cannot escape. The god forces him to look directly at the consequences of his existence. It blames him not only for his parents but for the deaths in the Flying Tiger sect and everyone who entered the demon realm. The accusation becomes absolute. All of it happened because he refused his god. The voice softens into temptation and addresses him like a child again. It embraces him and asks whether he still refuses to accept it now. Then it offers a bargain, claiming there is still a way to save his teammates without surrendering himself. Seo Gangrim is startled because the offer touches the one thing he still cannot abandon. The god immediately twists that hesitation into a death sentence, insisting he should simply die here. As he sinks deeper, another voice tells him he can still make the right choice. That choice, the god says, is to fall into eternal sleep and stop creating more karma. It argues that his death would prevent any further suffering caused by him. Seo Gangrim briefly thinks that if he dies now, perhaps the future massacre of the Flying Tiger sect can be avoided. The god praises that thought and promises this oblivion will be gentler than the outside world. For a moment, Seo Gangrim admits the temptation of resting in that comfort. But even in that surrender, he questions whether he deserves peace after everything he believes he has done. A quieter answer comes back, urging him to let go of the past. Seo Gangrim rejects that comfort because the dead are still vivid in his mind. He remembers the faces of those who died right in front of him, refusing to erase them. Instead of escaping into sleep, he decides he must atone for his sins while still alive. When told the others have regained their lives, his first thought is not relief for himself but whether Shinsuo was saved too. Seo Gangrim realizes he never confirmed whether Shinsuo survived, and panic drives him to act at once. He forces himself to move despite the shadow consuming him. Resolved to die if necessary, he decides his only priority is getting Shinsuo out of the demon realm. A sinister voice addresses him like a disappointed elder, as if judging a child repeating an old mistake. The shadow mocks his attempt to save Shinsuo and insists his resolve is only another foolish choice. It urges him to die where he stands, claiming his death would be the only good he could do. Gangrim rejects that judgment, and commits himself even if it costs his life. While shadowy hands drag at him, he swears he will send Shinsuo out before he dies. The entity dismisses his motive as a lie he tells himself to justify resisting it. It tries to break him by claiming Shinsuo does not even want him alive. The taunting continues, insisting she regretted ever bringing him here. It presses further, saying she must have wished she had never met him at all. At its cruelest, the shadow claims Shinsuo would rather see him dead. Even if all of that were true, Gangrim decides he still has to escape this place. The entity warns that the world outside holds only pain for him. Gangrim answers that he does not care and violently breaks free of its restraint. He refuses to regret saving her, and the shadow demands to know why he keeps choosing this path. Gangrim answers with the simplest reason possible. He gave his word. That promise was made specifically to Shinsuo. Remembering that he vowed they would leave together, he drives himself forward with renewed force. Back in the real world, Shinsuo desperately calls for him to wake up. Her hand catches his as if pulling him back from the edge. Gangrim finally surfaces and recognizes that she is still there. He stares at her in disbelief, needing a moment to accept that she is alive. Relief floods Shinsuo as she realizes he has returned to consciousness. She tells him everyone thought he would die and reveals that she kept trying to save him from the shadow. Gangrim quietly realizes the shadow had lied to him about her. He tells the unseen tormentor it was wrong, because Shinsuo had been waiting for him all along. That truth leaves him shaken and silent for a beat. Shinsuo explains that when the drums sounded, a shadow appeared at the doorway. She says his own shadow was devouring him while Dok Gojin tried to stop it. Gangnam immediately turns the question on her and demands to know why she did not run. The pain in her arm interrupts her answer and reveals how badly she has been hurt. Seeing her suffer jolts him with guilt and alarm. Bleeding and barely upright himself, he still cannot understand why she stayed. She repeats that he was being eaten by his shadow and that Dok Gojin was holding it back. Gangnam asks what happened to Dok Gojin. Shinsua says he left before time ran out, choosing to save his hands so he could keep writing. Gangnam snaps that she should have escaped with him instead of staying behind. Shinsua fires back that leaving would have been the sensible choice, but she could not do it. She insists it is too late to argue about reason now. Her body starts to fail under the strain of everything she endured. She collapses toward him before she can finish speaking. Gangnam catches her in shock, suddenly afraid she may be dying. An unseen observer rebukes Gangnam, pointing out that she saved him while maimed and exhausted. The same voice emphasizes that Shinsua kept stabbing the shadow, blacking out, waking up, and doing it again. Gangnam is left speechless by the extent of her determination. The voice accuses him of misdirecting his anger at the very person who fought hardest for him. He tries to focus on escaping, but the urgency is interrupted by her condition. Shinsua leans against him with exhausted trust, too weak to stand on her own. Gangnam forces a small smile, and tells himself the worst is finally over. He lifts her to carry her out, only for the shadow to surge back and block their escape. The entity calls to him again, refusing to let him leave. It claims it does not want to hurt him, as if this is some twisted offer of mercy. But when he still refuses, its tone hardens into a threat. The shadow activates beast creation and unleashes a pack of monstrous hounds at them. It returns to its original demand that he die here. Carrying Shinsua, Gangnam realizes he has to kill the thing for real this time. He summons Liney and Yorn to the battlefield. Even half-conscious, Shinsua orders the beasts to protect him. Gangnam charges ahead alone while the summoned creatures stay with her. The shadow answers by creating more beasts of its own. Gangnam is forced into a desperate melee against the pack. Facing his double directly, he warns that any attack on him will also endanger Shinsua. He tries to use that risk to restrain the shadow's aggression. Instead, the shadow steals his regeneration skill and heals itself. That theft leaves Gangnam stunned and exposed. The entity mocks him for struggling and frames his resistance as only worsening his karma. Its power coils around the battlefield as it prepares another crushing assault. It belittles his efforts as meaningless heroics no one will ever reward. A violent blast throws Gangnam back and batters his body further. The shadow keeps sneering that no one will praise him for fighting like this. Gangnam still drives forward through the storm of power rather than retreating. From behind him, Shinsua begs him not to die. He tightens both hands around his weapon and refuses to fall. With a raw shout, he forces his body to answer one more time. That desperate push triggers a breakthrough as his strength, and then all his stats reach level 30. Gangnam senses that something fundamental has changed. A second trait begins to awaken within him. The system announces the unlocking of his zodiac. He immediately understands this new power might finally let him defeat the shadow. Even with time seemingly halted by the revelation, the shadow's voice keeps intruding into his mind. It mocks him again, saying his zodiac is pitiful. The system reveals his sign is rat and offers a related skill, while the shadow ridicules it as the weakest zodiac. Gangnam accepts that this was his fate from the beginning instead of denying it. He reframes his whole life as a struggle against the misfortune handed to him. That acceptance grants him the skill cry of a cornered mouse. He smiles because surviving impossible situations is exactly what he has always done best. The shadow surrounds him with beasts and insists there is no escape. It laughs that a skill tied to something as weak as a rat cannot save him. The beasts tear into him, driving him to the brink of death. Even while being mauled, he keeps smiling instead of giving in. That unnerves the shadow, which cannot understand why he still looks confident. Once his health drops below 10%, Cry of a Cornered Mouse activates automatically and floods him with power. The system explains that the skill makes him stronger in mortal danger, though it carries a severe cost. Gangnam accepts that the rat may be weak by nature, but he embraces the truth that a cornered rat becomes terrifying. Using that insight, he launches a ferocious counterattack. He slashes past the shadow's defenses with sudden overwhelming speed. The shadow insists he will die regardless, trying one last time to crush his resolve. Gangnam answers by activating fighting instinct and closing in. He repeats his vow that even if he dies, Shinsua will leave this place alive. A golden strike tears into the shadow before it can finish its attack. The blow makes the entity scream in real pain for the first time. It rages that a mere rat's struggle should amount to nothing. In desperation, it invokes dragon transformation and manifests overwhelming draconic power. The system immediately warns that rat instinctively fears dragon, threatening to cripple his new power. The shadow boasts that even someone with a dragon's power once died helpless before it. It demands to know how a rat could possibly defeat it now. Gangnam dryly admits he only grabbed the coolest weapon from storage, but that accident turns out to matter. He realizes the generational domination blade is specifically reinforced against dragons and feared by them. With grim humor, he tells the shadow it would have been luckier if it had not chosen a dragon form. The system confirms the blade's attack power skyrockets against dragons. Gangnam raises the weapon and prepares the finishing blow. He names it for what it has become in this moment, a dragon-slaying sword. The final clash ends with his emergency rat skill burning out as the shadow is cut down. The monstrous presence collapses and the battlefield finally falls still. The system rewards him for defeating an opponent stronger than himself. More notices follow as his destiny class rapidly advances through multiple ranks from the victory. Collapsed on the ground, Gangnam can only laugh weakly at how close he came to dying. Even after the battle, the voice returns and offers him life if he will finally accept it into himself. Gangnam recognizes the offer as the same hallucination that has haunted him, and realizes death may still be near. His last clear worry is whether Shinso will manage to escape without him. The three of them lie scattered in the aftermath, barely alive. A robed figure appears to him in a gentle vision and tells him it is time to go back. He wakes in a hospital bed, dragged back to the living world. The instant he regains consciousness, he tries to get up and find Shinsua. He sees someone leaving the room and rushes after her. Calling out to Shinsua, he tears free of his medical lines without hesitation. He stumbles out of bed barefoot, ignoring the pain and the hospital equipment. He crashes to the floor in front of the woman he chased. Still relieved, he starts to say he is glad Shinsua is safe. But what he sees is not Shinsua at all, only a grotesque vision wearing her shape. The sight freezes him in horror. More ghostly images flood back, and he realizes the hallucinations have not ended. The system warns that his karma is drawing him toward the border again. Gangnam begins to understand that he is still dangerously close to slipping back into that realm. A memory surfaces of him reaching desperately for a door as if trying to escape his past. He recalls adults deciding they could no longer keep him because misfortune followed him everywhere. Their fear turned him into a burden, and even their children's accident was blamed on his refusal to accept a god. The accusing voice in those memories insists everyone suffers because he keeps rejecting it. Others echo that cruelty by demanding he simply surrender and accept the god. The memory shifts to the day he was brought to a traditional shrine-like place. He remembers being led through the gate by adults who had already decided his fate. As he crossed the threshold, the presence behind him suddenly went silent. That silence startled him because it was the first relief he had known. A woman there addressed him directly and asked if he was Gangnam. She introduced herself as Seo Wagyong, revealing the person who first received him at that place. Young Gangnam stood before her nervously, waiting to learn what would happen to him next. Seo Wagyong regarded him with stern composure, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his life. As Seo Gangnam is led out with the others, someone fixates on the strange state of his face, signaling that something about him has already changed. A ritualist explains that she had been asked to make him accept a god, but realizes he does not want that fate. Gangnam is startled by her blunt understanding of his refusal. He falls silent, unsure how to answer what she has seen in him. She reassures him that no one can force that choice if he truly rejects it. But she warns that the god pursuing him is too powerful for her to shield him from alone. So instead she offers him refuge as her disciple until he becomes strong enough to protect himself. Gangnam instinctively resists the idea of taking her hand and burdening her. He refuses because he believes staying near him will only get her hurt as well. She answers with confidence, making it clear he has underestimated what she can endure. Gangnam insists he already has a god guarding him, so she need not risk herself for him. Her words trigger an old memory of someone once telling him that present pain would eventually give way to a better life. In that memory, the same person promised he would one day be surrounded by good people and become happy. The recollection turns dark as Gangnam remembers what really followed. He recalls that the woman who took him and performed a ritual to suppress his divine energy. Living with her dulled his sight of spirits, giving him a brief illusion of normalcy. But he learned that as karma accumulates, and one nears the border between worlds, forbidden sights and voices return. And once that border is truly crossed, death follows. He remembers himself hanging over that fatal threshold, one step from being lost. A sinister presence beckoned him closer, trying to claim him like a child being lured into doom. He floated helplessly in that deadly realm, surrounded by bodies and ruin. The memory breaks as he opens his eyes again. He wakes in a hospital, thinking it was only a dream until the spirits beside his bed address him by name and tell him it was real. A nurse explains that he has finally regained consciousness after a month, and his first panic thought is for Shinsua. She quickly assures him that Sua survived too. Relieved, he calms down while the nurse goes to call the person in charge. Even as she congratulates him, the dead clustered around the room remind him that his sight of spirits has not gone away. He notes that his body healed well thanks to being awakened, but what truly matters is the change in his destiny window. The window now identifies Seo Gangnam as a tertiary ghostly grade awakened with a fire attribute. He is shocked to realize he jumped 2 levels at once. He suspects the leap came from trading Shinsua's fate with his own, but that only deepens the mystery of how they escaped the demon realm alive. Before he can think further, officials from the Fate Protection Agency arrive to see him. Their first demand is to know why he concealed an ability that can steal other people's destinies. Gangnam immediately recognizes the suspicion he had feared all along. They press him to explain why he hid such a dangerous skill. He answers with a faintly bitter calm, already knowing this reaction was inevitable. He tells them he stayed silent precisely because he expected fear and hostility like this. The team leader reins in his anger enough to continue the questioning rationally. He asks whether Gangnam has ever killed someone in order to steal that person's destiny, and Gangnam denies ever doing so intentionally. The question still forces Gangnam to confront the blood already on his hands. He admits that he has killed in self-defense, but reminds them everyone entered training under a contract accepting lethal danger. He argues that the deaths were not senseless murder, though one official refuses to see any distinction. Gangnam recognizes that this condemnation is exactly what the man truly believes. Accepting that this is the normal response, Gangnam asks what they intend to do with him now. He bluntly asks whether punishment is coming. Instead, the team leader congratulates him for earning the best results among all regional trainees. The subordinate protests that someone this dangerous should never be brought in, but the leader shuts him down. Then the leader surprises Gangnam with an offer of an official position. The offer is specifically for Team 2 of the Fate Protection Agency. Gangnam hesitates rather than accepting the hand extended to him. He apologetically refuses the offer outright. The subordinate explodes, unable to believe anyone would reject such a coveted chance. The leader silences him again before he can make things worse. Recovering his composure, the leader admits they approached too aggressively while Gangnam had barely recovered. He leaves a card, telling Gangnam to rest, see his family, and contact them later. As they depart, he adds that Gangnam should visit the training room after discharge because there is something important he needs to know first. He parts with a cheerful confidence that suggests he expects to see Gangnam again. Left alone, Gangnam reflects that the agency pushed surprisingly lightly for someone with his power. He concludes they must not know about his ability to detect destinies directly. If they had known the full extent of it, he is certain they would have done everything possible to bind him to them. So he decides his first priority is not the agency at all, but finding Shinsua. He goes to her room as soon as he is able. He finds her still unconscious in another hospital bed. She looks peaceful, but the cost of what happened is still written across her body. The missing arm confirms the sacrifice she made was real. Gangnam stands over her in heavy silence, unable to dismiss what she lost for him. His guilt deepens as he looks away, struggling to face her condition. Then his power suddenly detects an aura of murder nearby. The warning points not to an enemy in the room, but to Shinsua's destiny itself. Gangnam is shaken because in his previous life Sua never carried such overwhelming death energy. He immediately activates the item Guide of Fate to investigate. The item responds by drawing on the barrier's power and amplifying its vision. A future scene appears in which Sua confronts him after he leaves the hospital. The vision shifts to Gangnam walking alone, as if he has already abandoned her. Then another woman appears in the future, and the sight hits him with a violent headache. The pain worsens as the vision forces itself deeper. In the future, a battered Sua is told that Gangnam will not come for her. Her tormentor insists Gangnam does not even know where she is being held. That woman cannot understand why Sua is still willing to die for someone who already left her behind. Gangnam realizes he is not just seeing a possibility but a future in which, no matter what he does, he himself is doomed. Even so, Sua's only answer is a furious warning that no one is allowed to touch Gangnam. Her captor dismisses that loyalty as pathetic, leaving Gangnam desperate to know why this is happening. The woman then kills Sua in front of him within the vision. Gangnam is left frozen by the sight of her death. The vision shifts again to a place he does not recognize. He understands with horror that Sua is going to die again because of him. He refuses to accept that outcome. But he also realizes the item alone cannot stop it unless he understands the cause. So he pushes the Guide of Fate harder for more detail. The scene rewinds to a roadside disaster where a younger Gangnam is being told to run. Instead of fleeing, that past version of him refuses to abandon the others. He vows to save them, while a terrified boy can barely respond. The injured adults beg Gangnam to go find help because he cannot rescue them alone. One dying victim entrusts him with that task, forcing him to choose between staying and saving anyone at all. Gangnam finally agrees to bring help, and the boy promises to wait for him. But as the boy runs, Gangnam reaches out to stop him. He quietly begs the child not to go. The boy keeps running anyway, screaming for someone to save his parents. Gangnam watches him go, hand half raised, unable to call him back. He clenches his teeth under the weight of what he is about to allow. As the wreck burns, he tells himself he is glad the boy was sent away in time, even while wondering what that child will do alone afterward. He sees the burning car reflected in his eye and understands the loneliness he has just condemned the boy to. Still, he convinces himself the child will survive somehow. Then the truth hits him. The people there already knew the car was going to explode. They had deliberately sent the boy away before the blast. Gangnam is left trembling as he grasps the meaning of that sacrifice. Another figure emerges from the flames in the vision, someone powerful enough to stand untouched amid the wreckage. The white-haired swordswoman Baekhyung appears as the one who arrived at that scene. The Guide of Fate abruptly shuts down, and Gangnam is left staring at Sua's bed while Baekhyung's name lingers in his mind. He wonders whether what he saw was really more than an ordinary car accident. If Baekhyung attacked that car in the vision, then the past he remembers may have been manipulated. His suspicion sharpens into a terrifying possibility. He realizes the same Baekhyung may also be the future killer who murders Shinsua. That connection leaves him shaken and drenched in dread. At that moment, Sua begins to wake and notices him at her bedside. She fully regains consciousness, breaking the spiral of his thoughts. Gangnam instinctively moves to leave the room, overwhelmed. But before he can go, someone else arrives saying she expected to find him there. Gangnam tightens his grip on the guide of fate, immediately wary. The newcomer is team leader Seo Moon Youngnyo, smiling brightly as she greets him with flowers. She is pleased that he remembers her and explains she came to visit but found him absent from his own room. She lightly remarks on how much he cares for Sua, and hints that Sua cares just as much in return. Then she reveals she was especially struck by how the two of them emerged from the demon realm, with a maimed and badly injured Sua carrying him out on her back. Pretending not to intrude, she says she only came to deliver one message. Her proposal is that Gangnam should join the Fate Protection Agency under Team 1 instead of Team 2. Before he can reject the agency again, she unveils her leverage. She promises that if he joins her team, she can restore Shin Sua's missing arm. When he demands to know how, she refuses to explain the method but insists she can do it the moment he signs on. Gangnam is stunned because such restoration should be impossible in the present era. He knows there are item-based methods to recover a lost limb eventually, but they take far too long. Even while thinking that agency service would derail his own plans, he starts bargaining over how long he would have to work. Youngnyo agrees to unusual terms, offering him a grace period of months before he would need to begin. But she demands his answer immediately. Gangnam hesitates, clearly on the verge of sacrificing his freedom for Sua's sake. Before he can accept, Sua intervenes and rejects the offer on his behalf. She declares that Seo Gangnam will not work for the Fate Protection Agency. Furious, she accuses Youngnyo of using her injury as bait to trap him, without even consulting her. Youngnyo smoothly pivots and asks whether Sua herself would join them instead. She even claims she would be happy to recruit Sua too. Sua refuses at once, saying their values are fundamentally incompatible. Youngnyo masks the setback with a smile and leaves them both her card anyway. She tells them to call if either of them changes their mind, then withdraws without losing her composure. After she leaves, an uneasy silence remains between Gangnam and Sua. Sua tells him not to even consider joining just for her arm, because that burden belongs to her, not him. Gangnam cannot answer immediately. He starts to claim he would have accepted even without her injury, but she stops him before he can finish the lie. She bluntly tells him he is terrible at lying and should not bother. Unable to hide behind excuses anymore, he asks the question that matters to him most. He finally asks why she sacrificed her arm for him. Shin-Soo tries to dismiss the intensity between them, insisting they have only known each other for a few months and are not that close. When Seo Gangnam presses her to explain why she still rushed to save him, her first answer is simply that he looked in danger, but he refuses to accept that as enough. Put on the spot, she realizes she cannot give him a simple rational answer. As he keeps demanding the truth, she struggles to make sense of feelings that seem stronger than their short acquaintance should allow. She finally admits the core of it: she cares about him. She explains that her concern began with gratitude for his help and deepened as she watched him quietly protect others while pretending not to. Remembering how he looked after the group despite his cold front, she reveals how steadily he came to matter to her. What moved her most was seeing that he kept enduring everything alone while still supporting everyone else. Even in deadly places like the room of sawn skeletons, she felt guilty that he kept being endangered because of her. Then she confesses the stranger part. Beyond guilt and gratitude, being near him feels like reconnecting with someone she has known for far longer than this life. Her words shake Gangnam, who is visibly caught off guard by the idea. The phrase "for a long time" hits him especially hard and stirs memories he has been trying to suppress. Sua adds that when she saw him in danger, she moved before she could think, as if her body already knew what to do. She awkwardly admits how strange that sounds, especially since they have only known each other a few months. Gangnam's mind jumps to regression and past lives, and he wonders whether Sua too is being affected by buried memories. He recalls a woman from the past who wanted to found a sect and fight beside him, making the resemblance feel even more ominous. Still unaware of his thoughts, Sua timidly asks if they can keep working together in the future. She goes further and asks whether they can at least stay in touch and remain friends. As she clings to him, Gangnam's thoughts shift from her feelings to the urgent question of how he can save her. He fears that if she stays beside him, history may repeat itself exactly as it did in his past life. Worse, he imagines she could be murdered by Baekhyun just as his parents were. Sua notices his silence, and worries he may be about to leave her. Gangnam imagines the future shown by the Guide of Fate, where Sua suffers again somewhere beyond his awareness. He hardens his resolve, deciding he cannot allow Shin-Soo to die because of him a second time. He finally answers, and his simple agreement instantly brightens her. Sua excitedly proposes a practical way to stay connected. Awakened hunters form sects, so they should join the same one. Gangnam gives a non-committal answer, but she takes it as encouragement, and vows to keep inviting him until he accepts. Her playful insistence reminds him painfully of the past, even as she jokes that once he joins, he cannot just leave whenever he wants. He remembers how, before, he tried to withdraw from their group by claiming he lacked ability, and Sua refused to let him go. Even when he later used health as an excuse to leave, she still would not approve it. He recalls that every attempt to distance himself was blocked because she kept choosing him over every excuse. That memory convinces him that even if he tries to leave out of guilt, Sua will reject that too. Their conversation is interrupted when the priest they know wakes up and joyfully confirms he is conscious again. Gangnam greets the priest warmly, calling him father, and the priest is overjoyed to see him awake as well. The priest explains he came alone first to confirm the news, but the others will surely want to see Gangnam too. So eagerly agrees to go meet everyone, but in that instant Gangnam senses something off about her condition. He immediately grows tense, as if he has noticed a dangerous change beneath the surface. Sua casually says she will change clothes and come down afterward, unaware of his alarm. Gangnam quickly sends her away first, using the priest as an excuse to separate her from the group. Once she is gone, he resolves to find a solution before her situation worsens. The priest leads Gangnam toward the others waiting downstairs. On the way, the priest explains that everyone has been gathered in the training facility and deeply worried about him. He reminds Gangnam how terrified they were when he emerged half dead and when his unusual power became known. Then, realizing the topic might be sensitive, the priest apologizes, but Gangnam says he does not mind. Privately, Gangnam reflects that his unique powers are no longer secret, and that many people now know enough to fear or covet them. The priest asks the more important question, whether Gangnam himself is all right with that exposure. Gangnam admits he had been hiding those powers all along. The priest answers without hesitation that it changes nothing, because he has already seen Gangram's character. That unconditional trust leaves Gangnam momentarily speechless. When they enter the hall, the others are in the middle of discussing plans for entering a demon realm. One of them spots Gangnam and excitedly calls out to him. The room erupts as everyone recognizes he is finally awake. A younger girl throws herself at him in relief, and he catches her without resistance. She breaks down, confessing how terrified they were that he might die. The others gather around with the same relief, while Gangnam is surprised they are all still here after an entire month. They answer that of course they stayed, because they had been waiting for him the whole time. Gangnam is moved that they still treat him exactly the same even after learning about his powers, but the girl angrily says she would rather cut ties with anyone who does not. She reveals that some people have been speaking cruelly about him despite everything he did for them. Pressed to explain, the group points to certain people in the hospital who started spreading accusations. They recount how, as patients gradually recovered and left, rumors also spread that Gangnam remained unconscious and dangerous. One man openly argued that releasing a criminal like Gangnam back into society made no sense, and that he would be better off dead. When the girl challenged him, he doubled down and called Gangnam a murderer. He even claimed Gangnam was only keeping powerful people close so he could eventually steal their abilities. That accusation crossed the line, and the girl attacked him on the spot. The slanderer was left bloodied and terrified by the sudden retaliation. Standing over him, she warned him never to insult her master like that again. As others rushed over, the man tried to justify himself by saying Gangram's hidden power proved he was dangerous. One of Gangram's allies was enraged by the accusation. He pinned the man down and pointed out that if Gangram truly were a murderer, the man would already be dead. He reminded him that Gangram is powerful enough to kill someone like him effortlessly if he ever chose to. The girl then argued that if Gangram had truly been evil, everyone in the room of spoken sins would have died there. She noted that he had countless easy ways to kill them, even something as simple as poisoning their food, but never did. That reminder forces several bystanders to reconsider what they had been hearing. They emphasized that Gangram used his powers repeatedly to save people, not harm them. One witness remembers how he was so badly injured afterward that his whole body had to be wrapped in bandages. Another admits Gangram never seemed like a bad person, even if his power could be unsettling. The slanderer still tried to stir fear, insisting no one knew what Gangram was really thinking and that staying near him would end badly. In the end, the argument dissolved into chaos, with the priest trying to calm everyone while the man complained he was the real victim. Hearing all this, the girl is furious that people repaid Gangram's help with suspicion and insults. Gangram quietly absorbs the story and understands at last what happened while he was unconscious. The girl immediately reassures him that none of it matters to them and declares she will keep following him as his disciple. The others agree that he should simply join their side, and they excitedly propose training together for the coming opening day. That phrase makes Gangram focus, because opening day is tied to the next major turning point he has been preparing for. He recalls that Awakening Day gave people access to their pillars and characters of destiny, creating the foundation for all awakened growth. Since then, everyone's abilities have been measured and developed according to those awakened traits. He also remembers that after Opening Day, the awakened will be able to grow even faster than before. Opening Day will also open the first great demon realm, a far deadlier raid that many awakened will still rush into for fame and rewards. His companions excitedly list the training and hunts they want to do before then. They asked him to train with them too, treating his participation as the natural next step. Gangram smiles faintly at their sincerity. But inwardly he has already set a different goal. He intends to raid the first great demon realm before anyone else. When he finally answers, the group braces for his decision. He refuses to train with them, because he has another objective he must pursue in secret. He tells them only that he has something else he needs to do. The girl immediately interprets that as him trying to cut ties with them, and is devastated. Gangram denies that and insists this is not about abandoning them, only about urgent business he cannot explain. She refuses to let it end there and demands to know when he will be finished so they can wait for him. He can only admit that he does not know. Rather than let him disappear completely, they force one last connection by adding him to their group chat and warning him not to leave it. The chat immediately fills with welcomes, including one from Shinsua, who apologizes for not inviting him herself sooner. Faced with their persistence, Gangnam finally gives in and accepts the connection. Later, in Anavi's office, she asks whether he will really be alright handling things alone. She warns that because he lacks a god's revelation, joining the Fate Protection Agency might be the safer path. Gangnam rejects that option outright. Anavi explains that a revelation functions like a quest granted by a god's protection. For shamans, such revelations are commands they cannot ignore, often requiring growth, demon realm clears, and fame for their patron god. The gods use those assignments to spread their divine names, rewarding shamans who increase their renown. Gangnam knows that without any god's protection, he must prepare everything himself before opening day arrives. His first priority is securing a proper weapon, because his current 7-branch sword is damaged and needs repair. That decision leads him to a remote countryside forge. Inside, a young blacksmith is hard at work shaping metal. Gangnam calls out, and the smith pauses to meet the unexpected visitor. The blacksmith remarks that it is rare for anyone, especially someone so young, to come all the way out here. Gangnam reveals he came specifically for Han Roya, relieved that the Fate Protection Agency has not taken her in yet. Roya is startled that he knows her by name. Gangnam recognizes her as the granddaughter and successor of the late master craftsman Han Chul. Han Chul's spirit urges him on, eager for his granddaughter's destiny to be opened so she can stop wasting her prime in obscurity at the forge. Roya modestly denies being any true successor, saying she is still far below her grandfather's level. Gangnam tells her plainly that he needs her abilities. He reveals the specific power he wants her to awaken, Blacksmith's Fire, a production ability suited to mana-infused equipment. When she reads the conditions, she is stunned by how extreme and specific they are. Those conditions bind her future to Gangnam, forbid ties to the Fate Protection Agency, and promise support so generous that she is overwhelmed by his offer. Gangnam asks only that she repair the 7-branch sword, follow the revelation, and continue growing until he returns for her later. Roy agrees, but first asks permission to visit her grandfather's grave before beginning. Gangnam immediately worries, because graveyards at night gather ghost energy and often attract beasts. He decides to accompany her anyway, assuring her that any beasts they meet are unlikely to be strong. She leads him to the family tomb nearby, cheerful because it is so close. On the way, Han Chul's spirit remembers mistaking Gangnam for a suspicious loiterer before realizing he was awakened and could help Roya. Gangnam reflects that hearing Han Chul's voice so clearly in this life may not be karma after all. He suspects the connection is simply stronger because they are standing near Han Chul's grave. He recalls that communication with gods is weak in the ordinary world, but shrines and graves make contact with related spirits much easier. At the tomb, Roya happily greets her grandfather again, treating the visit like a familiar conversation. When Gangnam asks why she still comes here despite now being possessed, she explains that only here does it truly feel like she is speaking with him. Because the grave is close, she has been visiting often, though only in the mornings until now. Gangnam notes that Han Chul died less than half a year ago, which means his spirit should still retain enough information to be useful. He remembers the rule that when humans die, their souls depart but their spirits remain behind. Since destiny stealing works by taking information from a spirit, a recent and intact corpse would require less mana than an incomplete one. Realizing Han Chul has only been dead 4 or 5 months, Gangnam concludes he may be able to use mana to steal destiny from him. He immediately rejects the obvious method, knowing he cannot dig up an ancestor's grave in front of the family. As Roya asks if they should head back, Gangnam senses danger before he can answer. He orders her behind him and draws his sword as hostile energy closes in. Red eyes open in the darkness around the cemetery. A swarm of beasts emerges, confirming Roya's fear that they really have been surrounded. Even while preparing to fight, Gangnam notes that she will need some kind of item to repel beasts as she plans to keep visiting this place. The creatures charge at them all at once. Gangnam moves to intercept, sword already in motion. At the same time, a talisman ignites nearby, releasing a burst of spiritual fire. The burning charm detonates with enough force to strike the attackers before they reach them. Lances of pink light rain down and wipe out the charging beasts in an instant. Seeing the talisman's power, Gangnam realizes a new factor has entered the situation. A corrupted beast collapses as the graveyard's malignant energy surges around it. A masked shaman ignites his ritual bells, preparing to confront whatever is stirring among the graves. He advances through the lingering darkness with complete control, as if the threat here is already beneath him. He immediately rebukes the visitors for approaching such dangerous graves at all. His scorn sharpens when he realizes they even brought a minor into this place. The younger companion panics, but Do-hyun quickly tries to send the child away before things worsen. Even while taking charge, Do-hyun is visibly tense at the sight of the masked man. The shaman's silence makes it clear he recognizes Do-hyun too. Do-hyun steps forward with his sword drawn and demands to know why his older brother came here. The masked man reveals that Do-hyun still remembers him despite more than 5 years apart. Removing the distance between them, he greets Do-hyun by name and confirms they are brothers meeting again after years. The moment pulls Do-hyun back to when the two of them once stood together comfortably. Do-hyun admits they actually crossed paths once during training, so this reunion is not as sudden as it seems. Gangnam recalls that brief encounter and hints it happened under troubling circumstances. He presses Do-hyun on why he stayed silent if he recognized him then. Do-hyun answers that the earlier situation was too dangerous for a reunion, much like this one. Gangnam skips sentiment and asks the real question first, whether Do-hyun followed him by agency orders or by personal choice. That answer disappoints Gangnam, who had expected a more personal concern. He had thought Do-hyun's first question would be about their mother. Do-hyun finally asks after their teacher and mother, only to be corrected toward the more intimate truth. Gangnam coldly informs him that their mother died 2 years earlier. The news lands heavily on Do-hyun, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gangnam remembers that in both lives their mother died before the Great Awakening, making the loss feel fated. Do-hyun's first response is hurt that no one called him to the funeral. Gangnam seizes on that word with disbelief and anger. He explodes, blaming Do-hyun for leaving home of his own will and forfeiting the right to complain afterward. The memory shifts to their childhood, when their mother introduced Gangnam to Do-hyun as her son. She then introduced Do-hyun to Gangnam and told the older boy to treat him kindly. To Do-hyun's shock, she declared Gangnam her godson and disciple from that day on. That decision shattered Do-hyun, who felt his place in the family had been stolen. When he confronted her, she insisted she had never meant to pass her shamanic burden to her own son because that life was too painful. She tried to frame the choice as protection, saying she wanted to spare Do-hyun from living as the gods demanded. But Do-hyun only demanded to know who Gangnam was to receive what should have been his. His mother explained that another powerful god had chosen Gangnam, and she meant to help the boy resist possession. That revelation only deepened Do-hyun's confusion, because Gangnam seemed to despise shamans just like everyone else. Do-hyun then made a desperate vow that if becoming possessed would let him stand beside his mother, he would accept it. He broke down confessing that what he truly wanted was to become like her. Meanwhile Gangnam, isolated by the situation, withdrew into himself. His mother understood his pain but insisted the problem was not something simple she could fix. Young Gangnam still tried to reach out to Do-hyun with small gestures of brotherhood. Do-hyun rejected him violently, making clear he wanted no bond at all. Even later, when Gangnam asked for ordinary help, Do-hyun shut him down with the same hostility. Outside the house, Gangnam kept trying to greet him like an older brother. Do-hyun warned him never to acknowledge that connection in public. Gangnam accepted the rejection in silence and kept his distance. He walked alone through school life, carrying the weight of being unwanted at home and outside it. Other students mocked him as a cult shaman the moment they saw him. They cornered him, using rumors about ghosts and bad luck to justify harassing him. When Gangnam refused to submit, they demanded money from him instead. Their leader made it plain that the abuse needed no reason beyond his own whim. The threat turned physical as the bully grabbed him. Young Gangnam suddenly intervened, trembling but still trying to protect Do-hyun from being bullied. The others were baffled that the outcast was defending the very brother who despised him. Do-hyun, embarrassed and angry, could only grit his teeth. Both boys ended up on the ground amid the scattered wreckage of the fight. Do-hyun lashed out at Gangnam for clinging to him when he had been told again and again to stay away. Through tears, Gangnam confessed he could not help it because Do-hyun and their mother were the only people not harmed by his misfortune. That answer stunned Do-hyun into silence. Instead of leaving, Do-hyun sat beside him for the first time. He quietly took Gangnam's hand, beginning to soften. Do-hyun then drew a boundary that still mattered to him, insisting their mother belonged to him alone. Gangnam accepted that and addressed her as teacher instead. In return, Do-hyun offered him something precious. If Gangnam called her teacher, Do-hyun would let him call him older brother. Gangnam was overwhelmed by the sudden kindness. From then on, the two began walking together, and Gangnam felt his life slowly improving. Their mother repeatedly performed ancestral rites to suppress the god attached to Gangnam. At last Gangnam formally knelt to sever himself from that fate. He rejected the god's claim that misfortune would follow him forever, and after the ritual he could no longer hear its voice. Freed from that torment, he stopped seeing ghosts and stopped having nightmares. Watching Do-hyun and their teacher together, he began to believe he might finally be allowed happiness too. That hope was shattered when Do-hyun was suddenly attacked and dragged away. Others accused Gangnam of still bringing disaster despite all the suppression rites, and warned their mother that keeping him nearby would ruin even her. The pressure on him intensified as they demanded he be sent away. Their mother fiercely defended him and threatened anyone who spoke that way again. She made it unmistakable that Gangnam was her son too in all but blood. That only fed Do-hyun's drunken bitterness, as he asked why his mother loved Gangnam more and why the god chose Gangnam instead of him. Gangnam tried to dismiss the outburst as drunken rambling and lead him inside. But Do-hyun confessed the truth of his jealousy. He wished the god had chosen him. He wanted that fate for himself, not for Gangnam. The confession left Gangnam reeling while Do-hyun collapsed in despair. Lying there, Gangnam realized Do-hyun had suffered his own kind of hell because of that god. He could only stare, unable to answer. That night Gangnam understood that Do-hyun's longing for the god mirrored his own longing to escape it. For the first time, he truly recognized his brother's pain. He concluded that his presence had been bringing unhappiness to Do-hyun as well. So he decided to leave, believing that if the source of misfortune disappeared, both Do-hyun and their teacher could finally be happy. Back in the present, Do-hyun grips his sleeve as that old choice weighs on him. Gangnam confronts him for holding back now instead of fighting seriously. He accuses Do-hyun of going easy on him despite being the strongest trainee. Do-hyun refuses, saying he has no desire to fight his own brother. Gangnam rejects that restraint and insists he is no longer the weak person Do-hyun once knew. He reveals the core of his resentment. A god came for him too. With that declaration, he turns away and leaves Do-hyun standing in shock. Do-hyun begins to understand that in the past their fragile peace existed only because he had been weaker than Gangnam. He recalls Gangram's old fury at his weakness and realizes jealousy had always twisted their bond. That realization hardens into resolve as Do-hyun decides there is something he must tell his brother. Elsewhere, Gangram arrives at a modern office and heads straight for a private meeting. A superior asks whether he met Seo Gangram and whether he agreed to join their team. Gangram reports that Seo refused, claiming he had other matters to handle. The team leader is disappointed because she expected Gangram's personal connection to be useful. He downplays their relationship, but she points out he still spent a costly resource on him, exposing his real interest. She orders him to approach Seo again, convinced persistence will eventually wear down his guard. Her strategy is simple. Repeated contact will create the opening they need. She is certain Seo will lower his defenses sooner or later. Entrusting the task to Messenger Kang Do-hyun, she openly admits she wants Seo Gangram for her team. At that same time, Seo submits a request to raid a demon realm. He accepts the mission with calm interest. When he sees that Kang Do-hyun will be assigned as his team's messenger, he realizes fate is giving him another chance to meet his brother. He waits at the abandoned site where the demon realm has appeared. Reading the briefing, he notes that this realm, Fragmented City, is unfamiliar even to someone carrying memories from another life. He reasons that regression does not grant perfect knowledge and that only major or notorious realms stayed in his memory. Since this realm is low-ranked and obscure, he assumes it must have been resolved without incident in his previous life. Still, the raid itself matters less to him than the chance to speak with Do-hyun. Gangram arrives by car, focused on that reunion. Seo greets him on arrival, noticing he came early. Gangram is accompanied by Anavi, who cheerfully announces she is joining the raid too. Seo is startled to see a messenger he already knows. Anavi greets him warmly, making it clear they have met before. Her easy smile contrasts with the tension between the brothers. Elsewhere, others realize Seo Gangram and Kang Do-hyun know each other, and immediately worry Team 1 might recruit him first. Gangram suspects Anavi's presence is partly an attempt to scout Seo under the guise of support. Anavi awkwardly admits that is true, but Seo decides to postpone that issue because another person might help keep Do-hyun calm. The three of them enter the sealed building together. Anavi explains that because this is a private request, they are unofficially off duty and do not need their masks. Inside, they discover another hunter party already waiting at the portal. Anavi confirms they are hunters too and tries to open a cooperative conversation. The rival party shuts that down, invoking an unwritten rule that later arrivals must wait so the first party can claim the boss reward. Gangram immediately sees through them, noting they do not act like mere trainees at all. Their leader boasts that his party is far stronger than it looks and demands to know the others' classes. Anavi tries to argue that experience matters more than rank, but he cuts her off and insists on the answer. Their revealed ranks make them look underqualified compared with the rival party's leader, leaving them at a disadvantage on paper. Satisfied, the rival party enters the portal first. Anavi hesitates, unsure whether they should actually obey such a rule. Gangram dismisses the bluff and leads his group in anyway, with Seo dryly noting they can always reveal their true identities if needed. Inside Fragmented City, they find a ruined urban wasteland and receive the objective to destroy a statue sustaining the barrier. The mission clarifies that the barrier's vessel is a statue hidden somewhere in the realm. Seo quickly realizes the entrance has already vanished, meaning no one can leave until the realm is cleared. The system confirms there is no time limit, trapping everyone inside indefinitely if they fail. Seo and Anavi conclude they must search a vast ruined city for an unknown statue, which explains why no one has escaped so far. Gangram begins to say they should be able to sense the barrier's energy, but a scream cuts him off. All three immediately react to the cry for help. They rush toward the sound and find the rival party in full retreat from a sudden ambush. One of the hunters is already trapped and begging desperately for rescue. The attackers reveal themselves as amorphous mud-like monsters closing in from all sides. A female hunter is pinned down and realizes too late that her party cannot save her. Her leader freezes in despair, convinced the situation is already hopeless. The monsters herd them into a dead end, sealing off escape. As one creature lunges to finish the trapped hunter, panic peaks. Anavi instantly intervenes with a sweeping strike that cuts the monster away and checks whether the woman is hurt. The rescued hunter can only stare in shock and gratitude as Anavi saves her while the others are still reeling. The trainees cut through the remaining monsters with practiced ease, quickly bringing the immediate fight under control. The red-haired trainee follows by wiping out more threats with her own skill, showing the others that this level of combat is routine for them. Watching them, Anavi is left shaken and impressed, wondering how trainees can handle a demon realm so effortlessly. Another trainee relaxes for a moment, believing the danger nearby has finally passed. But when he checks on Anavi, her sense of time clashes with theirs, and the group realizes something is wrong. Anavi insists she entered only a few minutes after them, while they remember her arriving hours later. That contradiction startles Khan Do-hyun and the others into recognizing that the realm itself may be distorting time. When the others confirm they came in right behind Anavi, her disbelief turns into alarm. The red-haired trainee concludes that time inside the demon realm moves differently from the outside, which means hunters who entered long ago may still be trapped somewhere within it. Do-hyun reasons that if those missing hunters are alive, they have probably survived on whatever food stores remain in the abandoned shops, and the group asks him to estimate how long this place has existed. The braided trainee studies the remains of the monsters instead of answering immediately, searching for clues. When asked what he found, he downplays it and says he was only examining the monsters. He then smugly boasts that he killed more monsters than Seo Gangram and even claims he surpasses the top trainee. The others ignore the bragging and decide to keep searching instead of indulging him. To make the search systematic, Do-hyun activates a demon realm map and learns that they have explored only a tiny fraction of the area. Faced with the realm's vast size, he decides they need help scouting and prepares to search from above. He summons his Kirin companion, Liney, to act as an aerial scout. The red-haired trainee adds that she will inspect the interiors of the buildings as well. She activates her clay doll controller skill and creates a swarm of small clay scouts. She orders the dolls to search every building and report back if they find survivors, statues, or anything suspicious. The dolls scatter in all directions, turning the search into a coordinated operation. The ordinary hunters watch in admiration, realizing again how far above them the trainees are. As they move out, Do-hyun mentions the clay dolls are noisy, but the red-haired trainee says the demon realm is already loud because of the gods before suddenly noticing something strange. He realizes that, now that she mentions it, the realm has actually been unnaturally quiet. Do-hyun checks the communication system to test that uneasy silence. The system reports no connection, and he discovers they are cut off not only from communications but also from the item shop. The red-haired trainee immediately grasps how serious that is. The braided trainee confirms the worst. Both outside contact and supply access have been severed. Do-hyun spells out the consequence for everyone. They cannot call for help and they cannot obtain food. That realization makes the red-haired trainee fear that the hunters who never return may still be trapped here. Before panic spreads further, someone tries to steady Anavi and get her attention. The rest of the hunters gather around, sensing that the situation has suddenly become much more dangerous. Anavi asks if there is a problem, still trying to understand what the trainees have realized. Do-hyun connects the dots and understands that if the systems are cut off, then even the gods cannot hear what happens inside this realm. He quietly concludes that they are completely isolated from divine oversight. For the braided trainee, that isolation feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decides this is the place where he must finally confront Seo Gangram directly. The group starts moving deeper into the city, unaware of the personal conflict about to erupt. With Liney scouting overhead, they advance through thicker fog and heavier ruin toward a new area. Do-hyun notices the braided trainee lingering behind him with unusual focus. One of the hunters nervously asks where they are going as the destruction grows worse and visibility drops. Liney suddenly leads them toward a grand, untouched estate hidden beyond the ruined streets. Do-hyun and the braided trainee both react at once, sensing they may have found something important. Beyond the wreckage lies a pristine courtyard with a fountain, sharply different from the ruined city around it. The immaculate mansion and blooming garden make the place feel impossibly preserved inside the demon realm. Do-hyun peers through the gate and questions what kind of place could remain so intact here. The group enters, drawn toward the mansion despite how unnatural it feels. Inside, Do-hyun is unsettled by how perfectly maintained the interior is, as if someone has been caring for it. The others follow him into a lavish hall filled with fresh flowers and polished furnishings, deepening the mystery. The braided trainee catches a scent in the air, and the others realize what it is before Do-hyun can stop them. The ordinary hunters rush ahead at the thought of food, ignoring Do-hyun's warning to wait. They discover a fully prepared banquet and immediately treat it as salvation. Relieved, they think their food problem has been solved and even note that the bread is still warm. Do-hyun intervenes at once and stops them from eating anything. The blonde hunter snaps back, accusing Do-hyun of trying to keep the food for himself and insulting him. The braided trainee mocks them all, saying any real hunter should recognize how obviously suspicious the feast is. Anavi calms the tension and persuades the group to search the mansion first instead of eating immediately. Even the angry blonde hunter reluctantly puts the food down under pressure from the others. They agree to split up through the 3 available doors and regroup at the entrance once they finish searching. The ordinary hunters take one route, planning to check the path they came through while the trainees cover the rest. As the others leave, Do-hyun sees his chance to speak privately with Seo Gangram. He starts after him, but the red-haired trainee stops him by calling his name. When he turns, she asks if there is something he wanted to say. Instead of discussing the realm, she awkwardly asks again whether he still refuses to join the Fate Protection Agency, arguing that civilian hunters without a god are in greater danger. Do-hyun apologetically but firmly repeats that he has no intention of working for the agency. He tries to deflect by saying there are many hunters better than him, and that she should recruit someone else. She rejects that immediately and tells him she has never seen a better hunter. Her praise recalls everything she has witnessed him do in battle. She remembers that despite his lower class, he always pushed himself harder than anyone else. She also remembers his kindness and his willingness to help people in danger. Most of all, she values that he never abandons his teammates when things turn deadly. That is why she wants him on her team, not just because of his strength. Her sincerity catches Do-hyun completely off guard. She even reveals that she had already imagined welcoming him into the agency, down to preparing a desk, a party, and nearby food recommendations. Do-hyun is touched but suspects she may also know more about his hidden ability than she lets on. Still smiling, she lets the matter rest for now and heads off to continue the search. Once she leaves, Do-hyun resumes his pursuit of Seo Gangnam through the mansion. He follows the path he believes Gangnam took, determined not to lose this chance. He finally finds Gangnam waiting alone in a dim upper hallway. Gangnam turns toward him with a hard, hostile expression that makes clear this meeting will not be calm. Do-hyun immediately senses that Gangnam is in no mood to listen to anything reasonable. Gangnam mocks him for staring and suggests Do-hyun expected him to do all the scouting as well. He starts to walk away, forcing Do-hyun to chase the conversation. Do-hyun finally reveals what he noticed earlier: the skeletal karma bands wrapped around Gangnam's body. Gangnam confirms Do-hyun understands what those bands mean. The more karma one carries, the more of them appear. Then he demands to know what Do-hyun has been doing to accumulate so much karma. His accusation turns personal as he asks what happened after Do-hyun left home. Do-hyun is stunned by the sudden hostility and asks what Gangnam thinks he has done. Gangnam presses harder, fixating on the impossible amount of karma Do-hyun has built up. Do-hyun's expression hardens as he realizes Gangnam is judging him as if he were already guilty. He starts to protest, but Gangnam grabs him before he can finish. The confrontation becomes physical as Gangnam slams him and takes control of the exchange. At that moment, a humanoid figure appears in the darkness of the corridor behind them. The figure advances with the stiff, unnatural movement of a statue coming to life. As it closes in, the danger becomes immediate. Gangnam recognizes it as one of the suspicious statues they were supposed to find. Do-hyun wonders if this is the statue they have been searching for and prepares to destroy it. Gangnam raises his weapon but hesitates when the statue suddenly stops moving. The statue's face shifts, as if trying to speak or cry out. Before they can understand it, another attack crashes through the room and shatters the wall around them. A second statue bursts in, proving they are surrounded by these transformed beings. Gangnam decides they can only learn the truth by destroying one of them. Do-hyun senses something is wrong with that conclusion just before Gangnam strikes. Gangram's blow is suddenly intercepted by a golden weapon, stopping the fatal strike. He realizes too late that Do-hyun has blocked him with force. Gangnam stares at Do-hyun in disbelief, unable to understand why he would protect a monster. As another statue raises its arm to attack, Do-hyun shouts for Gangnam not to destroy the first one. Gangnam is furious that Do-hyun would interfere at such a moment. Do-hyun grabs him and drags him out of the room before the attack can land. The two crash through the doorway together, barely escaping the blow. Gangnam recovers first while Do-hyun is left bracing himself against the furniture. Seething, Gangnam calls Do-hyun trash for what he sees as reckless betrayal. He demands to know why Do-hyun stopped him, and whether he has lost his mind. Do-hyun fires back that Gangnam is the one acting suicidal, because that thing was not what it seemed. Trying to steady himself, he struggles to explain what he realized in the instant before the strike. He finally says the impossible out loud: the statue had been a person. Gangnam cannot accept that and asks if Do-hyun is seriously claiming a human was standing there. He dismisses the idea as madness and insists it was obviously a monster. To prove his point, Gangnam smashes part of the statue's shell apart. Then he orders Do-hyun to look again at what was hidden inside. The broken shell reveals a humanoid form that still looks monstrous to ordinary eyes. Even after checking again, Do-hyun still sees the same thing and realizes his perception has not changed. A status window identifies the being as Young Sarah, a ghostly grayed earth entity suffering from a curse called form transformation. Do-hyun understands that the figure is not attacking them at all and has likely been trapped in this state. Gangnam guesses the transformed victims may be unable to leave the hallway, but Do-hyun notes that such a restriction makes no sense for a normal human. Unable to reveal his status reading ability directly, Do-hyun instead points to Liney and says his Kirin lets him tell what is really happening. He asks Gangnam to trust him despite everything between them. Then he calls Liney forward to act on that insight. Do-hyun orders the Kirin to purify the cursed victims. Liney touches the transformed figure with cleansing light, beginning to break the curse. The stone shell cracks open from within under the force of purification. A young woman emerges from the shattered form, freed from the transformation. The system confirms that the curse on the target has been undone as Do-hyun and Gangnam rush to catch her. Gangnam is left stunned as the truth becomes undeniable. Do-hyun supports the weakened survivor and tries to see if she can respond. Watching this, Gangnam is forced to admit that Seo Gangnam recognized the truth first while he himself failed to keep up. He bitterly reflects that he awakened early and even became a messenger for the agency, yet still lags behind Do-hyun. Pushing that frustration aside, he says they need to move the survivor somewhere safe. When Do-hyun asks if he is all right, Gangnam shuts him out and refuses to discuss his feelings. Do-hyun focuses on the urgent problem and says they must go back downstairs and warn Anavi and the other hunters. He stresses that they cannot let anyone keep killing these statues under the mistaken belief that they are monsters. Gangnam agrees, now convinced that the transformed figures are victims rather than enemies. Together they hurry back toward the main hall with the rescued woman. Anavi spots them returning and starts to ask what they found before noticing the survivor in their arms. The red-haired trainee immediately announces that they found a living survivor and warns that there may be many more. Gangnam explains that the statues are cursed humans transformed into monsters, so the mansion may be full of victims. As the group absorbs that revelation, Liney suddenly darts off again as if sensing another target. Do-hyun follows and finds the Kirin standing right on top of the banquet table. Exasperated, he scolds Liney for going after suspicious food even now, but his uneasy glance suggests the danger in this mansion is far from over. A lavish feast sits out as bait inside the strange manor, inviting anyone desperate enough to eat. The calm breaks when pale humanoid creatures suddenly swarm a young man carrying a small deer spirit. He realizes at once that these attackers are not ordinary monsters and that something about them is familiar. Forced to retreat through the dining hall, he protects the deer spirit, while the creatures close in from every side. A sharp recognition hits him as he understands what these things really are. He identifies them as hunters and civilians from earlier floors who must have been transformed after entering this place. As they crash into him and the furniture, he curses the fact that the victims he saved have become enemies. He asks the deer spirit Liney whether purification is possible, but when that seems uncertain, he accepts that he must subdue them first. With the monsters still charging, he decides he has to defeat them before any rescue can happen. He reasons that if their bodies can withstand this much destruction, a brutal counterattack should not kill them outright. Betting on that, he slams down with overwhelming force to incapacitate the transformed hunters in one blow. Elsewhere, his red-haired companion reminds the group that they were warned not to eat the manor's food. The others sit in guilty silence, now understanding the cost of ignoring that warning. They piece together that eating the food here turns people into monsters, and even the smell may be a spell meant to lure victims in. That realization makes the trap even crueler, since anyone stranded here long enough would eventually be forced to eat. A traumatized survivor can only babble about something above them, too broken to explain clearly. The blue-haired man reports that his questioning yielded only one useful clue. According to the survivor, whatever matters most in this manor is on the 5th floor. Their braided-haired leader orders the others to stay behind and guard the unstable woman. He decides that he, the red-haired woman, and the blue-haired man will head for the 5th floor themselves. On the 4th floor, they find a vast hall littered with collapsed transformed bodies, evidence that someone has already fought through a massacre. The sight horrifies them when they realize these monsters were once human beings. The leader coldly suggests killing the rest if necessary, arguing that they have already saved enough people on the lower floors. When the red-haired woman protests, he makes clear he is serious and that rescue is not their true mission. The blue-haired man pushes back, insisting that not all of these beings should be treated as disposable because some are still human. The leader yields the moral high ground with a joke, then asks the practical question of how to tell the humans from the monsters. He proposes a method and asks only for the locations of the transformed bodies. The blue-haired man produces insect honey, a tertiary insectograde item, and says he can mark the true humans with it. Before the others can stop him, he rushes straight into the field of transformed bodies to begin tagging them. He smears the honey onto one of the fallen figures, trusting the item to distinguish what remains human. Even surrounded by danger, he keeps moving from body to body, marking them while dodging attacks. The leader is alarmed by the recklessness, but the blue-haired man refuses to slow down for a lecture. He snaps that survival matters more than being scolded while monsters are still closing in. Seeing the chaos escalate, the leader orders Anavi to move with him and support the plan. The leader's talismans latch onto the marked bodies and ignite with binding power. Chains of spiritual fire spread across the hall, suspending the transformed humans and clearing space around the team. Anavi follows through with precise support, helping contain the crowd before it can overwhelm them. When the dust settles, the floor is buried in rubble and restrained bodies instead of a charging mob. The blue-haired man wants to purify them immediately, but Anavi argues that doing so now would only create more chaos and should wait until after the raid. Their leader suddenly falters, overcome by a new sensation in the air. He says he smells something, and the others do not yet understand why that terrifies him. As the atmosphere turns red and oppressive, the team braces for whatever is ahead. The leader identifies the scent at last as blood. The blue-haired man corrects him with a darker truth. What hangs over this floor is not just blood, but death itself. He stops walking, sensing that the danger ahead is on a different level from everything below. A black, ghostly residue crawls across the floor and walls, confirming that a powerful spirit has claimed this place. The blue-haired man focuses, reading the traces left behind rather than charging in blindly. At his feet lie scattered bones and skulls wrapped in lingering spiritual corruption. He conjures flame in his hand and leads the others deeper into the corridor by its light. The red-haired woman studies the remains and begins to understand what kind of hunters died here. She concludes that these people died as humans, which means they never even reached the stage of becoming monsters from the food. That distinction unsettles the leader, because it implies something on this floor kills before transformation can happen. A sound from the empty corridor draws all of their attention at once. They turn and see movement ahead just as the blue-haired man tightens his grip on the firelight. A lone figure emerges slowly from the darkness instead of rushing like the other monsters. The red-haired woman recognizes that silhouette and freezes in shock. The approaching figure resolves into a ragged, long-haired man who still walks like a person despite his monstrous aura. She blurts out that he is a survivor, clinging to the hope that he can still be saved. The blue-haired man stops her from running to him and demands more information first. He asks when hunters last entered this realm, because the answer will determine what this man really is. The red-haired woman recalls the records they read before entering. Those records say the previous hunters came here a week ago in the outside world. He calculates that inside this distorted realm that means at least 400 days have passed. If the man entered even earlier than that, he may have endured here for years. That raises a disturbing question. If he survived that long without fully becoming a food-made monster, what did he become instead? The answer arrives in the man's face, which twists into something human and inhuman at once. His gaping maw and feral hunger make clear that he is no ordinary survivor. Even so, the leader insists that he is still a person and deserves to be treated as one until proven otherwise. He attacks with talismans first, choosing capture over execution while the others back his decision. The talismans miss or are swatted aside, showing that this enemy is far faster and more aware than the transformed victims below. The man answers with a violent rush of ghostly force that drives the team back. He nearly tears into the leader before the others can react. The red-haired woman screams for the leader as the attack lands and blood is drawn. She and Anavi counter together, striking upward and forcing the creature away from him. The monster skids back, wounded but far from beaten. The red-haired woman checks the leader first, and he hides the pain long enough to say he can still fight. The blue-haired man judges that their opponent is much stronger than his appearance suggests. A sudden system-like reaction flashes before the blue-haired man, as if the enemy's true nature is being partially revealed. The creature roars and surges again before he can make sense of it. The blue-haired man intercepts with fire, but the enemy cuts through the attack instead of fearing it. The leader joins in with a sacred blade while the red-haired woman supports with her staff, finally forcing the monster to defend. The creature is shocked that a living human can wield the kind of ghostly chi normally possessed only by spirits. That same unnatural power lets the red-haired woman block a killing strike at close range. Pinned in the clash, the leader bitterly jokes that he must look weaker than Anavi if the monster keeps targeting him. Anavi dives in from above to break the deadlock before the leader is overwhelmed. The combined pressure knocks the monster away and gives the team a brief opening. The red-haired woman calls out to the leader, trying to keep their formation from collapsing. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man is distracted by another intrusive vision, as if the realm is forcing information into his mind. As the monster lunges again, fragmented status windows and memories begin surfacing around the blue-haired man. He sees a past declaration about being the first to clear this demon realm, suggesting the creature was once a hunter driven by ambition. The vision expands to show a full party entering the manor with confidence and dwindling supplies. Their optimism gives way to desperation when they realize they have run out of food. Then one of them transforms, and panic tears the group apart from within. The survivors watch their companions die and understand that the manor has trapped them in a cycle of starvation and mutation. One man tries to keep a woman alive with false hope that rescue will come, but she admits she cannot endure any longer, pushing him toward a terrible choice. The blue-haired man is jolted by the implication that the survivor did something unforgivable to stay alive. The present crashes back as the monster dives straight for him. The leader grabs him and yanks him out of the attack path at the last second. That rescue lets the leader hurl himself back into the fight, while the blue-haired man regains his footing. The leader orders him to draw the seven-branched sword, recognizing that ordinary weapons are not enough. He realizes the blue-haired man has already visited the blacksmith and improved the weapons since their last mission. The refined blade is revealed as the lightning-struck seven-branched sword, a sacred weapon of primary draconic grade. Its strong young energy makes it especially effective against evil, and the blue-haired man commits to using it. The monster recalls the moment the holy power touches him, confirming the sword can truly threaten him. When the creature tries to flee, the red-haired woman wants to pursue, but the blue-haired man warns against chasing recklessly. He finally explains the truth he has pieced together about the survivor. The man became like this because he crossed too close to the barrier that separates humans from monsters and ghosts. In simpler terms, his accumulated karma pushed him over that line. That is why he is so strong, and why the seven-branched sword reacts to him as if he were a true monster. The explanation forces the blue-haired man to ask a personal question about how much karma it takes to cross that boundary. He remembers that karma normally comes from evil deeds such as robbery, torture, and murder, though his own abilities also generate it as a penalty. If the vision showed the truth, then the survivor endured by committing one of the worst crimes imaginable. That thought turns inward as the blue-haired man wonders what his own karma means for his fate. He quietly asks himself how close he already is to the same barrier. His companions pull him back before he can spiral further into that fear. He insists he is fine, but the strain is obvious. The leader decides they must keep moving and finish the mission, arguing that the monster will not approach while they carry the sacred sword. The blue-haired man objects to simply abandoning the survivor in that state. The leader admits he also wants to save the man and even hopes purification might work later, but not if they all die first. He bluntly says the enemy is too strong for them to risk everything on one rescue right now. The blue-haired man offers a new plan instead of giving up. The other two wait for him to explain, unsure whether he has found a real solution or another reckless gamble. He says they can still do this, renewing the group's resolve. The leader begins setting a talisman trap, uneasy because events are starting to feel manipulated rather than controlled. He reflects that both now and in the previous encounter, they have simply followed the blue-haired man's lead without fully questioning it. That thought hardens into suspicion as he wonders why he keeps letting Seo Gangrim decide everything. Even while placing the charms, he asks himself why this compromise plan is the best they can manage. The completed formation glows around him, but his frustration is no longer only about the enemy. He rejects self-pity and blames his own lack of skill for falling behind Seo Gangrim. When the blue-haired man returns, he reports that Anavi is ready and that he is prepared too. The blue-haired man volunteers to act as bait and draw the monster into the trap. The leader questions whether the talisman array is truly enough to hold something this dangerous. The blue-haired man answers that if the charms fail, the whole plan fails, then pointedly asks whether the leader really believes in him that much. He walks off before hearing the full answer, leaving the leader alone with his conflicted feelings. The red-haired woman notices that the leader has personally inscribed the talismans instead of delegating the work. He admits it without turning around, still focused on the trap and on what that trust means. His hand tightens against the wall as he wrestles with pride, resentment, and doubt. What lingers most is the realization that Seo Gangrim truly trusts his skill. That trust unsettles him more than open criticism would, because it forces him to confront how much he has changed. He remembers thinking that being chosen by a powerful god was not such a bad fate for someone as capable as Seo Gangrim. But beneath that rationalization lies a private confession of hatred he cannot say aloud. Night deepens outside the manor as the confrontation enters its final stage. Seo Gangrim walks alone through the corpse-strewn hall, deliberately presenting himself as bait. The survivor appears again, crouched and trembling in the shadows, still torn between reason and hunger. Seo Gangrim speaks to him calmly, trying to lower his guard instead of provoking another blind charge. Then he reveals the crucial twist of the plan. He did not bring the seven-branched sword with him. The survivor is stunned to find his greatest threat gone. Seo Gangrim uses that moment of hesitation to strike first with his bare strength. Even after taking the hit, the survivor answers by gathering blue spiritual power into his claws, proving the trap is only beginning and the real battle is still ahead. A feral, red-eyed old man staggers in the ruined hall, already on the verge of losing himself. A sudden golden light closes in on him, signaling that someone has made his move. Seo Gangrim drops in with a glowing weapon and strikes before the old man can recover. The blow sends the target skidding across the floor and briefly puts him on the defensive. The old man twists back toward the attack, refusing to stay down. He slams into a pink barrier and discovers the room has already been prepared against him. A large ceiling formation activates around the chamber, with talismans and wards locking the space down. Even trapped, the old man forces his way forward through the restraints with brute will. Flames erupt as the system begins activating another skill, and the fight grows more chaotic instead of safer. The red-haired messenger clicks her tongue and braces as the talismans around them start reacting. She admits she never expected the first attempt to succeed and keeps pressing the plan anyway. To support the raid, she summons a crowd of clay dolls to swarm the target. The dolls rush in, but the old man's flames spread through them instead of stopping him. The system warns that the flames are actually strengthening the clay dolls rather than weakening them. The old man suddenly finds himself surrounded by giant, empowered dolls born from that mistake. He realizes too late that the situation has turned against him. Fiery chains lash around his body and begin pinning him in place. Seo Gangrim shouts that ordinary force will not be enough to finish this. The system confirms the target's mana is being sealed and one of his active abilities is being undone. The messenger celebrates for a moment, thinking they have finally subdued him. That relief vanishes when the boss activates a binding attack of his own and retaliates. The three raiders freeze in alarm as the room shakes with a new threat. They finally identified the true raid objective, a reinforced guardian called the Statue of Amity that protects the region and must be defeated to escape. The blindfolded statue stands motionless, but its presence makes clear that the real battle has only begun. Seo Gangrim and the messenger realize the statue, not the old man, is the actual target of the raid. The mission updates plainly: destroy the statue that serves as the barrier's vessel. The statue raises its sword and prepares to strike down everything in its domain. It slash tears through the giant dolls as if they were nothing. Kang Do-hyun rushes in with his weapon while the messenger runs to reposition and the old man struggles nearby. The messenger orders Do-hyun to stop the statue from escaping their reach. Do-hyun drives his weapon down to intercept and anchor the fight. He clashes directly with the old man to keep the battlefield from collapsing around the others. Seeing the opening, the messenger decides Do-hyun will hold the boss while she focuses on the statue. The statue advances over the rising stone as if the terrain itself belongs to it. Its sword carves through the stone barrier the messenger tries to raise. She strains under the pressure, realizing her defense will not last long. Behind her, Do-hyun and the old man continue trading attacks while debris rains down. Seo Gangram studies the scene and concludes this still is not the right answer. He decides to take the statue himself and orders the messenger to handle the survivors instead. Do-hyun agrees to draw the statue away while insisting the rescued people must come first. The messenger accepts the order and activates her clay doll control skill. She commands the dolls to seize the old man and stack the smaller ones onto the larger bodies for extra force. The dolls launch themselves into position without hesitation. They pile onto the old man from every side while Seo Gangram closes in from behind. A blue field and the doll's mass finally pin the old man down long enough to restrain him. At the same time, the messenger activates a binding skill through her bell staff. Blue pillars of force slam down around the old man and tighten the fiery chains already wrapped around him. The combined restraints wrench his body into place and leave him exposed. He howls as the bindings crush his resistance. A talisman is planted onto his face to complete the suppression. The system announces that the bound target is being forced into sleep. With the old man neutralized, the messenger declares that part of the job finished and tells them to move on to Seo Gangram. A path opens through the rubble, giving them a route forward. But before they can relax, both she and Do-hyun sense something is wrong. A violent blast erupts where Seo Gangram is fighting, and his name is shouted in panic. The messenger runs toward the explosion, fearing he has been badly hurt. She starts promising they will get help immediately if he is injured. Instead, Seo Gangram descends through the smoke with murderous force still in his body. He destroys the Statue of Amity in a single overwhelming strike. The system rewards him for defeating an enemy above his class, confirming just how far beyond expectation that feat was. The red-haired man watches in shaken silence, clearly affected by what he has just seen. Seo Gangram turns off the battle state called Fighting Instinct as the messenger checks on him. He answers calmly and immediately asks whether all the survivors were secured. The messenger proudly confirms that everyone has been recovered. The barrier around the demon realm begins to collapse, and an exit opens at last. The messenger credits Seo Gangram for making the rescue possible. He downplays his role, but she insists that without him they could not have undone the curses or brought the survivors back. The red-haired man, hearing all this, starts thinking about karma and what drawing near the barrier might cost. He cannot stop comparing himself to Seo Gangram's terrifying strength. Watching Seo Gangram stand there so calmly, he wonders whether he could ever become that strong. Seo Gangram remains quiet, still catching his breath after the fight. He then tries to purify the bound old man with the help of a spectral deer. The system immediately rejects the attempt because the target has already crossed the barrier. A second warning follows. This chosen target can no longer be purified. Seo Gangram is left grimly absorbing what that means. When asked what is wrong, he explains that the man has already passed beyond saving. In his perception, the bound body is now only a shell left behind after the true self crossed over. The old man clutches his head in torment, but there is no real person left to reach. Seo Gangram concludes that what remains is an empty vessel and cannot be restored to normal. The red-haired man is stunned by the finality of that judgment. He repeats the implication to himself in disbelief. No soul means no return. That thought turns his fear inward as he connects the old man's fate to the karma Seo Gangram carries. He finally voices the question he has been avoiding and asks what that means for Seo Gangram himself. For a moment, Seo Gangram is surrounded by ominous red energy, as if the same danger is already close to him. He regains control, but the unease remains. The messenger tries to move the mission along by suggesting they head to the next floor. Seeing Seo Gangram's condition, she offers to go in his place and bring back the remaining survivors while he rests. She also asks Do-hyun to protect both Seo Gangram and the bound target while she is gone. Do-hyun calls after her, but the red-haired man turns away instead of answering. Seo Gangram realizes he does not trust Do-hyun and is uncomfortable leaving him alone. His thoughts return to the karma he has accumulated and the danger of staying near someone who has already crossed the line. In his mind, that danger takes the shape of a devouring shadow. The image swirls like a fate waiting to swallow him too. A sinister figure from that vision seems to invite him to cross over as well. Seo Gangram resists the pull and steadies himself. The red-haired man places a hand on his shoulder and interrupts the spiral. The two stand in silence before finally facing each other. Seo Gangram admits inwardly that he does not want this conversation either. The red-haired man calls him by name, while Seo Gangram wishes he could simply be left alone. Still, he forces himself to ask what the other man wants. The answer comes as a desperate command. Seo Gangram must quit being a hunter immediately. He warns that continuing this work will only pile up more karma until Seo Gangram ends like the empty shell before them. Seo Gangram gives a faint, bitter smile at the sudden concern. He asks why someone who always treated him colder than a stranger is acting concerned now. He presses further, accusing the other man of only now pretending to care. The red-haired man answers with brutal honesty that he does hate him. He explodes, saying his hatred is real and impossible to deny. He says Seo Gangram has everything he lacks and blames him for taking their mother away. Even after all this time, that resentment has not faded. The accusation lands hard enough to stop Seo Gangram cold. He can only stare, momentarily emptied of any reply. The red-haired man tries to continue through his anger while the bound shell and the exit remain behind them. What he truly means finally surfaces. He does not want Seo Gangram to become another doomed vessel. The confession leaves both brothers standing raw and exposed before each other. Seo Gangrim listens in silence, no longer dismissing him outright. He asks what kind of person his brother thinks he is if he believes Seo Gangrim would ever want that fate. The red-haired man breaks down and admits the truth plainly. He just does not want Seo Gangrim to die. Once that is said, he tells Seo Gangrim to listen carefully to what comes next. He reveals the secret that changes everything. He knows the future. Seo Gangrim is left staring at him, trying to decide whether to believe it. Outside the collapsed realm, the messenger reports that 24 people were successfully rescued. As the survivors are gathered, the brothers continue talking, and Seo Gangrim asks how his brother even got there. Instead of answering directly, the red-haired man tells him to wait until the survivors are sent off. He insists they finish delivering the rescued people to the protection agency before continuing the conversation. When Seo Gangrim presses him, the red-haired man says the real explanation is at home. Seo Gangrim follows, still unsettled but willing to hear him out. At the gate, his brother notices him lingering and calls him inside. Seo Gangrim finally steps over the threshold. A memory surfaces of a woman in traditional dress kneeling before a child, as if this house has always been tied to prophecy. Back in the present, the brothers walk deeper into the old home together. The red-haired man leads the way and tells Seo Gangrim to come further in. Before their mother's memorial, he points out that Seo Gangrim never asked about her because he already knew the future. He then asks the question Seo Gangrim avoided most. Does he know how she died? The answer is devastating. She died by self-immolation. The revelation leaves the red-haired man tense with grief while Seo Gangrim turns away to absorb it. When asked whether he also knows why she did it, Seo Gangrim admits he does not. His brother activates another ward, sealing the house so they can speak freely. A barrier spreads over the entire property, cutting them off from outside interference. Seo Gangrim notices the precaution and understands this truth has been hidden deliberately. His brother explains that their mother once said she saw the future, and that Seo Gangrim was like her. He identifies her not just as their mother, but as a gifted shaman. Such a shaman could see past, present, and future, and that gift showed her a coming disaster. What she saw, she accepted as Seo Gangrim's destined fate. But in the face of that prophecy, she resolved to choose the best possible outcome instead of surrendering to it. The note she left said there are many possible fates, and she had been given one among them. Remembering that message, the red-haired man is shaken by how much it cost her. He recalls the burning house and the chaos of that day as the moment everything changed. Even now, he cannot understand how such a sacrifice could have been called the best option. His grief turns into a cry of protest against the logic of fate itself. Unable to accept their mother's note, he begins trying to rewrite destiny with his own ritual, while Seo Gangrim watches in silence. Gangrim admits that when disaster struck before, he knew nothing and failed to protect the woman who mattered. He hardens that regret into a vow that he will never allow such helplessness again. Standing before his mother's memorial, he presses Gangrim to finally reveal what he had been trying to say. Gangrim hesitates, knowing the truth will change everything. He confesses that his power has begun showing him the future. When asked what future he saw, he reveals the warning is only 5 years away. In that future, he is destined to be murdered. The revelation leaves Seo stunned and searching for an explanation. He immediately realizes this should have been impossible, because Gangrim was supposed to have lost that kind of sight. Gangrim explains that his mother had sealed his divine energy through a ritual. But nearing a mysterious boundary weakened that seal and let his visions return. Since then, the guide of fate has been forcing visions of both past and future onto him. Seo urgently asks how close Gangrim has already come to that dangerous boundary, but Gangrim cannot measure it. Gangrim admits he does not believe he can change the future by himself, so he asks Seo to help him. Seo can only ask what use he could possibly be. He insists he knows even less than Gangrim about fate, karma, and the boundary, and suggests Gangrim should ask his god instead. Gangrim shocks him by admitting he never accepted a god at all. Pressed for the reason, Gangrim finally opens the wound he has kept hidden. One of those gods killed his parents. He rejects the idea that the other gods would be any better. Because of that hatred, he refuses to believe in any god now or ever. Instead, he proposes using a charm that can block all outside listening, even from Seo's god. Once Seo confirms the charm can completely isolate the room, Gangrim agrees to tell him everything. With the room sealed, Gangrim begins summarizing the life he lived before this one. He starts with the tragedy of his childhood, when his world first burned down around him. He moves on to his trainee years, when Seo insisted on following him into the Flying Tiger sect. He recalls the days they spent there together with the comrades who became his found family. Those memories center on the bond he once shared with Seo as they walked the same path. Then he reaches the end of that life, when everything collapsed in the demon realm. There, they encountered Baekhyung in the demon realm. Gangrim states plainly that the demon realm was where everyone in his raid team was slaughtered. Seo is horrified that an entire joint raid force was wiped out, and Gangrim adds that Baekhyung had promised to spare the others if only he died, then broke that promise. Gangrim says that if the worst comes again, everyone else will survive as long as he dies, so his own death would settle it. Seo is furious at how casually Gangrim treats sacrificing himself. Trying to think clearly, Seo asks whether Gangrim at least knows why Baekhyung wants him dead. Gangrim admits he does not, which is exactly why he intends to find her. Seo points out how impossible that sounds when Gangnam knows only her face and name, and when she is a primary divine grade. The rank alone shocks Seo, because that places her among the rarest and strongest beings. Gangnam finds it suspicious that someone so powerful and unusual is still completely unknown to the world. He says he has a few possible suspects in mind. One possibility is someone hidden behind the Fate Protection Agency's masks. More specifically, he suspects the agency's director. Seo can only call it an assumption, but the idea unsettles him. Gangnam explains that the director's identities are secret, and only team leaders are allowed to meet them, which makes them perfect for someone hiding in plain sight. Seo balks when he realizes Gangnam wants him to investigate the director's identity from inside the agency. He protests that he has nowhere near the authority needed to access that kind of information. Gangnam dryly says he will just investigate alone if Seo cannot do it. Seo sees through the provocation and demands to know what Gangnam is really trying to pull. Gangnam needles him further by asking whether fear is what is stopping him. Seo's temper flares, and Gangnam uses the moment to push him one step more by handing over Baekhyun's face and telling him to memorize it. He reveals he had already prepared the image in advance with a memory projector. Seo grudgingly takes it, while Gangnam jokes that he has grown thick-skinned and Seo insists he is only helping out of pity. But the moment Seo studies the image, recognition hits him. The face drags up a buried memory of a silver-haired woman. Seo realizes he has seen her before, and Gangnam instantly demands to know who she is. Seo cannot name her, but he remembers the strange presence she carried when she once passed by him. Gangnam presses for when and where, and Seo begins piecing it together. The image aligns with a woman connected to his home and his mother. Seo remembers seeing her near the house only days before his mother died. That detail jolts Gangnam into sudden alarm. Seo realizes his mother's death had always felt wrong, from the contents of her suicide note to the way she burned the building down. As Gangnam listens, the possibility forms between them. He concludes that Baekhyun may have been the one who killed Seo's mother. That thought tears open everything Gangnam has lost before, from friends to family. In his mind, the woman who hunted him is the same one who stole all of it. He relives the moment she destroyed his life right in front of him. He remembers reaching for her too late. She had struck while he was still unaware and powerless to stop her. The memory turns into certainty that she was behind it all. Even the pain in his own bloodied hand returns with the memory. From that agony, he swears he will find her, and when he does, he will take revenge. The story shifts to the present, where a new group is being shown into a sect building. The newcomers are excited by the reality of finally having a sect headquarters of their own. Among them, Yoon Boem notices that Gangnam still seems distant despite everything settling down. His friends ask whether he plans to stay with them now instead of keeping himself apart. Gangnam struggles to answer, because the reason is not something he can easily say aloud. He remembers the future battlefield where those close to him were cut down around him. Baekhyun's words still haunt him, warning that everyone near him will only suffer. He remembers the corpses from that ruined future and the guilt tied to them. To him, the same tragedy feels ready to repeat itself in the present. That fear is bound to the strange vortex of fate that keeps dragging him back to that outcome. In the vision, Baekhyun walks through the dead as if the massacre were inevitable. She offers him only one path, demanding that he accept her and the divinity she represents. Gangnam recoils from that demand even in memory. She accuses him of leading everyone around him to their deaths, and he can only deny it weakly. She twists the accusation further by asking whether the dead would agree with him. Then the voices of the fallen turn on him, blaming him for reaching out to them and dragging them into ruin. The chorus of blame nearly breaks him, because he believes they would have every right to hate him. But another memory pushes back, reminding him that some of them once saw him as a genuinely good person and promised to stay by his side. That remembered faith snaps him out of despair and makes him reject Baekhyun's manipulation. He declares that he will no longer be deceived by her words or by the illusions fate throws at him. When she mocks him for thinking the visions are harmless illusions, he refuses to yield. He charges her, insisting that fate is not absolute. Their blades collide head-on. Even as they clash, she keeps urging him to surrender to divinity and possession. Gangnam answers by rejecting the fate she is trying to force onto him. He drives forward with everything he has. Bloodied but unbroken, he declares that he has already changed fate once. And he vows that he will change it again. That determination cuts to a clock, marking the return to the present. Gangnam wakes from the vision in bed, still carrying the weight of that promise. Morning brings him to a meal laid out with unusual care. His friend teases him for making the table work harder than he did, but the mood is warm rather than tense. The conversation turns practical as Seo asks what Gangnam plans to do about choosing a sect, especially after seeing the future. Seo warns that a hunter of Gangnam's caliber will be flooded with offers and tells him not to sign anything without letting him review it first. Gangnam protests that he is not a child, and Seo counters that expertise matters just as much as foresight. To make his point, Seo brings up the Asura sect, which Gangnam remembers as the place Yoon Boem joined in the previous timeline. Gangnam briefly wonders whether Seo is steering him toward that future, but also notes that joining an enemy sect might keep his current companions safer. Seo immediately shuts that down and warns that the Asura sect is suspicious and should be avoided entirely. He adds that several sects give off the same dangerous feeling and tells Gangnam not to choose blindly. Later, Gangnam heads to Shinsua's apartment building. While waiting for the elevator, he tries to recall her unit number. A message suddenly appears on his phone and interrupts him. It praises his work in the Demon Realm rescue, says many survivors were saved because of him, and promises a gift as a way to stay in contact. The sender is Seo Moon Youngneo, who also reminds him of her earlier recruitment offer. Curious, Gangnam opens the promised gift. It turns out to be a fragment of a secret technique. The reward is a real technique fragment, not just empty flattery. Gangnam admits she knows exactly how to tempt him, because power is the one gift he will always value. He jokes that he wishes other sect leaders would try bribing him this effectively, even though he still has no intention of joining her. When he reaches the apartment, a blonde girl greets him enthusiastically and calls him master. Her little dragon companion immediately attacks him for having left it behind, forcing him into an awkward reunion. Once things calm down, Gangnam explains that he has been gathering information on the sects because the post-awakening world has already started settling into place. He asks the girl which sect she wants to join. She says she has not decided, but if Gangnam or Sua formed a sect, she would join without hesitation. Gangnam tells her to wait, confident that Shinsuo is probably considering that very idea. Sua then greets him and says the whole community is talking about him. When he asks why, she explains that an article about the Demon Realm raid has made him a public topic. The blonde girl eagerly offers to show him the article she bookmarked. The news reports that survivors stranded in the Demon Realm for years were rescued and that an unknown awakened named Seo Gangnam removed their curses before disappearing. The girl admits she was upset that Gangnam went off alone again, but she softens because this time he was saving people. Scrolling further, Gangnam finds comments linking his name to something Doke Gojin said about him. That leads them to a talk show episode featuring Doke Gojin, now a divine grade shaman after awakening. Gangnam and the girl stare at the screen, already uneasy about where this is going. On the show, the hosts introduce Doke Gojin as a famous regression novelist turned awakened shaman. They hype up his success and his newly founded sect, treating him like a celebrity. Doke Gojin agrees to focus on his identity as a shaman for the interview. Asked what kind of person he wants in his wonder sect, he says class matters less than whether someone feels worthy of being a main character. Watching this, Sua remarks that Doke Gojin really has not changed at all. Then Doke Gojin names Seo Gangnam as his example of someone whose class does not matter, making Gangnam realize this is the part about him. The hosts are stunned that the top trainee of the year could still be only insectal grade, while Doke Gojin insists that does not disqualify him from being central. He even sends Gangnam a direct message through the broadcast, calling him his beloved friend and promising to see him soon. That public familiarity leaves Gangnam and the girl equally alarmed. As if to prove the threat is immediate, Doke Gojin appears on Gangnam's phone in a live call, cheerfully saying he heard the news and will come visit soon. Gangnam abruptly cuts the call before Doke Gojin can say more. The room falls into embarrassed silence as everyone processes how invasive that was. The blonde girl panics and asks whether Gangnam is actually joining the Wonder Sect, but Gangnam denies ever discussing that with Doke Gojin and rejects the idea. When another unknown call immediately comes in, all they can do is wonder who is reaching for Gangnam next. Sua is jolted by a sudden sense of dread. Before she can answer an incoming phone call, Gangnam stops her and warns her not to pick up. He presses her to think about whether she recognizes the number, and her silence confirms his suspicion. BOM arrives just as the tension peaks, unaware that something dangerous has already changed. Gangnam notices a sinister shift and realizes the threat around Sua has intensified. A warning confirms that the death surrounding Shinsua's fate has grown darker. Gangnam cannot understand why this danger is worsening now. Both of them are startled by an unseen presence entering the situation. The intruder calmly reveals that she was only able to come in because someone opened the way for her. She introduces herself as Shin-era, leader of the Asura sect. BOM is stunned to hear that the mysterious visitor belongs to the Asura sect. Era ignores the room's fear and advances as if she already belongs there. Sua steps forward to confront her directly, and demands to know why she came. Her first accusation is that Era should never have known this address. She adds that Era also had no right to know Seo Gangnam's number, exposing how deeply she has been tracked. When Era hesitates, Sua explodes and forces her to answer as her sister. Era drops the act for a moment, and faces her with unsettling calm. She addresses Sua gently, trying to reclaim familiarity between them. Era offers a soft apology for appearing without warning, but clearly intends to steer the conversation herself. Sua refuses to be softened and demands the truth first. Era admits she found Sua by following Gangnam and got his number through the Fate Protection Agency, shocking both him and BOM. She insists she only invaded their privacy because she was worried after hearing news about Sua. Her concern turns accusatory as she asks why Sua cut off all contact for so long. As she steps closer, Era's composure starts to crack under her own emotions. She breaks down over Sua's mutilated arm, treating it as proof that Sua cannot survive alone. Era pleads for Sua to come home, claiming the whole family is worried. She promises they can restore Sua's arm if she returns. Sua rejects both the touch and the promise, shoving her away. Era falls hard, and the room freezes at Sua's violent refusal. Sua is shaken by how far her anger has already gone. BOM rushes to Era instead of escalating the conflict. She checks whether Era is hurt, trying to keep the confrontation from turning worse. Era accepts that Sua hates her, but refuses to leave without being heard. Through tears, she begs for one chance to explain why she came. Her real message lands at last. Their father is also in critical condition. BOM stiffens, realizing this visit may be tied to a genuine family emergency. Sua answers with cold disbelief, as if that revelation changes nothing. Era admits she lied earlier about wanting Gangram in the same sect and reveals she had only been trying to scout him. Sua turns away from her sister, done with the emotional manipulation. She asks BOM to escort Era out, and warns her not to follow them beyond the hotel. Then she stops Gangram and asks to speak with him alone. Gangram agrees, though he remains wary of what this conversation will uncover. Once seated together, he assumes she wants to discuss the Asura sect. Sua immediately apologizes for lying about wanting to join the same sect as him. She asks him directly whether he intends to join the Asura sect. Gangram admits the sect looks appealing because it has money and internal trust, but he is only evaluating it pragmatically. Sua listens in tense silence, waiting for the answer that matters. She recalls hearing in the hospital that he was building a sect made only of people he trusted, and that she once suggested joining it with him. Back then he brushed her off, and she stubbornly kept raising the idea anyway. Now he states clearly that he has no intention of joining the Asura sect. That answer visibly relieves her. She admits as much, and he realizes that was not the real purpose of this talk. Sua reveals she still has something else to ask of him. What she wants is a favor, not reassurance. Later, they head out into the city together. Gangram follows Sua as she leads him to a secret meeting place. He asks whether this is where she is supposed to meet her sister. Sua confirms that Era sent this location. When they enter, they find not a hospital contact but a private karaoke room full of Era's people. Era greets them cheerfully, as if this ambush were a social visit. She dismisses her subordinates to isolate Sua and Gangram with her. Then she mockingly invites Gangram to sing, making it clear she is in control of the setting. Gangram refuses to play along, but Era claims this hidden room is the perfect place for a private talk. She quietly activates something in the room. Sua demands to know what game her sister is playing and where their father really is. Era answers with a smile that makes the truth obvious before she says it. She admits the story about the hospital was a lie. Her excuse is simple and cruel. She knew Sua would only come if she believed their father was dying. Sua immediately turns to leave, and Era tries to stop her with a fake apology. Sua orders Gangram to go with her and refuses to hear another word. Era drops the pretense and openly pitches the Asura sect, promising it can give Sua everything she needs. Sua rejects the offer outright once she realizes Era is really asking her to join a criminal faction. Gangram calls after her as Era also tries to stop her retreat. A system notice reveals that Era has activated an ability called Asura. With the trap in place, Era asks to borrow Gangram as if he were already hers to claim. She blocks the exit and demands Gangram for herself, stunning Sua. Gangram orders Era to open the door, recognizing the danger too late. Era approaches with a supernatural aura and addresses him through his connection to Sua. She uses that bond as leverage, assuming he will hesitate if Sua's sister is the one threatening them. Then she calls in her men to subdue Sua. Gangram panics for Sua, but Era smugly insists her men will not truly harm her because she is family. He stops Era from using her power on them, warning that the men she summoned are unawakened and would die if caught in it. Era is amused that he understood her plan so quickly and admits she intended to blackmail Sua after forcing her to attack ordinary people. Sua is briefly restrained, but she tells Era to wait for her and refuses to submit. Era turns her coercion on Gangram too, hinting that he may be forced into the sect as well. She gleefully says she even brought him a gift. That gift turns out to be a key, offered like a prize for obedience. She promises it will make him want to join, while Sua desperately calls out to him. Gangram coldly asks whether refusing the offer will let him walk away, and Era assures him it will not. Sua reveals the key is hidden inside the chairs they had been sitting on. As Gangram reaches for it, he senses something deeply wrong and realizes Era's opposing energy is affecting him. He tries to hurry before the trap closes completely. A sudden realization stops him mid-motion. His hand finds something far worse than a simple key. He recoils, unable to process what he has touched. Era explains with delight that she prepared a special present after hearing about his ability. The truth horrifies one of the men nearby as the room's cruelty becomes clear. Gangram understands she is talking about a specific victim. Era points out that the man she brought has a useful ability, revealing the gift is a living target to be killed and looted. She asks Gangram what he thinks of that offer. He spells out the implication himself, forcing her to say it plainly. Era confirms that she wants him to kill the man and steal his ability, treating it as part of the same predatory system that governs their world. She insists Gangram is fundamentally like her and belongs among people who take what they want. To break his resistance, she exposes the rumor that he once killed someone and stole an ability, asking whether pretending to be normal has been exhausting. She reminds him that others feared him for that very rumor. Then she offers the Asura sect as a place where no one would judge him, and where he could use that power freely. She presses the key into his hand and invites him to accept both the gift and the sect. Instead of accepting, Gangram throws the key away in disgust. He rejects her offer as vile. He asks whether she fed Sua the same poisonous logic. Gangnam makes it clear that he does not see human lives as rewards. He cuts off the conversation and refuses to entertain her any longer. Sua rushes to him, apologizes for bringing him into this, and urges him to leave with her. Era pouts over her rejected present, then decides to dispose of it another way. She activates another item hidden in the room. When Gangnam and Sua turn back, Era announces that taking only Sua will be enough. A teleportation device begins to open. Gangnam recognizes it as an escape or transfer tool just as it activates. A distorted voice comes through the system, signaling that another layer of the trap is online. The room is suddenly surrounded by armed unawakened men, and the system declares that Sua is not allowed to leave. Gangnam realizes the attackers are all ordinary people with no awakened powers. The system confirms that this means Sua and Gangnam cannot safely use abilities or weapons, then orders the men to kill them. Sua begs Gangnam not to kill anyone, and he promises he will avoid that if he can. The attackers rush in, and Gangnam meets them head-on before they can overwhelm Sua. He tears through the group with brutal precision, disabling them in a blur while trying to hold back from killing. The surviving men realize Gangnam is too dangerous and decide to target Sua instead. Sua refuses to be treated as a helpless hostage and intercepts one of them herself. She lashes out fiercely, insisting she is not weak enough to be beaten down like this. The system voice tells her that this is not the real issue, and continues watching her every move. Era, now observing from elsewhere, asks whether Sua is still being monitored. A hidden operator confirms that he is still watching and urges Sua to reveal her true nature. He frames her destiny as that of a wild beast who loves fighting and killing, even as she cuts down attackers. Era adds that Sua's instincts will awaken the longer the battle continues. Sua rejects that claim outright. Even while smashing another attacker down, she insists she takes no pleasure in this violence. She keeps repeating that she does not want to fight, but her body is already moving through the bloodshed. Her fists keep landing anyway, and the contradiction grows harder to ignore. A darker thought begins to surface inside her. For a moment, the battle starts to feel thrilling to her. A notice announces the activation of Bloodthirst just as Gangnam lunges to stop her from sinking further. Consumed by the surge, Sua tries to push him away and insists it is already too late. Gangnam pulls her back from the edge by asking the one question that matters, whether she truly wants to kill someone. The question breaks through the frenzy, and Sua realizes in horror what she was about to become while Gangnam reveals that no one there has actually died. She collapses into herself, overwhelmed by blood, fear, and shame. The hidden observer angrily demands to know why the process was interrupted. Era tries to resume the manipulation by declaring that Sua's destiny naturally leads her to hurt others. Gangnam counters that her fate only makes violence easier and gives her an affinity for metal tools, not a moral command to become a monster. The observer insists that Sua is fated to become a criminal, reducing her life to a sentence she is meant to fulfill. Sua trembles in tears, crushed by the idea that her future has already been decided for her. Gangnam rejects that conclusion outright and points to doctors with similar destinies, proving that fate may shape a tool, but it does not decide what kind of person someone becomes. As Shinso breaks down, someone tells her that every fate has two sides. The dark-haired man insists that the choice of which side to follow belongs to Shinso alone. He angrily rejects anyone trying to force her into a predetermined role and decides to take her away. They leave the blood-soaked room behind despite desperate calls for Sua to stay. As they climb out, Sua reflects that this was the first time anyone had spoken to her differently. When she points that out, he brushes it off as simply stating the obvious. Even so, Sua admits that no one had ever framed her life that way before. He lets her words settle instead of interrupting. The silence between them becomes a space for her to rethink herself. She remembers being raised to believe she was born to fight. From childhood, she was told she would inherit the Asura sect. That destiny pushed her into a life of bloodshed and violence. People around her had always demanded that she accept that fate. He counters that she has every right to reject the life others chose for her. Their steps continue upward as his words begin to reach her. He reveals that he also refuses to live according to destiny. For the first time, Sua responds with a small, genuine smile. Together they finally step out into the light. Sua thanks him sincerely for staying by her side that day. She admits that his presence meant more to her than she expected. His quiet smile shows that her gratitude affects him too. He tries to downplay it, but the moment is interrupted. Sua notices her phone vibrating and realizes something urgent is happening. At the same time, both Gangnam and a blonde girl receive the same alarming call. The news spreads that the Great Demon Realm will open in 1 week. Gangnam immediately starts thinking ahead instead of panicking. Elsewhere, the woman with the eye patch returns home wearing a calm smile. Her subordinates welcome her back as the leader of the Asura sect. She accepts their greetings with easy confidence. She singles out a newcomer, praises his decision to join, and raises his expectations. The newcomer and others quickly conclude that their sect leader seems kind and trustworthy. She walks past them with composed authority. Then she orders the executives to follow her privately. Once alone, she makes clear that returning without Shinso means they failed. Her executives can only submit to her anger. She begins interrogating them about who proposed surrounding Gangnam with civilians and blackmailing him. One executive confesses immediately. She punishes him on the spot with brutal violence. She moves on to ask who investigated CO Gangrim's background. Her fury sharpens because all of this trouble traces back to him. Another executive tries to answer, but she cuts him off with another savage blow. She condemns them for failing to bring Shin-Sua back. Her rage turns into a violent outburst driven by obsession with recovering Sua. Only after venting does she regain enough control to think strategically. She recalls that the awakened trainees from the Fate Protection Agency seem unusually talented. Gangrim stands out in her mind in particular because he graduated at the top of his class. She confirms that the agency has 5 training facilities across the country. From that, she deduces there must be one top trainee in each region. She orders her battered executives back onto their feet. Her new objective is to find someone capable of defeating CO Gangrim. She commands them to recruit every top trainee into the Asura sect. Meanwhile, Gangrim's group gathers at a hotel near the coming raid site. Gangrim explains that if they follow the future he saw, they can clear this demon realm easily. The blonde girl asks how he figured out such a detailed strategy. He casually claims he saw the future through the Guide of Fate, and the others take it as incredible luck. Gangrim corrects them that luck is not enough and insists they must be the first group to clear it. He explains that once a demon realm is cleared, it disappears and later reappears in the same place. So if another team clears this one first, they will lose this exact opportunity forever. He adds that entry will be limited, making the competition even harsher. But he promises that the reward will be better than anything they have seen before. When the elevator reaches the raid floor, the team heads out together. One of the girls worries about how crowded the entrance will be. They also note that Father Johann could not join them because he had other business. The doors open onto a packed gathering of awakened fighters. Gangrim's group arrives and immediately draws attention. The hall is filled with trainees, sect members, and independent raiders waiting for the gates. People quickly recognize CO Gangrim among the crowd. Rumors spread at once about his status as Seoul's top trainee, his low official grade, and the people he saved in a previous demon realm. His friends tease him for being unexpectedly famous. That mood sours when someone in the crowd calls him a murderer. His companions immediately flare up and demand to know who said it. Gangrim stops them before the confrontation can escalate. He tells them not to waste energy on gossip and to stay focused on the raid. So it checks that everyone still has the communication item Gangrim prepared earlier. From a distance, someone watches their tight-knit group in silence. That observer turns out to be Doke Gojin, who openly calls out to Gangrim. He approaches like an old acquaintance, and reveals he even watched the show Gangrim appeared in. Instead of taking rejection personally, he asks Gangrim to at least hear out the gift he prepared. Gangrim instantly becomes suspicious because the word gift reminds him of a previous trap. He wonders whether this offer is another scheme like the one used by the Asura sect leader. Doke Gojin reveals his gift is absurdly straightforward, a building in Gangnam if Gangrim joins his sect. The sheer scale of the bribe briefly catches Gangrim off guard. He still refuses flatly and makes clear he will not work with Doke Gojin in this raid either. Doke Gojin laughs it off, saying they think alike because he never intended to cooperate in the raid either. He quietly adds that he has no interest in interfering with the regressors' raid. That word unsettles Gangrim, who is tired of being labeled a regressor again. Doke Gojin leaves with a promise that he will be watching Gangrim closely. When asked what was said, Gangrim dismisses it as more nonsense. Even so, he cannot shake the feeling that Doke Gojin is planning something dangerous. Doke Gojin, meanwhile, calmly concludes that whatever he is preparing will not matter during the raid itself. A public announcement warns everyone at the entrance that the Great Demon Realm is about to open. Around the hall, teams reassure each other and brace for the challenge. As the final warning sounds, Gangrim's group steadies themselves and their spiritual animals. Gangrim notices the silent man in white still lingering nearby. The gates finally open. A violent pull drags the waiting raiders toward the portal, throwing the crowd into chaos. Gangrim and his companions are swept in along with countless others. They are deposited inside the Great Demon Realm. Gangrim lands cleanly and regains his footing at once. He immediately decides to find his team and begin the plan. His confidence returns the moment he surveys the terrain. Elsewhere, other entrants struggle to recover and realize how oppressive the realm feels. Gangrim remains calm despite the confusion around him. Sua and others start choking under the realm's pressure, and panic spreads. Gangrim soon discovers that people have been scattered unevenly, with some left in tiny groups. He bitterly notes that his bad luck has struck again. Realizing he entered alone, he decides to avoid the crowd and move before anyone notices him. He activates Man in Solitude, a skill that conceals his presence while others remain in disarray. As he moves through the ruined landscape, he recalls that groups are split across 3 separate regions. He also remembers that each region contains a device that must be released to clear the realm, exactly as he explained to his team the day before. He trusts that his companions should remember the plan, so he expects them to stop panicking, regroup, and search for one another. Hidden by his skill, he slips behind cover and prepares to contact them. He activates the communication earring he gave the team. Through it, he asks if everyone can hear him. Then he tells each person to report who they are with. So answers first, saying she is with Jang Taehan and Lin. Another girl reports that she is with Byoem and Yorn. The twins immediately complain about being paired together again. Gangrim reminds them to lower their voices because the earring is a cheap item with no volume control. After hearing the pairings, he decides the combinations are workable and considers whether to send a spiritual animal to support them. Tun realizes Gangram is alone and worries that it is too dangerous, especially for Sua, who is not used to fighting barehanded. The others urge him to summon one of the spiritual animals to himself, but also argue that Yorn should stay with the twins because they fight at range. Gangram refuses to change the arrangement and insists he can manage alone for now. Though uneasy, the others can only tell him to be careful. He ends the call by telling everyone to follow the plan and wait for his next contact. Standing before a massive sealed gate, he reminds himself that he is no longer the helpless person he was in his previous life. He pushes the gate open and commits to moving forward alone. The first great demon realm officially begins in earnest. Gangram recalls the final objective clearly: defeat the ruler of the realm, a battle with no time limit where everyone will eventually converge. That certainty lets him accept being alone without fear. As he advances through the gate, an unseen man in white watches him from hiding. The Watcher decides Gangram being isolated is actually convenient. He vows to personally bring judgment down on Seo Gangram. Inside the next area, Gangram is immediately surrounded by a pack of Kingstone dragons, hostile lizard monsters that hunt in groups. The monsters bare their fangs and rush him together. Gangram only smiles. He draws on his power and judges that even a great demon realm does not start with truly dangerous monsters. With blazing sword strikes, he cuts through the entire pack in an instant. He resolves to finish this realm as quickly as possible. After the slaughter, he studies the corpses instead of moving on immediately. That inspection makes him realize something is wrong. To release the regional device, he remembers, he first needs to find the key that breaks its seal. But the blood trail from the gate means others will soon discover where he went, and alone he is not confident he can activate the device before they catch up. He wonders whether he will have to resort to a more dangerous method. From nearby, the hidden man in white notices this strange behavior and starts questioning what Gangram is doing. Watching Gangram drag the monster bodies, he cannot understand the purpose. Then he realizes Gangram seems to know exactly where another wave of monsters is coming from. A fresh pack charges straight toward Gangram as if drawn into position. The Watcher concludes in shock that Gangram is using the monsters themselves as a trap to kill anyone who tries to approach him. He realizes Seo Gangram is not just a monster hunter but a killer who steals the destinies of those he slays, and that there is a deeper purpose behind his actions. With that understanding, he steels himself and calls Seo Gangram's name like a challenge. He vows to stop Seo Gangram's crimes and moves forward with his sword drawn. Remembering the transformation trick he was given, he decides he first needs a piece of monster flesh. He finds a severed limb, but its condition is poor and time is running short. As more monsters close in, he knows he has to use it immediately. He forces himself to consume the monster part to trigger the skill. The stolen technique Stealing Rat activates. Its power takes hold in his body at once. His human form begins reshaping into the monster he consumed. The transformation completes, turning him into a lizard-like creature while preserving his awareness. He tests the disguise and hears his new voice come out like a real monster's. Relieved, he realizes the imitation worked. He tries to pass himself off as one of them, and the monsters hesitate in confusion instead of attacking. Once they accept him as harmless, he confirms the disguise has bought him safe passage. He recalls that team leader Seo Moon's gift let him choose this exact kind of skill. That item had allowed him to claim any technique he wanted, and he chose one suited for infiltration. He reviews Stealing Rat's effect and is pleased to have gained a strong transformation ability. Before he can press on, he notices the disguise is already under pressure as more monsters arrive faster than expected. He slips away at once, knowing he has only a short window before the transformation ends or he is exposed. Using the disguise, he crosses the dangerous terrain deeper into the demon realm. He finally spots the objective ahead. The key is being carried by a higher-ranking monster. He identifies the target as the Dragon Tribe Chief, a powerful sorceress leader who strengthens the lizard tribe. The chief rallies its followers, and the whole group responds to its command. To stay hidden, he joins the cheering crowd and imitates their behavior. The chief notices the odd enthusiasm and begins to suspect something is off. Its attention sharpens immediately. The disguise fails to fool the chief, and an attack is launched toward him. The confrontation erupts in an instant. Dropping the act, he reveals himself and concludes the chief was too perceptive to deceive. The chief answers by channeling power through its staff. Its magic spreads across the battlefield, massively empowering the surrounding lizard monsters. The buff turns the tribe into a far more dangerous swarm. He finds himself facing a whole army strengthened by the chief's support. Even so, he quickly reads the spell for what it is, a wide area buff. Rather than panic, he sees the chief's ability as something useful to exploit. He also identifies the tribe as poison users. That only encourages him, because poison is one of the few things he is prepared for. The monsters rush him under the chief's enhancement, trying to overwhelm him at close range. He counters with speed and fire, knowing they are much easier to kill once their poison loses its edge. He cuts through the mob while dodging their attacks from every side. His flaming blade tears into the first wave. The tribe keeps pressing in, relying on numbers and venom. Poison splashes onto him during the melee, but he stays composed. He notices the venom has only grazed him. Activating poison tolerance, He dismisses their toxin as insignificant compared with what he has already endured. Freed from their main advantage, he carves through the attackers. One clean sweep decapitates another monster in the pack. As the chief tries to retreat with the key, he cuts down the guards in its path and closes the distance. He mocks the chief for abandoning its own followers and trying to flee alone. He calls the escape cowardly and unworthy of a leader. Then he strikes the chief directly and takes it down. With the chief dead, the battlefield is left covered in the remains of the tribe it led. Standing over the massacre, he reflects that the training facility knowledge from his previous life let him survive a place where he once nearly died. He takes the key from the chief's corpse. As he puts it on, he reminds himself he cannot afford to lag behind the other raiders. He reports through his communicator that he already secured his key and asks how the others are doing. The others are stunned he finished so quickly, and they admit they have only found their leader and are still chasing it. Their side is struggling badly, with some wanting to abandon the civilians while others refuse to do that. One woman insists they cannot just let innocent people die. Her words make him pause. He recognizes that kind of conviction as something Shinsuo would say. He answers that the trapped people are not weak, but that this raid team is simply much stronger than ordinary victims. The others cut the conversation short and promise to update him once they get their own key. Left alone again, he steps through the blood-soaked aftermath. Since the others are delayed, he decides to use the extra time productively and move ahead. He heads deeper into the cavern system. Elsewhere, another group advances through the maze-like cave while praising one member for bringing a useful navigation item. That man explains he only found the item because Seo Gangrim had told him about it beforehand. The mention of Seo Gangrim immediately changes the mood, because they know him as a murderer. The group presses the man about why he hid that connection and whether he is close to Seo Gangrim. Nervous, he insists they only came from the same training facility, and that the rumors may be false. He even argues that Seo Gangrim has saved people before, trying to defend him. Before he can finish, something monstrous interrupts the discussion. The team leader orders everyone into formation and pushes the healers to the rear. The whole group braces for an unseen threat above them. A giant clay doll appears, and the team is horrified by its size. When it begins to fall, panic spreads as they realize they are about to be crushed. The impact comes down like a catastrophe. Back in the maze, Seo Gangrim reaches the last fork and remembers both routes can lead out, but one hides a giant clay doll. Not wanting to ruin his blade on that thing, he sharpens his senses to identify the safer path. He listens carefully for the telltale signs of the clay doll's movement. Having found the right route, he confidently chooses it. From far away, he hears desperate cries that the healers are missing. He realizes the other team's situation has collapsed. At first he decides to ignore it and keep to his own objective. But the cries for help trigger a memory of his own past death and the moment he begged to be saved. He keeps walking for a moment while the plea echoes after him. The memory tightens around him until he can no longer stay detached. He turns back and runs toward the disaster instead. He finds the man who defended him badly injured and abandoned without healers. The victim believes he is about to die under the clay doll. All he can do is beg for help. At the last instant, Seo Gangrim intervenes and strikes the clay doll aside. The injured man can barely process what just happened. Seo Gangrim follows through without hesitation. With a single overwhelming slash, he destroys the giant clay doll and shields the entire group. The construct shatters completely under his attack. When the dust settles, he stands alone in front of the wreckage while the survivors stare from behind him. The man he saved is left speechless at the realization that Seo Gangrim rescued them. That reaction reminds Seo Gangrim of an earlier accusation, when frightened survivors demanded proof he was not one of the monsters. He remembers how coldly he endured their suspicion. He also remembers one man trying to force a check of his neck to clear the doubt. The memory widens to the whole crowd that had judged him from fear. Yet, he also recalls someone telling him she did not think he was evil, only suspicious. The man he just saved now resembles that same uncertain, frightened kind of person. He starts to leave again before anyone can say much more. The rescued man calls out sincere thanks for being saved. Seo Gangrim stops when he hears it. Another memory surfaces, this time an apology for what happened at the training facility. He remembers being thanked by Shinsuo when he was broken and alone. That memory softens him for a moment. He recalls her telling him she could not leave him to die. The words overlap with the present, as if his own choice to save these people came from that memory. He finally walks away, leaving the survivors alive behind him. Then a divine notice appears, revealing that the hero of life with no possessions has used an item called Traces of a Divine Title. He learns the item will force an emphasized message through for 10 minutes. That god immediately begins publicly urging him to take those people in, and he curses himself for forgetting to mute such communications. He hurriedly opens the communication settings to shut it down, but the system refuses, telling him he lacks the spiritual power to block the emphasized message. Annoyed, he realizes he is stuck listening. The god keeps praising the survivors for their strength, teamwork, and selfless refusal to seek reward. It then directly asks whether he will accept that god, and he rejects the offer immediately. The god tries a different angle by pointing out that one of the survivors serves his brother, and keeps pressing him to reconsider. He grows openly disgusted with the god's manipulative persistence. Even as he refuses again, the god's messages begin glitching, as if something has interrupted the connection. A system notice announces that the hero of life with no possessions has cut off communication, leaving him baffled about what just happened. He reaches for the settings again and wonders whether the other gods know about this interference. The system starts restoring his muted communications. As the channels reopen, unseen gods argue in confusion about a mysterious god and mention that someone is after Seo Gangrim. Their panic escalates until an anonymous god abruptly severs the discussion before they can say more. The system confirms that an anonymous god has cut off communications entirely. Left in the silence, he is shaken by the revelation that a god may be targeting him. He wonders if it is the same god from his past. A buried memory answers with the same command that haunted his childhood, urging him to be taken in. He remembers that this god tormented him from a young age and stole away his family and friends under the excuse of fate. The memory ties that god to the people who were taken from him. Furious, he cannot believe that God is still pursuing him after everything it already ruined. He forces himself to regain control before anger overwhelms him. Thinking it through, he concludes a god cannot directly kill a human, so whatever happened before must have worked through other means. With that thought, he starts moving again. He decides that if the god sends Baek Young after him once more, he must be ready to win this time. Only by defeating her can he truly change fate without ever becoming a god's vessel. He emerges from the cave into a bright forested section of the demon realm. Pushing the divine interference aside, he refocuses on the raid and on obtaining a new skill here. He reminds himself that this goal matters even more than the local boss, then notices the gods have gone strangely quiet and decides to mute communications again. At that moment, the system announces that the boss area has finally been unlocked. A tower-like structure opens ahead of him beyond the field of corpses and rubble. Seeing the path forward clear at last, he accepts that the real fight can finally begin in a demon realm crowded with strong hunters. He realizes the boss cannot be beaten directly yet, because the hidden support devices must be destroyed first. Seo Gangrim immediately decides to split off and search for those devices himself. Following his memory, he heads into a thorn-choked passage where he believes one of the devices is hidden. He is reminded how much trouble these brambles caused when he had to clear them alone before. As he enters the chamber beyond, the place reminds him of the area tied to the Knife Mountain Marshal General. That resemblance unsettles him, especially because he realizes this is actually his first time physically being here. Using the clue in his possession, he searches the room more carefully and lets it guide him. The clue leads him straight to a glowing red device, and he confirms he has found one. He moves to disable it with the key-like tool he carries. The device reacts violently as he activates the mechanism. Before he can finish, the chamber answers by summoning a guardian in front of him. The sudden manifestation shakes the room and scatters debris. Broken armor pieces begin pulling together under ghostly force. The fragments assemble into a possessed warrior body. Seo Gangrim braces himself as the revived enemy takes shape. Flames ignite inside the helmet, revealing the monster's unnatural life. The system identifies it as the Blue-Red Ogre, a primary ghostly grade martial undead that endured both extreme heat and cold. Seo Gangrim pauses, measuring the threat in silence. He notes something is off, because the creature was supposed to wield blue fire, and he had been looking forward to testing himself against that kind of human-shaped monster. Instead of retreating, he openly challenges it to show what it can do. The ogre answers by stirring the fire within its body. It lunges first, and Seo Gangrim meets the opening strike head-on. The speed surprises him, but the danger only excites him more. Their blades crash repeatedly as the duel escalates immediately. He taunts the monster, pushing it to stop holding back. What he really wants is to force out the blue flames he expected to see. He presses the attack anyway, hoping the fight will justify the karma cost he is building up. He lands a heavy blow that knocks the ogre off balance. For a moment he thinks he has seized control of the fight. Then the hidden cold element finally reveals itself inside the monster. The ogre unleashes frost fire, blasting the room with freezing blue flames. Seo Gangrim is forced to dig in just to avoid being swept away. The battlefield turns into an icy death zone, with the ogre standing empowered inside it. Even while half-frozen, Seo Gangrim laughs and admits the enemy is stronger than expected. Rather than panic, he welcomes the challenge. He answers by coating his own weapon in orange flame, eager now that the fight has become more interesting. The ogre raises its blue blade to meet him at full power. Seo Gangrim charges back and with fire blazing along his sword, the two elemental attacks rush toward each other. He reassures himself that his raw stats are slightly better overall, even if the ogre has more mana. The ogre's frost fire swells as if to deny that advantage. Their flames collide, but the blue fire overwhelms his orange fire in direct opposition. Seo Gangrim realizes too late that the clash is going against him. The ogre drives forward through the elemental exchange and forces him back. A flurry of blue fire strikes crashes down on him. He concludes that his current flame manipulation is too weak to overpower frost fire at its present level. In the middle of combat, he desperately spends accomplishment points to raise flame manipulation through multiple ranks. The upgrades stop just short of where he wants, because he runs out of points. That limitation frustrates him, but he has no time to dwell on it. The system confirms he lacks enough accomplishment points to push the skill any further. Around them, ordinary fire and frost fire continue to war across the chamber. The system reminds him that frost fire itself is a higher grade skill than his newly improved flame manipulation. He abandons the idea of winning through brute force and starts searching for another tactic. He reasons that because his flame skill is still one class lower, a frontal elemental contest will keep failing. So he begins studying the ogre's body for weak points he can exploit instead. He wishes he could compress his flames into something smaller and more precise, but his control is not refined enough yet. Since he cannot match the skill directly, he decides to imitate precision through positioning. He closes the distance and commits to a dangerous close-range maneuver. Throwing himself into the ogre's reach, he forces an opening at point-blank range. He accepts that this reckless gamble is his only path to victory. At contact range, he detonates his flames in a concentrated blast. The explosion floods the chamber with fire and shock. He keeps his grip and drives the attack through the opening he created. When the flames clear, he is kneeling on top of the fallen ogre, realizing the gamble worked. The system confirms that the blue-red ogre has been defeated. Collapsed on the icy floor, he admits he nearly froze to death, while the system begins calculating his rewards and grants a bonus for defeating a stronger opponent. He is briefly confused by that judgment, because his own stats were higher, then realizes the enemy counted as stronger due to its higher destiny class. More important to him than the reward points is the chance to use destiny stealing on the corpse. That skill levels up from use and now allows him to steal up to 2 skills from a single opponent. The upgrade shocks him, because it means his theft ability has become far more efficient. His first thought is whether taking 2 skills at once might only cost him karma equivalent to 1. He steals frost fire and some mana, while the system warns that karma is still accumulating. When he checks the result, he realizes the hope for loophole does not exist. Even so, he accepts the outcome because the skill itself has improved and stronger enemies should yield better prizes. He tests his gains and confirms that frost fire is now his. The new skill is explained as Sub-Zero fire that burns and freezes simultaneously. With both fire and frost fire available, he recognizes he now has 2 offensive elements that can cover each other's weaknesses. Having secured the power he wanted, he turns his attention back to the real objective. He reminds himself that the true task is still to disable the boss supporting devices. He recalls that 3 such devices are hidden across the demon realm. Each one strengthens the boss differently, granting healing over time, damage reduction, or increased attack power. In his previous life, nobody understood those mechanics, so the realm remained uncleared for months. He remembers that even repeated attempts failed because people blamed teamwork or strength instead of the hidden system. That memory reinforces why he must solve the puzzle before anyone else does. While driving with Shinsuke in that earlier timeline, he had already begun questioning why the Great Demon Realm was divided into 3 regions at all. He suspected the split itself concealed the secret, since everyone converged on the boss room in the end anyway. Shinsuke had also started thinking along the same lines. A few days later in that remembered future, Shinsuke became famous for clearing the first Great Demon Realm. Her success in organizing people and leading the clear dramatically raised her reputation. Others praised her publicly, even though Seo Gangrim had been the one who uncovered the method. His role remained mostly hidden, known only through rumor. That hidden contribution was what truly amplified Shinsuke's fame. It also gave her the influence needed to gather allies and establish the Flying Tiger sect. Remembering that group, Seo Gangrim sees it as the most important long-term result of this realm. He recalls how naturally people gathered around her once the foundation was laid. Back in the present, he decides that preserving the conditions for the Flying Tiger sect to form matters more than taking credit himself. Now that he has already secured the reward he wanted, he plans to set the stage so Shinsuke can shine in the boss battle. He resolves that the sect must still come into existence, even if he never joins it. He contacts Jang Tae-hun, who reports that his team has defeated their blue-red ogre and found 1 device. Seo Gangrim answers that he has also finished his side. BOM reports that her group still has not found the cave because they spent time escorting weaker people to the midpoint exit. The Yorn is handling the brambles. Seo Gangrim tells them not to rush. He reasons that if boss room notifications are already appearing, the device shutdowns should trigger notices too. So before anyone engages the boss, he wants confirmation that all non-combatants have safely left. The others agree to kill their ogres first and regroup near the white stone tower by the boss room. Unseen by them, a blue-haired eavesdropper listens in through a bug and realizes Seo Gangrim removed his jacket, but decides he has heard enough. From the white stone tower, that man watches the area and confirms the meeting point for himself. He calmly works at a laptop while monitoring the realm from above. Piecing together the clues, he concludes that the devices hidden in the 3 regions are connected to the brambles Seo Gangrim had been cutting. He studies the terrain through a scope, searching for the final pattern. When he spots the right location, he realizes he has solved it. Pleased with himself, he reflects that planting a wiretap on Seo Gangrim was the right move. Watching Seo Gangrim's allies from afar, he prepares to exploit what he learned. Then he notices the boss itself and wonders if this is the true target of the realm. He recognizes the person standing before it and becomes intrigued. The boss is a giant spear-wielding statue-like demon wrapped in vines. He identifies the lone challenger as Hoseo Branch's top trainee, Song Yuijiol. The system names him an apostle of justice, making clear he is no ordinary participant. The blue-haired observer is impressed and immediately tests whether this promising fighter will join Seo Gangram's side or emerge as a rival lead. He frames the question as whether Song Yuejiao will become part of Seo Gangram's group or a new main character in his own right. Below, Song Yuejiao stands alone before the Guardian King. He had expected Seo Gangram to already be in the boss chamber, but realizes he arrived first instead. Rather than hesitate, he decides that being first only improves his opportunity. He secretly activates a purple item, apparently intending to manipulate the situation. The Guardian King's eyes flare with a different reaction than before, and the observer realizes something has changed. That unexpected response finally unsettles him. The tower and surrounding structure begin collapsing violently around both men. Song Yuejiao welcomes the chaos instead of fearing it. The Guardian King roars awake in full fury. Elsewhere, Seo Gangram sees people leaving midway and thinks the device can be claimed after a few more teams attempt the route. Before he can finish that thought, the tower starts breaking apart. Massive debris crashes down outside, forcing him to look up. He is stunned that the structure is collapsing at all. A red system alert declares that the tertiary draconic grade Guardian King has designated Seo Gangram as its primary target, leaving Shin Suo equally shocked over the call. Seo Gangram has no explanation, but he immediately decides to flee first and tried to shake the aggro. His allies offer to come help, but he orders them instead to stay by the devices and finish deactivating them while he buys time. The enraged Guardian King bursts into pursuit with murderous focus. Seeing it close in, Seo Gangram realizes just how bad the situation has become. He runs for his life as the giant boss bears down on him from behind. The Guardian King hurls its spear into the ground to cut off his escape route. Seo Gangram curses as he understands the trap. The thrown spear blocks the entrance and seals off the path. Accepting that his original plan is ruined, he tells the others they will have to deactivate the devices and then come straight to the Guardian King fight. The boss reaches for him before he can gain any real distance. Seo Gangram steels himself and decides to survive alone until help arrives. He turns and strikes back, trying to slow the monster with whatever openings he can create. At least one device is successfully shut down, removing the boss's damage reduction effect and giving his allies hope. Seo Gangram thanks them while running, though he bitterly wishes the cancelled buff had been the healing one instead. He checks in on Boem and Jul, and they answer that they are still occupied fighting their own blue-red ogre. With the Guardian King still locked onto him, Seo Gangram is left alone against a tertiary draconic grade ruler, while his support races to finish the remaining devices. Seo Gangram realizes the twin support device is the healing one, so disabling his own reinforcement would strip the boss of its recovery. The Guardian King lunges to stop him before he can finish the plan. Gangram narrowly avoids the strike and forces the device interaction through in the middle of the attack. He braces himself, knowing it will be disastrous if he accidentally shuts off his own support instead. The gamble pays off as the ruler's reinforcement is deactivated and the boss loses its healing overtime effect. His ally excitedly confirms they succeeded, but the monster is still right behind him. Gangram immediately shifts his element to water, pleased to have gained a matchup advantage. Believing water should counter the enemy, he rushes in with renewed confidence. His blue flames strike the Guardian King's face and force a painful reaction. The boss staggers, but not nearly as much as Gangram expected. He notices the attack has damaged the eye area strangely, exposing mud rather than metal. That makes him realize the Guardian King is Earth type, not Metal type, so his assumption about the matchup was wrong. He also senses that his frost fire itself is behaving oddly and weaker than it should. Even after taking the hit head-on, the boss remains too sturdy, which deepens Gangram's suspicion. The Guardian King counters with overwhelming force and drives Gangram back across the ground. While retreating, Gangram compares this weak output to what the blue-red ogre once showed and realizes something is off with the skill itself. He keeps moving to avoid being crushed, but the mismatch in power keeps bothering him. Gangram questions whether frost fire is really supposed to be this feeble. He expected an elemental bonus from becoming water type, then suddenly wonders if frost fire is not actually a water skill at all. Since he cannot inspect monster or skill elements directly, he is forced to reason it out in combat. He tries a new approach by switching his own element to both fire and water at once. The moment the dual alignment settles in, he realizes he has found the answer. A system message confirms it. The skill becomes stronger when it matches his current element. With the proper alignment restored, Gangram unleashes a reinforced frost fire attack at close range. This time the blast erupts with enough force to engulf the Guardian King completely. Gangram lands lightly, already sure the fight has turned. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile. The Guardian King is frozen solid inside a massive shell of ice. Trapped and helpless, the boss can only glare from within the ice. Gangram decides the immediate threat is handled and plans to wait for the others while the ice melts. Before he can relax, a new man arrives and unexpectedly praises his strength. The newcomer presents a sword and makes it clear he did not come as a friend. He says he now understands why he was sent here personally. Then he declares that he has come to judge a murderer. Gangram asks whether this accusation is really the man's own conclusion, because he has no idea what rumor led to this. When Gangram asks if they know each other, the stranger admits that he does. Gangram immediately identifies the man as a hypocrite. The accuser reveals his name as hunter-killer Song Yuejial. Gangram recalls that Yuejial was infamous for being called a hypocrite. In Gangram's previous life, every meeting with Yuejial had ended in conflict. He remembers Yuejial once insisting that low karma proved innocence, while demanding Gangram justify himself anyway. Even back then, Yuejial treated suspicion itself as evidence of guilt. That memory centers on Yuejial activating his karma calculation ability. With scales of judgment in hand, Yuejial had measured Gangram's karma in front of witnesses. The result showed Gangram's burden was light, which should have cleared him. Yuejial had even acknowledged that Gangram had not used the rumored ability he was accused of abusing. Yet instead of apologizing, he simply told Gangram to keep behaving and moved on. Gangram remembers that Yuejial could see karma and used that power to hunt down those he deemed stained by it. At first, people praised him as a righteous avenger. But because killing evil still piled karma onto him, he eventually carried more than the criminals he pursued and was branded a hypocrite. The rumors never bothered Yuejial because he believed dirty hands were acceptable in the name of justice. Back in the present, Yuejial denies Gangram's accusation but says he knows plenty about Gangram's own reputation. He claims Gangram was once a top trainee who later became a villain by killing many people. Gangram remembers the blood-soaked aftermath that gave rise to that story. Yuejial says Gangram's current strength proves he must have harmed countless people, perhaps even before awakening. He even suggests Gangram's corruption may have begun long before his powers appeared. Gangram listens in silence, trying to judge whether this Yuejial is the same man he knew before. He thinks their relationship has always been cursed across lifetimes. Still, Yuejial's reliance on rumors makes Gangram suspect this version may not yet possess the karma-reading ability that once defined him. So Gangram bluntly asks whether Yuejial really caused all this over hearsay alone. Yuejial insists it is more than rumor because he heard the story directly from supposed victims. He accuses Gangram of attacking innocent members of a sect. Gangram is genuinely baffled and denies ever doing anything like that. Yuejial names the Asura sect and says their leader personally told him everything. The name catches Gangram off guard, because he has no idea what Yuejial is talking about. When Yuejial describes the incident as a pleasant gathering that Gangram massacred, Gangram is even more confused. The accusation evokes an image of ritual slaughter, but it does not match Gangram's memory. Yuejial's trust in the Asura sect leader is so absolute that he treats her word as sacred. He says he still cannot forget the tears and trembling of that woman. In his mind, she was a fragile victim clinging to him for help. He remembers her telling him the Asura sect only protected citizens and fought beasts. She had also presented the sect as charitable and selfless in public. That image convinced Yuejial that only a monster could have harmed someone so pure. Gangram repeats the word saintess in disbelief. His own memory answers immediately. That woman was no saint, but a manipulative witch who controlled others like puppets. Gangram realizes Yuejial has been fed a complete fabrication by Shin'era and asks whether he even knows what the Asura sect really is. He warns that the sect is tied to gangs and that Yuejial is being deceived. Yuejial refuses to hear it and treats any criticism of the sect leader as blasphemy. Seeing reason fail, Gangram raises his weapon, and Yuejial offers one last chance to prove innocence. Yuejial explains that he has an ability called Balance of Sins, which compares two people's karma through a handshake. Gangram is startled that Yuejial already has something so dangerous. He secretly activates destiny detection and confirms Yuejial's identity, rank, and gold attribute. The inspection reveals Balance of Sins does more than compare karma, because it punishes whoever has more. Yuejial argues that since he also carries karma, an innocent Gangram should still come out close to him. Gangram knows that is impossible, because he bears the karma of 421 deaths from his previous life and cannot afford to let the ability trigger. He refuses the handshake, saying Yuejial has already attacked him once and cannot be trusted. Yuejial keeps his hand extended and twists the refusal into further proof of guilt. He insists that as the disciple of justice he has no choice but to suspect someone who will not submit to judgment. Gangram mocks the title and rejects Yuejial's self-righteousness outright. With talks broken, Gangram reactivates Frost Fire and attacks first. As he presses in, he realizes Yuejial never intended to listen to any explanation. Yuejial blocks and counters by demanding to know how Gangram supposedly stole the original owner's ability through murder. Gangram starts to deny that claim, but his Frost Fire collapses because he is running out of mana. Yuejial exploits the opening immediately, and drives him back with a hard strike. In the scramble, Yuejial manages to seize Gangram's hand. Balance of Sins activates, summoning the golden scales of judgment over both of them. Gangram desperately tries to wrench free before the comparison completes. The ability proceeds anyway and begins weighing Seo Gangram against Song Yuejial. Gangram can only watch as the judgment locks onto him. Yuejial invokes divine punishment on whichever of them is more evil. The scales tip against Gangram, declaring his sins heavier. A penalty falls on Gangram, increasing his mana costs and the damage he takes. Yuejial takes the result as absolute proof that Gangram is evil. Gangram buckles under the sudden burden and catches his breath. Yuejial admits he was almost deceived by Gangram's behavior and demands to know how much karma he is hiding. As Gangram mutters to himself, Yuejial mistakes it for repentance. Instead of answering, Gangram slips inside Yuejial's next attack and starts fighting barehanded. He tells Yuejiao to stop preaching and come at him properly. Yuejiao, angered by Gangrim's confidence, swings again. Gangrim answers with a clean punch to the face. Yuejiao recovers and taunts him for being bold without abilities, noting that Gangrim seems crippled by low mana. Still convinced of his own righteousness, Yuejiao demands to know why Gangrim used his powers to kill instead of help people. Gangrim holds his ground and prepares another counter. He calmly repeats that he never committed the crimes Yuejiao is shouting about, but Yuejiao refuses to believe him. Yuejiao declares that Gangrim's karma has already proven his guilt. He follows that verdict with a brutal sword strike that tears into Gangrim. Bleeding, Gangrim bitterly thinks this opponent is the worst possible matchup for him. Yuejiao coldly says he can hear Gangrim's excuses later in hell. Gangrim drops to one knee, breathing hard under the penalties and blood loss. Then he wipes the blood from his mouth and smiles, having noticed a way out. At that moment the ruler's strengthening feature reactivates in the background. The Guardian King regains defensive reinforcement and continuous recovery, and Yuejiao smugly says Gangrim can wait in hell for him. The boss fully awakens again, becoming an immediate threat to both fighters. It attacks, and Yuejiao is forced to move as the Guardian King's blow crashes down between them. Yuejiao curses because he thought Gangrim had already finished the boss off. Gangrim's grin shows he has been waiting for exactly this complication. Yuejiao still clings to the judgment result and repeats that Gangrim must be a villain. Gangrim stays low and keeps smiling through the pain, focused on his next move rather than the accusation. He touches the earring that links him to his allies and prepares to use it. Through the communication item, he asks whether one of them can return with a spiritual animal and reactivate the reinforcement devices. Meanwhile, the Guardian King turns its attention back to the battlefield. Yuejiao decides this is actually better, because the boss can kill Gangrim for him. He even notes with relief that the item called Threat is no longer affecting him, so he no longer has to be the target. But the Guardian King's eyes flare gold as a new judgment begins. The boss raises its weapon and prepares another crushing attack. It slams Yuejiao instead, sending him sprawling and proving Gangrim was not its chosen prey anymore. A system notice explains why. The ruler of the Great Demon Realm has selected the strongest opponent as its target. Yuejiao panics when he realizes that strongest opponent is him and desperately orders the boss to attack Gangrim instead. The Guardian King ignores him and drives him into the ground again as he scrambles for his sword. Now terrified, Yuejiao realizes he needs a way to bridge the gap between his own stats and the boss's power. In desperation, he places his hand on the Guardian King itself. He activates Balance of Sins again, this time asking for judgment between himself and the boss. The scales compare Song Yuejiao against the Guardian King. The result shocks him. The Guardian King has no karma at all. Because the boss is karmically innocent, the scales declare Yuejiao's evil heavier and turn the punishment onto him instead. Yuejiao can only scream that the outcome makes no sense as the verdict falls. He receives new penalties of his own, including higher mana costs and increased damage, with extra punishment because his opponent is innocent. At the same time, Gangrim gains a general stat increase, and Yuejiao is smashed down hard enough to cough blood and lose consciousness. Gangrim is frustrated rather than pleased, because Yuejiao collapsed before he could be questioned properly. The Guardian King remains active, and Gangrim grimly notes that Yuejiao was useless against it from the start. A giant Guardian King lunges in to crush Seo Gangrim before he can recover. Gangrim steadies himself with his weapon despite the pressure bearing down on him. He lands a sharp counterattack to the monster's face and interrupts its charge. That hit makes the Guardian King shift its focus away from the others and onto Gangrim. Gangrim calls for help from his allies as the boss turns on him. Two teammates arrive at the critical moment and immediately assess the battlefield. Gangrim reassures them that their timing is perfect. He tells them to take over while he rests, and Shinsuke activates the tree leaf method to bind the boss. Yu Harain confidently takes responsibility for finishing the setup quickly. Vines coil around the Guardian King and pin down its movements, while the team keeps attacking. Once the restraint is secured, the gunner orders the support devices shut down. With the boss immobilized, the team pours fire into it from every side. Their sabotage succeeds, and the ruler's strengthening feature is disabled. Its defensive reinforcement and continuous recovery are stripped away as well. Now vulnerable, the Guardian King is riddled with concentrated attacks. Harain closes in and targets the boss's head while it remains trapped. Gangrim warns her not to kill it yet because the rest of the team still needs to arrive, and she agrees to hold back. Gangrim rushes in under the crossfire as the others keep the monster suppressed. Harain's blade and the team's shots keep battering the boss without letting it break free. A stray shot nearly hits Gangrim, but the gunner tackles him clear and he brushes it off. Harain finally unleashes a decisive slash across the Guardian King's neck. She meets the moment with calm confidence, certain the fight is ending. The gunner shares that same satisfaction as the boss collapses. With the last condition fulfilled, the team confirms the operation is complete. Harain proposes they wait for Jul and Town before delivering the final kill. Gangrim checks that everyone is ready for the finishing blow. He and Harain strike together to end the raid. The system announces that the Guardian King, ruler of the Great Demon Realm, has been defeated. The team gathers around the fallen giant as its body breaks apart. They are informed that they have achieved the raid goal. Relief and excitement spread through the group as the victory sinks in. The others celebrate the successful clear and the rewards that come with it. An exit gate opens, signaling that the realm is now safe to leave. Harangue is pleased that the raid ended cleanly, but she still has something on her mind. Gangram's attention shifts away from the celebration, and Harangue notices his sudden seriousness. He kneels beside the unconscious assassin and says there is one more matter to handle. Pulling back the cloth, he tells Song Yuijial that everything is over. The others crowd in, trying to identify the man and connect him to Gangram's earlier fight. Harangue freezes when she notices a familiar detail on him. The emblem on his clothing confirms a connection she recognizes immediately. Gangram asks who the man is while keeping him restrained. Harangue explains that the man tried to assassinate her, but urges Gangram to leave the realm first so they can sort it out safely. When Gangram questions her urgency, she reveals the attacker serves her sister. That revelation hardens her resolve, and she decides this is not someone who can be reasoned with. She identifies the emblem as belonging to the Asura sect and realizes her sister still has not abandoned dangerous methods. Gangram recalls that hunter conflicts are effectively outside formal regulation, which makes the threat even more personal. Harangue moves to kill the assassin herself, determined to teach her sister that these schemes will only hurt her side. Gangram stops her, warning that killing him would only burden her with more karma and drag her back toward the fate she wants to escape. He insists that he will handle the assassin instead. Harangue falls silent for a beat, struggling between anger and restraint. Then she breaks, demanding to know why Gangram always tries to carry everything alone. She asks if he plans to fight by himself again and come back injured once more. Reminding him of his own wish to reject fate, she points out that he already limits his power to avoid harming humans and human-like monsters. Gangram argues that this case is his responsibility because the assassin came after him, even if Harangue was dragged into it. Before he can finish defending himself, another voice cuts in and calls his name. A silver-haired man appears above them and offers help as if he has been watching the whole scene. He drops down casually into the aftermath with a phone in hand and no sign of fear. Greeting them with unsettling familiarity, he acts more like an amused spectator than an intruder. Gangram immediately recognizes him as trouble and tells him to stop meddling. The newcomer brushes that off, teasing Gangram and snapping pictures as though they are already acquainted. He claims to be a fan of Gangram and says he likes the story unfolding around him. Then he bluntly announces that, from what he has seen, the current situation has one major flaw. He complains that the emotional stalemate is dragging the plot down and says he hates slow developments. To speed things up, he offers to take care of both the assassin and the Asura sect problem himself. Harangue demands to know why he would do that, suspicious of his sudden generosity. He answers that he can deal with the Asura sect on equal footing. Revealing his status, he says this is something he can do as a sect leader, unlike ordinary hunters. His words sting Harangue by implying that, in her current state, she cannot truly protect Gangram. When he starts joking about repayment, Gangram cuts him off before he can keep needling them. Gangram orders him to stop clowning around and do the job if he is serious, while pretending not to notice his theatrics. As the others head for the exit, Harangue stays behind, still troubled by what the stranger implied. The silver-haired man notices Gangram understood more than he let on and seems pleased by it. The scene shifts back to the real world outside the raid. The team returns to the hotel in high spirits, eager to open the rewards they earned. They chatter excitedly about both the loot and the fame their successful raid will bring. Even bystanders are already treating the trainee party like rising stars. Gangram warns them not to get carried away and reminds them to keep their true abilities hidden. Still, he cannot help sharing some of their excitement as they head inside. When the loot boxes appear, he privately grumbles that random rewards are the worst kind of prize. One teammate reminds everyone that Gangram can appraise items others cannot, making him the natural evaluator. He agrees to read out the values and help decide what should be kept, sold, or traded. The first reveal disappoints one teammate, who thinks he pulled junk. Gangram identifies it as a sound filter, a low-grade item that suppresses noise in a 30-meter radius. He suggests trading it to the gunner, while she offers her own far better reward, great tiger's claws, which suit her fighting style. Another teammate proudly reveals a wasp casing that can endlessly produce poison arrows, perfect for him. Harangue's reward turns out to be Youngrang's peach tree sword, a powerful exorcising blade blessed by a fairy. She is delighted because the sword feels both beautiful and personally meaningful to her. Gangram agrees that it matches her tree leaf method perfectly, and she asks what he received. He reveals a curse tracker ring that can offset certain curses and trace whoever activated them. Then he turns to the extra top-tier reward, which he had hoped would go to Shinsua. Instead, the bonus item is Border Between Life and Death, a divine-grade defensive equipment that can deflect fatal attacks at the brink of death. Gangram is startled because he recognizes it as something Harangue possessed in his past life. He immediately presents it to her, explaining that it is a life-saving defensive item and ideal for someone who fights one-handed. Harangue resists at first, insisting that she is stronger than him. But she quickly turns the argument around by pointing out that he is always the one who gets hurt the most. She reminds him that he is the one who constantly throws himself into danger alone. The rest of the team backs her up, saying that no matter how strong he is, he always comes back from demon realms in terrible shape. They force him to put the protective equipment on despite his reluctance. Once he does, the whole team cheers and praises how well it suits him. Gangnam inwardly laments that this was not the kind of reward he wanted, just as Suh announces she has something to say. The others turn toward her, curious about the sudden announcement. She dramatically sets the stage for a major declaration. Suh announces that she wants to create a sect. Gangnam is relieved rather than surprised, because this aligns with what he had hoped for her future. He immediately supports the idea and treats it as a serious step forward. Then Suh shocks him by saying she had planned for him to be the sect leader. She repeats the idea cheerfully while the others react as if it is obvious. Gangnam hesitates, but part of him thinks accepting might help him change fate. He imagines using his knowledge from his past life to make everyone stronger and prevent their deaths at Baekhyung's hands. That thought immediately terrifies him, and he recoils from it. He tells himself he has no right to make decisions that could determine whether others live or die. As he spirals, he thinks that becoming sect leader while hiding the truth about Baekhyung would be dishonest and dangerous. He insists that if he became the leader, it would only bring disaster on everyone because his karma already distorts events around him. Suh snaps him out of his panic and demands that he explain himself. Gangnam recalls the demon realm, where he had seen that Suh's destined future was grim. He remembers how close she came to breaking under family burdens. He also remembers her vow that she did not want to live according to fate. In that memory, she credits him with helping her stand back up. She admits that without him, she would have kept trying to solve everything through reckless fighting. She reminds him that he saved her life as well. Back in the present, the others physically gather around him instead of letting him withdraw. One of them tells Gangnam that he is already the center of their group. When he protests that his reputation is too poor for leadership, no one cares. Harang promises that they will protect him, not abandon him. The rest echo that promise and ask him to trust them. Gangnam falls silent, shaken by their faith in him. At last he says he will think about becoming their leader. Even after giving that answer, he remains tense and unsettled. Then his phone suddenly alerts him to something urgent. The curse tracker reports that he has found the person he was searching for. Gangnam immediately contacts Harang and tells her he has located the target. The lead points not to Baekhyung directly, but to Yoo the man Harang said mattered even more. Gangnam explains that his mother's death always felt suspicious, especially the note she left and the fire that destroyed the building. He recalls the unresolved clues and begins connecting them to a larger conspiracy. The possibility hits him hard that Baekhyung may have been the one who killed his mother. That realization makes him think of everyone he has already lost. In his mind, Baekhyung becomes the woman who took everything from him. He relives the helplessness of being forced to witness those losses without understanding them. He remembers Baekhyung's blood-stained smile from the past and the terror of facing her in ignorance. Now his fear expands beyond Suh, because he realizes Baekhyung may threaten everyone close to him. He panics at the thought that someone else could be attacked before he notices. When Harang tries to speak with him about revenge, he cuts her off because he suddenly needs to find everyone first. She sees his distress and reaches out, asking if he is alright. Gangnam grabs her arm in alarm as a new name comes to mind. He urgently says they have to find Harang before anything happens to her. The search leads them to a traditional house where a meal has already been prepared. Inside, Harang appears calm and unharmed, as if she has been expecting them. Gangnam bursts in demanding to know whether they really found Harang. Harang confirms they did, but clarifies that the matter actually concerns her adoptive father, Yoo Seon-min. When Seon-min invites him to sit and eat first, Gangnam refuses, too desperate for answers to wait. A tense meeting begins over a lavish meal that no one is really there to enjoy. The black-haired man hesitates, clearly burdened by what he is about to say. He apologizes and tries to refuse, but he is immediately pressed for an explanation. His companion snaps that Harang is not in immediate danger, so his urgency makes no sense. He rejects that logic outright and insists he has to find everyone as quickly as possible. The room falls into a strained pause as his desperation becomes impossible to ignore. He finally admits he cannot bear the thought of people he cares about being hurt, while he remains unaware. The brown-haired man relents and agrees to bring the files. After digging into Harang through the people around her, he reports that she appears to have been raised in isolation as well. The first key fact is that Yoo Seon-min is Harang's only known relative. He adds that Seon-min adopted her 10 years earlier and became her guardian. Seon-min is publicly revered as the head of the Sacred Benevolence Order and enjoys a spotless reputation. The group is a rising religion that attracts lower-class awakened people by promising happiness despite their status. Within that religion, Harang is elevated as a priestess. That fits too well with what they know, because Harang had been trained to become a god, yet her public profile is strangely hidden. Even after hearing that Harang would only become his friend a year later, he refuses to leave her where she is and insists on meeting her now. The brown-haired man explains that getting close to the saintess requires another route. He points to an elite follower named Kim Janung as the access point. Janung's current cover is a temporary job at Destiny Cafe. The black-haired man immediately recognizes the lead. He reveals that he already met Janung before, and that recognition gives him a way in. Soon after, he arrives at the Sacred Benevolence Order's headquarters, a large public building crowded with followers. Inside, Janung greets other members warmly, and notes how many people have gathered even before the service begins. The infiltrator decides he cannot approach Harangue openly before the ceremony ends, so he activates a covert skill and waits. He blends into the audience while Janung takes her place among the congregation. The hall settles as everyone turns toward the stage. When the leader appears, the infiltrator immediately recognizes him as the head of the religion. Yu Xianmin welcomes the crowd, and the system notes that his destiny is partially protected. That protection makes sense to the infiltrator, given Xianmin's position and influence. Xianmin begins with soothing words, framing destiny as a burden that weighs on the awakened. He then pivots into a sermon about pursuing happiness with greater passion, and the infiltrator finds the rhetoric painfully transparent. Janung listens with visible boredom, thinking that their suffering existed long before awakening day. But Xianmin's words start striking closer to her own life as he speaks of resentment and prejudice forced on people by the misfortunes they were born with. He deepens the emotional pressure by claiming they had no choice and that even those around them suffered because of their cursed fate. He portrays destiny itself as a force that strangled them and stole away their options. Janung begins to identify with the speech, feeling as if Xianmin is describing her own pain. Xianmin pushes further, saying they were abandoned by society and even by the gods. The audience starts to break emotionally under the weight of his message. Then he offers salvation, promising that the opportunities stolen from them will be returned. He declares that the God of the Sacred Benevolence Order will stand with them. He promises they can overcome fate even if their destinies are poor. The crowd erupts in hope as he urges them to seize the lives they were denied. Watching Janung respond, the infiltrator realizes that without a different influence in her life, she might have become a true believer here. Xianmin finally reveals the real lore of the religion by tying their future to the day the priestess becomes a god. At that moment he secretly activates a brainwashing skill, cursing everyone in the hall with his voice. Janung is struck by the effect for an instant, but her own ability automatically cancels the curse. Her skill immediately begins tracing the source of the brainwashing back to its user. The tracking force cuts through the hall and locks onto Xianmin. Xianmin's expression twists as the curse rebounds into visibility. Under the spell, the audience begins chanting their devotion to the order and its leader. Janung is horrified as the people around her lose themselves and praise Xianmin in unison. The frenzy spreads through the crowd with frightening speed. She realizes this is not a normal religion at all but a system of magical coercion. As the service ends, she slips away shaken, now convinced Harangue is trapped in a dangerous place. She decides she cannot leave Harangue there and heads straight for the restricted area where the priestess should be. On the way, she remembers that in her previous life Harangue always hesitated to speak about this religion. That memory makes her wonder whether Harangue knew the truth all along, and the security system confirms her identity as she enters deeper inside. She keeps questioning whether Harangue understood the brainwashing or had become another victim of it. A violent noise from below interrupts her thoughts and sends her running toward it. From the stairwell she hears someone begging to be sent home, and the plea confirms something terrible is happening behind the scenes. She steels herself and moves toward the sound. What she finds is a hidden prison where Xianmin's followers are brutally beating captives. Before another blow can fall, a calm voice orders them to stop and reset the situation. One of the victims, bloodied on the floor, tries to threaten the speaker even while barely conscious. Xianmin dismisses him with contempt, revealing his hatred for people born with high classes. He explains coldly that brainwashing takes repeated conditioning, not a single command. The broken victim, already half lost, parrots the order's slogans and devotion to making you Harangue a god. Another blow silences him and leaves him collapsed in blood. Even then he keeps muttering the cult's creed, showing how completely his mind has been eroded. Xianmin casually remarks that he is out of practice, yet still claims Harangue had been easier to handle than this. That one sentence freezes Janung, because it implies Harangue was subjected to the same abuse. As she pieces it together, she recalls subordinates addressing Xianmin and hurrying to an executive meeting under his command. The memory of Harangue's smiling face collides with the possibility that Xianmin may have broken her mind the same way. The thought shatters Janung's composure and fills her with rage and grief. She can barely accept that Harangue might have been brainwashed into becoming what this religion needed. Driven by that fear, she resolves to find Harangue immediately. Xianmin notices something off nearby and pauses, sensing an intruder. He listens more carefully, searching for the hidden presence. Then he identifies the problem and calls the infiltrator a rat. He orders the area sealed, locking down the exits. His men receive the command to secure the stairways and begin a search. Janung intercepts the order through her tracking ability and realizes the hunt has begun. She also confirms that Harangue is not among the prisoners on this floor. Blocked from the stairwell, she is forced to look for another route. She decides she has to search the upper floors as well. Spotting a window, she considers a riskier path. She slips through it and climbs into a hidden section of the building. Inside, she finds a strangely dark room unlike the rest of the headquarters. Feeling along the walls, she searches for a way forward. In the darkness she reaches out carefully, debating whether to turn on the light. Instead of a switch, she discovers a concealed door. The hidden entrance opens into an ornate private chamber. She calls out cautiously, trying to identify whoever is inside. The room is filled with wooden dolls and a curtained bed, and a voice immediately demands to know why she entered without permission. The woman inside starts to order her out before she can finish the warning. Janung blurts out her own name, hoping honesty will stop the confrontation. As she takes in the room full of dolls, the scene becomes even more unsettling. Hearing the voice clearly at last, Janung realizes the woman before her is the real Kim Janung, and that someone has been impersonating her. The false saintess reacts with fury at the deception and attacks. She reveals sharp perception and declares that no disguise could fool her insight. At that same moment, the black-haired infiltrator arrives and confirms he has found the right person. The saintess prepares to question him again, and the dolls around the room begin to stir. She activates a puppet control skill. The wooden dolls surge to life and rush the infiltrator. Rather than panic, she demands to know who he really is. He chooses not to escalate and tries to calm her down. Realizing this harangue is not the broken girl he knew before, he apologizes for mistaking her. He introduces himself under an alias, claiming to be a new follower moved by her story who resorted to a petty trick just to meet her. Harangue studies him instead of striking immediately. She says deceiving someone destined to become a god is a grave offense, but she will spare him out of generosity. Even while bowing, he is warned that such insolence would normally earn punishment. He presses for more time, but she cuts him down by reminding him of his place. Harangue makes it clear that, as the saintess, she will not casually converse with an ordinary follower. He realizes direct honesty will get him nowhere because she refuses to treat him as an equal, so he plays along and apologizes formally. Then he quietly summons Liney, asking the little creature to help undo the brainwashing if possible. Harangue is startled by the appearance of a monster. She orders the dolls to stop the creature and capture the intruder. The puppets charge as she vows to make him pay. He blocks the attack and immediately corrects her, insisting Liney is not a monster. He cuts through the doll's assault while shielding Liney. Liney leaps toward Harangue, startling her on the bed. Harangue commands Liney to purify the supposed corruption, but the attempt fails because there is no brainwashing on Liney at all. That failure leaves Harangue staring at the little creature in confusion. The infiltrator is equally stunned as he realizes Harangue herself may not be brainwashed either. He replays Xianmen's words and finally understands the flaw in his assumption. The realization hits him all at once. Because Harangue's class is extraordinarily high, Xianmen's brainwashing should never have worked on her easily. That means Xianmen did not simply control her mind after adopting her. Instead, he must have shaped her from childhood for some deeper purpose. The infiltrator starts wondering why Xianmen would raise Harangue into godhood instead of claiming that role himself. Before he can finish the thought, Harangue calls his alias and pulls his attention back to her. He turns, suddenly aware that she is watching him closely. To his surprise, Harangue's hostility softens, and she asks whether he has more creatures like Liney. When he hesitates, she simply asks to see them if he does. She decides that speaking with him a little longer may not be unpleasant after all. The mood shifts completely as she delights in the baby dragons and treats them with open affection. That innocent excitement reminds him of the cheerful Harangue he once knew, the girl who loved cute things and shared them freely. Seeing that side of her again leaves him quietly relieved. He pulls over a chair, accepting the opening she has given him. At last, the two of them sit down to talk instead of fight. Harangue, now distracted by the little dragon in her hands, asks what he wanted to discuss. He gathers himself, choosing his first question carefully. Rather than accuse her outright, he asks what kind of life she has lived and whether she has always been confined to this room. He follows by asking if she truly understands what sort of man Xianmen is, and what kind of place this religion really is. His plea becomes urgent as he tells her she should not remain here and needs to leave with him. Harangue answers his desperation with a simple, disarming question about whether he has been eating properly. When he falters, she asks why he would ask such things in the first place. Then, noticing how gaunt he looks, she quietly concludes that he is far too thin and asks whether he has eaten anything today. The secluded saint reassures Seo Gangram that she never eats anything outside the meals prepared for her. When she reveals that every day's meal is the same bland porridge with herbs, he is startled by how restricted her life is. She explains that she endures it because she believes avoiding corrupt energy is necessary for her to become a god. Gangram checks whether this belief came from the order's leader, and she confirms her complete trust in him. She says that leader Xianmen is the one who gave her purpose, leaving Gangram uneasy. In her mind, that purpose is to save the weak, no matter how terrible the path becomes. She has accepted a doctrine that says she can ascend through a death filled with suffering and resentment. Back in the room, Gangram presses her to explain what she means by that purpose. With calm conviction, she repeats that she must save the weak by becoming a god through death. The answer shocks Gangram into silence as he realizes how deeply she has been conditioned. He repeats her words in disbelief, trying to make her hear how horrifying they sound. She answers by reciting the order's teaching that humans can become gods in only two ways. One path is through great fame and achievement, while the other is through a miserable death steeped in despair. Gangram warns that the path she is on is clearly the second one and demands to know if she understands that. Before he can push further, she reaches out and stops him. Her gentle smile shows she still thinks his concern is misplaced. She begins to explain herself by recalling that she was orphaned before she even understood what parents were. Her childhood in the orphanage was marked by fear and humiliation. The other children mocked her and delighted in her suffering. Left in tears and confusion, she could only wonder why she was being treated that way. Their cruelty came from resentment toward the way she looked at them, as if she understood them too well. She remembers that they hated her while hiding behind cowardice. The abuse escalated into physical violence. Even the adults in charge beat and berated her for the smallest mistakes. They called her useless and unwanted, then locked her away as punishment. No one defended her. Her days became a cycle of pain and isolation. Everything changed when Yuseonmin appeared before her like a savior and claimed he had finally found her. He addressed her as his goddess, and from that moment she believed he had rescued her from hell. He embraced her and offered the sympathy she had never received before. He promised to protect her until the day she became a goddess. After taking her in, he gave her shelter and taught her that her life had a sacred purpose. That purpose, she says now, is to become a god by overcoming endless trials. Because Seonmin raised and guided her, she feels she owes him everything. She has convinced herself that repaying him is only natural because she sees him as her father. So she tells Gangnam not to worry about her, but her confidence falters for a moment, as if something inside her is wavering. Gangnam lowers his head, struggling with what he has heard. She moves closer in concern and asks him to look up if he feels unwell. He lets her lift his face, forcing himself to meet her eyes. Then he accuses her of seeing his concern as pity and insists he is not looking down on her pain. He remembers that her eyes of insight can read the minds of others. That means she must already know Seonmin is a hypocrite, yet she ignores it because she feels indebted to him. In Gangram's mind, her gratitude has become the chain that keeps her from rejecting the man exploiting her. Realizing logic alone will not free her, he desperately searches for another way to reach her. She suddenly leans over the bed and begins rummaging for something, confusing him. She says she wants to show him a treasure she has hidden from everyone else. The gift reminds Gangram of a memory in which she once approached him with innocent familiarity. That memory leaves him tense, as if he is beginning to understand her better. Brightening, she opens a small box and proudly reveals the things she treasures most. She explains that when she feels sad, she eats the cookies inside because they make her happy, and she offers him one. Gangram sees that her precious collection is nothing more than stale snacks, broken trinkets, and scraps. Still smiling, she urges him to try one as if sharing something truly valuable. He realizes these pitiful leftovers are the only personal joys she has been allowed to keep. She asks hopefully whether this makes him feel better. Instead, the sight only deepens his anger and sorrow. She misreads his reaction and guesses that he must also long for ordinary food and an ordinary life, because no one truly wants to suffer or die. The thought slips out of her before she can stop herself. Gangram seizes on that hesitation and begins to tell her something important. He reveals that since childhood a powerful god has pursued him, trying to use him as a vessel. That god's obsession has repeatedly endangered the people around him. Because he kept rejecting it, others suffered in his place, yet he still refused to surrender his life to a god's control. He says plainly that accepting such a fate destroyed his life, so he could never submit to it. She counters with the doctrine she was taught, insisting that resisting fate only brings worse misfortune. To her, fate is absolute and beyond human power to change. Gangram answers by asking what happens if a person is not alone in that struggle. He admits he once believed he had to bear everything by himself too. But when he kept fighting, people who genuinely wanted to help him appeared. He tells her that if she chooses to resist, others can stand with her as well. Then he offers himself directly, saying he wants to help her too. He asks her to trust that offer. She is too overwhelmed to answer, and he realizes he may have asked too much too quickly. Trying not to pressure her, he says she does not need to decide immediately, and starts to withdraw. Before he can leave, she grabs his sleeve and stops him. She calls his name and asks him to wait. Flustered and trembling, she tries to say something she has never dared voice before. Then a sudden realization strikes her. She remembers the leader's rule and turns pale. At that exact moment, Yuseonmin enters the room. He greets her with deceptive calm, immediately taking control of the atmosphere. He asks why he has been summoned at such an hour, pretending ignorance. He pauses as if noticing something out of place. Addressing her formally, he begins to ask whether a stranger entered her room. Gangram freezes as the accusation lands. Seonmin finishes the question, making clear that any unauthorized visitor is a serious violation. His smile reveals that he already knows the answer and intends to use it. He repeats the accusation, forcing her to confront it aloud. Gangram realizes the moved chair has exposed that someone else was sitting close to her bed. Seonmin points out that only she and the meal-bearing follower are ever permitted inside. She answers weakly, trying to hide her fear. But she can no longer keep her composure. Seonmin coldly notes that the chair's position proves someone sat near enough to her to break the rule. He mocks the obvious evidence, making her feel trapped. Then he reminds her of the one command he always gives his followers. He asks if she remembers it while invading her space. The command is never to come too close to the saintess. To enforce that rule, he lashes out and strikes the elderly follower who brought her meals. She recoils in horror, realizing someone innocent is being punished for her lie. The guilt crushes her as the old woman collapses in pain. The follower lies bleeding on the floor while Seonmin remains merciless. He declares that the punishment is not over. The old woman begs forgiveness, but Seonmin orders her back up only to continue tormenting her. He drags her up by force. Seonmin condemns her for betraying him, treating obedience to his cruelty as loyalty. He makes clear that remorse will not spare her. As he prepares to continue, Harangue is horrified that this is what her faith has led to. Hearing the follower beg for mercy, she finally admits to herself that this happened because she lied to protect Gangnam. She remembers the rule and realizes the follower was doomed the moment she concealed the truth. Even if she had blamed the mealbearer, she now sees the order itself as not protecting the weak at all. Watching the punishment continue, she understands how twisted the order's justice really is. She admits she already knew this deep down. At last she tries to stop Seaman. She reveals that she has long known he had ulterior motives and that her eyes of insight showed her his lies many times. She says she saw that the entire order was built on deception and that even becoming a god would not let her save its followers. Her true sin, she confesses, was knowingly looking away while innocent people suffered. Unable to endure it any longer, she shouts for him to stop. Seaman answers by pressing his foot down on the wounded follower and addressing Harangue with chilling calm. He argues that if she lets emotion weaken discipline, the whole organization will collapse. Harangue rejects that logic outright and says an organization that abuses the weak deserves to fall. Breaking completely from her role, she declares that she no longer wants to be a saintess. Seaman demands to know what she means by that rebellion. She answers that everything about this life and this order is wrong. She explains that she endured it only because she wanted to repay him for rescuing her from the orphanage. Now she realizes that the sacred benevolence order is just another hell that cannot save anyone. Seaman listens without surprise, as if he has been waiting for this confession. When she asks whether he truly knew all along, he confirms that he did. He says he understood her doubts even before her awakening. With bloodied fingers, he almost tenderly touches her face while keeping control of her. Then he asks why, if she knew the truth for so long, she suddenly refuses to ignore it now. She begins to answer by turning toward the one difference in her life. That difference is Seo Gangnam, because he promised he would help her. She believed him when he said she could resist fate. For the first time, she dares to want to live as a human instead of dying as a god. As she cries out that this long-awaited chance has finally come, Seaman grabs her and pulls her into his arms. He reveals that he too has been waiting for the day she would say she wanted to leave. Harangue is confused by his sudden embrace. He begins to explain his real intention. What he truly wants is for her to accumulate even greater resentment so she can become a more powerful god. He activates a skill called Restraint Sphere, trapping the room in red bindings to force that outcome. Harangue is stunned by the full extent of his betrayal. Gangnam bursts in and refuses to let Seaman proceed. Harangue turns in shock as a weapon pierces into the barrier beside her. Gangnam cuts through the restraint and reaches her, shielding her with his body. Seaman is caught off guard that Gangnam can interfere with his skill. Despite everything, Harangue smiles through tears because the help she hoped for has truly come. Gangnam faces Seaman with open fury, ready to fight for her. Harangue calls his name, grounding him in the middle of the chaos. He immediately checks whether she is hurt, and she insists she is all right. She apologizes for hiding him and for everything that led to this, but says there is something more important she must say. As Gangnam stands between her and the leader with sword drawn, Harangue declares that she could not keep watching this cruelty any longer. The order leader notices Seo Gangnam and greets him with mocking respect, immediately treating his arrival as a threat worth taking seriously. He activates a device and begins issuing a command to his followers. Under the leader's influence, the surrounding believers are summoned toward him like weapons. The followers obey at once and rush in. The leader openly orders them to kill his enemy for him. The brainwashed crowd charges with murderous intent, forcing Gangnam to face innocent people turned into attackers. Seeing the mob close in, Gangnam abandons a direct fight and lunges for Yu Harangue instead. Yu Harangue panics and begs the followers to stop before they reach him. She tries to break the leader's control by warning everyone not to obey him. Gangnam catches hold of her before the crowd can seize her. He tells her to hold on and commits to getting her out by force. Carrying her, he breaks through the encircling followers and heads for the window. He escapes the room with her in his arms while the followers can only watch from behind. Outside, Yu Harangue is overwhelmed by the sight of the world beyond the cult's walls. For a moment, the shock of freedom leaves her speechless. She realizes she has truly reached the outside world she had only imagined. Gangnam lands safely below with her, completing the escape from the building. The order immediately raises the alarm that Gangnam has abducted the saintess. The leader escalates the command, ordering Gangnam killed and Yu Harangue taken back. Gangnam braces himself, knowing pursuit is already closing in. The followers pour out after them, demanding the saintess be returned. Their cries reveal how completely they define her as something to possess and reclaim. Gangnam draws on his power and prepares to stop them without slaughtering them. He admits they are victims too, so he refuses to harm them more than necessary. A wave of freezing power spreads out from him and halts the charging crowd. He limits the attack on purpose, using only enough force to immobilize them. The frost locks the followers in place instead of killing them. In an instant, the pursuing mob is frozen throughout the courtyard. Yu Harangue is stunned that he can stop them while still showing mercy. Even trapped in ice, the followers keep screaming for Gangnam's death and for the saintess to stay. One frozen follower pleads with Yu Harangue not to leave them behind. Others beg her to save them and return, exposing their dependence on her. Their desperation shakes Yu Harangue and makes her hesitate. Gangnam keeps moving through the frozen crowd, trying to carry her away before she falters. When she starts to say she cannot abandon them, Gangnam cuts in and reframes what leaving really means. He tells her that exposing the Order's true nature to the outside world is the only way to truly save those people. If she wants them freed from the leader's brainwashing, she has to choose real freedom over staying trapped with them. His words force Yu Hareng to think beyond immediate guilt. The leader appears among the frozen followers and declares he will never allow that future. Gangnam senses the danger too late. A hidden attack strikes Gangnam from behind while he is protecting Yu Hareng. The blow tears through him and drops him hard. He remains standing only by sheer will, still holding Yu Hareng as blood spills around them. The leader coldly offers false sympathy to the follower who made the attack. He sanctifies that person's death as a noble sacrifice for the Order. Yu Hareng is horrified to watch him praise a life he just threw away. Gangnam, wounded and furious, tightens his grip on both Yu Hareng and his weapon. The leader urges Yu Hareng to return to the Order in the name of honoring that sacrifice. He even claims going back would repay the follower who died for her. Gangnam rejects that manipulation outright and refuses to hand her over. The leader dismisses Gangram's resistance as interference in a sacred matter. Yu Hareng clings to Gangram, torn between fear and responsibility. The leader accuses her of turning away from the followers who depend on her. He presses further, insisting those people are desperate for happiness and need her. He reminds her that she has watched over them for 10 years, invoking the role the Order forced on her. He paints the followers as people doomed by birth and suffering through no fault of their own. Then he tells her they have trusted her all this time and waited for her to save them. He demands that she change their painful fate instead of abandoning her duty. Yu Hareng begins to waver under the weight of that guilt, but Gangram warns her not to listen. The leader reveals his true goal at last. He wants her to become a god for the Order. He claims godhood would let her rewrite everyone's fate and give them comfortable lives. He presents that transformation as salvation for all of them. To prove his resolve, Gangram suddenly slashes the leader across the throat. Yu Hareng declares the leader wrong even as Gangram's strike lands. She rejects the idea that another person's sacrifice can erase suffering, remembering what such logic really costs. Her mind returns to a child offered up in guilt and false hope. Gangram adds that sacrifice born from guilt can never become true salvation. For a moment, his anger flares with the conviction that the leader's creed is a lie. Yu Hareng looks at him and sees how deeply he means it. She grips him as if drawing strength from that certainty. The leader dismisses guilt as irrelevant because his followers no longer feel personal responsibility. Gangram fires back that this emptiness exists only because the leader brainwashed them, and the leader calmly admits it. He boasts that his power frees followers from responsibility for what the Order does. He claims he alone will bear the burden of every past and future sacrifice made for the Order. Even if the followers forget the dead, he says he will remember them for everyone. He elevates himself as the sole conscience and leader of the cult. Then he twists repentance into self-glorification, promising to remember all sacrifices while reveling in them. His influence surges again, and the followers begin moving under renewed red control. Gangram raises his weapon and demands Yu Hareng back from the cult's grasp. The crowd closes in from every side, no longer asking for a saintess but demanding their god. They beg for salvation while physically dragging Gangram down. Gangram realizes he cannot use his freezing power again without killing the followers he already immobilized. So he cuts through the attackers around him instead, trying to carve a path without losing Yu Hareng. He swears to get her out no matter what. But one follower slips in close with a knife while Gangram is overwhelmed. Yu Hareng notices the attack a heartbeat before it lands. She is splashed with blood as the blade finds its mark. Gangram is stabbed in the back while shielding her from the crowd. He collapses forward, badly wounded, and Yu Hareng catches him in panic. The attacker keeps grinning and demanding the saintess back, showing how far the followers have fallen. Yu Hareng finally screams for the violence to stop. Instead, another follower raises a knife toward her as the mob surrounds them. She looks down at Gangram and understands he may die protecting her. Cradling him on her knees, she begins to speak through shock and grief. Gangram tries to stop her from making a reckless choice, but she has already decided. The leader watches calmly, waiting for the answer he wants. Yu Hareng declares that she will become a god. The crowd erupts in ecstatic celebration at her surrender. They hail her as saintess again, now with renewed devotion. Their worship immediately turns cruel, demanding Gangram's death as the price of their salvation. The cult's true desire is laid bare as they call for her to die for them and become divine. They urge her to hurry and complete the transformation. Bound to the ritual seat and ringed by fire, Yu Hareng bows her head as if accepting that fate. Inside a red restraint sphere, Gangram calls out to her in disbelief. She repeats her decision to become a god, forcing him to hear it from her directly. Gangram is shaken, unable to tell whether she has truly given up or is hiding something. The ritual image of Yu Hareng's death flashes before him, reminding him what godhood will cost. He remembers her dream of freedom, and cannot accept that it would end here before she ever truly lived. He grabs her and demands to know why she is saying this now. He reminds her that she once wanted to live as a human being, not as a god, and refuses to let her throw that away. He tries to reassure her and tell her not to give up. Instead, she gently stops him and tells him he has already done enough. She apologizes for placing so much of her burden on him. Then she says she will handle the rest herself. Gangnam is left stunned by the sudden calm in her voice. Yu Harang smiles softly and asks him to trust her. Trapped and bleeding, Gangnam forces himself to believe she has a plan. For the moment, he chooses faith in Yu Harang over panic. The leader approaches the restraint sphere, savoring Gangnam's helplessness. He taunts him that the crowd's longing for a god will soon ignite Yu Harang and complete the ritual. Gangnam can only glare from inside the cage. The leader tells him not to be angry because he too will be saved once the ritual is done. His promise of salvation is just another threat dressed as mercy. Gangnam activates physiognomy to read the leader's abilities. The leader gleefully reveals that Gangnam's powers will be exploited for the Order's insectograde followers. Physiognomy confirms that Gangnam can inspect another person's skills by looking at their face. Gangnam realizes the leader also possesses a skill that reads others' abilities. The leader is thrilled to discover Gangnam's low grade despite his dangerous talent. Gangnam learns the leader's key abilities, including destiny stealing, flame manipulation, unsheath, fighting instinct, and man in solitude. That revelation gives Gangnam a desperate new idea. Meanwhile, the leader turns back to the ritual, insisting it must continue to create a god. Gangnam understands that if Yu Harang's plan fails now, everything she prepared will be lost. The leader lifts a burning brand toward the ritual fire, ready to finish it himself. He declares that all of Yu Harang's efforts will be ruined. He mocks her by saying Gangnam ultimately failed to save her. Yu Harang answers with a hard, fearless stare instead of despair. When the leader grabs her face, she no longer cowers before him. He insists Gangnam only misled her into an even worse fate because insectograde people are born to be discarded. Yu Harang turns that cruelty back on him, implying he belongs to the same doomed category. Then she seizes his hand and the torch, declaring she will make sure of it herself. The leader mocks her for having lived her whole life relying on others and asks what she can possibly do now. Yu Harang admits that she always wanted someone else to save her. She remembers the orphanage where that helplessness began. She remembers the cult that turned the rest of her life into another prison. But she rejects that old self and says things are different now. Drawing on her own will at last, she unleashes a new power and vows to save herself and everyone else. Her forced undoing shatters the leader's restraint and brainwashing skills, stripping him of control over the followers. With a confident smile, she tells him to give up. Then she notices something is still wrong and realizes the victory is incomplete. The leader survives amid red power and reveals that her undoing has barely begun, mocking her effort as predictable. The cult leader reveals that he had already anticipated Yu Harang's undoing ability. He mocks her for overestimating it, insisting her power was far too weak to reverse the brainwashing he had layered over countless victims. Harang is shaken as she realizes her desperate attempt may truly have failed. The leader reinforces his advantage by explaining that brainwashing is the technique he has used constantly for years, making him overwhelmingly practiced at it. He presses Harang with a cruel question about what she can possibly do against that. Surrounded by fire and ruin, Harang starts to collapse into the belief that she has failed everyone. That despair overtakes her as she freezes in panic. She blames herself for being unable to save the followers or CO Gangnam. Her mind flashes to the brainwashed crowd still trapped under the leader's control. She also remembers Gangnam lying helpless on the ground. Convinced she can do nothing alone, Harang reaches her lowest point. Gangnam breaks through that despair by shouting for her not to give up. His voice jolts her back to the present. At the same time, Liney intervenes with water control, creating an opening around Harang. Even with help, Harang still fears she lacks the strength to stop the leader. Liney calls out to her, drawing her attention. The spirit grants Harang a new support skill, Harmony of 5 attributes. The new ability boosts all of Harang's attribute-based skills for 15 minutes and helps her resist attribute penalties. A memory of reassurance reaches Harang, telling her that failure is not the end. She is reminded that she does not have to carry everything alone because others will help her. That encouragement pushes her to keep trying instead of surrendering. Harang steadies herself, tears still in her eyes, but her resolve returns. She accepts that she has not failed yet and rises to act again. The leader tries to crush that resolve by insisting she cannot win unless she becomes something far beyond human. Harang rejects that hopelessness, decides to keep going, and commits to ending the fight now. Using her strength and forced undoing, she unleashes a wide reversal that partially breaks the voice of brainwashing across multiple targets. The leader screams as his control is forcibly peeled back. The wave spreads through the crowd, loosening the brainwashing on the followers as well. People begin waking in confusion, no longer fully under his command. As the victims regain awareness, they struggle to understand what they had been doing. The leader lies battered and disoriented as his dominance over the scene collapses. Harang, drained to the limit, can barely remain standing. The freed crowd gathers around the fallen leader while Harang remains above them, having turned the situation around. Only then does Harang fully register that the followers are waking up. She begins to say it aloud, hardly believing it herself. With relief washing over her, Harang realizes she really did succeed. Her strength finally gives out. Gangnam catches her before she can collapse completely, and calls to her in alarm. Harang reaches for him weakly and addresses him by name. She thanks him before losing consciousness. Liney checks on her anxiously as she goes limp. Gangnam reassures the spirit that Harang has only exhausted all her mana. He adds that rest should be enough for her to recover. Looking down at her, Gangnam quietly praises Hwarang for what she accomplished. He stays beside her protectively as she sleeps. Below them, the defeated leader remains alive but helpless while the battlefield falls silent. The leader can only stare upward in disbelief at how completely he lost control. He cannot understand how someone he considered his equal in rank overcame him. Gangnam reflects that he had not originally intended to kill the man. He acknowledges that the leader once gave Hwarang shelter and shaped her life, however twisted that influence was. Gangnam remembers Hwarang's own conflicted feelings, including her wish to repay that debt and spare him if possible because she knew killing him would hurt her. The dying leader grabs at Gangnam and tries to frame Hwarang as the one who made him do this. He lashes out by calling Hwarang ungrateful and accusing her of betraying the man who raised her. Gangnam rejects that lie and tells him the real betrayal was his, because Hwarang had truly regarded him as a father. That word stuns the leader for a moment. Then his mask drops completely as he snarls that Hwarang should have died instead. Hearing that, Gangnam abandons any remaining hesitation. He drives his flaming blade down and kills the leader without mercy. The man's last grip on Gangnam fails as his life ends. Nearby witnesses are horrified, having only just regained their senses. They realize Gangnam has executed the sect leader in front of them. To the newly freed followers, the scene makes Gangnam look like a murderer rather than a rescuer. Panic spreads as people start calling for help and urging each other to run. Gangnam immediately responds by activating voice of brainwashing himself. 2 weeks later, the story shifts to a calmer day at home. Hwarang arrives in a wheelchair after an outing, bright and cheerful. Sua welcomes the group back warmly. Hwarang excitedly reports that the aquarium trip was wonderful. She gushes about the huge tanks and the feeling of walking through an underwater world. The memory of the aquarium lingers as a place that felt magical and peaceful to her. Hwarang compares it to the underwater palaces she had only known from books. She tells the others they should all go together next time. Sua agrees and ushers everyone in to wash up because she has prepared snacks. Hwarang's mood is so good that she throws herself onto one of the others in playful excitement. The food is laid out invitingly, with tteokbokki among the snacks. Hwarang eagerly tastes it and is immediately delighted. She declares the tteokbokki delicious while the others encourage her to try more and show her how to eat it. The group settles into an easy domestic rhythm around the table. Sua watches Hwarang fondly and tells her to slow down. Gangnam reflects on how badly Hwarang had looked when he first brought her in. He notes that she recovered quickly thanks to Father Johan's treatment. Seeing Hwarang already joking and sharing food with everyone reassures him. Even so, Gangnam cannot stop thinking about the leader's final words. In a recent conversation, Gangnam had told Sua he suppressed news of what happened to Hwarang because public exposure would only bring more danger to her. Sua worried that if the truth spread, opportunists and former followers alike might come after Hwarang. When she raised that concern, Gangnam cut her off before she could dwell on it. He claimed he had already handled the problem himself, and told her not to worry. Sua remains unconvinced and suspects he is hiding something again. She recalls that he insisted he had not foreseen the incident, yet his behavior still feels off to her. What bothers her most is that he acted alone again instead of trusting the others. Although he later agreed they should work together next time, that answer still did not satisfy her. Back in the present, Hwarang suddenly asks where Seo Gangnam and Jang Tun are and whether they should save food for them. That question triggers Sua's berry frustration. In her mind, she hears herself condemning those two and deciding Hwarang should not have to spare them any more consideration. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a quiet cafe where Gangnam is meeting someone. He sits tensely, clearly preparing to explain himself. His visitor tells him he is glad Gangnam has finally come to ask for help. Gangnam admits the request sounds suspicious but insists he has good reason. He reveals that the Guide of Fate showed him a future connected to the next great demon realm. The other man accepts that claim without much resistance, easing Gangnam slightly. Then Sua abruptly appears behind them, having tracked him down, and exposes that she is furious. Gangnam explains that he handled things alone because he knew Sua would be angry if she learned what he had done. He still agrees that matters involving the sect should be handled with more people from now on. Before he can finish explaining his plan, he is interrupted. Jang Tae-hun arrives behind him and calls out to Seo Gangnam directly. Tun grabs Gangnam in outrage and accuses him of losing his mind by using the family house and burial grounds as collateral. He is especially enraged to learn Gangnam did it to buy coins. Once he realizes these are not ordinary coins, Tun demands a real explanation. Gangnam admits he was trying to exploit the system of the next great demon realm. Pressed further, he confirms that he used the Guide of Fate again and learned the second great demon realm will not be especially dangerous in the usual sense. Instead, it will be a festival-like race for the gods, where participants act as proxies for the 12 zodiac gods. When asked whether they can choose their god, Gangnam explains that each person's birth year determines their team. That means most of their group will be split apart, with only the twins guaranteed to stay together. Gangnam adds that people who do not participate can buy coins tied to whichever zodiac god they think will win. Those coins will rise or fall in value depending on the final rankings, turning the race into a betting market. Tun immediately understands that Gangnam wants him to invest and asks the obvious question of who will win. Gangnam shamelessly answers that he will, then starts to explain that even without seeing his own victory he can manipulate the race with what he knows. Tun cuts him off and calls it what it is, gambling. He slams down the collateral papers and forces Gangnam to face the consequences if his scheme fails. Tun threatens that if Gangnam loses, he will no longer treat him as a brother, and will demand repayment for everything. Gangnam counters by producing the burial grounds register and seal as proof of how serious his wager already is. He even has the nerve to ask whether Taehun can offer any additional incentives. Taehun answers by hitting him across the head. Soon after, the second Great Demon Realm opens publicly as the Zodiac race begins. A television-headed host announces the event to a large crowd. The audience is surprised to learn this realm is a race rather than a monster fight. The host projects the rules and map for everyone to review before the start. Gangnam focuses on one particular mechanic called Rob Wealth. At that moment, the Guide of Fate activates unexpectedly and warns that Rob Wealth has been triggered in the second Great Demon Realm, with human relationships likely to come into conflict. Gangnam hides his alarm when Harang notices his reaction and asks what Rob Wealth means. He only tells the group that something bad may happen and urges everyone to be careful. Since he cannot identify whether the danger will involve an enemy or an ally, the uncertainty unsettles everyone. So tries to reassure the others that they are still friends even if they end up on different teams. Tun jokes that he might feel differently if Gangnam loses, but he is clearly still backing him as a major investor. Gangnam takes comfort in the fact that he can trust his friends to watch out for one another. The official rules confirm that teams are assigned by birth year, Zodiac-related powers are amplified, abilities and items are allowed within restrictions, murder and explicit violence are banned, communication items are prohibited, and violations can get participants expelled. The host then highlights the rewards, with top placements earning special prizes and the winning team receiving extra benefits. With the briefing complete, the host moves to start the event. Before the countdown, he asks the participants to consider why this race is being held at all. He begins explaining the Zodiac mythology behind the competition. The story starts with the Jade Emperor summoning the animals of the world. He ordered them to come to him by a set day. The first 12 to arrive would become the symbols of the years, so the animals raced toward him. Their order of arrival became the Zodiac cycle itself. The host then challenges the fairness of that original ranking and asks who would win if the race were run again under equal conditions. He declares that this new race exists to answer that question, and the participants are given 3 hours to score as highly as possible. The countdown begins. The crowd is ordered to stand behind the starting line as tension rises. With only seconds left, competitors steel themselves for the start. Among them, several dangerous-looking participants wait calmly, hinting that the real threat may come from the people in the race rather than the race itself. Seo Gangnam steels himself with a vow to win even in the demon realm. The race officially begins. He immediately uses speed and surges forward with the pack. As the race starts, betting on Zodiac coins closes and the spectators are left to watch the outcome. One viewer is stunned by the enormous number of rat coins already in play. The Zodiac race erupts into a fierce sprint as everyone fights for an early advantage. A racer opens the first region by using tree leaf method to create a path through the air. Several contestants exploit the new route and blaze through the opening section at extreme speed. The crowd realizes the leader at the very front is someone unexpected. That frontrunner is using Hermes shoes, a high-grade item built for speed. Seo Gangnam is revealed as the one leading the race. Pleased with his opening move, he decides to keep pressing the advantage. He reaches the first course first, and the race immediately checks his fate. A fate card suddenly activates against him. Gangnam is caught off guard by the bad turn. Instead of being rewarded, the first-place candidate is banished to a deserted island. He lands there in disbelief, realizing his lead has become a trap. Meanwhile, the others arrive at the course and begin collecting powerful temporary buffs, including flight. More racers gain support effects and mobility boosts while calling out to one another. Gangnam learns the island is a timed penalty zone, and he can only escape early by rolling a 6. Knowing his luck is awful, he immediately loses faith in that method. Rather than wait helplessly, he tries to run off the island on his own. The system warns him to return to his assigned location. He ignores the warning and pushes farther into the surrounding sea. The system confirms he has violated the penalty zone. A punishment is issued at once. A monstrous Red Guardian manifests to enforce the penalty and stop his escape. The Guardian attacks with overwhelming force. Gangnam braces himself and prepares to counter instead of retreating. He rejects the idea of meekly accepting the penalty and draws on his own power. He launches a blue strike straight through the Guardian's attack. His blow tears through the red enforcer. A towering blue spirit rises behind him as he overwhelms the punishment itself. Gangnam hardens his resolve, reminding himself that winning matters more than the rules. Even so, the system declares that leaving the island still earns him a penalty. Spectators are astonished that he defeated the Guardian and escaped anyway. Shinera watches the feat with calm approval, as if she expected nothing less. She settles in place, clearly waiting rather than racing flat out. Gangnam rejoins the course quickly, but he knows the delay has left him far behind. As he worries about the difficult second course, Shinera casually calls out to him. She asks how he plans to reclaim first place from so far back. Gangnam pauses, suspicious of her sudden interest. Era invites him to hear her out. She offers to take him with her. To her amusement, he admits he had been hoping she would make that offer. He accepts her hand. Even while moving with her, he remains wary and senses something is off. Gangnam openly doubts that Era would cooperate with him so easily unless she had another motive. Era smiles and confirms that he has correctly guessed she is plotting something again. The third course is announced as a gambling stage where each racer must obtain a rideable vehicle from a slot machine. Era is delighted that they will not have to keep running, and the two head into the slot machine section together. She teases him not to ruin the surprise of what she is about to pull off. Gangnam dryly points out that, as a regressor, she should already know the result, then admits he knows exactly what kind of person she is. He recalls that in his previous life Era had absurd luck and even gained bonuses to it. By contrast, he remembers being stuck with miserable rewards like a tricycle despite improving his own grade. That memory convinces him that relying on Era's luck is smarter than gambling on his own, so he leaves the spin entirely to her. The first reel lands on a 7. The second reel matches it. Era hits the jackpot and celebrates as the machine rewards them. She turns to brag, only to realize Gangnam has already slipped away. Startled, she looks around for him. She searches the room and calls his name. The machine reveals the jackpot prize. The reward is the Red Bull Aldebaran, an elite red sports car. Era admires the prize, but Gangnam is already focused on using it. He tells her bluntly to get in or be left behind. She joins him and jokes that he has become much less easy to fluster. Era even claims that this harsher version of him is more appealing. Gangnam ignores the flirting and warns her to buckle up because he is leaving immediately. The car tears onto the course at full speed. Commentators announce that the Rat Year Alliance has recovered from its delay and entered the second region with the fastest vehicle available. Ahead of them, the frontrunners are locked in a violent battle while racing, trading arrows and gunfire from moving mounts and boards. Projectiles streak across the course, turning the race into open warfare. The Asura sect's new hunters push forward aggressively to support their leader. Another group fights desperately to keep them away from Sua. One of the defenders spots Gangram's red car approaching like a missile. Era gleefully screams for everyone to get out of the way while Gangram drives straight through the chaos. The racers scatter in panic as the car blasts through the battlefield. Gangram checks on the nearby riders even while forcing a path through them. They shout back that they are fine and urgently reveal the real crisis. The Asura sect is trying to kidnap Sua. The defenders insist they will hold the attackers here and urge Gangram to go after Sua instead. As he drives on, Gangram senses the energy of death intensifying and activates Border Seeing Eye to identify the threat. The vision reveals that the danger is not Shinera but a far more sinister woman targeting Sua. Gangram realizes this is Shinera, the person the Guide of Fate warned him about. Far ahead, Shinera's white car races through the desert, while carrying captives on its hood. Era taunts Sua from the moving car, treating the pursuit like a game. She raises her whip to attack again. Era lashes out with dark power and demands to know how long Sua thinks she can keep escaping. Her attack slams toward the fleeing car. But Harain counters with forced undoing, canceling Era's weapon enhancement and disrupting the strike. The backlash injures Harain, but she keeps fighting. Sua panics for Harain as the car continues to flee. Era mocks them, pleased that Harain is now the only real obstacle left. She promises to isolate Sua and enjoy tormenting her alone. Harain refuses to yield and declares that Sua is not alone and will never belong to Era. Sua realizes they cannot keep surviving like this and desperately wonders where Gangram is. Era twists the knife by accusing Sua of abandoning her family for Gangram after already sacrificing so much for him. Her bitterness boils over into open hatred of Gangram. At that moment, a burst of blue power erupts beside Era's car. Era is stunned by the sudden interference. A blue-haired figure appears through the energy, and Sua instantly recognizes Seo Gangram. His arrival sends shock through the fleeing car as both women realize he has caught up. Shinera complains that she is right beside him, but his attention is entirely on Sua. Commentators announce that first place is changing at the end of the second region as the Rat Year Alliance closes in on Sua and Shinera. Gangram calls out to check whether Sua is safe, and she immediately worries instead about Harain's injuries. Harain insists she can still fight because Sua's protective skill has kept her alive. Relieved, Gangram allows himself a brief smile. The second region ends with the Rat Year Alliance in front, and the true race is said to begin in the third region as the leaders stay in their vehicles. Gangram and his allies speed onward while a drone tracks them from above. The commentators note that if both members of the alliance stay ahead, they could share first place just like in the original myth. Before that can happen, a hand reaches through a portal toward the race itself. The broadcast is violently cut off. A shockwave tears across the course as something invades the race from outside. A hostile voice dismisses the race as meaningless, and both sides realize a larger threat has arrived. Gangram finally understands that the Guide of Fate's warning was about this new development. He realizes the warning was not about Shinera after all. The system confirms that the energy of death is surging even higher. Blue portals begin opening across the sky over the course. A new event starts as figures descend from those portals. Its name is announced with ominous finality. The banquet of the clowns begins, unleashing masked invaders into the race. Gangram immediately prepares to confront the new enemy. His ally is rattled, still trying to understand what is happening. Sua and Harain also recognize that Gangram has been drawn into the crisis. The clowns activate forced return and drag racers and vehicles back into the battlefield through portals. They surround both cars and identify themselves as the clowns' troop. The trapped racers brace as the troop closes in. The masked leader declares that they intend to impose a new order on the world. Harangue demands to know what they have done to Gangnam. The troop answers with eerie calm, as if Gangnam already belongs to their plans. They refuse to explain and attack instead. The clowns proclaim that Gangnam will become one of them. Harangue rejects that claim outright. She unleashes a tiger-shaped surge of power. Activating Mountain God White Tiger's soul, she turns the car into a weaponized charge. Because Zodiac-related skills are amplified in this demon realm, her strike becomes devastating. With that power behind her, Harangue demands to know where Gangnam is. The clowns answer by attacking from the portals again. Harangue warns the others as masked swordsmen converge from every direction. Elsewhere in the melee, Gangram's ally tries to check on the others but is forced to keep fighting. He and another defender barely block a clown's blade inside a green barrier. The defenders are bewildered by these new enemies and their sudden intervention. One of them realizes this must be the conflict Gangram predicted before the race and can only hope everyone survives it. Separated from the course, Gangram finds himself still inside the demon realm but outside the race itself. He demands to know what this new force wants from him. A masked clown appears above him, echoing the same concern for everyone's safety that had just been voiced elsewhere. The clown reveals that Gangram is the true priority and that the order comes directly from their leader. The demand is simple and chilling. CO Gangram must join the clown's troop. Gangram recognizes the organization at once, because the clown's troop existed in his previous life as well. He recalls that the clown's troop is a masked criminal organization. They are known for terror attacks against the Fate Protection Agency and its allied sects. That realization unsettles him, because in his previous timeline they were not supposed to appear until a year later. He immediately suspects Baekhyun may be tied to them and starts considering whether this is his chance to investigate from the inside. He wonders if this sudden encounter might be the opportunity he needs. A masked member approaches and frames the situation as a valuable chance for him. Without explaining why, the stranger reveals that they know he is hostile to the Fate Protection Agency. That direct accusation catches him off guard. The recruiter presses further, implying others have already noticed the same thing about him. Before the pitch can continue, he abruptly seizes control of the encounter. He locks down the other man's hand to stop any trick or attack. The masked man treats the move lightly and keeps the exchange playful. He drops the pretense and openly invites him to join their side. The offer tempts him because infiltrating an unknown enemy would be easier than prying information from the agency. The recruiter sweetens it with grand promises of overthrowing the Fate Protection Agency and building a new order. When he starts to pull away, the recruiter senses that he has already made up his mind. The masked man assumes acceptance, and even imagines him wearing one of their masks. Instead, he answers with violence and smashes the mask apart with a punch. The blow exposes the recruiter's face and shocks him. Even injured, the recruiter complains more about the insult than the pain. He rejects the alliance outright, saying he has no reason to trust criminals like them, and activates destiny detection. The system identifies the enemy as Lananath Mauer, a metal attribute rabbit of the same class as him. Seeing the matchup, he judges that his own attribute advantage should let him win, while the enemy regrets revealing his face and mentions a superior named Burner. He decides that if Burner wants him, Burner can come personally, because he needs a higher-ranking target to infiltrate the troop anyway. He makes his refusal final and dismisses Lananath as too weak to follow. That contempt finally rattles Lananath. Lananath drops the act and warns that he is being underestimated. He still believes the fight will be easy and activates Beast's Claws. Lananath lunges in with feral speed and fury. He meets the attack with his blade and mocks the rabbit as nothing more than prey. Lananath answers that he is not a harmless rabbit at all, but a beast driven by resentment. He initially dismisses that resentment as overreaction to a single attack. Then he channels power through his weapon to answer seriously. He unleashes a heavy blue strike, determined to prove he is no weakling either. Lananath evades while beginning to explain why the matchup is not what it seems. He reveals that zodiac signs have counters, and that the rat's oldest enemy is not just any rival but the cat it once deceived. As he speaks, his body transforms under a golden aura into something more feline and predatory. The revelation lands. This rabbit carries the hidden countersign of the cat. He activates Cat's Resentment, a skill specialized for overwhelming rat-type opponents. The system confirms the skill massively boosts him against rat attributes. The protagonist realizes too late that he has walked into a hard counter. The system further clarifies that Lananath's zodiac is effectively rabbit with cat properties. He concludes that the enemy must come from a culture where the zodiac uses a cat instead of a rabbit. Empowered by that advantage, Lananath charges straight back in. The protagonist is immediately driven onto the defensive and starts taking damage. Lananath presses the attack with confidence, fully embracing his transformed state. A brutal clash follows, with the protagonist barely holding the line. He realizes he can do little but defend, and that the demon realm is amplifying zodiac powers far more than he expected. Lananath hammers him from above and explains that this environment makes the zodiac advantage absolute. He declares that under these conditions the protagonist can never beat him. With the protagonist pinned, Lananath offers one last choice: join the clown's troop or die there. He even wonders aloud how much stronger true zodiac beasts become in this realm. That thought gives the protagonist an opening idea. Laninoth notices too late that something has changed. The protagonist summons his spiritual animal Yorn, and the system announces that the dragon has temporarily grown stronger under the zodiac blessing. The sudden summoning interrupts Laninoth's momentum. A massive dragon manifests behind the battered protagonist and shifts the balance of power at once. Calmly, he gives Yorn a single command. Yorn obeys and attacks Laninoth directly. Faced with a real dragon, Laninoth can only rage that his prey resorted to something so overwhelming. At the same time, elsewhere in the battlefield, another fighter cuts down a masked enemy. A surviving troop member curses that his own ability is unusable and resents the one-armed opponent suppressing him. A woman on a mechanical horse refuses to let the remaining attackers escape as a forced release effect begins. Another masked member triggers corrosion in a last attempt to turn the situation. The corrosive power spreads across the ground and catches fleeing bodies. An ally surveys the carnage and concludes the ambush is essentially over. The announcer abruptly downplays the bloodshed as a minor incident and declares the race will resume now that everyone is supposedly safe. The rankings are displayed again, and the contestants are ordered back into the race because it is not over yet. One of Gangram's allies checks the board in disbelief. She realizes Seo Gangram is not even listed among the current leaders. When Shinswa suddenly runs off, her teammate grabs her and demands to know where she is going. She insists that finding Gangram matters more to her than finishing the Demon Realm race. Her urgency leaves no room for compromise. She openly declares that Gangram comes first. Her teammate is stunned by how irrational she is being. He calls her out, saying she usually thinks clearly but loses all sense whenever Gangram is involved. That accusation makes her stop and turn on him. He argues that if they are truly on Gangram's side, then helping their own standing still helps him. He pushes harder, asking why people who call themselves Gangram's allies can do nothing without clinging to him. She snaps back that her only concern is Gangram himself. He challenges that possessiveness and asks whether she actually trusts Gangram at all. He tells her Gangram will come on his own even if they do not chase after him. That confidence unsettles her. She asks how he can be so certain. He treats the answer as obvious. With the dragon soaring overhead, he says Gangram is the protagonist of this story, so of course he will return. The spectacle above leaves both of them staring upward in shock. Another ally on horseback spots the arrival and waves excitedly. The announcer confirms that while the leaders hesitated, contestant Seo Gangram has appeared riding a dragon. Gangram remains composed as he takes control of the moment. He reaches the goal first, and the Rat Senyo team claims another first-place finish. The next arrivals are grouped together behind him. Tiger, Rat, and Rabbit contestants end up sharing second place. Meanwhile, someone else reveals he actually finished only fifth despite holding an enormous amount of Rat coin. That loss still turns into a windfall worth about 120 billion won, and he celebrates the market spike like a jackpot. Later, the mood shifts completely as the group gathers for a housewarming party in their new sect building. The newcomers are surprised the place is already fully prepared, and their hosts proudly tell them to establish homes of their own too. The silver-haired ally happily throws himself into the celebration and praises the guild house. Not everyone is pleased to see every guest there. The silver-haired man cheerfully admits he invited one of the awkward outsiders because fighting together makes them friends in his eyes. Another guest decides it is better to enjoy the day than argue over the invitation. The group shares a toast, settling into a rare moment of peace. Even Yorn gets pampered and photographed like part of the family. The dragon is jokingly treated as the party's true MVP while everyone plays along. Gangram and Shinswa finally share an easy laugh together. As the party wears on, everyone else collapses from food, drink, and exhaustion while Gangram is left quietly cleaning up. Even Yorn passes out, leaving Gangram as the only one still functioning. While alone, he checks his system and detects divinity. He reviews the notice from the completed race and sees that his renown crossed the required threshold, triggering deification. The system grants him the divine title Cowardly Victor. His stats now scale with renown, and he unlocks access to demigod mode. But he also learns that higher systems remain locked because his renown is still insufficient. He understands that full god-level abilities are still out of reach until he becomes even more famous. Unable to stop checking, he notices his renown has jumped far more than expected overnight. He suspects some new article or post about him has gone viral again and searches his name. Online comments reveal that people are comparing recent events to a web novel and linking to it. The featured image shows a dramatized version of him as a heroic swordsman. He discovers a popular novel built around his life, with his powers and fate turned into a serialized fantasy story. The story even rewrites his past interactions into melodramatic scenes, including Shinswa forcing herself on him while he resists. In the novelized version, he coldly refuses her. The fantasy escalates into a possessive confession that he would never let her go. Realizing who must have written this, he explodes in fury at Dako Jun. He storms over so suddenly that Dako Jun is knocked flat before he can react. His opening accusation is simple and devastating. He read the novel. Instead of fear, Dako Jun lights up with delight that Gangram actually read his work. Dako Jun proudly explains that he wrote the story because he liked Gangram, wanted the world to see the version of him he admired, and even disguised the possession detail to protect his secret. Gangram cuts through the rambling praise and orders him to take the post down immediately. Dako Jun cannot understand the anger, because he thinks he has finally given Gangnam the recognition he always lacked. He insists that thanks to him, people now know Gangnam's pain and sympathize with him. Gangnam falls silent as the logic behind the sudden renown becomes clear. He imagines the horrifying possibility that this kind of fame could make him adored by countless people. That is when he fully realizes the novel is what boosted his renown. Before he can keep raging, someone arrives carrying a rolled document. Shinsua steps in and announces that the matter has already been settled. She reveals that the whole group read the novel, approved keeping it up, and only wants revisions, leaving Dako Jun stunned that even Shinsua read it. She confirms everyone read it, and refuses to demand deletion, though she insists major edits are necessary. Dako Jun immediately accepts, until she adds one condition. His confidence vanishes the moment he sees what that condition actually is. The condition is a binding pact of oath that he must sign, turning his freedom into a formal contract. He protests that this is outright oppression of a creator. The pact is sealed anyway, and Gangnam confirms that the restraint is functioning exactly as intended. Dako Jun tries to stay optimistic about writing more, only to learn he is being assigned a controlled writing room from now on. The reality hits him at once, and he panics at the thought of being left there under supervision. Gangnam and Shinsua drag the bound writer off together while he screams Gangnam's name in despair. The next day, attention shifts back to the race rewards. One of the winners announces that they will be leaving soon because the top finishers received a special prize. The reward is a Divine Realm invitation of Divine 3rd rank, an automatic summons from a god. Each invitation comes as a sealed letter with instructions for activation. Comparing their invitations, the group wonders whether they are all being sent to the same destination. They conclude that because it is a zodiac race reward, each of them will probably be taken to meet the god of their own zodiac sign. He recalls that gods draw strength from belief and fame, and that the 12 zodiac gods are among the most powerful beings in the world. Believing such a god can finally answer what he has long wanted to know, he fixes his resolve on the chance before him. At the signal, he tears open the prepared paper to trigger the ritual. The others do the same, and the ritual activates, for everyone at once. A shrine-like gate appears before him, and he realizes he has reached something sacred. He recognizes it as a god's domain, and braces himself despite the tension. When he places his hand on the barrier, the entrance responds to him. The sealed space opens with divine force. He steps through the gate and enters the hidden realm. A system message confirms that he has entered the divine realm of the rat god. Another message tells him the power of the 12 zodiac is enhancing his abilities inside the realm. He is brought before a throne room where the rat god formally receives him. The god introduces himself as Seo Peiwang, one of the 12 zodiac, and acknowledges the human who inherited their power. Though this is his first time facing a god directly, he keeps his composure. Even with the god acting cordial, the sheer divine pressure nearly overwhelms him. Seo Peiwang explains that he summoned him to praise his victory in the race and to grant him a personal reward. That reward is the right to ask one question and receive an answer under the god's own divine name. The offer hits him hard because it is exactly the chance he came for. He reveals that since childhood a god has tried to descend into him, and that same god is still pursuing him now. He uses his question to demand that god's identity and divine name. Seo Peiwang repeats the request and begins to examine him more closely. The rat god invokes his power to look into the truth hidden around the man. Under the god's scrutiny, he endures the inspection without backing down. Seo Peiwang is startled to find that more than one god is trying to descend into him. Worse, the strongest among them appears to be the one claiming him most fiercely. The revelation leaves him visibly shaken, exposing how abnormal his situation really is. He tries to deny his fear, but even his own instincts tell him to retreat from what he is hearing. He remembers shamans warning him for years that the god attached to him was exceptionally powerful. Even skilled suppression rituals had only ever held that presence back temporarily. Nothing anyone did was enough to drive it out completely. From within that memory, the hidden god had once dismissed another beast god as insignificant. That same presence had furiously declared that no lesser god had the right to covet its vessel. The memory of that possessive wrath crashes into the present. Seo Peiwang is suddenly struck by a violent backlash from the unseen god. The man recoils in shock as the divine reading is forcibly interrupted. The rat god's court is thrown into chaos by the burst of hostile power. Seo Peiwang, humiliated by what just happened, realizes he has been blocked. He admits that even he cannot see through the god hiding inside this human. The man is stunned that a being stronger than Seo Peiwang could be after him. He presses for clarity, asking whether that means even the rat god does not know who it is. Seo Peiwang answers that gods are not all-powerful, and that divine limits still exist. Ashamed that he invoked his own name yet still failed to answer, the rat god apologizes. To make up for it, he grants 2 additional questions, but he also confirms that no further question will reveal the hidden god's identity. Changing tactics, the man asks for the whereabouts of someone connected to that mystery, Seo Kengrim. He follows that by asking why Baek Yang is targeting him, showing he is now gathering practical leads instead of impossible truths. Seo Peiwang recognizes that he wants information about his enemy. The rat god reveals only that the man's existence may greatly affect the fate of the world, which is why enemies are moving against him. When he asks what that means, the god refuses to say more. With one question left, he immediately asks how to reach the Western Heaven Flower Garden at once. The answer sends him through a portal straight into that distant place. He arrives among blossoms and confirms that he has reached the Western Heaven Flower Garden. Although he failed to learn the truth he wanted most, he decides Seo Pei Wang's direct help in bringing him here is still a major gain. He notes that without divine assistance, reaching this place would have taken years. That makes the trip worthwhile, because he came here to secure a specific flower as quickly as possible. Before he can act, an explosion erupts nearby and shatters the calm. He is thrown into immediate danger as the garden turns into a battlefield. Monstrous beasts surge through the area, confirming the place is under attack. He draws his weapon and realizes the flower garden is far more dangerous than he expected. He is baffled that a supposedly sacred flower garden is crawling with monsters. The local defenders are equally shocked to find a human there, and urgently warn him to get down. Their specialized weapons blast one of the charging beasts before it can reach him. The defenders keep firing, holding the monsters back. As flames spread across the garden, he sees the place he came to save is already being ruined. Heavy military machinery moves into position, showing the garden is defended like a war zone. The soldiers confront him as an intruder and demand an explanation. They order him to leave, unable to understand how a human crossed into their realm. He quickly guesses they are the garden's caretakers and invokes Seo Pei Wang's name as his introduction. That changes everything, because they recognize him as the winner of the 12 Zodiac race. The guards stop treating him as an enemy and decide to escort him to the flower keeper. As they lead him inside, they explain that the outer flower field lies on the border between divine and demonic realms, so powerful beasts attack often. He understands that the chaos outside is normal for this border zone, while the interior is supposed to be safe. The escort brings him to the flower keeper and announces that Seo Pei Wang sent him. The flower keeper, Sarah Dorian, confirms he was already informed of the visit. Hearing that the man wants flowers from the garden, Sarah asks exactly which ones he seeks. He names the blood-surging flower, bone-rising flower, and flesh-rising flower. These three are introduced as rare treasures unavailable even through ordinary divine trade. Together, they can instantly regenerate even old and severe wounds. He realizes that with them, he can restore Shin Sua's lost arm. He asks directly whether he can obtain all three flowers. Sarah notes that he came knowing precisely what he needed and tells him to see the situation for himself. He is shown the pond that should produce the Western Heaven flowers. The pond is completely dry, and he immediately fears there are no flowers left to take. Sarah confirms that something went wrong, and the garden can no longer grow flowers. The man is crushed by the thought that he may have come all this way for nothing again. As his frustration spills out, the others hesitate, unsure how to answer him. Then Sarah reveals that they do still have some flowers that were harvested before the disaster. Relief floods him when he sees the preserved flowers and realizes Shin Sua can still be healed. But Sarah immediately attaches a condition to taking them. If he wants the flowers, he must first solve the garden's crisis himself. He accepts the premise calmly and asks what exactly needs to be done. Sarah is pleased that the man does not back away from the bargain. He explains that the flowers will only bloom again if the garden's life cycle is restored. That requires a special source called Guangchen water, which does not originate in this garden. The water comes from a pond managed by an outpost beyond the hill. One day the water supply suddenly stopped, and all communication with that outpost was lost. The man immediately concludes that something must have gone wrong at the source. Sarah says they suspect intruders seized the outpost, but constant beast attacks prevented them from confirming it. So he asks the man to reclaim the base and restore the Guangchen water supply. The man accepts that the flowers were never going to come free, but his escort protests that this demand is too much for a human. Sarah insists the man is capable enough to handle it. The escort still calls it a suicide mission, revealing genuine fear rather than simple caution. That fear strikes the man as excessive, and he begins to suspect the escort knows more than he is saying. Sarah notices the same thing and presses the escort to speak honestly. Instead of answering, Sarah challenges the man to decide whether he will abandon this chance. The man silently makes his choice. He starts walking toward the mission despite the escort's desperate objections. The escort blurts out that if the man knew what was waiting there, he would never agree to go. The man immediately seizes on that slip and realizes the escort does know something. The escort pleads that no flower is worth the man's life. He agrees that life matters, but he remembers Shin Sua and the precious thing that was sacrificed for his sake. He recalls how she was repeatedly discarded and endangered just to protect him. He remembers that she even lost an arm because of him. Because of that debt, he decides he has to risk himself in return. Elsewhere, in the realm of the Tiger of the Zodiac, another conversation with a god is underway. A woman uses her chance before the Tiger God to ask about the enemies who will threaten Konlim in the future. The Tiger God questions why she would spend such a precious audience on someone else. He points out that she could have asked for ways to heal herself or become stronger instead. He even offers the possibility of wealth, but she rejects all selfish options. She insists that understanding everything only makes her more certain of her choice. She speaks of Seo Gangram as someone who treats his own suffering as natural. She is disturbed by how easily he assumes everyone around him will be dragged into that suffering too. That self-sacrificing way of living unsettles her deeply. The tiger god asks one last time whether she truly will not regret this decision. She answers with absolute certainty that she never will. Back at the outpost, the defenders' weapons keep cutting down beasts as the mission begins. The escort leads the man deeper toward the Guangchen pond and explains that their anti-beast weapons should have made this route secure. The man finds it suspicious that the base could still have fallen so completely under those conditions. His question about what is actually in the pond leaves the escort visibly shaken. The escort claims ignorance, but the man suspects either concealment or an inability to speak freely. When the escort insists on accompanying him out of concern, the man reads that as proof of a kinder nature than he expected from a god. He admits he dislikes gods, yet this one seems different. Seeing that concern makes him think some gods may truly be good, which catches the escort off guard. The escort falters, emotionally shaken by the unexpected trust. Before he can answer, alarms scream and a new threat appears inside the supposedly safe interior. A machine charged with violent energy powers up against them. The man orders it to stand down, trying to stop the attack before it fires. Instead, the machine unleashes a devastating blast. He throws himself into defense and orders Yeong and Rini to protect the escorting child. As he faces the attacker, he realizes this enemy is not a beast at all. The machine closes in with mechanical precision. He counters with his weapon, meeting the construct head-on. The machine's core glows brighter as it escalates the fight. He studies it in an instant and recognizes that it is being controlled rather than acting alone. He answers with a stronger strike and tears through the machine with overwhelming force. As it fails, the construct identifies him only as an intruder. The machine is destroyed in a burst of light and broken parts. With the path opened, he concludes that the true master behind this attack lies farther ahead. He fixes his gaze on the deeper corridor, certain that the one controlling the outpost is waiting beyond it. Seo Gangrim arrives in a ruined chamber, and immediately senses something wrong in the stagnant spring below. He grows alert as he notices signs that someone has already been tampering with the place. A mocking voice addresses him from the contaminated water, treating him like an obstacle that took too long to appear. The intruder reveals she has already captured several lesser gods and belittles the delay it took to do it. When Gangrim recognizes the masked woman, she realizes her identity has been exposed. He identifies her as a member of the clown troupe and prepares to strike at once. Gangrim assumes the troupe is behind the crisis and charges, while she desperately insists he has misunderstood. She throws herself down and swears they have no intention of fighting him. Gangrim refuses to trust her plea and drives his attack down with lethal force. His blade slams into the ground beside her, making it clear he is one move from killing her. Pinned under his threat, she claims their true goal is not war with him, but weakening the gods. She appeals to his own experience, trying to make him remember what divine rule has cost humanity. Her argument lands enough to make him hesitate as she speaks of human suffering under the gods' control. She explains that since the awakening day, the gods have only grown stronger and more oppressive toward humans. According to her, destroying the Western Heaven Garden would strip the gods of their power over human life and death. She even offers to give Gangrim whatever Saranoriang promised him, claiming the troupe can replace that bargain. Dropping the mask, she asks him to overlook this one crime for the sake of their shared cause. Gangrim sees through the offer and presses the real issue behind her plan. He accuses her of intending to seize the remaining divine flowers for the troupe once the garden falls. She openly admits they would control and distribute those flowers themselves wherever they judged necessary. Gangrim condemns that logic, asking how humans who seize divine power for themselves are any better than the gods. Her disappointment hardens when she realizes he will not side with them after all. As he reaches toward the flower case, dark energy begins gathering around her in preparation for force. Accepting that persuasion has failed, she traps the area in a swirling barrier and commits to battle. Gangrim instantly realizes the situation has turned far more dangerous. She reveals the flower of ruin, a divine first-class blossom whose petals kill anyone who touches them. Gangrim urgently warns her that using the flower directly will kill her too. She answers that if he came this far, he should already know exactly what kind of flower she is holding. With the deadly flower in hand, she orders him to stand aside and let her finish. Gangrim is shaken that the clown troupe somehow obtained a divine flower that kills on contact. When he still refuses to yield, she activates artificial life form to summon mechanical defenders. Machines burst into existence around them, turning the chamber into a kill zone. The newly created constructs arm themselves and move under her control. Even while surrounding him with weapons, she insists she never wanted to hurt Seo Gangrim. She frames the fight as a tragic waste, with humans being forced to kill each other over the god system. Gangrim rejects her pity and demands that if she truly hates this conflict, she should be the one to stop. Instead, he hardens his resolve and declares he will not back down. She orders her machines to keep him away from the Guangchen spring at all costs. Her command ability shifts fully into machine control as the assault begins. The constructs converge on Gangrim from every direction with electrified attacks. He answers with a freezing counterattack, carving through the first wave before they can pin him down. Even so, he realizes he is badly outnumbered and trapped in a poor position. He decides his best chance is to thin them out one by one near the entrance instead of getting surrounded. A machine lunges first, forcing him to commit to the plan immediately. Gangrim slices it apart in a single clean strike. The destroyed machine explodes, turning his counter into a chain reaction. He uses the blast and debris to create space and reposition. More constructs close in through the smoke, showing the fight is far from over. Gangram steadies himself, accepting that nothing about this battle will be simple. He notices another disturbance elsewhere in the chamber, and realizes her larger plan is already advancing. At the spring, the troop woman is splashed by the corrupted liquid as she continues her ritual despite the damage. Seeing his machines occupied, she decides the distraction is actually helping her. Gangram shifts tactics again, igniting a second power in his free hand. He resolves to end the entire fight at once with a decisive attack. He fuses opposing energies together into a single concentrated strike. The combined blast tears across the chamber toward her position. Her machine command collapses as every remaining unit is wiped out in the attack. She is stunned to realize Gangram has eliminated all of her defenders in one move. At the same time, the system warns that the Guangchen spring is becoming critically contaminated. She drives her blade into herself and the spring, deliberately feeding the contamination higher with her own blood. She continues the self-sacrifice without hesitation, using her body as fuel for the ritual. Her obsession takes over completely as she vows she cannot afford to fail now. She rises again through the smoke, still moving despite the damage she has inflicted on herself. Gangram orders her to move aside before she destroys everything beyond repair. He suspects the Flower of Ruin may be a bluff and prepares to stop her directly. He tightens his grip and commits to a close-range finish. She screams for him to stop and throws herself into his path. Her expression turns desperate as she chooses a final, irreversible measure. Gangram is already bloodied, but he still presses forward. The system announces that human blood is now contaminating the spring itself. As his blood hits the water, the contamination accelerates sharply toward total collapse. She twists the blame onto him, insisting this disaster is happening because CO Gangram interfered. More blood spills into the spring, pushing the ritual even further. She claims she had to go this far only because he kept standing in her way. Even while dying, she insists her extremity was necessary to achieve her goal. Her body sinks into the corrupted spring as the ritual reaches its final stage. Gangram is horrified by how far she was willing to go. He grabs for her and demands to know why she would sacrifice herself so completely. She slips from his grasp into the blood-soaked water before he can stop her. With her last strength, she answers that she did it for humanity. The spring crosses its maximum threshold, and a dense aura of bloodlust begins to form. A violent crimson surge erupts from the contaminated spring and engulfs the chamber. Gangram realizes too late that her ritual has created something far worse than he expected. An unknown egg devours the entire corrupted spring, absorbing the contamination into itself. The egg immediately begins to hatch. Gangram understands he cannot handle whatever is emerging by himself. A grotesque giant form rises from the blood, dwarfing him and radiating overwhelming menace. Its many hands gather around a core as if cradling something precious and terrible. What emerges at the center is not a beastly face but an infant-like body held by monstrous hands. The newborn thing opens its mouth, and its cry carries a supernatural force. Gangram stands frozen before the impossible sight as the creature fully manifests. Under the influence of the wailing, he sees the infant as something familiar and beloved. Entranced, he reaches toward it as if greeting a child and inviting it home. Shin Sua's voice cuts through the illusion and jolts him back to himself. Gangram turns and sees that Shin Sua has somehow arrived inside the collapsing chamber. She rushes in without hesitation, shouting as she forces her way toward him. She dives between Gangram and the creature just as its tendrils close in. The tendrils crash into her instead of him. She knocks Gangram down and shields him with her own body. She calls his name again, refusing to let him sink back under the spell. Still dazed, Gangram can barely process how Shin Sua managed to reach him here. She refuses to explain and instead drags him up, insisting they move immediately. Shin Sua tells him they have to run before the newborn monster fully awakens. The system identifies the creature as a blood fiend, an unawakened dragon first class being born from spiritual energy and resentment. Its nature is even worse than its rank suggests, because it devours all living things. Shin Sua quickly concludes that escape is no longer possible. She admits her attacks cannot harm the blood fiend and reminds Gangram he was nearly lost to its influence as well. Gangram answers that there is still one chance if the two of them fight together. He takes her hand, turning their reunion into a deliberate pact. He asks her to trust him again, just as she did once before. Shin Sua senses something familiar in the way he reaches out to her. Gangram reveals the ear cuff she once used in the first Great Demon Realm and asks her to stay in the safe zone and keep talking to him. A faint smile shows he already has a plan forming. He turns back toward the blood fiend, ready to face it again. The creature's wailing starts to drag at his mind once more. Gangram is pulled upward into the blood-red current as the fiend's influence seizes him. He struggles to keep his consciousness while the wailing presses in. The current hurls him deeper into the fiend's domain. As Shin Sua cries out, the system confirms that their fates are deeply entwined and names her Gangram's noble benefactor. That bond manifests physically as she reaches toward him. The system explains that his abilities rise sharply when he is accompanied by his benefactor. Shin Sua steadies herself as she realizes her presence can directly strengthen him. Gangram tells her that only her voice can shield him from the fiend's maddening cry. The responsibility startles her, but she accepts it. He reassures her that anything she says will help, and asks her to keep speaking for his sake. Then he breaks away and charges back toward the monster before she can stop him. Left behind in the safe zone, Shin Sue steels herself to support him the only way she can. She calls after him that she is counting on him too. Hearing that, Gangnam regains confidence and moves with renewed purpose. He plunges into the blood-filled battlefield to confront the fiend head-on. The infant core notices him and lets out another hungry cry. The fiend lashes out with its many limbs, trying to swallow him into the flood. Shin Sue keeps shouting directions from safety, guiding his attention back to the real enemy. Her voice reaches him through the wailing and helps him target the infant core. The blood fiend reacts by trying to tear him away from the safe influence surrounding Shin Sue. While he fights, Shin Sue finally explains that she got here through a gate Hojwang opened nearby. She adds that Hojwang told her to flee if things became too dangerous, but Gangnam is moved that she came anyway. Assessing the fight, he realizes he is still only third class and that the blood fiend will become far deadlier if it fully awakens. He decides he must kill it before that awakening is complete. To do that, he concludes he first needs to find the Harlequin's corpse inside the fiend's mass. He advances through the blood, searching for the remains that started this disaster. As he moves, he notices the liquid level dropping around him. He realizes the fiend is absorbing the last of the spring's remaining water and growing stronger from it. The rising pressure confirms his fear that the beast is still evolving. Even so, he urges himself to endure a little longer and keep pushing forward. A sudden clue catches his eye within the fiend's body. He spots something embedded in the monster's torso that should not have survived the absorption. Following that lead, he finds the Harlequin's body preserved inside the fiend's flesh. He realizes the twilight belt on the corpse has not yet been absorbed, giving him a possible way to interfere with the fiend. But before he can act, the Harlequin's eyes flare open, revealing she is not dead yet and the crisis is about to twist again. As Gangnam reaches for the target, someone urgently warns him not to touch it. He forces his way through the violent corruption and reports that he has found the item. But he realizes he cannot remove it immediately, and is already being pushed to his limit. The possessed woman, consumed by hatred of gods, tries to kill anyone who interferes. Her blood-soaked power closes in on Gangnam as she continues her attack. While blocking her, Gangnam realizes the item has fused with the blood fiend. He confirms that the corruption has spread beyond the Guangchen Spring and into Kianol as well. The woman loses herself further and turns her murderous rage on everyone. Gangnam rejects her delusion by insisting he is not a god. He declares that he is human, trying to break through the madness driving her. Even so, she clings to the belief that human sacrifice is necessary to save humanity. Gangnam exposes the contradiction in her logic and challenges the cruelty she is trying to justify. He forces her to confront the fact that her reasoning makes human suffering meaningless. Using his power, he starts pulling her back to her senses and mocks the fanatic role she had fallen into. As the corruption loosens, she begins to remember herself in horror. Gangnam presses her to explain why reviving the blood fiend was supposedly for humanity's sake. She insists everything she did was for humans, even after what she became. She explains that an awakened blood fiend is a god-level disaster that devours all life. In her view, the gods of the Seakian flower field would rather unleash that disaster than let themselves be slaughtered. She warns that the gate to the human world is already open, making that threat immediate. The implication shocks her as much as it does Gangnam. Gangnam argues that the god's selfishness means the blood fiend will eventually threaten humans too, and demands the doomed flower. Before they can act, the infant-like blood fiend cries out in hunger and demands to be fed. Both of them freeze as they realize the creature is moving on its own. The blood fiend gleefully announces that it has found what it wants. Gangnam hears Shin Sue calling to him, but she admits she cannot hold out much longer. The woman notices he has outside support, while Shin Sue urges him to endure just a little more. Shin Sue blames herself for dragging others into danger because of her. Even so, she resolves to take responsibility and finish the crisis herself. A warning appears that the blood fiend is about to awaken. The sealed flower begins to open as the awakening starts. The woman reaches for it too late as the blood fiend takes hold of the core. The awakened power swells above them, threatening to fully manifest. Gangnam immediately understands the danger and steels himself. He launches himself straight at the awakening core before it can stabilize. Drawing his sword midair, he commits to a decisive strike. His blade pierces into the blooming core of the blood fiend. He drives the sword deeper, aiming directly at the heart of the awakening. The creature protests in panic, still craving more life to consume. Its hunger becomes its last cry as the light overwhelms it. The system announces that the awakened dragon first-class blood fiend has been defeated, and Gangnam is relieved the disaster ended in time. He reflects that the outcome could easily have turned catastrophic. That thought leaves him briefly shaken. The woman, now lucid, realizes she nearly committed an unforgivable sin. She apologizes with full awareness of what she almost caused. Before disappearing, she sends Gangnam a bag and tells him it will help him. He can only stare, caught off guard by the gesture. The system finishes calculating his contribution points. It recognizes his victory as something close to impossible. As a reward, CO Gangram's destiny rank rises from Ghost 2nd class to Ghost 1st class. He receives the bag while still processing everything that just happened. Back in the restored field, Shin Sue stands amid the aftermath, exhausted and surrounded by spent mana recovery tea. She celebrates his success, but he immediately worries that she has collapsed from overexertion. She reassures him that she is still conscious. Gangnam rushes toward her anyway, unable to stay calm. Seeing the empty bottles, he realizes how much she forced herself to support him. He asks her not to push herself so far after using too many abilities in one day. She grabs his hand and turns the same concern back on him. She scolds him for nearly getting himself killed and reminds him she came because she was worried. Still shaken, she asks why he keeps throwing himself alone into places this dangerous. When he asks whether she even knew what was in the Seekian flower field, she admits she did not. She came anyway simply because she was worried about him. That answer leaves him quiet and guilty. He apologizes and explains that he entered the field to find something. He reveals 3 rare flowers he retrieved for her. When she asks what they are, he explains that combining the 3 may help her. He asks her to try taking them all at once. She does as he says and swallows the flowers together. Golden energy immediately begins to spread through her body. The power continues circulating as the medicine takes effect. She feels the change and checks herself in surprise. Gangnam confirms with relief that the treatment is working. He admits he wanted to fix the damage he caused with his own hands. But he also confesses that once again he could not do it alone. Overwhelmed by that sincerity, Shin Sua breaks down in tears. Gangnam panics and thinks something has gone wrong with the treatment. He anxiously asks whether she is in pain. Instead, she clutches him and begs him never to do something so reckless again. She makes it clear that his safety matters more to her than his bravado. When he downplays it as only one arm, she reminds him he almost truly died this time. She demands a promise, and he yields by agreeing to share his plans first from now on. That answer finally calms her. She throws her arms around him in relief. Holding him close, she thanks him for everything he did and for the promise he just made. She lingers in the embrace, trying to say what matters most. What she values above all is that he came back alive. The moment turns awkward for Gangnam as he stiffens under the sudden intimacy. Then he notices the Guangchen water and realizes something is wrong with it. A small god greets him, but the greeting quickly turns accusatory. The god demands to know what happened to the Guangchen water. Gangnam says the enemy was responsible, and the god bitterly replies that no one had expected anything from him anyway. Gangnam realizes the god already knew the enemy possessed the flower of ruin. That accusation leaves the god unable to deny his own failure. He can only bow his head in shame. Gangnam condemns the hypocrisy of calling such negligence the work of a good god. Shin Sua, having seen enough, concludes that gods truly cannot be trusted. Gangnam stops her from speaking too recklessly, insisting there must be some reason behind what happened. He still tries to understand the motive instead of condemning blindly. A blue-haired man cuts in with a taunt, mocking the idea that terrorism becomes acceptable if there is a reason. He cruelly suggests that all of Gangram's suffering traces back to his family, especially his mother. That insult instantly pushes someone else over the edge. A brown-haired ally lunges forward and punches the blue-haired man in the face. Shin Sua shouts in alarm as the confrontation explodes. Gangram, furious, warns that even nonsense has limits, and this insult crossed them. He grabs the man and demands to know why he brought up his dead teacher, only to be told that she is not dead at all. A silver-haired woman confirms that Gangram's foster mother is still alive. The revelation stuns everyone, especially Gangram. He demands an explanation, unable to believe what he just heard. The silver-haired woman says she investigated because she wanted to know who led the clown troupe. She recalls the masked clown troupe members she saw in the Great Demon Realm. Seeing their condition reminded her of the maddened followers who once worshipped her. That led her to conclude that simply fighting them would solve nothing. She says the Sea Heaven King identified the true leader of the clown troupe. According to that answer, the leader is an ancient and powerful god. That god's name is Seo Wukyeong. She further learned that Gangram is faintly connected to this god as well. The connection is explained through his comrade's divine mother, which points back to his teacher. Gangram is shaken by the possibility that his teacher is really alive. The blue-haired man jokingly suggests this means Gangram should join the clown troupe. He spins the situation like a melodramatic story about infiltrating the enemy to save a fallen family member. Gangram notes that the clown troupe in the Great Demon Realm did try to recruit him, but the ones in the Seekian flower field acted differently. The woman from the field had also said that those members wanted nothing to do with him. That difference makes the others realize he may have encountered another branch of the same group. Shin Sua points out that the field group never mentioned the Fate Protection Bureau or any new order, unlike the Great Demon Realm group. Instead, they claimed they wanted to free humans from the gods and seemed to hate human-on-human conflict. That raises the possibility that there may be more than one clown troupe. The group considers whether the troupe is split into factions or whether one side is an imitation, concluding that the Sea Heaven King's version is likely the real one. Even so, they cannot understand why this truth was hidden from them. Gangram is convinced there must be a reason for the secrecy. For now, he decides the only answer is to investigate the clown troupe directly. He admits they still know almost nothing about what the troupe truly is or whether the different members are even on the same side. The silver-haired woman cautiously asks for his cooperation. Shin Sua immediately supports the request and asks him to help. Elsewhere, the Fate Protection Bureau is thrown into crisis after learning the Guangchen water has been completely lost. Team leader Gong Ju demands to know whether that means they can no longer grow more flowers. Team leader Xiaoman Yangyou confirms the loss is broader than the water alone. She reveals that even the single doom flower they had finally managed to cultivate was stolen by the clown troop. The others are horrified, because that should have been impossible unless the enemy's power far exceeded expectations. Yangyou warns that the Chilseek festival is near and most powerful gods are currently absent. Team leader Ha Beiqian blames himself for failing to detect the clown troop's movements in time. Someone coldly asks for his opinion, putting him under pressure. Yangyou then reveals that monitoring the clown troop had been Ha's responsibility. She attacks him with a mental force that accuses him of dereliction. Overwhelmed, Ha breaks down and apologizes in terror. He collapses, convinced he made an unforgivable mistake. Even while saying he deserves death, he insists they must focus on what comes next before their remaining flowers run out. Team leader Yang Ibok states the immediate priority is completing the vessel. When asked whether that is still possible, he warns it will not be if the clown troop keeps interfering. The room falls into tense silence as everyone weighs the danger. Yangyou finally takes command and orders each team to provide elite agents for the next operation. The authorities finalize a special task force and define its mission as hunting down and wiping out the awakened terrorist group. A few days later, that crackdown is still looming when the city suddenly falls into chaos. An explosive force tears through the street and shatters the calm in an instant. A masked attacker descends amid the destruction, sending civilians scrambling for their lives. Treating the massacre like a performance, the masked terrorist cheerfully declares the start of the clown troop's banquet. He keeps up the mockery while unleashing more attacks and pretending to beg for help on behalf of his victims. One terrified driver can only scream as the violence closes in on him. Trapped in his car, the man panics and tries to understand what kind of disaster he has been caught in. With no way to fight back, he desperately clutches the emergency line and hopes someone will answer in time. Before he can even process what is happening, the masked assailant lands right on his vehicle and greets him like this is all a game. The civilian freezes, realizing death is now directly in front of him. The emergency line connects to Xiao Zhongmin of the Fate Bureau, who immediately identifies himself and offers assistance. When the caller cannot answer, Zhongmin quickly infers that he is in immediate danger. As the operator confirms he is being threatened and promises to dispatch help at once, the terrorist notices that the victim has contacted the bureau. Zhongmin urges the man to hold on and trust that rescue is coming. The attacker dismisses that promise and moves to prove the bureau cannot save this man. His killing blow is interrupted at the last second by a small guardian figure that crashes into him instead. The stunned civilian realizes something impossible has just protected him. The little protector proudly announces that the Fate Bureau really does protect people. Knocked back and irritated, the terrorist complains that someone has dared use powers to defend a civilian. The bureau agent who arrived makes clear that he has no tolerance for people who prey on the helpless. Facing the masked criminal with his staff ready, the agent reveals himself as Anna B from Team 2, while the terrorist is caught off guard by the sudden intervention. The clown masked fighter recovers quickly and treats the new opponent with amused contempt. He lunges again, mocking Anna B as someone too ignorant to understand what she is dealing with. The clash turns close and violent as he presses straight into Anna B's guard. Anna B identifies herself formally, and the terrorist answers with open hostility, demanding to know who she is. Power flaring around him, he declares that he belongs to the clown troop and claims they will create a new order. He immediately tries to make that claim real by launching a blazing assault meant to overwhelm Anna B. Anna B barely holds the line and curses as the attack forces her back. A new force suddenly enters the fight and catches the attacker mid-charge. Vines coil around the clown fighter and wrench him out of the attack before he can finish Anna B. Anna B recognizes the newcomer at once and calls out to Shin Sua in relief. Shin Sua reveals that her sex base is nearby, which is why she was able to intervene so quickly. She is not alone, and her allies arrive ready to support the bureau against the clown troop. One of those allies joins the melee directly, saying they had been searching for this terrorist themselves. Another ally blocks incoming force and helps stabilize the battlefield around the captured clown fighter. Even with a blade, the terrorist cannot cut through Shin Sua's vines and grows frustrated at being restrained. Shin Sua tells him resistance is pointless, then realizes this is the very clown troop member tied to Kang Lim's kidnapping. The identification lands hard, confirming that the bureau has finally cornered one of the kidnappers. Hanging upside down in the vines, the terrorist downplays the crime and claims he merely had a private conversation with Kang Lim away from cameras. Shin Sua wants the prisoner transferred to her sect because of a personal grudge, but Anna B refuses and insists the bureau keeps custody. The captive laughs at their argument and reveals he never considered himself truly caught. Anna B counters that the rest of the clown's accomplices have already been arrested and will be interrogated by the bureau. The prisoner hints he still has one last trick, and an unseen superior immediately mocks him for failing anyway. Both Anna B and Shin Sua look up, realizing a more dangerous presence has just arrived. Dark purple power seeps into the vines and begins breaking the restraint from the outside. A second masked figure appears above them, rescues the captive, and scolds him for losing control of the situation. The rescued clown blames the setback on Seo Gangram's friends interfering with the plan. That single word, boss, makes Shin Sua realize they may be facing the faction's true leader. The newcomer radiates authority and menace, and Anabi immediately judges him dangerous enough for punishment confinement. His power tears through the remaining vines and frees his subordinate completely. Anabi and Shin Sua try to strike before he can act, but he moves too fast for them to pin down. He brushes off the Bureau's strength as insufficient and declares that he will not allow them to keep any of his people. Drawing twin blades and flooding the area with purple energy, he vows to reclaim every captured member himself. Elsewhere, attention turns to the Luminous Cross Society headquarters, where a new lead may lie. Conlim arrives there with his companions, hoping the church can provide answers. They seek Father Lee Soho, a priest rumored to know something about the clown troupe. Their own allies have already returned from the demonic realm and shared everything they learned, so Kanglim's group comes prepared to cooperate. The team is eager to help, pleased that Conlim is finally relying on them more openly. One of them adds that they uncovered a clue from an unexpected source, which brought them here. That clue points directly to Lee Soho, a priest of the Luminous Cross Society. But when confronted, Lee Soho refuses to reveal the identity of the person connected to the clown troupe. His refusal immediately provokes outrage from Kanglim's side. Lee Soho turns the pressure back on them and demands to know why they are protecting someone suspicious. Using his ability, he sees the dark karmic stain around Kanglim and questions why Father Johann would associate with someone like him. Lee Soho presses the accusation further, asking why a devout priest would stand beside such a person. He openly frames Kanglim as an evildoer rather than an ally. Father Johann tries to deny it, but the accusation has already poisoned the conversation. Lee Soho warns Johann that staying close to darkness will corrupt him before he even notices. Afterward, Johann apologizes to Kanglim for Soho's harsh words, but Kanglim accepts it without complaint. Even so, the encounter leaves Kanglim tense enough to clench his hand in frustration. He activates Eye of Judgment and begins reviewing exactly what Lee Soho saw. Kanglim realizes the priest was reacting to the enormous karma he carries from his past life. He concludes that Lee Soho can perceive karma, which makes the priest a natural threat to him. That danger is severe because Kanglim bears the karmic weight of more than 400 lives from his previous existence. The memory of that burden resurfaces like a graveyard hanging over him. Anyone who can see karma, especially Lee Soho and the Holy Council, is bound to clash with him sooner or later. Kanglim tells himself he can endure more enemies, because he has lived with that burden before. Still, the Luminous Cross Society is no ordinary opponent but a force of exceptionally powerful awakened priests. In his past life, they were strong enough to rival the great clans, making them a dangerous new faction to antagonize. Kanglim worries that his own allies may become enemies of the Baiho sect simply by standing beside him. One companion cuts through his brooding and asks what he plans to do next. Kanglim decides to return anyway, because Lee Soho has already left to raid a demonic realm. Johann explains that the operation must be major if every awakened priest has been mobilized. That makes one of Kanglim's friends realize the cathedral itself is practically undefended now. With terrible enthusiasm, he suggests that if someone already hates you, you might as well give them a real reason. Johann is horrified as the car peels away and he realizes his friend is about to create yet another enemy. He reminds Kanglim that provoking Lee Soho once was already bad enough. The silver-haired schemer argues that their mistake was trying to get information without offering anything in return. Kanglim follows the logic and asks what they could possibly trade to the church. Their driver casually admits he was about to steal leverage instead. His proposed leverage is outrageous: seize the cathedral and threaten to burn it unless the church cooperates. Johann nearly breaks down at how insane that suggestion is. When challenged for a better idea, Johann can only admit he does not have one either. That hesitation gives Kanglim a moment to think more seriously. He remembers Johann's faith that people would judge him differently if they truly understood him. Johann had believed that once others saw the lives Kanglim had saved, their hostility would soften. That memory broadens into all the people Kanglim has helped despite his dark reputation. Johann had been certain that such proof would eventually change even Lee Soho's attitude. But the present problem is too urgent for slow trust building, and they doubt Lee Soho would even agree to meet Kanglim again. Johann rejects arson outright, while the silver-haired man keeps pushing for a more practical form of pressure. Kanglim finally proposes a different bargain altogether: raid a demonic realm together with Lee Soho. The idea catches everyone off guard because they do not even know where Soho went. The silver-haired man immediately accepts the joint front idea anyway and floors the car. Kanglim demands to know where they are suddenly heading now. The driver admits he is improvising, but reveals he prepared for this possibility in advance. He secretly planted a tracker on Lee Soho during their confrontation. That means Soho is still close enough for them to catch up. Johann protests weakly, then gives up pretending he can still be shocked by their methods. Following the tracker, they reach the remote site where the Luminous Cross Society has gathered around a demonic realm entrance. The priests confirm they are facing a high-grade realm, which explains the scale of the mobilization. The portal itself is enormous, far larger than anyone expected. Their sudden arrival draws immediate attention from the church forces. A hunter named Mudiak from the Black Sect steps forward and confirms that these newcomers are from the Luminous Cross Society's side. Lee Soho acknowledges the identification and asks about the rest of Mudiak's group. Mugyok explains that the black sect arrived first, but the miasma was so intense that they entered early to prevent the area from becoming a beast nest. Lee Soho criticizes that decision as reckless and says they should have coordinated before entering a high-grade realm alone. Mugyok brushes the warning aside by boasting that his sect leader is a state shaman. He adds that they also came to deliver something, and Lee Soho agrees to guide him to the sect leader after the raid. Before moving on, Mugyok points out Kanglim's group and asks if they belong to Soho's party as well. Lee Soho turns and realizes exactly who has followed him here. Kanglim's group is caught in the open, and even they know they have been spotted at the worst possible moment. Lee Soho confronts them directly and demands an explanation. Kanglim answers as casually as he can, saying they heard this was a large-scale demonic realm and thought they might help. Lee Soho rejects the offer immediately and says their help is not wanted. But murmurs spread among the priests, with some recognizing Kanglim and wondering if his strength could be useful after all. Those whispers force Lee Soho to pause instead of dismissing him outright. He finally admits the real reason for his refusal. No matter how strong Kanglim is, he does not trust someone like him. When Kanglim asks if that distrust comes from the karma Soho saw, Soho confirms it is part of the reason. The deeper reason, however, is that Kanglim possesses a power that steals the fates of the dead. Lee Soho demands to know whether Kanglim truly came to help them. He voices his worst suspicion outright, that Kanglim may only be here to harvest corpses for his own ability. Johan is outraged by the accusation, but Kanglim stays focused instead of arguing emotionally. Kanglim decides that if his ability is the obstacle, then he will remove that obstacle himself. He asks Soho plainly whether fear of fate theft is the only reason he is being refused. When Soho admits that it is, Kanglim offers a binding vow in exchange for trust. He swears that during this raid he will not use fate theft at all. The seriousness of the vow makes Lee Soho hesitate for the first time. Kanglim raises the stakes further by declaring that if he breaks that vow, he will forfeit his life. With the vow made, the group finally moves toward the portal together. As he approaches the entrance, Kanglim studies it with growing unease. The portal is far too massive to be an ordinary devil realm, and that discrepancy immediately alarms him. Inside, the system identifies the place as the devil realm mating dance of the deep sea. The raid objective is simple on paper: exterminate every demonic beast, but the realm itself is a vast abyss filled with monstrous flying sea creatures. Lee Soho initially judges the situation manageable and believes they can clear it through steady hunting over time. Kanglim cuts him off and warns that this realm cannot be cleared by brute force extermination alone. He recognizes it as the fourth great devil realm, a place that caused countless deaths in his past life. The reason for that slaughter was not lack of strength, but failure to uncover the hidden strategy needed to clear it. As the beasts begin closing in from the wrong place at the wrong time, Kanglim realizes the future has already diverged from what he remembers. Before anyone can process that change, a swarm of demonic fish beasts surges toward them with jaws wide open. Realizing this raid may be repeating a previous disaster, Seo Gangrim steels himself as someone urgently calls to him. He cuts into the attacking beast and vows that this time he will not let anyone die. As fish-like demonic beasts swarm from every side, the priests and hunters fire desperately to hold them back. Gangrim strike tears through one of the monsters and briefly relieves the pressure. More beasts surge in immediately, showing the group is still being overwhelmed. The others realize the situation is collapsing and panic begins to spread. Their firearms run dry just as another beast lunges at them. A nun is nearly hit, but a burst of green power intercepts the attack in time. Father Johan orders everyone to cluster together while he raises a protective barrier. Gangrim quickly asks whether Johan can expand the barrier enough to cover the whole group. Johan warns that widening it will make the barrier much weaker. Gangrim insists anyway, saying he has a plan, and Johan reluctantly agrees. The barrier spreads into a broad dome, enclosing everyone while the beasts circle outside. Some of the others think Gangrim is recklessly wasting mana at the very start of the battle. Gangrim ignores the criticism and moves into position, clearly preparing something bigger. The weakened barrier still forces the beasts to bunch up against it instead of reaching the people inside. A white-haired ally channels power through a staff as Gangrim's setup reaches its crucial moment. Cold blue energy gathers around him, signaling a large-scale attack. A freezing wave spreads across the barrier's surface and catches every beast surrounding it at once. One of the priests suddenly understands what Gangrim was aiming for. The demonic beasts around the barrier are trapped in ice instead of breaking through. The entire swarm is neutralized in a single coordinated move, stunning the group. Gangrim confirms with quiet satisfaction that the tactic worked exactly as he expected. With the danger gone, the frozen shell begins to crack apart. Gangrim stands calmly amid the shattered ice and immobilized monsters, having turned a weak defense into a perfect kill zone. Father Lee Soho admits Gangrim is undeniably troublesome, even while the others celebrate. Lee acknowledges Gangrim's ability but remains more wary of the ominous karma surrounding him. That dark, unsettling aura seems to coil around Gangrim as if proving Lee's concern. Gangrim lightly teases that the mana spent was hardly wasted after all. Lee grudgingly concedes the result and admits bringing Gangrim along was worthwhile. The surviving members praise the team's coordination and are impressed by the famous hunter's level. Even so, Lee privately thinks such talent should have belonged to someone more virtuous. Gangrim stops him before he can walk away and says he wants to discuss the raid strategy. Lee turns back, guarded and suspicious of what Gangram is about to say. Another teammate backs Gangram up, explaining that the extermination condition was misleading and that spreading out only triggered a hidden boss-style encounter. While they talk, the others resume fighting under the barrier, and someone snaps at them to stay focused. One hunter jokes that with the barrier up and a stronger fighter handling everything, he barely has to work. Father Johann is unsettled by how naturally Gangram gives orders as though he already knows everyone's abilities. Lee realizes this instinctive coordination is something Gangram has shown since their trainee days. He concludes that Gangram adapts to allies so well that fighting beside him feels easier than with his usual comrades. Watching Gangram from a distance, Lee suspects this is exactly how Gangram wins people over, and he refuses to be swayed. His hand tightens around his gun as he hardens his resolve against Gangram. Lee decides he will not be fooled by Gangram's usefulness, no matter how effective he is. The gate master finally arrives with a long line of people in tow, drawing everyone's attention. His strange entourage immediately makes the others suspicious. The gate master recognizes something alarming the moment he sees Gangram. Lee formally greets the Black Demon Gate Master and says he has something to deliver. Before he can finish, the Gate Master lunges at Gangram in shock and fury. He stares at Gangram as if seeing a ghost from the past. Gangram calmly greets him by name, revealing they know each other, and identifies him as Shaman Lee Hyun. Lee Hyun's rage becomes unmistakable. He explodes, accusing Gangram of shamelessly surviving after causing his senior's death. Lee Soho steps in and takes the item meant for delivery before the confrontation can spiral further. Trying to defuse the situation, Lee says they only came to help and asks to join the raid. Gangram adds with a smile that he also intends to earn points from the mission. Lee insists that if they will not trust him with the truth, he will force them to trust him through action. Lee Soho bluntly warns that if that is Gangram's motive, he should give up. He explains that they accepted Gangram only because the raid is genuinely dangerous, with neglected high-rank devil realms spawning beasts naturally near the entrance. Lee even taunts that Gangram can still turn back if he is afraid of what lies ahead. Father Johann, however, takes the danger as a chance to prove himself rather than retreat. Lee is irritated that Johann seems encouraged instead of intimidated. He assigns Johann's group to move with him inside the Devil Realm so he can keep them under direct watch. Lee quietly warns Gangram that he will be monitoring him the entire time. As he gathers everyone for a briefing, Gangram realizes persuading this group will be harder than he hoped. A silver-haired man lounging by the bus calls Gangram over, interrupting his thoughts. Gangram notices the unfamiliar man is not from the Holy Light Cross Society. A cheerful newcomer introduces himself as a member of the Black Demon Gate who will be joining Lee Soho's team. He immediately asks Gangram for a photo together, treating the raid like a chance to meet a celebrity. When Gangram asks whether the Black Demon Gate leader told him anything, the man casually reveals he knows of Gangram but was not told much. He drags Gangram into a selfie until Lee orders them both to stop fooling around and come over. Lee warns the newcomer that carelessness in a place like this will get him killed. The newcomer apologizes and hurries back, while Johann watches the odd exchange in confusion. Lee Hyun's earlier accusation echoes in Gangram's mind, reopening old wounds. The memory tightens around him like a physical grip. In the past, Lee Hyun had violently confronted him, demanding to know why he had returned and blaming him for dragging others down with him. Gangram had tried to calm him and explain, but Lee Hyun refused to listen. Lee Hyun denounced him as a cursed man who spreads misfortune wherever he goes. He pressed a blade to Gangram and insisted everything happened because of him. The beads from Lee Hyun's mourning hat scattered as his grief and anger spilled over. Back in the present, the silver-haired man casually interrupts the standoff and addresses Lee Hyun like an old acquaintance. He jokes that the two should stop speaking in riddles and explain themselves to everyone else. Lee Hyun asks whether this man is also one of Gangram's companions, and the man cheerfully says they are inseparable. Lee Hyun sneers that someone as unsettling as Gangram would naturally attract equally creepy company. His words trigger Gangram's memory of the curse attached to him, that wherever he remains, only corpses are left behind. He remembers the funeral portrait of the dead senior that became the center of all that blame. The memory returns to the morning hall where grief and accusation first closed in on him. Lee Hyun had stood before the portrait, devastated by Senior Wagyeong's death. He had advanced on Gangram with the conviction that Gangram's misfortune was the true killer. In Lee Hyun's eyes, Gangram's very presence doomed everyone around him. He believed the day's murderous omen had been warning him about meeting Gangram again. Gangram had tried to say that the killing aura was not his, but Lee Hyun would not hear it. Lee Hyun insisted the ominous news and Gangram's appearance together could only mean more death. Remembering it now, Gangram bitterly wonders whether he really has to endure this again just to save Lee Hyun. The thought hardens into a grim question of whether saving him is worth reopening all this pain. He recalls another voice from the past urging Senior Wagyeong to cast Gangram out before he harmed him too. Gangram remembers that people had been telling him to leave ever since childhood, but he also remembers someone explaining that Lee Hyun had helped greatly with the funeral instead of abandoning him. That same person had asked whether Gangram knew why Lee Hyun still wore only black. The answer came with quiet sympathy rather than accusation. The memory returns to Lee Hyun kneeling before the memorial, still unable to move on. Even 2 years later, Lee Hyun was still mourning his mother and continued to wear mourning clothes for her. Back in the present, Lee Hyun bitterly adds that Gangram had not even attended the senior's funeral. Gangnam tries to explain himself, but the words catch because he knows how unforgivable that looked. The accusation hits him hard enough to leave him momentarily speechless. Lee Hyun, crying beneath his anger, says Gangnam should simply have died instead. Lee Soho finally intervenes and declares that Lee Hyun has gone too far. He addresses Gangnam formally, taking control of the situation before it becomes a blood feud. Lee announces that Gangnam has officially agreed to raid with the Bright Cross Association. Gangnam is caught off guard by the sudden public endorsement. Lee adds that after this mission he will make sure Gangnam and Lee Hyun never have to meet again. Lee Hyun swallows his anger and agrees to be careful for now. He turns away and orders his own subordinate to move out with him. The silver-haired man urges them to finish the hunt too, as if the argument were already settled. Gangnam calls after Lee Soho, desperate to stop him from making a fatal mistake. He warns that if Lee sends Lee Hyun away like this, disaster is certain. Gangnam reveals that Manchin Lee Hyun will die in this dungeon, and though he dislikes the man, he cannot ignore it. He explains that Lee Hyun is still a benefactor to his family, which makes abandoning him impossible. Gangnam resolves that he cannot let Lee Hyun die, no matter their history. He states plainly that Lee Hyun's death in this dungeon is the future he is trying to prevent. Lee and Lee Hyun both stop walking as the warning lands. Gangnam reveals the cause as well. Lee Hyun will be attacked by the clown faction. At that exact moment, masked enemies appear elsewhere and greet their leader, confirming the threat is already in motion. One of Gangnam's allies realizes the supposed boss may actually be the leader of this clown faction. The masked leader notices all of his subordinates have been captured and immediately understands he must intervene himself. He decides to rescue them again and launches into action. The captives and their guards are suddenly thrown into chaos as the attack begins. The masked leader cuts through the scene with purple energy and violent speed. He dives straight toward a female hunter despite the tangle of restraints and obstacles around her. She barely blocks his strike, proving he came prepared to kill or seize someone important. The attacker coldly tells her she will be coming with them. He makes clear they have many questions for her and intend to take her alive. While pressing the attack, he starts interrogating her about the previous dungeon incident. Specifically, he wants answers about the attempt to recruit CO Gangnam. His assault knocks her off balance and sends the fight crashing across the area. The bound captives cry out to their boss as the situation worsens. One of them warns that staying here is too dangerous, but the leader refuses to retreat. Gunfire erupts from multiple directions, forcing the masked fighters to dodge through a storm of bullets and shadowy attacks. The hunters are shocked that the enemy can evade so cleanly without making any sound. The masked leader spots one opponent trying to break away and gives chase. The fleeing fighter refuses to let the target escape because failing here would mean facing an even more terrifying superior. He counters with a dark-powered punch, turning the pursuit into close combat. He grins with the confidence of someone who has been waiting for this opening. For the first time, the masked leader is visibly startled. A hidden skill called Binding Technique activates and catches him mid-movement. Golden chains and ceiling light lock around the masked leader before he can slip away. A glowing formation spreads beneath him, pinning him in place as the trap fully closes. The silver-haired man reveals himself as the one controlling the binding, smiling as he tightens the seal. He declares that the fake clown faction act is over. As he tears at the mask, he announces that he will expose the enemy's true identity. The trap leader realizes he cannot afford to be unmasked here and desperately tries to break free. As masked reapers close in with purple power, a woman calmly prepares to finish the fight. She acknowledges her opponent's resistance but declares that his end has come. The white-haired target realizes something is about to happen too late. Her skill forced release activates, and violently tears power loose around him. The masked man is left stunned as the release takes hold. The blast drops the surrounding masked reapers and leaves the white-haired man kneeling amid the aftermath. When he raises his head again, his presence has become far more monstrous. The nearby civilians recoil, trying to hold each other back as they grasp that something is terribly wrong. They realize the transformed figure is no longer recognizably human. The woman who triggered the release is shaken by what she has exposed. The horror becomes undeniable as everyone accepts that this is not a human at all. One of the masked reapers draws a blade, ready to strike the exposed creature. He drives the knife down without hesitation. The woman stares in alarm as the creature answers the accusation. The transformed man bitterly takes their judgment as proof that they see him only as a failed experiment. His beastly form fully asserts itself as his rage spikes. Insulted by their contempt, he lashes out in fury. The masked reapers around him falter as his hostility turns on everyone nearby. A brown-haired woman throws up a talisman-based defense to intercept the attack. Her barrier catches the blow just before it reaches the civilians behind her. The impact erupts outward, forcing the bystanders back while plant-like restraints rise to shield them. Another ally braces against the shock as the defense holds. Amid the chaos, the survivors finally identify the fake clown troop's true nature. The revelation spreads. The clown troop are beasts, not ordinary enemies. The transformed man mockingly addresses the masked reapers as if speaking to their captain. He corrects himself and pointedly calls out their team leader instead. One masked reaper admits he had sensed something off before, and now understands they had been dealing with a beast. The creature presses them on whether their superiors knew this secret all along. A furious reaper demands to know if even the Fate Protection Bureau was aware of it. That accusation unsettles the masked group into silence. Their composure breaks, and some openly snap that they cannot endure this work anymore. One of them collapses under the strain of the revelation. A witness recognizes the shaken masked figures as Reapers from Team 4. The Beast complains that this kind of reaction is exactly why he refused to work with ordinary Reapers. He acts on that contempt and unleashes a new attack. Spider-like limbs burst from his back and pin him into a towering monstrous form. While advancing, he asks whether there are others like him. A Team 4 Reaper can only stare, unable to answer. The monster dismisses the question of truth, asking why they care when knowing it changes nothing. He singles out assistant manager Rananat by name. Rananat is horrified to realize the Beast knows him as a Team 4 Reaper. Still desperate for answers, Rananat asks whether the Fate Protection Bureau is tied to the fake clown troupe. That question triggers a memory of a prior briefing. In that meeting, leadership explained that a special task force was being formed to hunt the clown troupe, even though the Bureau was supposedly already pursuing them. Someone questioned why Team 4 was not joining the operation. The answer given was that Team 4 had been assigned elsewhere. Hearing that again in his mind, Rananat starts to suspect the conspiracy may reach even higher than he feared. Back in the present, the strain of the battle leaves him faltering. The Beast coldly decides that this line of questioning no longer matters. Rananat forces himself forward, reminding himself they need the monster alive for information. The creature spreads a purple substance across the ground beneath them. Rananat notices the trap a moment too late. A web of corrosive purple threads races across the battlefield and traps everyone in its reach. The immobilized Reapers panic as the substance binds and burns at them. Their blades cannot cut through it. Worse, the corrosive threads keep climbing higher up their bodies. The civilians beg Warang to release the effect, but he admits he has been trying and cannot undo it. He manages only a partial release of his ability thread of corrosion. Even that fails to free them because the trap had been layered over and over. The repeated partial releases overload him and push him toward collapse. The woman who used forced release cries out as the backlash hits him. She and the others call desperately for Warang while still trapped. Another ally can only grit her teeth and endure the spreading corrosion. A wounded young man nearby is left staring at the disaster in disbelief. As the Beast looms behind him, he reflects that he only ever wanted to protect people. He remembers that protecting others was the sole reason he became a Reaper. The trapped civilians sense the situation turning even more hopeless. Rananat stands alone before the giant beast and the blood already spilled. He steels himself despite the corrosive threads crawling over him. The monster hangs over him like an executioner, while the battlefield falls silent. Rananat breaks down, overwhelmed by the scale of the slaughter around him. He concludes that the losses are catastrophic. He also notes that Seo Gangram is nowhere to be found. The Beast orders a message to be delivered to Gangram. The clown troupe will always welcome him. Rananat cannot understand why the enemy chose to spare the survivors. The Beast tells them their survival was arranged by someone else. He hints that they have been preserved for a greater purpose yet to come. That cryptic answer only deepens their anger and confusion. One survivor demands to know what this supposed protection was ever meant to be. That question recalls an earlier promise that they would protect Gangram. Back then, the whole group had pledged loyalty to him and vowed to stand by him no matter what. In the present, one of them bitterly admits that they were useless when it mattered. Another says they became complacent after leaving the training facility. He adds that with Gangram and Father Johan absent, the group fell apart and could not support him at all. The woman who triggered the release blames herself for repeating the same failure. A teammate comforts her, saying the disaster was not one person's fault. She concludes that the real problem is that all of them are still too weak. From that shared shame comes a decision. They must become stronger so they can truly protect Seo Gangram. Another ally curses their helplessness, unable to accept the defeat. Elsewhere, companions who were not present realize too late that they should have followed Gangram. They race through a blood-soaked cave, hoping someone inside may still be alive. At the same time, another team fights serpent monsters behind a red barrier deeper in the dungeon. One serpent is marked and targeted precisely. A stern man in traditional attire controls the battle with practiced focus. Under his direction, the group cuts through the monsters efficiently. As they advance, the team remarks that the deeper they go, the stronger the monsters become. Their leader senses that the mana in the cave is abnormal and even artificially manipulated. He is further disturbed that the dungeon map has stopped responding. When they find mutilated bodies in the cave, he concludes that something significant is hidden ahead. They step carefully through pooled blood as the danger becomes undeniable. The leader warns that entering further may be a mistake. A younger teammate objects, fearing the clown troupe may really appear this time. Another tries to dismiss the fear by insisting there are no people here and that the clown troupe are not even monsters, but he still cannot shake his bad feeling. The leader quietly agrees that the instinctive warning may be valid. Even so, he decides that if they know the enemy is here, avoiding them serves no purpose. One teammate clenches up, unable to understand the leader's calm. He finally explodes, accusing the others of being far too relaxed after hearing Gangram's warning. He reveals Gangram's prophecy that a High-End Mansion will die in this dungeon in an ambush by the clown troupe. The prediction leaves the leader briefly taken aback. He reacts with irritation, asking if Gangram has resorted to cursing him. The younger man insists it was not a curse, while the leader scoffs at the idea that such lowlifes could kill him. Gangrim's ally explains that the warning came from a brief glimpse of the future, just like the visions he had as a child. Once the leader hears that, he regains confidence and says preparation will be enough to overturn the outcome. He reasons that visions showing only results often point to futures that are easy to change. Instead of retreating, he decides to use the warning as a chance to destroy the clown troupe first. He also notes that the Fate Protection Bureau has already labeled them public enemies, making their elimination politically useful. Following the blood trail, the team confirms that monster blood is flowing through the cave. They are unnerved to find an entire stream of blood running like a river underground. The leader orders them to follow the blood for now. The stream carries them deeper toward its source. At the end of the trail, they discover blood converging around a glowing golden chalice. The team realizes that all the blood in the dungeon is being drawn to this single point. They conclude that the ominous item is absorbing everything that reaches it. One of them suggests going down to inspect it more closely since they cannot identify it from afar. The leader moves in to examine the artifact directly. The item identifies itself as the Chalice of Blood, an object that converts absorbed blood into mana and refines it into items, which makes it seem less immediately dangerous than expected. Even as they assess it, the chalice continues to churn with fresh blood. A subtle disturbance in the cave warns that something else is moving nearby. The leader senses the shift and looks up at once. Then the hidden intruders finally reveal themselves. The clown troupe has been waiting right beside them. The leader orders his team to stay calm and respond as they always do. He frames the fight as a chance to do the Fate Protection Bureau a favor by wiping out the terrorist group they have been hunting. The clown troupe answers by calmly preparing for battle. Their leader gives the order to eliminate the intruders. A high-end mansion attacks first in outrage, treating the troupe like vermin daring to show themselves. His opening strike cuts down multiple masked enemies in a single sweep. One of his men gains confidence, saying the enemies are numerous but manageable. That confidence is shattered when a sudden red attack crashes into him from above. Ahian instantly shifts into a stronger state and channels power through his body to counter. His retaliation tears through the cave floor and blasts the attackers away. For a brief moment, his side thinks the danger has passed. Then the smoke clears over bodies marked with the clown troupe's blue sashes, showing the enemy has already closed the distance. His followers praise their lord, convinced the terrorists cannot possibly win. Ahian turns to check whether everyone is safe, only for the reassurance to die in his throat. A blazing circular weapon suddenly appears at his blind side. He realizes the attack is already upon him. More of the spinning weapons materialize around the battlefield, hemming him in. A masked woman from the clown troupe descends and mocks them for barging into someone else's secret base. She makes it clear that their intrusion has only irritated her. Ahian is shaken by the final realization that the clown troupe got this close without anyone sensing them at all. The masked woman decides that since the group has seen forbidden things, she has no reason to spare them. She activates Flame Wheel and openly declares that everyone here will die. The younger men panic as the threat becomes immediate. Her burning wheels surge forward, forcing the sect leader and his people onto the defensive. Realizing they cannot handle her, the sect leader orders the juniors to flee for backup while he stalls. The attacker mocks that plan, already certain no one is getting away. She cuts off their escape route and keeps pressure on the battlefield. Even as they run, the juniors doubt whether any allies are close enough to save them. They hesitate over abandoning their lord, but distance keeps growing between them and the fight. The masked woman drives her assault harder, while the fleeing men wonder how long their leader can survive alone. One of the juniors falters, torn between fear and responsibility. He abruptly stops running and decides he will stay behind instead of escaping. When the others protest, he insists that 2 defenders are better than 1 and turns back. Back at the fight, the attacker keeps taunting the sect leader as her wheels rain down. She closes in and proves her point by landing a clean hit on him. The blow leaves the sect leader coughing blood and losing ground. The attacker enjoys how completely she controls the fight. She belittles him, saying even a government-recognized awakened one amounts to little. To finish him, she unleashes another attack with overwhelming force. Red crystalline power erupts around her strike, turning the battlefield even more lethal. The returning junior steels himself despite the danger. The sect leader is stunned to see him come back instead of saving himself. The young man answers that he returned to take the place of the one who fled and to change the future. Using talismans, he throws up barriers between the attacker and the wounded leader. She scoffs that he is only burning through mana to delay the inevitable. He forces himself onward, believing he only needs to hold out until backup arrives. She crushes that hope by revealing that no matter how long he stalls, his allies will never come. Then she twists the knife further by mocking the sect leader for being a national shaman who cannot even protect his own people. Her contempt lands hard, and the sect leader can only grit his teeth. Humiliated and enraged, he snaps back at her to stop insulting them. The masked woman toys with his outrage and asks what exactly makes her unworthy to speak that way. Before the question can settle, the young defender triggers a trap hidden in the cavern. Massive stone pillars crash down around the attacker, catching her off guard. Dangling amid the falling debris, she realizes the boy had not been cowering at all but preparing this counterattack. The sect leader sees the opening and struggles to rise with renewed hope. The attacker still acts unconcerned and asks what they plan to do next. The young man answers with cold confidence that he is fine, but points out that she is not. She calmly explains that creation-type abilities consume enormous amounts of mana. According to her, such power is more than a human body should be able to bear. He fires back that she speaks as if she is not human herself. At that moment his own system betrays him, warning that his mana is exhausted, his shield cannot be used, and mana anemia has set in. With his defenses gone, her flaming wheels slam into him and send him crashing down. She notices that he somehow neutralized all of her crystal attacks and realizes he is more troublesome than expected. Stepping closer, she prepares to end things personally. Deciding a direct kill is safer, she draws a blade and says this will finish it for sure. The sect leader can only curse her and wonder if this is truly the end. As death closes in, he remembers dismissing the young man's offer to help and begins to question his own judgment. He recalls warning that same young man not to enter danger. In the present, the masked woman descends for the killing blow. The sect leader bitterly admits to himself that his arrogance brought them here. At the last instant, a hand reaches in from outside the fight. A blue-haired swordsman intercepts her strike with icy power, saving both men. The sect leader recognizes the newcomer as Seo Gangrim and is stunned. Still reeling, he demands to know why Seo Gangrim is here at all. Seo Gangrim answers simply that if the sect leader died, he would have no face left to show his teacher. He meets the attacker head-on and adds that he also has unfinished business with her. The masked woman curses him and says her quarrel is with the fake clown troupe, not with him. Behind them, the sect leader's people realize the rescuer really is Seo Gangrim. The sect leader reflects that Seo Gangrim had always seemed distant and intimidating. Because he had always run from trouble before, the sect leader never imagined he would leap into danger to save him. Now Seo Gangrim stands between the wounded men and the enemy, fully taking control of the battlefield. His icy blade clashes evenly with her flaming wheels and staff. As they trade blows, Seo Gangrim is puzzled that the sect leader was overwhelmed this badly despite the matchup not being hopeless. The masked woman blurts out that her boss staged this confrontation near Seo Gangrim's hideout on purpose. She immediately tries to recover, insisting that even if they cannot kill him, they will not let him act freely. While speaking, she reaches for the golden chalice that seems to be her true objective. Seo Gangrim presses her, while she declares that in the end they all exist to be used according to someone else's will. Deciding witnesses no longer matter, she prioritizes escaping with the item over winning the fight. The blonde priest spots her heading toward the others and warns that she is coming straight at them. Another ally raises a firearm-like tool and fires to protect the group. A green barrier blooms around the wounded men and blocks her path. Seeing her veer away, the defenders realize she is trying to flee. Seo Gangrim refuses to let her escape and tears through the terrain in pursuit. He shouts that they cannot let the enemy get away now. Yet as she runs with the chalice, a blue-haired man in casual clothes appears ahead of her, waiting calmly. He casually agrees that dragging this out any longer would be troublesome. With a flick of his hand, he opens a dark portal-like path beside her. The masked woman is startled to find an unexpected escape route suddenly available. She instantly decides to use this new way out. But before she can vanish, Seo Gangrim's ice erupts and traps her in place, knocking the chalice free. The young defender seizes the moment and declares that he has finally caught the clown troupe operative. He moves to interrogate her, starting with the reason they supposedly cannot kill her. Instead of answering, she begins to bleed black poison from her mouth. The young man realizes too late that she is doing something irreversible. She mocks his curiosity and warns him that some answers are better left unknown. Then she reveals her final lesson. There is absolutely nothing he can learn from her. The blonde priest rushes in and begs his father to heal her before she dies. Healing magic is applied at once, but it comes too late to stop the poison. The healer can only look on grimly as the truth becomes clear. He concludes that she chose suicide by poison, and blames himself for underestimating how far a secret organization would go. The young man wipes blood from his face and laments that they lost their chance to learn anything about the clown troupe. The sect leader adds that he also failed to prevent casualties in the demon realm, and even reading the dead woman's fate reveals almost nothing. All he can extract from her corpse is a single name, Berna. The young man apologizes to the dead woman for trusting and helping her, realizing he had been used. A heavy silence settles over the survivors. Then the sect leader says that if her name is Berna, he may actually know something useful. When asked whether he knows the clown troupe, he says he needs to verify one thing first. He asks for her mask, despite the others not understanding why. Using a transformation ability through a talisman, he activates the mask's hidden truth. As the disguise shifts, he wonders aloud why she was wearing a reaper's mask. The altered mask reveals a different face beneath the clown disguise. The sect leader identifies the dead woman as a reaper from the Fate Protection Bureau. That revelation shocks the priest, while the blue-haired bystander seems far less surprised. The young man is left staring, trying to process what this means. When he asks if she was truly a reaper, the sect leader confirms it without hesitation. He recalls that among the reapers who once visited their sect, one had indeed been named Berna. In that memory, Berna arrived carrying a large donation for the sect leader. The sect leader had immediately suspected bribery, but the Bureau's representative insisted it was not corruption, only support for the public good. They framed it as an investment in a sect with exceptional pharmaceutical skill. The sect leader rejected the offer, pointing out that they were smugglers of the flower of the gods and had no reason to trust such generosity. The bureau side admitted they knew about the smuggling and asked whether the sect could still supply the flowers. They then revealed a chilling fact: the Seakian flower field would stop producing for hundreds of years. Back in the present, the young man is shaken, realizing this future changed only because he interfered at the flower field. He understands that in his previous life, the bureau never approached outside sects this way, so history is already diverging. The sect leader explains that the bureau is currently the strongest force around, so he considered opening trade with them. The young man demands to know whether he truly allied with the bureau, and the sect leader answers that he stopped short of that. He says he only tested the waters because the bureau seemed desperate, which relieves the young man. The young man remembers Berna's taunting voice and begins connecting her to the earlier encounter with the sect leader. He realizes the person who mocked the sect leader as a fallen national advisor must have been Berna herself. That leads him to a darker suspicion: the fake clown troupe may actually be operating under the Fate Protection Bureau. If that is true, he can no longer understand why his brother ever joined the Bureau's special team. The sect leader has no answer, and the implication hangs between them. The priest and the other bystander quietly decide this is not a conversation they should be overhearing and move off to handle the aftermath. Left with Seo Gangrim, the sect leader turns to him directly. He admits he understands if Seo Gangrim cannot trust him after everything. Seo Gangrim dismisses that concern and says the damage between them was caused by his own past wrongs. The sect leader recognizes this humility as the mark of the old Dahayan mansion. He apologizes sincerely for everything he did. Seo Gangrim answers that he does not know what caused this change of heart. The sect leader replies that the answer is simple: Seo Gangrim himself has changed. What Seo Gangrim showed today proved that his former weakness is gone, and that his growth is not just a matter of strength. The sect leader reaches out, no longer as an enemy but as someone acknowledging that change. He tells Seo Gangrim that if their senior could see him now, he would surely be proud. For the first time, Seo Gangrim lets himself smile at that thought. The sect leader adds that their senior would also have scolded him, and hands over a stack of talismans. The item is a high-grade suppression seal that weakens the influence of possessed blessings when carried. Seo Gangrim accepts it, and closes his hand around the gift. Yet even while moved by the praise, he wonders why that teacher is still hiding the fact that he is alive. A system notice interrupts his thoughts to announce that the ruler of the demon realm has been defeated and the white stone beasts are disappearing. The raid is officially declared complete as the demon realm is cleared. The system lists the contributors, including Berna among the victors. Seeing the dead woman credited alongside them deepens the unease around her true identity. Then another notice states that the reward for defeating the beast Berna is being transferred to Seo Gangrim. That wording leaves him stunned. He realizes Berna was classified not as a person but as a beast, and the fake clown troupe itself may have been one as well. Faced with the Bureau's involvement and this new classification, he can only wonder what they are really trying to do. Before he can sort it out, the surviving junior calls out to him from the ground. The young man is relieved Seo Gangrim has not left yet. He says there is something important he must reveal now, while they are still inside the demon realm where secrets cannot leak. Gangrim presses for the meaning behind the other man's answer, and is told it is proof that he is trusted. The man admits he has seen enough of Gangrim to judge his character and place faith in him, but he immediately adds that his trust has limits. He asks Ehayan Mansion to step aside so the next part can be handled privately. Ehayan agrees to withdraw after recovering the bodies of his dead sect members. Before he can leave, his son asks to stay and hear what is about to be revealed. Gangrim questions that request, arguing that the black sect could still be useful to them. The man dismisses that practical argument, and instead attacks Gangrim's lack of pride. He reminds Gangrim of the humiliation and abuse he suffered at Ehayan's hands. He explains that was why he had wanted to keep the truth from Ehayan. To him, someone capable of treating Gangrim that way was not worthy of trust. Gangrim refuses to let the message stay hidden and insists he will pass it on anyway. He decides everyone should hear the truth together rather than let one person control it. He also defends Ehayan, saying that if the matter concerns their teacher, Ehayan is one of the few people here who can be trusted. The man accepts Gangrim's judgment and yields the floor. He presents a letter entrusted to him by Master Seo Wagyong. Instead of handing it over intact, he burns it to trigger the message hidden inside. Seo Wagyong's recorded words begin by saying she chose the best path available among the futures she saw. Gangrim realizes at once whose voice he is hearing. Ehayan is equally shaken as he recognizes the speaker. Seo Wagyong explains that she had long read her own fate and saw only two endings for herself. In both futures she either died at the hands of the Fate Protection Bureau or was framed as an awakened criminal. To strike back at the Bureau, she resolved to destroy it from the shadows. She reveals that she faked her death and created the clown troupe, leaving this message for anyone who passed her helper's test. Her final instruction is for Chilsik to come to Yongchu Falls because she needs his help. Gangrim absorbs the revelation in stunned silence. He realizes the real clown troupe may have been active elsewhere all along. He recalls reports of a false clown troupe appearing in the meantime. Those imposters were said to have turned fully into demonic beasts and caused carnage in the middle of a city. With that in mind, he heads toward Yongchu Falls to follow Seo Wagyong's trail. As he goes, he reflects that this life is unfolding very differently from the one he remembers. He passes through a hidden barrier and enters a concealed space. A familiar voice welcomes him, relieved that he arrived safely. Gangnam realizes he has found a secret base that can only be reached with a special marker. He is struck by how extraordinary his teacher remains, and by the fact that she once asked even him for help. He wonders what kind of crisis forced her to rely on him. At Yongchu Falls, he calls out into the hidden refuge. He asks if anyone is there, hoping the message was genuine. Someone approaches from within the waterfall hideout. Seo Wagyong appears and warmly tells Gangnam how much he has grown. The sight of her leaves him momentarily speechless. She greets him like a beloved student and asks whether he has been well. As the waterfall crashes around them, the reunion becomes real. She steps through the water toward him without hesitation. Even the umbrella she carries is quickly drenched by the falls. Then she pulls Gangnam into a tight embrace. Still holding him, she fusses over him with the easy affection of family. Gangnam finally lets himself return the embrace and accept that she is alive. Later, seated together, he asks why she cut off contact for so long. Seo Wagyong answers that every future she saw for the clown troupe ended in disaster. Because she saw only death ahead, she chose not to drag Gangnam into that doomed path. When he asks whether that means the future has changed, she says that is not why she summoned him. Gangnam senses something more serious behind her call. She reveals the real reason. She can no longer properly read his future. To her sight, his past and future are tangled together and covered in karma from an unknown source. She had hoped it was merely an error, but seeing him in person confirms the distortion is real. Unable to make sense of it, she asks what happened to him. Gangnam hesitates, unsure whether even his teacher could believe the truth. When she gently calls his name, he decides to stop hiding. She reassures him that whatever happened, he is still her family. She tells him he does not have to speak if it hurts too much, but she asks him to tell her if he is in danger so she can help. Faced with that unconditional support, Gangnam chooses honesty. He confesses that he has returned from the future. For the first time since coming back, he tells someone everything without holding anything back. He recounts the ruin of his previous life and the battles that broke him. He also explains everything that has happened since his return in this new timeline. By the time he finishes, nearly the whole day has passed. Seo Wagyong takes his hand and tells him he has endured far more than anyone should. She is also relieved that, unlike before, he now has reliable companions who chose to stay by his side. Gangnam awkwardly admits that they still do not know the truth. He explains that he has kept his return secret from the sect members. He justifies it by saying the Fate Protection Bureau is too dangerous for him to risk their lives lightly. Seo Wagyong rebukes him, calling that mindset both foolish and arrogant. She asks whether he wants to repeat the same pattern as before, where others suffered while protecting him. Her words hit the guilt he has been carrying. She presses him further by asking whether he was truly at peace watching his comrades fight for him. Then she asks why he would force his current companions to endure that same pain without a choice. She tells him to reveal the truth and let them decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Gangnam finally admits she is right. The scene shifts to a hotel where the group has gathered. One of the companions asks what their mother wanted by summoning everyone together. Gangnam announces that he has something important to tell the entire group. He falters at the last second, still afraid of what the truth will cost him. He remembers the nightmare of his past life, where his companions died because of him. The room falls silent as he struggles to continue. He thinks about how long he has been deceiving everyone. He fears that once they know the truth, no one will remain at his side. Then he realizes he has forgotten something important. If he truly cares for them, he should not decide their lives for them. He resolves to let each of them choose their own fate. With that decision made, he tells the whole group everything. The companions listen in tense silence as the truth sinks in. Even those closest to him are left stunned by the scale of what he reveals. The first break in the silence comes as someone reacts emotionally. One companion bursts out in delight that Gangnam finally admitted with his own mouth that he is a returnee. He takes the confession as proof that Gangnam now truly accepts him as a comrade. Another companion thanks Gangnam for trusting them enough to say something so difficult. That trust is immediately returned with a promise to fight beside him. Others echo the same resolve and refuse to abandon him. One woman says Gangnam once saved her life, so standing with him is simply repaying that debt. Even someone who had no bond with him in the previous timeline declares that the Bureau's actions are unforgivable. Gangnam's confession turns their anger toward the true enemy rather than toward him. Shin Sue, however, responds with grief and apology for not realizing how much he had been carrying. She is devastated that he bore that burden alone for so long. Through tears, she admits she knew nothing and only felt hurt that he kept secrets from her. Now that she understands, that old resentment gives way to sympathy. She thanks him for finally telling them and says she is glad they can fight together now. For the first time, Gangnam can accept that his honesty did not drive everyone away. Elsewhere, another ally works at a laptop while the group processes the revelation. When food arrives, he notices the unusual mood and asks what caused all the excitement. He is told that Gangnam openly confessed to being a returnee, and the absurdity of the moment clashes with the danger they face. He pauses to think rather than react immediately. He notes that most of the others seemed frightened by the truth, but he finds Shin Sue's response far stranger than their fear. He suspects her reaction is not simple loyalty. When challenged, he bluntly says she believes in Gangnam too blindly. Even he admits that her devotion goes beyond reason. Pressed to explain himself, he refuses to let the subject be brushed aside. He points out that this irrationality has been there for a long time. He clarifies that his concern is not whether Gangnam is truly a regressor. What matters to him is that he wants to save Gangnam from the self-destructive way he lives. He recalls how Shin Sue, who hates killing, still stepped forward to kill for Gangnam's sake. That memory hardens his conviction that something about her attachment is abnormal. After hearing how the Flying Tiger group was destroyed, he became certain of it. In his view, Shin Sue loses all judgment where Gangnam is concerned. He argues that sacrificing entire groups and alliances to protect one person can never be called sane. Though he does not doubt Shin Sue's importance to the story, he questions where that extreme affection comes from. He openly suspects the source of her feelings may not be natural. That accusation leaves Shin Sue visibly unsettled. She remembers Gangnam once demanding to know what they even were to each other. Unable to answer even herself, she is forced to admit that Gangnam affects her far more deeply than she understands. She cuts off the thought before it can go further. The tension breaks when another companion excitedly announces a divine realm invitation, while someone else realizes she is now the only one without one. Gangnam explains that they are trying to use the gods' invitations as a way to prepare. He says training in the divine realm can rapidly increase their strength. Because time flows differently there, he worries the coming crisis is closer than expected. Shin Sue wonders if she should have accepted divine descent as well, but Gangnam warns that receiving a god is not always beneficial. He explains that some gods actually restrict their hosts instead of empowering them. That makes Shin Sue remember that in the previous timeline she received a god just as the war with the Suramen began. Gangnam identifies that deity as one called the First Master. Shin Sue reveals that the same god began offering her divine descent again after they left the training facility. Gangnam is alarmed, but she reassures him that she already refused because she did not trust an unknown god. He is relieved, then explains why that refusal may have saved her. The First Master gives commands so absolute that Shin Sue would never willingly obey them. Because she defied those revelations in the past, her former self suffered severe penalties. Gangnam urges her to find a path to greater strength without relying on divine aid, since the next god may be no safer. To help with that, he gives her a divine rank elixir called Tears of Blood that strengthens mana circuits. He tells her the others can lean on their gods, but she should take this instead. He reminds her that, like him, she also chose not to accept divine descent, and that means they will have to grow stronger by another path together. Gangnam reveals that he has chosen a different path. His teacher is immediately alarmed by what she thinks he means. He presses her to confront the idea directly instead of avoiding it. Gangnam asks her to reopen his Guiman, the spiritual gate within him. The request invokes the dangerous truth that the Guiman is the passage through which spirits enter and leave. If that gate opens inside a person, their spiritual power surges, and they become exposed to the spirit world. That means hearing and seeing what ordinary people were never meant to perceive. His teacher reminds him that they suffered terribly to close that gate before, and he remembers that rejecting divine descent only left him in pain. Even so, he believes this time can be different. He explains that he is in the middle of divinization, but that state currently prevents him from using divine power freely. The one ability divinization gave him, demigod form, has long been unlocked but unusable until now. His teacher warns that reopening the Guiman by force will be difficult as well. She stresses that forcing the gate open is nothing like being born with it naturally open. Many who tried it lost their minds, and Gangnam is already in poor condition. Gangnam insists that with the bureau closing in, they cannot win if he remains like this. He resolves that if he can no longer prevail as a human, he will become a living spirit instead. Though horrified, his teacher decides that if anyone must open it, it is safer if she does it herself. She begins the ritual to reopen his sealed gate. The rite intensifies as she commits fully to the dangerous process. Gangnam kneels and endures the ritual in silence. At last, the Guiman is declared open again. Gangnam realizes the forbidden gate has truly been reopened inside him. His teacher senses that the same Gangnam who once fled from this power has now returned to face it. The reopened gate immediately assaults him with unbearable force. Even through the agony, the process advances to 30%. His teacher feels her own divine organ burning as she sustains the ritual. She begs him to endure a little longer while he screams under the strain. Gangnam refuses to break and insists he can withstand it. He tells himself the pain will fade once the gate is fully open, and that he has survived divine sickness since childhood. Compared to that, he judges this torment to be lighter than expected. His endurance pushes the opening to 70%. As he suffers, he recalls someone from his past reaching out to stop him. That person had once confronted him for trying to walk away alone again. They accused him of always smiling and then throwing himself into danger by himself. Back then, Gangnam had explained that knowledge from his past life forced him into those choices. The other person accepted that much and even shared a resource that strengthened Gangnam's mana circuits. They had offered to split the benefit with him instead of keeping it all. That trust was given freely. The gift greatly increased their own mana as well. They treated the exchange lightly, but it had clearly mattered to both of them. Remembering that bond, Gangnam hears the unspoken question of what he intends to do now. The memory reassures him that the path ahead may not be as lonely as he once believed. The Guiman finally opens completely, though Gangram collapses bleeding from the strain. The completed opening leaves his body badly damaged. His teacher panics when she sees him fall. She desperately calls him back before he slips away. Elsewhere, the Bureau learns that its fake clown troupe operation has been exposed. The report reaches a higher authority while defeated subordinates lie scattered nearby. A subordinate complains that this disaster even forced Reaper Kong Do-hyun to resign. They conclude that they have lost key leverage over Gangrim and Seo Wagyong, so they must seek guidance from their god. The director accepts that course without hesitation. A ritual begins to invoke their divine authority. The director offers a prayer and channels power through her own body. She asks what should be done with Gangrim and his allies from this point onward. The answer comes back with chilling indifference: leave them alone. Their god declares that no one can defy fate anyway. The Bureau obediently accepts that decree. The god tells them to continue exactly as they have been doing. The divine presence withdraws, leaving the room under its command. Its mask falls away as the revelation ends. The Bureau immediately reframes the situation, deciding to blame team leader Seomun for the previous director's death. With the old director discarded, they move to take the body to the lab. They coldly begin preparing for the next director, as if replacing a tool. Later, the story shifts to a university hospital. Gangrim arrives there with purpose, while others trail behind him. He steadies himself and prepares to move unseen. To do that, he activates Hermit. The hospital staff and patients continue normally, unaware of him. The narrative then rewinds to the day before. At that earlier time, Gangrim answers a phone call. His teacher checks on his condition after the reopening. As she speaks, the open Guiman surrounds him with hostile spirits. She asks after every part of him, knowing the damage is not just physical. Gangrim claims he is fine, but the spirits around him immediately mock that lie. Their whispers taunt him as someone already half dead and tempt him toward death itself. He admits the pain is only barely manageable and that he has spent a week getting used to it. His teacher hears the answer and understands how serious his condition still is. She tells him she did not call only to ask after his health, and that she has something important to explain in person. The matter concerns Baek Young, who has finally appeared in one of her visions. Gangrim rushes to her the moment he hears that name. He demands to know whether she has truly found Baek Young. She confirms it, and says she now knows where he is. Gangrim tries to leave immediately, but she stops him and forces him to calm down. She warns that the place connected to the vision still requires investigation. That location has long been suspected of being a secret laboratory run by the Fate Protection Bureau, making a reckless assault impossible. When Gangrim asks how long he must wait, she says they have already started investigating but need more time. She wants a few more visions and infiltration personnel before acting. Her caution is based on signs that the facility is heavily concealed. Gangrim answers that if no one else can go soon, he will infiltrate it himself. He argues that there is no better candidate than him. His teacher rejects the idea outright. Gangrim cannot understand why she refuses. She tells him plainly that sending him in would be too dangerous. Gangrim counters that he now possesses divine power and the powerful demigod form, and that he is far from helpless. He adds that he is not even planning a direct fight, only reconnaissance. He points out that he has abilities suited for scouting and escape if things go wrong. His teacher slams the table and points to his current condition as proof that he is not ready. Just hearing Baek Young's name has already made his ghostly energy flare out of control. She asks how someone in that unstable state could possibly carry out infiltration. Her words hit him hard because he knows she is right about his instability. The force of the argument leaves him physically and emotionally shaken. She says she understands his desire for revenge, but warns that his emotions are overwhelming his judgment. Then she asks the question that matters most: can he truly scout the place and return safely? She presses further, asking what will happen if he loses control the instant he sees Baek Young. The possibility is so real that even Gangrim imagines himself attacking on sight. Faced with that truth, he hesitates. He remembers that he once promised not to carry everything alone anymore. He tells her that his teammates have already said they will stand and fight with him. He is deeply moved that they believed his impossible story about regression. More than that, they are now actively working beside him to confront Baek Young together. Gangrim realizes he wants to remain with those people rather than throw himself away for revenge. He tells his teacher that this matters more to him than vengeance, and asks her to trust him. Back in the present, someone walks through the hospital facility. A weary researcher complains about being dragged there and thinks only about taking a smoke break. Before he can leave, Gangrim silently strikes from behind. The man is knocked out before he can react. Using the stolen identity, Gangrim passes the system as Park Dichio. The disguise opens Lab 1 for him, and he notes that the outer security is looser than expected even if the interior remains unpredictable. He steps through the sealed door into the hidden section. Gangrim confirms that he has reached the Bureau's secret research facility. He steels himself to uncover whatever they have been hiding there. Inside, he finds a woman suspended in a tank and is stunned because she looks exactly like Baek Young. The sight leaves him momentarily speechless. He tries to deny what he is seeing, but the resemblance is undeniable. A sound behind him warns that he is no longer alone. Gangrim turns, suddenly on guard. The shock of the discovery makes the room feel as if it is closing in around him. The sleeping figure remains eerily peaceful despite the horror of the scene. Gangrim realizes the scale of the Bureau's experiment is monstrous. He struggles to process how such a thing could exist. Then he sees the full chamber lined with many more identical tanks. What stands before him is not one captive but a whole room of Baekhyungs. Each vessel is catalogued under a different code and divine element, proving they are being manufactured as separate specimens. Gangrim concludes that whatever names they use, these bodies are all effectively Baekhyung. He remembers how a single Baekhyung once annihilated entire forces, making the implication terrifying. If all of these vessels awaken, he realizes their side will have no chance at all. He decides he has to destroy them before that can happen. He prepares to use Yang Ibrek and force the lab open further. The system begins opening Lab 1 again under his command. At that moment, approaching staff mention that they had hoped the current vessel would last until the next incubation date. They casually discuss spare vessels and imply the entire batch is already near readiness. One of them suddenly notices an unfamiliar person in the room. The intruder is challenged and forced to improvise. Gangrim, still disguised, claims he merely lost something and was retracing his steps. The researchers identify him as Park and seem to accept the explanation for the moment. When asked whether he found what he lost, he says no, and they direct him toward the smoking room instead. He plays along and starts to leave without exposing himself. The researchers and Gangrim pass each other in tense silence. But one of them stops him at the last second. The trap is sprung when the researcher points out that the smoking room is not in the direction Gangrim was heading. The suspicious researcher orders team leader Yang to come back and verify the newcomer's identity instead of letting him leave. As the intruder tries to pass as an ordinary researcher, Yang immediately senses that something about him is wrong. The white-haired man studies the situation and grows more certain that the supposed researcher does not belong there. The intruder keeps up the act, laughing off his confusion, while Yang remains unconvinced. Realizing the disguise is failing, the imposter tries to withdraw before the inspection can happen. Yang refuses to let him slip away and prepares to test him directly. Instead of checking credentials, Yang attacks, deciding the truth will be obvious from the man's reaction. The imposter is rattled but survives the sudden strike. Yang notices the result is off and immediately realizes something unexpected just happened. His surprise turns into excitement when he understands the target dodged rather than endured the blow. Yang concludes the man cannot be the person he claimed to be, because the real one would have died instantly, and the intruder bolts. Abandoning the pretense, the fugitive draws a blade and prepares to fight his way out. He slashes at the exit in a desperate attempt to break through and escape. The strike fails to open a path, leaving him trapped inside the lab. Yang calmly assures his ally that the intruder will not get away, while the fugitive realizes he is cornered. With no route left, Yang advances to force a proper confrontation. He decides to expose the intruder's real identity by defeating him in combat. The masked man admits he wanted to avoid a fight, but accepts that escape now requires one. Facing both pursuers, he openly commits to battle. He reaches for a hidden mask, choosing concealment over honesty even in open combat. Before engaging, he covers his face and resolves not to let them learn who he is. When he vanishes from sight, Yang recognizes the use of a stealth ability. Yang identifies the intruder as a member of Clown Troop and treats the infiltration as part of a larger threat. The masked man uses the opening to strike, but Yang's side responds immediately. Yang's companion is unnerved by how composed Yang remains in the middle of the ambush. Yang reassures him and prepares a more decisive counterattack. He lines up a stronger hit, determined not to miss again. A green beam catches the masked intruder and blasts him backward. The attack smashes through the containment area, shattering the glass pods that held the Baekhyung bodies. The destruction horrifies Yang's ally, who realizes the collateral damage is catastrophic. Yang coldly says he can still catch the intruder even if some damage is unavoidable, alarming his companion further. The masked man uses the chaos and broken glass to rush away from them. Yang urgently calls for team leader Gong to intercept the fleeing intruder. Gong realizes the target may have left only a decoy trail rather than his true position. In response, Gong activates Ability Corpse Summon and floods the room with skeletal constructs to lock the intruder down. The masked man is startled that Gong can summon creatures instead of relying on direct attacks. The summoned dead surround the shattered pods, turning the room into a trap. Gong denounces Clown Troop and declares he will end the intruder's rampage here. The masked man meets Gong's sword with his own, proving he can contest him directly. Gong is frustrated to find the intruder tougher than expected. He realizes ordinary weapons are not enough against someone who can keep disappearing. The masked man presses forward, mocking the idea that simple pursuit will stop him. He deduces that his enemies care more about preserving the Baekhyung vessels than catching him immediately. He decides to exploit that priority by causing more destruction and forcing them onto defense. When skeletal hands rise beneath him, he realizes Gong's summons are more versatile than he assumed. The hands seize and pin him, finally stopping his movement. Dragged to the floor by the summons, he loses the initiative. Gong closes in and announces that he has finally caught him. With the intruder restrained, Gong reaches to remove the mask and reveal his identity. The mask comes off, and the captive greets Gong by name, showing they know each other. Gong is stunned to recognize him as Sia Gangram and cannot understand how he ended up here. Yang overhears the name and immediately realizes the intruder is someone far more important than expected. Yang suddenly understands the meaning behind earlier instructions to let events unfold. He activates swampification, turning the lab into a spreading mire that engulfs the room and everyone in it. Yang exults that no one can escape destiny, revealing a fanatical devotion behind his actions. Gong is horrified that Yang would endanger everything in the room just to force his plan through. As the swamp rises, Gong notices the bodies in the pods sinking into it. Yang dismisses the ruined vessels as worthless fakes. He reveals his true goal is to place a divine spirit into the real vessel instead. Sia Gangram senses the energy gathering and recognizes something far more dangerous than a simple ability. He realizes the power in the room belongs to the same god that has pursued him since childhood. That recognition jolts him into full alertness. He remembers that everyone involved here has been moved into place by that god's design. The memory continues with the warning that they would be used when the appointed time arrived. Sia Gangram understands that the earlier fake clown troop attack was never meant to kill them, only to drive events toward this moment. Yang activates semi-deification and begins transforming with divine power. Gong is shocked that Yang has undergone deification at all. Yang rises into the air, surrounded by divine discs and blue flame, as his power surges upward. He calmly prepares his next strike with the confidence of someone no longer merely human. The summoned skeletal hands are shredded by the spinning divine weapons around him. His transformed power tears through Gong's restraints with ease. One of the divine discs slashes Gong, proving Yang can now wound him directly. Yang treats the injury as proof that a god's vessel could never remain an ordinary man. He insists that the being he serves would never choose a mere human body. Sia Gangram, now glowing with his own awakened power, faces him without flinching. He explains that divine power is pouring endlessly through the gate of spirits into him. He reflects that the new ability he gained with Father Lee Suho's help perfectly complements his original powers. Deciding the time for restraint is over, he draws his weapon to settle the fight. Armed and transformed, Sia Gangram prepares to meet Yang head-on. Yang hesitates for the first time as he senses the scale of Sia Gangram's change. Gong answers Yang's arrogance by revealing that they are no longer ordinary humans either, manifesting black wings and monstrous force. Gong dives back into the battle and clashes with Sia Gangram in midair. Even while fighting, Gong cannot believe how much stronger Sia Gangram has become. Sia Gangram meets him calmly, no longer intimidated by Gong's former superiority. Gong is wounded and shaken, struggling to understand how Sia Gangram reached this level. He recalls that Sia Gangram had talent in training, but nothing that should have led to this. Gong tries to reduce him to the weak rank he once held. He attacks while calling Sia Gangram a mere third-class intermediate, clinging to the old hierarchy. Sia Gangram sees the attack coming and judges that Gong cannot evade his counter in time. He unleashes a direct blast that collides with Gong's assault. The two powers explode against each other in a violent shockwave. Gong desperately hopes his transformed body will still let him overpower Sia Gangram. Sia Gangram cuts through that belief, declaring that he is no longer third class at all. Gong rejects the idea and insists that fate grades can never change. He doubles down on the doctrine that humans are forever bound to the destiny assigned to them. Sia Gangram admits he once believed that too, before proving otherwise. He shifts his grip and prepares a finishing strike. With a decisive downward blow, he overwhelms Gong's defense. Gong is left stunned and exposed by the impact. Yang watches in alarm as Gong falls behind in the fight. Sia Gangram states outright that fate can be overturned, and his new divine class status confirms it. He declares that people really can change fate. Yang refuses to accept what he is seeing. He is forced to ask the unthinkable question of whether Sia Gangram gained divine power by his own will. Enraged by that possibility, Yang unleashes the monstrous god form behind him against Sia Gangram. Sia Gangram notices that Yang's ability persists even though Gong should already be dead, revealing another hidden mechanism at work. He realizes the source of the power is not simply Yang himself. He moves toward the core of the swamp-born manifestation to investigate and strike it. Seeing the structure react, he suspects Yang has absorbed the fake vessels into his ability. He recognizes that Yang has reached divine class power, but only through a grotesque external fusion. Yang counters that Sia Gangram is still only human at heart, no matter how much power he borrowed. He claims that he and Gong are different because they were born as guardians of fate, infused from the start with a god's power. Backed by the looming god mouth and a glowing relic, Yang prepares to force that divine authority onto Sia Gangram. After narrowly avoiding disaster, Yang regains his composure and admits the real body hidden in the rear nearly escaped his notice. He identifies the true body behind the false vessels and realizes the situation is more complicated than he expected. That discovery makes him cautious, because the ritual can no longer proceed as simply as planned. Even so, Sia Gangram attacks again while Yang begins gathering another green strike. Sia Gangram knows the power from the Gate of Spirits is unstable and keeps fighting before it collapses. He admits that semi-deification is overloading his body and causing his divine energy to leak away. Yang notices Sia Gangram's condition and taunts him for wielding power his body cannot endure. He says he expected Sia Gangram to burn out quickly. Yang mocks him for destroying his own body for a brief surge of strength and questions whether it is worth the cost. He raises the golden relic and sneers that Sia Gangram's incomplete body should be grateful for any chance to serve a god. Yang frames becoming a divine vessel as the only meaningful destiny available to him. Then he begins the ritual in earnest, ordering Sia Gangram to accept divine descent. Bound by the swamp and injured, Sia Gangram struggles as the possession starts to take hold. He fights internally to resist while a voice asks whether he is finally ready to submit. Desperate, he remembers the warning that this last resort should never be used unless there was absolutely no other choice. He reaches for that forbidden measure anyway. A burst of blue power tears through the restraints around him. A woman in traditional robes appears through the shattered energy, having anticipated this crisis. Yang stares at her in disbelief as she steps into the ritual space. He recognizes her as Seo Wakyung, and she immediately condemns him as a slave to fate. Wakyung calls out to the scattered names bound in the place. She summons the vanished souls that linger there. She tells those unresolved souls to become blades instead of remaining trapped in resentment, turning grief into a weapon against Yang. Golden swords answer her command and fill the air around them. Wakyung decides to let the dead fight for themselves and issues a direct order. With Soul Summon Sword command activated, she sends the summoned blades to massacre Yang and his creation. The golden swords tear into Yang's body, shredding him before he can complete the descent. The barrage continues until his resistance collapses completely. Wakyung watches the execution in calm control as the battlefield falls silent around her. She then reaches for Sia Gangram to pull him out of the aftermath. She lifts him free from the ruined swamp and away from the dying ritual. Sia Gangram, exhausted and shaken, recognizes her as his master. Wakyung apologizes for arriving late but reassures him that things did not become as disastrous as she feared, and praises him for enduring. She decides they should finish Yang first before leaving, while his broken body lies impaled below. Yang, still barely alive, panics and begs them to stop. Trying to save himself, he appeals directly to Sia Gangram and reminds him of past favors. He offers information on the Bureau and proposes an alliance, hoping betrayal will buy him his life. A terrified captive begs for his life as he faces what he thinks is certain death. The scene rewinds to the previous afternoon, when another bombing at Oyo University Hospital was blamed on the clown faction. The official report claims the Bureau of Destiny prevented any casualties with a swift response. Seo Gangram dismisses that story as a cover-up. He needles the bound Bureau official Gongju, pointing out that neither he nor the third team leader received credit and questioning his real importance. Gangram reveals he saw the Bureau's hidden lab and suspects Gongju is no unique asset, only one replaceable specimen among many. From that, he concludes he can get answers without keeping Gongju alive. Gongju realizes Gangram may be preparing to dispose of him on the spot. Trying to regain leverage, Gongju insists that true Bureau elites are different from the disposable vessels mass-produced in the lab. He claims only a select few are entrusted with the Bureau's deepest secrets. To prove his value, he invokes dead insiders and says only someone like him can still explain what remains hidden. Cornered, Gongju argues that Gangram's last chance at the truth is to keep him alive. Gangram remains unmoved and demands a reason to trust him. Gongju proposes a magical pact document that will force both sides to honor their promises. Gangram accepts the idea. With the power balance temporarily stabilized, they begin setting the terms. Gangram's side promises not to torture, imprison, or restrain Gongju, to provide what he needs, and to issue a vengeance token in Gangram's name. Gongju's side agrees to stay unarmed and powerless within Baiho Gate, answer every question truthfully, and accept death if either party breaks the pact. When Gongju receives the vengeance token bearing Gangram's name, he recognizes it as a serious and dangerous guarantee. He sharpens the protection further by declaring that if Gangram kills him, Gangram dies too, and if one of Gangram's companions kills him, Gangram must execute that companion. Once the pact is sealed, Gongju casually shifts into mockery and asks if Gangram is finally ready to talk. Gangram cuts off the taunting and moves straight to the interrogation. His first question goes to the heart of everything. Who is the Bureau's god? Gongju admits that a central headquarters team leader once provided crucial intelligence that exposed the enemy's structure. That intelligence included the Bureau's surviving forces and the method used to create human-type beasts. It also exposed the Bureau's original purpose, which Gongju says he learned in full. The revelation points back to the Bureau's headquarters itself. At its core, the Bureau existed to prepare for a divine summoning. Gongju names the Bureau's god as the immutable eternity. He then drops the real shock. That god chose Gangram as its human vessel. Gangram connects this to the ancient role of a vessel meant to receive divine descent, and realizes the god's purpose never changed. A new inconsistency suddenly occurs to him. If Baekhyang served the immutable eternity as a demigod, Gangram asks why he tried to kill the chosen vessel instead of protecting him. Gongju says Gangram is safe for the moment, but warns that another force is hunting those vessel candidates. He explains that the immutable eternity has an archenemy whose demigods have long been killing off potential vessels one by one. Gangram immediately wonders if the Baekhyang from his previous life belonged to that rival god instead. Gongju brushes the concern aside by claiming he already killed that rival demigod months ago, and expects Gangram to help if another appears. Gangram presses for details about this archenemy god, especially its true divine name. Gongju tries to dodge the question and steer attention back to the immutable eternity. Gangnam threatens him with the pack's consequences until he gives a real answer. Under pressure, Gongju reveals the rival god is called the First Master and says it possesses a weapon capable of killing eternity. That name hits Gangnam hard. He remembers that the god from Shin Sua's past life was the First Master. He also recalls that she once rejected that god's divine revelation. Gangnam realizes the revelation she rejected may have been in order to kill him. Gongju urges him to stop anyone from accepting the First Master's power. He goes further and recommends killing such candidates before they can form lasting ties with that god. Gangnam is disturbed by how far Gongju is willing to go. Gongju tries to end the session, reminding him this is not his only chance to ask questions. Gangnam, still unsatisfied, forces one final question. He asks whether it is true that most awakened people who rejected the Bureau's recruitment before Awakening Day were killed. The question catches Gongju off guard, especially when Gangnam asks whether he was there. For a moment, Gongju cannot hide his tension. Then he lashes out, demanding to know why Gangnam is asking about that now. He reminds Gangnam that the pack now protects him from retaliation. Gangnam coldly insists on an answer. Gongju finally admits he was present. Worse, he boasts that he personally slaughtered them all. Having confessed, he declares the questioning over and tries to leave. Gangnam lets him go with deceptive calm. When Gongju opens the door expecting an escort, a small doll is waiting for him instead. The doll refuses to let him pass. In the next instant, it attacks with lethal force and tears into him. Gongju is overwhelmed by the sudden betrayal. As the doll keeps cutting him apart, he protests that this violates the agreement and desperately calls for Gangnam. Gangnam answers that he has no reason to spare a butcher whose victims' families now make up the clown faction. Gongju tries to invoke the vengeance token as protection, but the doll continues the execution. His body collapses in blood as the token proves useless against Gangnam's workaround. Gangnam watches the doll finish the job from a safe distance. The doll thanks Gangnam for giving her the chance to take revenge. Gangnam says he only returned a favor she once gave him. With Gongju dead, Gangnam immediately asks whether destroying the doll would cancel the summoning tied to it. The doll confirms it would, and says burning it is the simplest method. Gangnam decides to do exactly that. As the doll burns, she asks that next time her teacher summon her into a sturdier jointed body instead of a cotton one. From the flames, her true form appears briefly, bids farewell, and is identified as Cheon-yeol. Elsewhere, the Bureau's hidden lab lies flooded with corrosive green liquid and ruined specimens. A surviving Bureau member concludes that none of the prepared vessels likely survived. With even major team leaders apparently down, he fears he may have to receive the god himself. But he hesitates, knowing that would leave the Bureau relying on him and a handful of failed rejects. He considers kidnapping Gangnam instead and regrets that the unknown egg was not left behind. Another survivor finds team leader Gong's armory key and rushes to report it to Seomun. Seomun immediately orders the armory opened. Inside, they find a preserved blue sample. The two survivors handle it with urgent care. The sample is released from storage. Seomun realizes with delight that a sample of the unknown egg still remained. He sees it as the seed from which the Bureau's next director could be born and the future of the organization decided. The story returns to the Bureau building in daylight. Gangnam arrives on the first floor after the interrogation. As the elevator opens, someone is already waiting for him. Shin Sua greets him and asks whether he got the answers he wanted. Gangnam says he did, and credits her help. Before he can explain further, repeated system alerts interrupt them. Gangnam senses something is wrong immediately. The alerts announce that the First Master has sent an invitation to the Divine Realm. Sua realizes the First Master is still trying to recruit her, and is alarmed by how persistent the summons are. Gangnam decides he cannot leave her exposed to that danger any longer. He says he has a way to deal with it. Using his divine abilities, he links his silent communication to hers and tries to block the First Master's contact. Instead, the First Master sends Gangnam a direct offer. If Sua refuses, he may come instead, and in return the god can reveal how to kill Gangnam's enemy, the immutable eternity. The weight of that temptation settles over the room. Gangnam and Sua sit down to process the truth that the Bureau's real purpose was always to summon gods. Sua immediately suspects Gangnam is planning to leave her behind again. Gangnam confirms she is the chosen vessel of the First Master's demigod, and says that is exactly why he should go alone this time. Sua is furious that he would face alone the very god that once tried to kill him in his previous life. Gangnam argues that he and that god now share a common goal in destroying the immutable eternity, so this time the god may help him. The thought hangs between them with uneasy familiarity. Sua asks whether that means his earlier promise to fight alongside them was false. Gangnam can only apologize. Sua's anger hardens into resolve. She acts before he can stop her. Gangnam realizes too late what she is doing and calls out to her. Sua accepts the invitation herself. The system confirms that she has received an invitation to the Divine Realm from the First Master. With that, she calmly declares that they will be going together. Gangnam is left stunned by how decisively she overturned his plan. He warns her again that the trip will be extremely dangerous and asks if she is truly willing. Sua answers without hesitation that she is. Gangnam admits to himself that going alone was reckless anyway, but now that Sua is joining him he must prepare even more carefully. Before entering the Divine Realm, he decides they need some kind of insurance. Sua asks what he means by that. They seek out a shaman at Yongchu Waterfall for guidance. After repeated divinations, the shaman concludes there is no safe day to make the journey. He warns them that the place they are heading to is extraordinarily dangerous, and asks if they still intend to go. Gangram answers that he must go no matter what. The shaman explains that gods are strongest in their own divine realm, and even Gangram's current semi-deification is nowhere near enough to kill one there. He bluntly warns that trying would get Gangram killed. Gangram accepts the risk in silence. Even so, he insists there is no other path if he wants to bring down the immutable eternity. The shaman studies him and sees that his resolve will not change. At best, the shaman says there's one small consolation. The divine realm they are entering is already under attack by the Fate Protection Bureau. That chaos, he says, may make infiltration easier. Gangram immediately decides they should leave at once. The shaman pauses, noticing something else. He reflects that humans who open the Guiman usually go mad or die, yet Gangram opened his accumulated karma and still uses divine power without losing himself. The shaman cannot understand how such a thing is possible. Then he suddenly realizes the answer. He stops them before they leave and addresses Gangram with new certainty. To both Gangram and Sua's embarrassment, he asks if they are romantically involved. Gangram flusters and insists Sua is only a comrade from Baiho Gate. The shaman ignores the denial and explains that Sua's presence is reducing Gangram's spiritual corruption. In practical terms, he says, she is the reason Gangram is still alive. Gangram quietly admits he already knew their fates were deeply intertwined and that she is his benefactor. Sua is shaken to hear that he has long understood her importance to him. The shaman turns to her directly. He asks her to keep hold of Gangram so he does not cross the line and lose himself. Gangram waits for her answer, suddenly vulnerable in a way battle never made him. Sua smiles and promises she will. Seo Gangram takes his teacher's leave and prepares to move at once. He activates the transfer with a prepared talisman. The system confirms the first master's divine realm and sends them there. Seo Gangram and Shin Sua arrive inside a wrecked hall littered with corpses and signs of a recent massacre. The dead include people brutally impaled by shattered wood, confirming how vicious the attack was. The destruction around them shows the battle here was overwhelming and one-sided. Shin Sua realizes the rumor was true. The first master really may know how to kill the Bureau's god, because someone was willing to launch this deadly assault to reach that goal. As they assess the scene, she notices a strange mask among the dead. Seo Gangram decides they should hide who they are before anyone else appears. They put on the masks, and Shin Sua dryly notes that Seo Gangram has already thought everything through. Seo Gangram suddenly senses danger before the attack lands. He urgently warns Shin Sua to duck, catching her off guard. A massive beam of force tears straight through the hall where they had been standing. The blast leaves behind a bizarre deer-like creature embedded in the rubble. Both of them are left staring at the unnatural beast in confusion. A new presence enters through the ruined opening, drawing their attention away from the creature. The voice makes them suspect the clown troupe has followed them into the realm. Shin Sua is jolted by a sudden sense of familiarity. Seo Gangram recognizes the voice as well, which makes the encounter even more alarming. A red-haired masked fighter arrives with giant puppet-like guardians and condemns them for the bloodshed they left behind, having tracked them all the way here. He immediately prepares to attack. Planting his staff, he takes a battle stance with clear intent to kill. His resolve hardens into a direct vow to exterminate them. Seo Gangram draws his sword and regrets that he has no way to avoid fighting Nabi. He quickly tells Shin Sua that Nabi still does not understand the Fate Bureau's true nature. He recalls that when they once fought supposed clown troupe imposters together, Nabi seemed completely unaware they were actually Bureau agents. Shin Sua wants to try talking Nabi down, but Seo Gangram refuses. He insists that even the truth would not reach Nabi now. In Seo Gangram's eyes, Nabi has already accepted death and cannot be reasoned with. The two sides square off, with Nabi backed by his towering puppets. Nabi's gaze sharpens as he measures Seo Gangram and Shin Sua. The bodies on the floor remind him how much blood has already been spilled. He tightens his grip and commits fully to the fight against the supposed clown troupe. Nabi activates his puppet controller ability. The giant puppets surge into motion around him, turning the hall into a killing ground. Seo Gangram orders Shin Sua to handle the puppets while he takes on Nabi himself. Shin Sua activates Woodleaf technique and sends living vines to restrain the constructs as Seo Gangram charges through the opening she creates. Her attack collides with the puppets and buys Seo Gangram a path forward. Seo Gangram closes in with a descending sword strike, but Nabi slips away from the blow. Nabi catches the movement and reacts before Seo Gangram can finish him. He counters with a devastating upward strike that launches Seo Gangram away. Seo Gangram crashes violently into the wall, and Nabi's raw strength becomes undeniable. Shin Sua is horrified to see Seo Gangram overwhelmed so quickly. Nabi advances on the fallen Seo Gangram, ready to finish the fight. Even injured, Nabi admits his opponent is frighteningly strong. He judges Seo Gangram to be possibly even stronger than the clown troupe leader he once encountered. Still, Nabi refuses to fall here and forces himself onward. He calls on Hanuman and begs his guardian deity for strength. The system announces that Nabi is invoking the tailed protector for divine descent. Shin Sua realizes with alarm what kind of power he is about to unleash. Seo Gangram watches in tense silence, understanding the danger. The tailed protector answers Annabi's call and begins descending into him. Annabi's body starts to fill with divine power as he grips his staff again. The descent reaches 20%, surrounding him in blazing golden energy. Seo Gangram realizes the battle will become far more dangerous if this continues. He sees the transformed Annabi radiating power from across the hall. Annabi launches himself forward with explosive force. He swings in a blazing arc that nearly catches Seo Gangram before he can react. Annabi is startled that Seo Gangram still managed to evade the attack. He immediately adjusts his grip and prepares a faster follow-up. Annabi unleashes a sweeping combination that drives Seo Gangram back under relentless pressure. When Annabi demands even more power, the tailed protector warns that any further descent will destroy his body. Annabi accepts that cost without hesitation. He remembers the devastation and deaths that will follow if he fails here. He recalls the helpless grief of ordinary people crushed by tragedy. He remembers the dead he could not save, and the weight of those losses hardens his resolve. He decides that stopping his enemies matters more than what happens to him. The tailed protector descends 30% deeper into Annabi, shocking Seo Gangram. Empowered further, Annabi drives his assault harder and faster. His focus narrows completely onto killing Seo Gangram. He pushes for even greater speed, turning his attacks into a blur. Even while his body breaks down, Annabi demands still more power. He tears through the hall in a storm of strikes that batters the surroundings apart. Annabi keeps forcing more descent as he presses Seo Gangram without pause. Bleeding and half-consumed by divine force, he screams for more power anyway. Seo Gangram finally breaks through the barrage and lands a decisive blow to Annabi's chest with a talisman. The hit interrupts Annabi's momentum and leaves him exposed. His mask is knocked free as he collapses. He falls limp into Seo Gangram's arms, unconscious rather than dead. When Shin Sue fears the worst, Seo Gangram assures her he only knocked Annabi out temporarily. He explains that he stepped in before Annabi's body could be destroyed and reveals he came prepared with a talisman from Kang Do-hyun because he never meant to kill him. Seo Gangram insists he spared Annabi because she still has something she absolutely must accomplish. Shin Sue is left wondering what duty could matter enough for Seo Gangram to risk everything for her. Seo Gangram begins to explain that most human reapers joined the Bureau believing they were protecting humanity. He says that if those reapers learned their real purpose was to summon the immutable eternity, they would turn against the Bureau, especially if Annabi stood at the center of that truth. He adds that exposing the truth could also reduce the danger facing Shin Sue. Before he can continue, he notices Shin Sue is suddenly gone. He realizes too late that she has been taken. Shin Sue awakens bound to a chair in a vast circular library-like chamber. Disoriented, she struggles to understand where she has been brought. She quickly realizes her hands and feet have been tied down. A calm long-haired man apologizes for restraining her, claiming the situation left him no choice. His presence triggers a memory in Shin Sue. She recognizes him as the being behind the fake clown troop beast she encountered before. She connects him to the Bureau Reaper who killed a monster even Baiho Gate could not defeat and begins to understand who he must be. The man greets her as his child and reveals that he is the god known as the First Master. He gives his true identity as the Nameless One, Myumyeon. Elsewhere, Seo Gangram finds divine communication cut off and realizes Shin Sue has been taken while unconscious. He bitterly regrets not stopping her from coming, because now he has no choice but to face this with her. The thought of Shin Sue being harmed again nearly drives him into panic. He struggles to contain that fear before it overwhelms his judgment. For a moment, his masked face becomes frighteningly unreadable as he forces himself under control. He steadies himself, and decides self-reproach will not save her. He reasons that if the First Master wants Shin Sue as a demigod vessel, she is still alive for now. That gives him one clear objective: rescue her before the divine descent can happen. But he immediately runs into the problem of not knowing where she was taken. He searches the ruined hall for any clues she might have left behind. The scale of the place makes the search feel hopeless. Then a familiar voice behind him says it can identify him just by hearing him. Annabi has recovered and recognizes him as Seo Gangram. Stunned, Annabi demands an explanation. He asks why Seo Gangram was wearing a clown troupe mask at all. He presses further, wondering whether Seo Gangram fought beside them only to deceive them from the start. Seo Gangram says the mask was only a temporary disguise and insists he is not part of the clown troupe. He cuts off further questions by revealing the urgent truth that Myumyeon has taken Shin Sue. Annabi freezes at the name. He instinctively rejects Seo Gangram's claim as a lie. From Annabi's perspective, Myumyeon is an evil god bent on destroying the world, and the clown troupe serves that same god. Seo Gangram tells him that this reaction proves how little he actually knows. Annabi demands to know what truth he has been missing. Seeing there is no other way forward, Seo Gangram decides to explain. He promises to share what he knows, but only briefly. The two enemies lower the immediate tension enough to talk amid the wreckage. Annabi is shaken by the first revelation, unable to accept that team leader Gongju was actually a beast. He is even more disturbed by the claim that the clown troupe members who attacked civilians were really Bureau Reapers, though Seo Gangram leaves belief up to him. Seo Gangram asks whether Annabi has at least felt that something about the Fate Bureau was wrong. Annabi admits he has sensed the Bureau was hiding something. That admission makes him remember an earlier warning that he truly knew nothing. He starts reconsidering whether Seo Gangrim's actions ever fit the role of a true clown troupe enemy. He notices again the talisman Seo Gangrim used on him. Remembering that Seo Gangrim only knocked him out instead of killing him, Nabi realizes his behavior does not match a traitor's. He also reflects on what he has seen of Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua together, and senses their motives were never simple malice. Nabi addresses Seo Gangrim directly, having reached a decision. He admits he still cannot fully trust Seo Gangrim's words. Even so, he believes neither Seo Gangrim nor Shin Sua would act without reason. On that basis alone, Nabi decides to help him this once. Back in the library, the fallen beast-like bodies around Shin Sua begin to stir. The room is revealed to be full of slain or disabled transformed reapers. One of the spider-like beasts rises again and crawls toward the bound Shin Sua. She braces herself, realizing danger is closing in while she remains restrained. At the same time, Mumyang stands shrouded in overwhelming serpentine divine power, and the scale of his strength makes resistance seem impossible. Shin Sua steels herself instead of giving in to despair. She demands to know why Mumyang wants Seo Gangrim dead when he has done nothing wrong. Mumyang accepts that Seo Gangrim is not personally at fault, but he says Seo Gangrim still must die for the sake of humanity. He begins explaining that gods grow stronger through human belief. Because humans blame fate for their suffering, they unknowingly feed that power. Mumyang reveals that this strengthened the being called fate or destiny, the immutable eternity, which sought to rule humanity directly in order to become even stronger. To stop that god, Mumyang says he destroyed countless vessels prepared for its descent. His final image is one of a lone executioner standing atop the bodies of those sacrificed in that war, revealing the terrible cost of his crusade. The first master reveals that the vessel eternity treasured most was Seo Gangrim. Bound before him, the woman realizes he means to kill Gangrim simply because he is eternity's vessel. She protests that Gangrim spent his entire life resisting the god's descent. The first master admits that, but insists that if eternity fully takes Gangrim's body, there will be no way back. He declares that she must become his demigod and personally kill Seo Gangrim. Even with his hand on her head, she refuses to submit to his command. Her defiance breaks when she senses him forcing something far worse upon her. The first master tries to impose a divine descent on her through his authority. Inside his divine realm, he explains, whatever he writes becomes reality. As he orders her not to resist, she inwardly clings to a desperate refusal. That refusal draws up a fading memory of a man who once reached out to her gently. She remembers being held by him, as if that bond is the last thing anchoring her. She realizes her memories are being erased piece by piece. In that vanishing memory, the man apologizes to her. He regrets that he could not protect or help her. His lingering sorrow becomes the final thread she can still grasp. He seems to gather himself for one last act on her behalf. He calls Gangrim's name as if entrusting everything to him. The first master's attempt suddenly fails because the target is protected by a guardian deity. For the first time, the first master is caught off guard. Blue power tears through his realm, interrupting his control. He is struck hard enough to lose his composure. The intruding force carries a familiar presence. Gangrim bursts in, cuts the woman free, and pulls her out of immediate danger. The first master's damaged form begins to destabilize. Black corruption spills from him as the interruption breaks his perfect control. Accepting that events have turned against him, he prepares to fight directly. Gangrim stands between the fallen woman and the first master, weapon ready. Now empowered by divine communication, Gangrim announces himself without hesitation. The first master approaches the intruder who has overturned his plan. He quickly deduces that Gangrim used divine communication beforehand to empower himself and block the descent. Gangrim begins to connect this confrontation to a previous life. He asks if the first master was the one who sent Baekhyun. The first master does not evade the accusation. He confirms it outright, shocking Gangrim. Gangrim realizes the man before him was behind the tragedy from the beginning. He sees him as the root cause of countless deaths and disasters. That hatred settles into a lethal resolve. Gangrim remembers that without this man, many people would never have died. But thoughts of Baihoman and the people he must protect stop him from being consumed by revenge alone. He forces himself to suppress his rage and remember his true purpose. Instead of charging blindly, Gangrim proposes that they should unite against eternity, since both oppose it. The first master dismisses that hope and offers only one final choice. He asks whether Gangrim will willingly take his own life. Gangrim is stunned by how cold and absolute the demand is. The first master argues that if eternity descends into Gangrim's body, the world will become hell. He paints a future of mass slaughter and suffering if Gangrim lives. He insists that eternity has already ruined Gangrim's life and everything he cherishes. From his view, the only way to ruin eternity's design is to kill its vessel first. That means Gangrim himself must die. The first master admits Gangrim has every reason to hate him, and says he will also die afterward as atonement. Even so, he forces the decision onto Gangrim. He extends his hand as if inviting Gangrim to accept death willingly. Gangrim admits that the man he was in a past life might have accepted such logic, but the person he is now cannot. His answer is shaped by the people still depending on him. He declares that he has people he wants to protect with his own hands. Because of that, he refuses to die. The first master accepts that words are over. With a snap, he summons a new attack. The library realm itself responds to his command. Books and written power begin to tear apart and transform. A towering construct forms from his written authority. He decides that if Gangnam will not choose death, he will kill him personally. Paper-winged soldiers descend to overwhelm Gangnam. Gangnam meets the assault head-on with his blue-flamed blade. He cuts through the first wave while dodging attacks from every side. His focus sharpens as the battle turns into a test of survival. More divine soldiers rush him in coordinated formation. Gangram's blue fire tears through them. He keeps carving a path before they can surround him. He channels more power into his weapon to break their momentum. The summoned army collapses around him in blue flames. Watching this, the first master is impressed that a mere third-rank mortal has grown so strong. Gangram immediately turns that opening into a direct charge. His strike reaches the first master with enough force to surprise him. But the first master reveals that no attack except his own power can truly harm him. Gangram is shaken when his sword is stopped by nothing more than a sheet of paper. The first master answers with an explosive counterattack. Gangram is blasted backward by the golden force. He braces himself and tries to recover mid-flight. The first master advances through the storm of his own power without strain. He reminds Gangram that a human body cannot defeat a god like him. Gangram answers with a grim, almost reckless smile. His hidden strike finally draws blood from the first master's face. The distance between them resets, but the balance of confidence shifts. Gangram reveals he noticed a beast-transformed reaper carrying a special dagger and took it for this moment. Believing it might bypass the first master's immunity, he throws himself back into the fight. The first master dismisses the attempt before it lands. He calmly prepares another defense around the incoming strike. He insists that even with that weapon, the outcome cannot change. Then he suddenly moves first instead of waiting. Gangram is caught off guard by the speed of the counter. The first master crashes into him with overwhelming force. As he presses the attack, he asks whether Gangram has already used every trick he prepared. Gangram realizes the dagger has been broken before he could use it properly. The first master follows with a relentless barrage from multiple angles. Gangram can only defend as the pressure keeps mounting. Even while bleeding, he refuses to lose his nerve. The exchange leaves him cut and battered. The first master attacks from several directions at once, turning the duel into a one-sided storm. A crushing blow finally drives Gangram into the ground. He spits blood as the impact leaves him stunned. The first master acknowledges Gangram's achievement in reaching this far despite his lowly fate. Then he seizes Gangram from behind before he can recover. He stabs through Gangram's back and declares that the future in which Gangram dies has never changed. Gangram can only stare in shock as the certainty of death closes in. The first master bitterly admits he once hoped Gangram might truly change fate. Now he concludes that nothing has changed at all. He lets Gangram collapse into the crater left by the fight. Turning away, he treats the outcome as settled. But Gangram is still conscious, bleeding and refusing to give up. His body is failing, yet his will keeps pushing against it. At the edge of collapse, he remembers a woman he barely got to know. He recalls her trusting him to protect their teacher. That memory stirs the feeling that something precious still remains unfinished. Faces of the people tied to him return one after another. He remembers the bound woman and the promise implicit in saving her. Her tears and smile become another reason he cannot stop here. Sensing movement behind him, the first master notes that Gangram is still persisting. Then he freezes as he recognizes something impossible in Gangram. The face before him resembles someone from his distant past. Blue power erupts around Gangram as he rises again. The first master cannot understand how Gangram has returned to the fight, yet still insists the struggle is meaningless. He reveals that he once believed someone might appear who could truly defy fate. But after hundreds, thousands, and more repetitions, he says no anomaly ever appeared. He challenges Gangram by asking whether he really thinks he is different. Gangram answers by dodging through a rain of golden drills and closing the distance. He catches one of the summoned weapons instead of merely evading it. Using that opening, he drives in with a close-range strike. The first master blocks, but now he is being forced to react. Gangram steadies himself, no longer fighting like a cornered victim. Their weapons collide in a direct contest of wills. The first master explains that across countless regressions he always chose what seemed like the best option. Even when he knew those choices would fail, he kept repeating them. He has endured hundreds, thousands, then tens of thousands of cycles. Those loops were filled with ruined worlds and dead bodies. The repetition lasted so long that even counting the tragedies became meaningless to him. He says Gangram cannot understand what it means for the immutable eternity to descend. Still, Gangram refuses to be driven back by that despair. He argues that blindly obeying fate may be exactly what eternity wants, no matter how much pain the first master has suffered. Gangram insists that he is different, and the first master reluctantly admits he is special because he has grown faster than in any previous cycle. Yet the first master reveals his own final limitation. He no longer has the power to regress. Having reached the end of all retries, he acts on the conclusion he has drawn. He decides the only answer left is to eliminate Gangram as the dangerous variable. To do that, he summons giant golden guardians to crush him. The constructs slam down around Gangram, trying to pin and destroy him. Gangram launches himself upward through the assault instead of waiting to be cornered. He raises his weapon for a decisive counterattack. As a massive guardian swings to intercept him, The clash is about to decide whether Gangnam can truly become the anomaly the first master fears. Gangnam is suddenly hurled through the vast chamber before he can regain control of the fight. A beam tears across the room and smashes through the giant guardian, proving the enemy can strike with overwhelming speed. He crashes into the wall and barely shields himself from the impact. Catching his breath, he realizes the massive opponent is far faster than he assumed. He also understands ordinary damage is pointless, because the godlike body will keep regenerating unless they seize Mumyang himself. With his divine power nearly exhausted, he knows they must end the battle immediately or die here. Mumyang decides to force a conclusion and commits to a final move. The giant construct lunges again, pressing Gangnam before he can recover. Gangnam searches desperately for any method left to turn the fight. At that critical moment, thick vines suddenly burst into the chamber. The vines coil around the giant body and pin it down, creating the opening they needed. Mumyang is stunned that something has managed to restrain him at all. The woman who arrived with Gangnam reveals herself and calls to him to act. She urges him not to hesitate and use the chance immediately. Even bound, Mumyang tries to break free before they can finish him. Gangnam races along the vines with his blade, turning her restraint into his attack path. He drives forward through a storm of counterattacks, using the living vines as cover and footing. By staying low and fast, he slips past the barrage closing around him. A quick glance between him and his ally confirms they understand each other perfectly. He launches himself off the vine for the final strike. Gangnam reaches Mumyang's true body and buries the blade into him, while the vines hold him in place. The blow lands hard enough to make the god cough blood. Mumyang cannot understand why this wound is not healing, and Gangnam reminds him the answer was already in front of him. Mumyang had once declared that no attack except his own could truly harm him. Gangnam had remembered that claim and the exception hidden inside it. He recalls that a dagger taken from a reaper left a wound on Mumyang that never regenerated. From that, he deduced the dagger had been made from Mumyang's own body, most likely one of his bones. When Gangnam was once dying, a broken fragment of that same dagger happened to fall at his feet. He gambled that by using Thief Mouse to disguise himself as Mumyang, attacks tied to Mumyang's own essence might fail against him as well. The gamble worked, but impersonating a god completely drained the last of his divine power. Mumyang accepts the logic, realizing the half-faced Gangnam once wore truly had been made from him, and he acknowledges Gangnam as someone even eternity would notice. A dark resolve settles over Mumyang as he prepares for what comes next. With the battle decided, Gangnam and his allies stand before the defeated god in tense silence. Mumyang's gaze drifts into an old memory from the life he lived before becoming divine. He closes his eyes as if surrendering to a truth he can no longer avoid. Admitting he has no other choice, he decides to entrust something crucial to Gangnam. Bound and bleeding, he asks Gangnam to hold out his hand. Gangnam hesitates, wary of another trick, while his companion watches anxiously. Even so, he accepts the request and reaches forward. As a mark appears in his palm, Mumyang says he had long forgotten that humans never abandon hope no matter how desperate things become. He reveals that across countless regressions he found a hidden rift between dimensions, and concealed there a sword capable of killing eternity. The symbol engraved on Gangnam's hand is the coordinate to that rift, but only one person can use it to enter. For Mumyang, this moment is the culmination of a plan he has waited ages to fulfill. He reflects bitterly on how empty the world around them truly is beneath its grand appearance. He apologizes that his own karma became entangled with Gangnam's life. Before accepting the burden, Gangnam demands one answer first: who Baekhyung really is. He still cannot accept why someone as insignificant as himself became eternity's vessel. Mumyang tells him not to rush, promising the truth is finally close. With his life fading, he urges Gangnam to take what remains of him and keep moving forward. Gangnam stands over the dying god as if deciding whether to accept that final inheritance. His companion calls to him softly, sensing how shaken he is. Though they have killed the god, victory brings no clarity. Gangnam realizes they still understand almost nothing, and the frustration hardens inside him. Deciding he cannot leave empty-handed, he reaches toward Mumyang to force one last answer from him. He activates fortune theft to seize what the dying god still carries. Mumyang reacts in shock as the ability takes hold. Gangnam is pulled into a dark void and dragged toward the memory hidden inside Mumyang. When the darkness breaks, he wakes beneath an open sky. Disoriented, he realizes he has been dropped somewhere entirely different. Looking over an ancient settlement, he can only ask where he has been sent. A ceremonial procession below suggests he has entered a distant past rather than another place. The scene feels immediately familiar to him. He recognizes the figure being honored as Mumyang in his human life. From that, he concludes he is walking inside Mumyang's memory. A voice then challenges him with a deeper question about whether gods truly came before humanity. Mumyang appears within the memory and asks whether perhaps humans created the gods instead. When Gangnam points out that Mumyang is dead, Mumyang explains he summoned him here precisely to reveal the truth. He begins at the beginning, saying that in his mortal life he was a priest. People revered him as a messenger of the divine, and followed his words. Yet admiration was never universal, and many despised him as well. What truly haunted him was a secret that could destroy everything he represented. Alone at night, he wrote his prophecies in secret. The secret was simple and devastating. The god whose oracles he delivered did not exist at all. He had accepted a world where fire, earth, wind, and water had spirits, but he could not bear that no god governed the future. Believing a god of fate would make the world more just, he began writing the future himself. Someone unseen eventually discovered what he was doing. A masked intruder entered his room and found the tablets containing his fabricated prophecies. The thief is stunned to realize the sacred oracles are man-made lies. He understands that the divine revelations guiding society are nothing more than one priest's delusions. The intruder's torch slips as the shock turns into action. He sets the room ablaze, choosing destruction over silence. Only when the flames spread does he realize the consequences have already escaped his control. The priest's home burns, drawing the entire settlement into panic. The crowd sees the fire as punishment from the gods, while Myung instantly grasps the truth behind it. He lowers his head, knowing his false divinity has finally been exposed. Then a voice from the flames asks whether he recognizes her. Myung looks up in alarm as the impossible presence reveals itself. A woman emerges from the inferno like a being born from his own belief. He can barely comprehend what he is seeing. She identifies herself as Eternity, an immutable existence brought into being by his own hands. She names herself Fate, the god he had imagined into existence. In that moment, Myung becomes the first human to meet a god created by mankind itself. After that meeting, carrying the power of fate, he began deciding the destinies of others. He condemned the wicked to futures of despair, and he granted the kind and selfless radiant futures instead. In time he died, ascended as a god, and watched civilization flourish under his name. For a while, it seemed his dream of a just world had succeeded. But one day everything changed and he rushed to confront the source. He called out to fate in anger and desperation. He demanded to know why she now gave humanity only cruel destinies. Fate answered with contempt that humans seek her only in misery. Myung is shaken by the coldness of that reply. She explains that even when suffering is not her doing, humans still curse the gods and never truly change. So she chose to answer humanity with endless despair instead. Myung realizes eternity has transformed into something far more merciless than what he created. Her power soon surpasses his, and she erases his name from human memory so that his authority disappears. His only advantage is that her force is too overwhelming for most vessels to survive, leaving her unable to fully manifest for long. To solve that, Eternity creates the Day of Awakening, the Bureau, and the Demon Realm to search for a human strong enough to contain her. The memory jumps to a modern slaughter marked by emergency alarms. In that blood-soaked facility, someone drops a weapon after a massacre. Myung arrives too late and finds the place littered with bodies. He sees a young white-haired girl standing amid the carnage, drenched in blood and power. Recognizing what she is becoming, he addresses her gently. He offers his hand instead of attacking. He asks her to join him in destroying the bureau that made her into this. He explains that she possessed an immense divine force of fate and a deep hatred for both the bureau and eternity. To give her a chance, he grants her his own ability, regression. Even with that power, she repeats history hundreds and then thousands of times, only to watch humanity collapse over and over again. Those endless failures leave Myung broken and exhausted. With only 2 regressions left, he falls into despair over what choice remains. The white-haired woman concludes there is only one method left. Her solution is ruthless: kill every human who could ever become Eternity's vessel. Myung is horrified by how far she is willing to go. She presses him, refusing to let him hide behind hesitation. She reminds him that he is the one who created Eternity in the first place. Then she asks whether, after all the innocent blood spilled because of that creation, he truly feels guilty. When he falters, she snaps at him to stop wallowing and face reality. For her, the issue is simple: if they fail to stop Eternity now, humanity will be annihilated. Myung falls silent, crushed between guilt and necessity. So Baekhyun begins hunting down every candidate who might become Eternity's vessel. Eventually only one possible vessel remains. That final memory leads to the cavern where Gangrim and Myung once stood together, waiting for the last candidate to arrive. The approaching group includes a younger Shin Sua before any regression changed her. Gangrim is stunned to realize the vessel candidate in that memory is Sua herself before she regressed. The implication hits him just as a demon lunges into the scene. A brilliant slash cuts the beast down in an instant. The strike is so clean it splits the monster before it can touch them. Its body crashes to the ground in pieces. The attacker lands through the blood and smoke without slowing. It is Baekhyun, and her first demand is to know where Seo Gangrim is. Gangrim realizes with dread that this memory is exposing the moment everything converged on him. Baekhyun smiles faintly, as if she has already accepted what must happen next. She declares that she will kill every vessel candidate, and Gangrim will be one of them. The weight of that truth leaves him frozen. Nearby lies the younger Sua, already wounded and helpless. Gangrim sees his own past self collapsed in blood beside her. From above, the memory lays out the full tragedy: Baekhyun's crusade, the fallen candidates, and Myung standing over the aftermath. Back in the shared memory, Gangrim turns on Myung and asks if this is the excuse he wanted him to hear. His anger finally erupts as he demands whether Myung understands how many people died because of him. Myung does not deny it and answers with quiet acceptance that he already knows. Seo Gangnam strikes the fading white-robed figure, forcing the final confrontation to its end. As the moment hangs, Gangnam is pulled back into the other man's confession about the day he broke away from eternity. The dying man admits that separation became a regret he carried every day of his existence. He confesses that in trying to atone, he only stained himself further by sacrificing innocence, and reminds Gangnam that he witnessed that ruined truth himself. What Gangnam saw was a world crushed under eternity's rule, with humanity reduced to ruin and death. Overwhelmed, Gangnam demands to know why such a burden fell on someone as ordinary as him. The white-robed man can offer no reason for fate's choice. He only states that Gangnam reached this strength after a single regression, making him exceptional in a way even he cannot explain. With that, he entrusts Gangnam with saving the world as the child of destiny. Gangnam is jolted out of the vision by someone urgently calling his name. Shin Sue drags him back to reality, and warns that the divine realm is collapsing around them. The realm begins breaking apart so violently that escape becomes the only priority. Sue realizes something decisive is happening to Gangnam. A surge of blue power erupts from him, transforming his presence and forcing everyone to react. At that instant, fate itself shifts in a major way for Seo Gangnam. Now empowered, Gangnam tells Sue to hold on as his destiny rank rises all the way to Dragon First rank. Sue is stunned by how suddenly his power has advanced. Gangnam grabs her and rushes for safety as the collapsing structure gives way behind them. He shields her completely while driving through the destruction. Even amid the collapse, the white-robed enemy remains eerily calm. The entire divine realm finally detonates and disintegrates. Back in the aftermath, officials tally only 21 survivors, with 14 critically injured. A superior informs Cha Se-an Nabi that everyone else is dead or missing, and acknowledges the ordeal she endured. Nabi immediately asks about team leader Habakian, only to hear that he still has not been found. She presses for clarity, recalling that the barrier scattered everyone when it expelled them. Her superior concludes that Habakian may have defeated Nameless and died with him when the realm collapsed. Seeing her exhaustion, the superior tells Nabi to stop for now and rest. But before letting her go, he stops her with one more question. He asks about the clown-masked figure mentioned in her report, and the question visibly shakes her. Nabi refuses to elaborate and insists that everything she experienced is already written in the report. Her superior studies her reaction and senses she is hiding something. Nabi realizes he may suspect her silence and grows even more tense. Instead of pressing further, he dismisses her with a polite smile that feels more unsettling than reassuring. Once outside the room, she loses the composure she had forced herself to maintain. She sinks to the floor, drained and cornered by what she knows. Her thoughts spiral as she wonders what she should do and whether she can trust what she was told. If that hidden truth is real, she fears it would overturn the meaning of everything she has done so far. A coworker finds her in the hallway and gently asks why she has not gone home to recover. When he notes how serious her injuries were, she brushes it off and insists she stayed because the bureau is already short-handed. He lightly scolds her for that self-sacrifice and tells her to take leave just as he is doing. Left with his advice, she wonders whether anyone would believe the truth she heard or whether speaking up would only get her reported. The coworker notices how isolated she has made herself. He reaches out with simple kindness, reminding her that the bureau is struggling but still worth protecting together. His point is that if they all break down, ordinary people will have no one left to save them. He tells her that when things become too heavy, she should lean on her teammates instead of carrying everything alone. After praising her work, he leaves her with that encouragement. His words leave her sitting in silence, unable to answer but clearly affected. Elsewhere in the city, Gangnam quietly apologizes to Sue. He bows his head and admits he made himself her guardian spirit without asking her first. He explains that he saw no other way to stop Nameless' divine descent, but Sue questions why he is apologizing at all. Rather than reject it, she says she likes the arrangement because it means he is her guardian spirit. Her easy acceptance leaves Gangnam embarrassed but deeply relieved. After a brief pause, he turns serious and calls her name. Sue immediately asks him to promise that he will not try to shoulder everything alone again. Gangnam smiles and assures her that he will not, reminding her that he already made that promise. Even so, Sue searches his face, unsure whether to believe that answer completely. She tells him to leave the small matters to Baihoman and focus on recovering first. Gangnam agrees with a cheerful front, trying to put her at ease. But the moment she leaves, the strain he was hiding crashes down on him. His hand begins to tremble and split open with a dark, corrupted wound. Realizing something is seriously wrong, he suspects the damage comes from using too much divine power against Nameless. The sight triggers a flash of fear as he senses a deeper danger. He remembers the old man's monstrous red form reaching for him through a nightmare of karmic corruption. In that memory, the old man warned Seo Gangnam to stay away and not come any closer. Gangnam recalls striking him down in desperation. He also remembers screaming for others to stay away from him, terrified of what he might do. Back in the present, the memory jolts him so hard that he knocks over a cup beside the bed. He curls up alone in the room, fighting the pain and the implication of what is happening to him. A strangled breath escapes him as the corruption worsens. He can do nothing but endure the convulsions racking his body. Lying there, he wonders how long he can keep resisting whatever is taking hold of him. At another time, Ahian the man god is overseeing work at a shrine when a call from Gangram interrupts him. The sudden contact catches his attention immediately. Recognizing Gangram's name, he wonders what the troublesome boy wants now. He answers the call and confirms his identity. Gangram addresses him formally as Ahian, the man god. Then Gangram says he has a request. The two meet beneath a sacred tree, where Gangram comes straight to the point. Ahian listens, curious about what kind of favor could have brought Gangram here. He is shocked to learn Gangram wants Iandak, the black sex-spoken poison, and bluntly asks if he intends to die. He reminds Gangram that this poison is reserved for traitors and assassins, not something anyone sane would seek out. Gangram explains that Iandak does not kill on ingestion alone and only activates when its maker speaks a specific trigger phrase. Ahian realizes Gangram is effectively placing his life in Ahian's hands and asks whether he has considered that risk at all. Gangram answers not with argument but by dropping to his knees. He begs Ahian for help with complete sincerity. Gangram insists that only Ahian can do what he needs done. That desperate trust leaves Ahian shaken and cursing him under his breath. As he looks at Gangram, Ahian sees the terrifying mass of karma clinging to him and realizes how close he is to collapse. Gangram admits that he could cross the boundary at any moment, and if that happens, he wants Iandak activated without hesitation. Ahian falls silent, knowing this request fits the same self-destructive burden Gangram has carried since childhood. Instead of answering immediately, he tosses something toward Gangram. He says he always hated Gangram's habit of bearing the world alone, but still tells him to take what he came for and leave. The box contains Iandak, a dragon third-rank poison that activates as a penalty when a designated phrase is spoken or heard. Gangram accepts it with gratitude and thanks Ahian sincerely. After Gangram departs, Ahian remains behind, weighed down by what he has just agreed to. He admits to himself that he already knew the truth Nabi needed to hear, that her senior's death was not her fault. He remembers lashing out at her in grief instead of facing his own pain. In the end, he recognizes that he only needed someone to blame for that death. Left alone with that realization, he condemns himself as a pathetic adult. Back at the bureau, preparations continue under a bright and deceptively calm day. Gangram gathers his allies and begins laying out the plan. He explains that defeating the bureau's god requires a specific sword, and obtaining it means entering a place called the Rift. When asked what the Rift actually is, he admits he knows only that it is a crack between dimensions. Su8 points out that if something so important is hidden there, the place must be extremely dangerous, and not somewhere he should enter alone. Before the concern can settle, someone excitedly interrupts. The interruption turns out to be the twins arriving with weapons in hand and eagerness on their faces. They volunteer to accompany their master, boasting that their training in the divine realm made them much stronger, but Gangram refuses immediately. Su8 tries to argue that as his mansion she should be allowed to go, yet Gangram still says probably not. He explains that Nameless specifically said only one person can enter the rift. Su8 lowers her gaze, disappointed but unable to refute that condition. Gangram reassures her that she should not worry because he is strong enough now and will contact her if anything happens. The twins back him up, promising to handle the tasks he leaves behind until he returns. The others add their own encouragement, half joking and half earnest, urging him to come back safely. Su8's support is quieter and more personal, telling him not to stay away too long because his mother will worry. A younger girl runs up to Gangram with one last gift before he leaves. She proudly offers him her new treasure, a folded blue paper crane. Gangram accepts it gently and pats her head. The girl beams with simple happiness at being useful to him. Gangram thanks everyone gathered there. He tells them he is grateful not just for their help, but for believing in him and choosing to follow him. His companions answer with open trust, making clear that they are with him to the end. Even Su8, though still worried, cannot hide that she is moved by the unity around him. With farewells finished, Gangram turns to the mark on his palm and prepares to depart. He tears open a dark portal with his power. The room is swallowed by a vortex as Gangram steps toward the rift, while the others watch him go. Su8 calls after him one last time, unable to let him leave without hearing her voice. Inside the darkness between worlds, Gangram starts to think about what he wants to say when everything is over, but he cuts the thought short before letting himself hope too much. Even so, Su8's bright promise that they will all spend time together again stays with him. Her words become a promise he silently carries forward. Holding on to that thought, Gangram faces the unknown with renewed resolve. Behind him, Su8 can only watch the portal close and trust him to return. Gangram is transported into the rift alone. In the void, a single white opening appears ahead like the only path forward. He heads straight for that light. On the other side, he arrives in a crimson wasteland and realizes this must be the rift. The ground is littered with bones and the remains of countless dead, making clear what kind of place it is. Gangram concludes that the rift is essentially hell itself. He immediately understands that finding the sword in a realm this vast will not be easy. Then he remembers the ability he stole from Nameless and decides to use it to search. He channels power into the paper crane, turning it into a vessel for that ability. The skill reveals itself as inscription, a god first-rank power that makes written phrases manifest exactly as engraved when divine power is injected into the target. Using the crane as his medium, Gangram launches himself across the rift in a burst of light. His sudden movement is spotted by hostile figures lurking among the bones. He cuts through the air at high speed, racing ahead before they can surround him. One survivor in the wasteland desperately drinks from a container, suggesting the rift's inhabitants live in brutal scarcity. More footsteps gather as the local denizens begin converging on the disturbance. A crowd surges after Gangrym, drawn by the intruder moving through their hellish domain. Gangrym notices the pursuit and braces for immediate combat. He answers by drawing a blue-empowered blade, ready to carve a path through the rift. Seo Gangrym cuts through the attackers with a controlled burst of power, refusing to let the swarm overwhelm him. Even as he fights efficiently, he resents having to spend more divine power on enemies he considers beneath the cost. He realizes the real problem is not strength but numbers, as more and more foes close in around him. A desperate voice suddenly orders the slaughter to stop. The command shocks both the mob and Gangrym, breaking the rhythm of the fight. The attackers drop to their knees as a wounded young woman steps into the battlefield and takes control of them. Though bloodied, she carries herself with authority, and everyone around her submits. She reaches out and grabs Gangrym's clothes as if confirming he is really there. Recognizing him as Seo Gangrym, she clings to him in disbelief. Her voice pulls him into a memory of someone once asking why he was alone. Back in the present, she stares at him like an impossible return and asks why he has come here. Gangrym sees that the ravine is filled with kneeling survivors, making the reunion feel unreal amid the dead landscape. The woman glances back at the others, who remain subdued under her presence. The crowd's obedience gives way to a single murderous instinct, and they identify Gangrym and the woman beside him as intruders who must die. The survivors advance with glowing eyes, repeating that intruders deserve death. The woman coldly warns them that if they value their lives, they should leave. When they do not back down, she hardens and orders them to disappear. Her power erupts at once, forcing the attackers back and reasserting her dominance. The moment the threat is suppressed, she turns all her concern to Gangrym and anxiously checks whether he is hurt. Gangrym is shaken by how familiar she feels and wonders if Yuharang being alive is only another illusion created by the rift. Overcome with guilt, he apologizes to Harang as if he has failed her before. His mind flashes to a massacre, with bodies and weapons scattered around him. He remembers standing helpless while everyone died, unable to save anyone. The memory leaves him reeling in front of Harang. Harang gently tells him the tragedy was never his fault. She explains that everyone had once been relieved he never came to this place, because they did not want him trapped here too. Gangrym can only stand in silence as she comforts him. Trying to restore normalcy, Harang brightens and says everyone has wanted to see him, urging him to come meet them. Gangrym latches onto that hope and asks if everyone is really here. Harang leads him deeper into the ravine toward a distant group waiting in the dark. Two men watching from ahead are puzzled by Harang's sudden excitement. Harang joyfully calls out Kang Do-hyun and Jang Tae-hun, announcing that Gangrym has arrived. The two men immediately suspect the impossible truth standing beside her. They rush forward without hesitation. The reunion hits them hard, and they bombard Gangrym with stunned questions about how he ended up here. Gangrym explains that he did not die to reach this place, and came in search of a particular sword after hearing about them from Harang. He adds that he learned they had all been trapped here since the day Baekhyang appeared. Seeing them alive but stranded, Gangrym is struck by how much they must have suffered. For a moment, being reunited with the Baihomon members he thought he had lost makes it feel as if the past has returned. That fragile warmth breaks when Gangrym notices someone important is missing. He asks where Shin Sua is, and the question instantly unsettles the others. Their silence confirms that Sua's absence is not simple. They awkwardly claim she only went scouting, then quickly try to change the subject by asking how Gangrym got here. Gangrym accepts that the explanation will be long, and they move on together. Later around a fire, Harang admits it is still hard to believe Gangrym defeated both Baekhyang and Nameless. Do-hyun jokes that Gangrym used to be the weak one they always had to protect, and now he wants to see how strong he has become. Gangrym answers with a faint smile, acknowledging that things really were once like that. But the mood around the fire remains tense, as if everyone is avoiding the same subject. Gangrym finally voices what they are all circling around and asks whether something happened to Shin Sua. He presses them for the truth. Tan tries to dodge the question, but Gangrym immediately catches the lie from an old habit. The others freeze, realizing he has seen through them. Tan gives up, and even Do-hyun admits Tae-hun was never capable of lying convincingly. Do-hyun tells Gangrym that whatever happened was done for his sake, and that he is better off not seeing it. Gangrym rejects that logic, deciding that if Sua is absent, then this cannot be the Baihomon he knows. He refuses to accept a reunion that excludes her. The others finally relent and agree to take him deeper into the ravine, where Shin Sua is waiting. Gangrym thanks Do-hyun, but Do-hyun makes him promise one thing first. He warns Gangrym never to get close to Shin Sua. Though uneasy, Gangrym agrees. Under the cold night sky, the warning hangs over them as they continue on. As they walk, the others explain that everyone was confused when they first fell into the rift, but Shin Sua was hit the hardest. Crushed by guilt over failing to protect her sect members, she became obsessed with gaining enough power to take revenge. They tell Gangrym that this obsession changed everything. Eventually they arrive at a secluded chamber where Shin Sua kneels alone with a sword planted before her like an anchor. She remains bowed over the weapon, withdrawn and unstable. At the sound of their approach, she slowly stirs. Gangnam calls out to her with relief, convinced he has finally found her. But seeing her face, he is struck by how unchanged she is from the day of the disaster, as if time and trauma froze her there. Ignoring the other's warnings, he starts toward her while she struggles to process his presence. Shin Sue repeats his name in disbelief, blood still running from her damaged eye. Gangnam suddenly feels that something about this reunion is deeply wrong. He notices the paper crane he had infused with divine power resting nearby and realizes it led him here for a reason. As dark energy rises around Sue, and she mutters Baekhyang's name, Gangnam begins to suspect the sword itself is part of the problem. Sue's mind twists his approach into another deception by Baekhyang, and she accuses the enemy of wearing Gangnam's face. Gangnam is caught off guard by the accusation. Before he can react, she launches at him. Sue attacks with killing intent, convinced she is striking Baekhyang. A talisman is thrown into the path of her strike. A blue barrier blooms around Gangnam just in time, blocking the blow. Sue crashes against the defense with overwhelming force. Gangnam can only stare up at her, still trying to call her back to herself. Do-hyun and Taehyun drag him away, shouting that they warned him not to get close and that he has to move now. They explain that Sue now sees every approaching human as Baekhyang and goes berserk the moment anyone nears her. Gangnam demands to know when this started and why she is wielding that sword, but they tell him there is no time to explain while she is attacking. Before they can retreat, another power enters the fight. Green bindings erupt and seize Gangnam and the others in place. All three are trapped while Sue remains free to strike. The bindings will not break, leaving Gangnam helpless as he keeps calling to Sue. Sue raises the sword for a finishing blow. The blade comes down. Gangnam braces for death. Do-hyun screams his name. At the last instant, another swordsman intercepts Sue's strike with a burst of blue light. Gangnam is stunned by the impossible rescue. The newcomer recognizes the enemy before her as Baekhyang, not Gangnam. She orders the others to run while she holds Sue back. Gangnam cannot understand why this intervention worked when nothing else reached Sue. As the two women clash, the others urge Gangnam to flee first and survive the confusion. They pull him away through the ravine while the duel rages behind them. The battle continues in the distance, buying them time. Once they stop, all of them are left shaken by what they just witnessed. Gangnam turns back, still trying to make sense of the stranger who saved him. He is haunted by two questions at once: why Shin Sue became like this, and why Baekhyang just saved his life. Do-hyun voices the same disbelief, unable to understand what is happening anymore. No one has an immediate answer, and the silence grows heavy. Then Do-hyun asks Gangnam whether he knows why the rift exists at all. He explains that the rift is the destination of those who were fated not to die, a place where unfinished souls are gathered. To prove how this place works, he draws a knife and prepares to demonstrate. He tells Gangnam to watch carefully. Gangnam is alarmed, not understanding what Do-hyun intends. Do-hyun stabs himself in the neck without hesitation. Gangnam panics at the sight. The shock leaves him frozen. Do-hyun calmly explains that death does not exist in the rift and that any wound heals with time. He says that when they first arrived, they fought Baekhyang together with Shin Sue, but even after countless battles they could not overpower him. Driven beyond reason, Shin Sue awakened blood frenzy, gaining immense power at the cost of her sanity. As her madness deepened, nearly every surviving Baihomon member abandoned her, leaving only this small group behind. In the end, they made a desperate choice. They entered into contact with Baekhyang himself. Do-hyun insists they had no other option, because Baekhyang already understood the rift completely. From him they learned of the only method that could save Shin Sue. That method was to kill destiny itself. If destiny dies, the rift disappears and every soul trapped inside it returns to its living body. Gangnam immediately focuses on the name behind all of this, Baekhyang. He asks the woman who saved him why Baekhyang would rescue her. She answers bluntly that relying on Baekhyang was simply the only option left. Gangnam is left in grim silence by that answer. She then asks whether he even knows how destiny can be killed. Gangnam reveals that Mumyang told him a certain hidden sword in this place is the fate-slaying blade, the only weapon capable of killing destiny. The woman confirms that Shin Sue now possesses that blade, having found it in the bottomless pit to use against Baekhyang. Gangnam finally understands why his paper crane had been perched on Sue's sword, but the woman warns that even with the blade, Gangnam is still far too weak to face destiny. She says he needs a stronger power first. Specifically, she points to Shin Sue's ability, Weight of Karma, as the power that could push Gangnam beyond his current limit. Do-hyun turns to Gangnam in alarm and asks whether Baekhyang is telling the truth. Gangnam answers by invoking the nature of his own ability. He recalls that in order to kill Baekhyang before, he stole the 4 pillars from every dead Baihomon member. He admits that the burden he carries now is the price of that decision. That memory leads him to a new possibility. If fate theft works on souls, then it should work on the dead trapped in the rift as well. He asks the terrifying follow-up himself, wondering what happens when the fate of someone already robbed once is stolen again. The woman faces him directly, forcing him to hear the answer. A soul whose fate is stolen again would be erased completely. Gangnam realizes that using this method on Shin Sue would mean annihilating her soul. The woman says she saw his past through Mumyang and understands why he once made impossible choices. But that understanding has limits. She warns Baekhyang not to provoke her further, making clear she will not tolerate more manipulation. As tension spikes again, power gathers around the group and the confrontation threatens to erupt once more. Gangnam recognizes the immediate result of their exchange. Shin Sue has fully regained herself. With her mind restored, she leaves Gangnam with a final truth: defeating destiny will inevitably demand sacrifice. A warning hangs over the group. Time is running out, and destiny will soon descend into the world. Seo Gangnam is forced to choose whether to save the living Shin Sue outside or the Shin Sue who is already as good as dead. Elsewhere, Shin Sue remains trapped and broken amid the writhing vines of the divine realm. In her desperation, she searches for Baekhyang and realizes he is nowhere near her. That absence drags her back to the moment she resolved that Baekhyang had to die for his sins. She remembers that conviction hardening into something she believed she had no choice but to carry out. Even bloodied and shaken, she clings to the belief that killing him is the only way to make amends. The thought pushes through her pain like a reflex she can no longer suppress. Her resolve peaks into a furious vow to kill Baekhyang and settle everything herself. But when she looks around and still cannot find him, that murderous resolve turns into panic and grief. She cries out for Baekhyang as if his absence hurts more than the battle itself. Her anguish erupts outward, sending the vines surging violently through the realm. The disturbance reaches Seo Gangnam and the others, forcing them to face the chaos she is creating. Gangnam studies the outburst and understands that Shin Sue is at the center of it. Someone urgently tries to stop her before she loses herself completely. When Shin Sue finally sees Gangnam, she can barely believe he is really there. Gangnam approaches carefully and asks whether she still recognizes him. Overwhelmed, she begs him to stop because his presence is breaking through the rage she was using to endure. What rises first is not hatred but the confession that she missed him. She admits that even a glimpse of his back or the sound of his voice would have been enough for her. Her body is failing, but her longing keeps spilling out. She clings to the idea that even a dream of him would have been enough to survive on. All she truly wanted was one brief moment to see him again. Now that he stands before her, she calls Baekhyang's name with trembling disbelief. What she missed most was not revenge, but the voice she had been waiting to hear. That tenderness only makes her lash out harder, because she cannot bear being shaken by him anymore. She hurls herself toward him through the vines, torn between reunion and violence. The others watch in alarm, realizing how unstable and dangerous her state has become. Even the white-haired observer falls silent, gauging the emotional turn of the confrontation. Gangnam keeps calling for Shin Sue to stop, trying to reach her without provoking her further. Instead, Shin Sue activates Poem of the Fierce Tiger and commits fully to attack. Her charge explodes forward with enough force to tear up the ground. As she closes in, she rejects the comfort in his voice rather than surrender to it. She screams for him not to call her, as if hearing him makes her hatred impossible to maintain. Her strike detonates the earth around them and forces Gangnam to evade. He is blasted into the air by the sheer power of her assault. While recovering, Gangnam realizes she is far stronger than expected and worries about subduing her without hurting Shin Sue. Shin Sue immediately pursues, refusing to give him any space to think. Gangnam draws his blade, preparing to defend himself without turning the fight lethal. Her next attack crashes down like a pillar of destruction and shatters the battlefield again. The impact leaves a crater, proving she is fighting with killing force. Shin Sue lands still ready to continue, her grief now weaponized into relentless aggression. Yet a flicker of awareness returns to her eye as she sees Gangnam still trying not to harm her. The ruined ground marks how far her emotions have pushed her beyond control. She turns for another strike while Gangnam regains his footing behind her. Instead of counterattacking, Gangnam rushes in and restrains her from behind. Shin Sue fights the hold and demands that Baekhyang let her go. Gangnam pleads with her to calm down, choosing compassion over force even while the vines bind him too. In response, she bites into his arm like a cornered beast. The others rush forward to help Gangnam contain her. Gangnam immediately orders them to stay back, refusing to let anyone else get caught in her frenzy. He insists he can endure this much. To him, his own pain is insignificant compared with everything Shin Sue has already suffered. At that moment, a system offers him a way to engrave a sentence by spending a tiny fraction of stored divine power. Gangnam accepts, and the status effect bloodlust is removed from Shin Sue. The madness in her eye begins to loosen. Her gaze clears fully as her reason returns. Gangnam gently checks whether she is conscious again. He steadies her on her feet instead of treating her like an enemy. Shin Sue touches him in disbelief, as if confirming he is real. She wonders whether this reunion is only a dream. Unable to accept reality, she tells herself Gangnam could not possibly be here. Then her guilt spills out. She wanted to protect everyone, but failed to save anyone. Gangnam immediately rejects that self-condemnation. He tells her that, whatever else happened, she protected him. Her tears fall at the relief of finally being seen that way. Gangnam thanks Shin Sue sincerely, giving her the absolution she could not give herself. The two collapse into an embrace after everything they endured apart. Shin Sue clings to him and says his name as if she has finally returned from the edge. Their companions break down in relief, grateful that Shin Sue has come back to herself. Above them, the white-haired woman remains apart, watching the reunion without sharing in it. As the group regathers, Shin Sue realizes Gangnam still needs the 4 pillars tied to her. The white-haired woman reacts sharply when Baekyang is mentioned, sensing the situation is shifting. Shin Sue tries to take responsibility and handle the danger herself, but Gangnam stops her. He promises he will explain everything instead of letting her throw herself away again. Shin Sue quickly connects the pieces and asks whether Gangnam needs her ability. The white-haired woman confirms it, saying Gangnam lacks the power to defeat the unchanging Eternal unless Shin Sue passes on weight of karma, even at the cost of her life. Shin Sue turns to Gangnam and asks if that is really true. Gangram's brief hesitation tells her enough, and she takes it as confirmation. Relieved to finally be useful, Shin Sue prepares to sacrifice herself and offer her power. Gangram stops the blade before she can carry it through. Shin Sue cannot understand why he would stop her when he needs what she can give. Gangram begs her not to die for him and insists there is another way. He reaches for her directly and begins engraving a new sentence onto her fate instead. This time the cost is far greater, but he accepts it without hesitation. Gangram activates Borrowed Fate. The ability lets him borrow another person's fate with their consent, returning it later without accumulating karma, but inheriting that person's life memories. He sets the contract condition as the destruction of the unchanging Eternal. The contract immediately floods him with Shin Sue's fate and the burden of her life. He experiences her struggle, pain, and determination as if they were his own. He also feels the terror and despair she carried to the brink of death. The final violence of her fate crashes into him with brutal force. Gangram coughs blood as the borrowed suffering tears through his body. The others rush in, horrified by the price he is paying. Gangram realizes too late that inheriting memories also means reliving the pain right before death. Even as others worry, he forces himself to say he can endure it. He explains that because he is borrowing rather than stealing fate, he can gain the ability without erasing Shin Sue. Shin Sue is shaken by the extent of what he chose to suffer for her. The white-haired woman notices a new threat before anyone else does. She warns that they are now surrounded. A man leading a crowd of enthralled followers approaches Gangram and offers up their fates as well. The possessed masses beg Gangram to kill Destiny and free them from their bondage. Their plea spreads until others around the realm echo the same desperate request. The chorus of trapped people calling for release reveals how many lives Destiny has already twisted. Shin Sue realizes that if Gangram takes all of their fates too, the burden will destroy him. She decides to hold the crowd back herself so Gangram can focus on escaping the realm. Gangram grabs her hand and urges her to hurry outside while she still can. Shin Sue turns back, startled by the certainty in his voice. Gangram gives her a steady look that asks for trust rather than argument. The scene shifts to the real world under a quiet night sky over the city. In a hidden laboratory, a blue-haired man stands before a tank while bodies lie collapsed around him. The unknown egg suddenly reaches full growth. The containment system ruptures as the thing inside finishes developing. A subordinate reports that they synthesized the subject's DNA exactly as instructed. The blue-haired man moves through the lab as if everything is proceeding according to plan. He welcomes the being emerging from the experiment like a long-awaited guest. A white-haired young man claws his way out, drenched and newly awakened. He is addressed as the 43rd director, revealing the experiment has recreated a specific figure. Later, the story moves to a funeral hall, where the aftermath of recent events still hangs heavily. A woman stands outside alone, carrying the weight of what the survivors have endured. She reflects that a month has already passed since they escaped Moonmyon's divine realm, yet the war has only claimed more reapers. During that month she investigated the Protection Bureau and team leader Seomun, but found no decisive proof. She cannot stop questioning whether Seo Gangram's words back then were truly sincere. Her thoughts are interrupted by an urgent call. When she answers, team leader Ju demands to know why she has been unreachable. He orders her to turn on the news immediately. His urgency makes clear that something catastrophic has just broken. On her phone, a broadcast announces coordinated terror attacks across South Korea by the clown troupe. The report adds that the identity of the group's leader has now been exposed. She freezes, already fearing the answer before hearing it. The news names Seo Gangram, head of the Baiho sect, as the clown troupe's leader and issues a wanted notice for his arrest. At the same time, traffic across the city is brought to a halt on multiple bridges. Civilians trapped in their cars can only stare in confusion as the roads are suddenly blocked. A monstrous creature bursts up from the water and onto the bridge. Its jaws open over the roadway, turning the traffic jam into a massacre waiting to happen. Passengers scream as the monster bears down on them. Before it can strike, a swordsman intercepts the attack. With one clean slash, he cuts the monster down and saves the trapped civilians. Inside one car, a daughter and father huddle in shock after the near-death moment. The rescuer stands revealed against a wall of blue power. He is identified as Dako Jun of the Baiho sect, and he calmly reports that Hangang Bridge is secure. Elsewhere, another operative confirms Dongjak Bridge has been cleared. A third team reports Banpo Bridge handled as well, showing a coordinated defense is already underway. Another report comes in that Seongsa Bridge is clear too. Hearing the pattern, Dako Jun realizes there is still one bridge unaccounted for. A voice over comms asks Shin Sue whether Maple Bridge has collapsed. At Maple Bridge, Shin Sue stands over another defeated monster as the answer becomes obvious. She reports that Maple Bridge is secure, exactly as Gangram predicted. Looking at the monstrous remains, she realizes Gangnam intends to open a demonic realm in the middle of Seoul and concludes he has gone completely off the rails. Even so, she steels herself and moves to act, determined to confront whatever Gangnam is really trying to do. Public opinion suddenly turns on the Baiho sect as citizens denounce them as frauds and enemies. Shin Sue realizes the situation has spiraled out of control before she even understands why. Her allies warn that the government has placed a bounty on them, and armed reapers move in to arrest her as a clown troop executive. The pursuing agents formally brand her a criminal and close in to take her by force. Sue understands the reapers themselves are being manipulated, so she refuses to cut them down. She chooses retreat instead, ordering her side to alert the Baiho sect and avoid harming either civilians or reapers. One of her companions bitterly jokes about slaughtering everyone, and is immediately shut down. As Sue flees along the riverside, the reapers are told to endure until Gangnam arrives. Sue senses a new threat behind her and turns too late. A sudden lightning strike slams into her, but she barely blocks it with a wooden construct. The attacker is amused that Sue managed to survive the opening blow. The long-haired reaper Anabi descends and coolly demands Sue surrender, knowing she will not. Sue draws her sword and prepares to resist despite her injuries. Anabi rejects any thought of backing down and lashes out with a whip-like attack. The strike tears across the field and forces Sue onto the defensive. Sue tries to counter while keeping her footing under the assault. Anabi mocks her for discarding her own weapon in the exchange, calling it a fatal mistake. Seeing Sue disarmed, Anabi commits to a finishing blow. She unleashes a devastating lightning attack meant to end the fight immediately. Anabi is startled when the hit does not land as expected. She discovers she only destroyed a wooden decoy instead of the real Sue. Realizing the deception, she understands Sue has already moved behind her. Sue triggers electricity through her earpiece as part of a desperate counter. She channels that current through herself to launch a point-blank retaliation. The blast catches Anabi and knocks her upward. Anabi drops her restraint and decides she has shown enough mercy. She redirects her lightning into a pursuing strike that curves back toward Sue. The attack bends unnaturally through the air instead of missing its target. Sue realizes too late that Anabi's lightning can change direction and keep hunting her. The returning strike detonates on Sue and leaves her screaming in pain. As Sue collapses, Anabi casually prepares to explain why escape is impossible. She reveals that once her lightning marks someone, it pursues them until they die. Anabi boasts that the moment Sue was first struck, the battle was already decided. Confident of victory, she reaches out to deliver the final blow. Sue forces herself up when Anabi calls her name, refusing to die quietly. Anabi answers by summoning an overwhelming thunder dragon attack above her. Sue braces herself at the edge of collapse. Even so, she forces one eye open and keeps fighting for a way out. A new figure suddenly steps between Anabi and her target. Anabi is thrown off when someone interrupts her execution. The newcomer identifies herself as Reaper Anabi's subordinate, Kongrim. Anabi reminds her that the assigned mission was to kill or capture Baiho sect executives. Kongrim refuses, saying that mission no longer matters and telling team leader Seomun to look behind him. A breaking news broadcast reveals that the Protection Bureau itself orchestrated the clown troop's terror from within. The report exposes that the Bureau framed the clown troop while pretending to protect humanity. It further reveals they threatened and murdered Manshin who would not cooperate, shocking the public. Kongrim adds that a hidden room was found in team leader Seomun's office. That room contained dead reapers and clown troop masks, evidence now handed to prosecutors. Anabi clicks her tongue at Kongrim's betrayal, but Kongrim insists the reaper's duty is to protect civilians. With that principle in mind, Kongrim and the others move into position. They choose to uphold their duty rather than obey a corrupt chain of command. Anabi sneers that exposing the truth changes nothing. Sue and Kongrim look up as Anabi's presence begins to shift into something more monstrous. Anabi declares that nothing will change no matter what is revealed. She begins a full descent, activating Thunder Dragon and taking on a draconic form. Now transformed, Anabi bitterly blames Kongrim for wasting the team leader position she gave her. She attacks in fury, treating Kongrim's defiance as a personal insult. Kongrim charges straight at her with her staff rather than retreat. The clash drives Kongrim hard into the ground. Even after being thrown back, Kongrim launches herself into the air to keep fighting. She meets Anabi head-on in close combat despite the enormous gap in power. Other Reapers rush to support Kongrim and order covering fire. Their attacks force Anabi to divide her attention and dodge. Anabi grows openly irritated that weaker opponents keep interfering. She prepares to wipe out the reinforcements along with Sue. A green barrier suddenly rises and shields the group from her lightning. Anabi is stunned that someone else has entered the fight. A familiar voice teases that she had been too busy to answer. Daiko Jun arrives with the Baiho sect and jokes that Anabi was trying to solo a boss battle. He explains they found Sue by secretly tracking the signal in her earpiece. Anabi accuses him of unleashing monsters and the clown troop across Seoul without caring how many civilians die. Daiko Jun dismisses the accusation as something trivial. He argues that the nameless people who help the hero are not limited to the Baiho sect alone. The story broadens to the many ordinary people already caught in the violence. Baiho sect fighters are shown battling monsters elsewhere, proving the conflict has spread far beyond this one field. For the first time, Anabi admits that even she cannot handle both the Baiho sect and her immediate enemies at once. Then the sky darkens under an eclipse-like omen that changes the atmosphere entirely. Everyone senses that the sun itself has shifted, and the battlefield falls into uneasy silence. Sua is struck by a terrifying instinctive dread she cannot explain. A white-robed figure appears in the distance, radiating a far more oppressive power than Anabi. Anabi recognizes the newcomer as the director and realizes who has arrived. The figure is revealed to be the director of the Protection Bureau, now wrapped in overwhelming purple power. Sua can only stare in confusion as the pressure crushes her will. Her body begins to fail her, and even her legs refuse to move. She understands at once that this enemy exists on a completely different level, and that fighting him means death. The director silently commands everyone to move if they can, while his presence freezes the entire field. He repeats the command as he calmly reaches for his sword. Sua watches in terror as he draws the blade while she remains unable to flee. He raises the sword over her, ready to kill her where she kneels. Sua freezes completely, certain she is about to die. At the last instant, someone intercepts the strike. Gangrim appears and blocks the director's blade, saving Sua from execution. Holding the director back, Gangrim orders Sua to run immediately. Sua hesitates in shock until Gangrim shouts at her to hurry. She finally forces herself away while Gangrim remains behind to hold the director off alone. The director narrows his eyes, now taking Gangrim seriously. Sua looks back in alarm as the confrontation escalates behind her. In the aftermath of the clash, the director stands untouched amid fallen fighters and shattered ground. Sua can only watch, shaken by how hopeless the gap still feels. Gangrim lies battered on the ground, showing how costly even one exchange has been. Sua refuses to abandon everyone and realizes she cannot simply escape by herself. Driven by desperation, she turns back as if to throw herself into the fight anyway. The director stops her effortlessly with a single outstretched hand. He seizes her by the throat and lifts her off the ground without effort. Choking in his grip, Sua weakly calls out to Gangrim. The director's eye shifts, noticing something unexpected. He releases Sua and turns his attention upward as if sensing a new disturbance. For the first time, uncertainty crosses his face. A violent force tears down from the sky and crashes into the battlefield. The impact blasts everyone outward and opens a crater around the director. The director looks up sharply, recognizing the arrival as a real threat. A pillar of power detonates at the center of the field and overwhelms the area. Sua shields herself and realizes something has literally fallen from the sky. When the dust clears, Gangrim stands facing the director across the shattered ground. Sua stares in disbelief as she understands who intervened. Dako Jun also recognizes that Gangrim has returned to the fight. The director's mask shifts, exposing a face that triggers a deeper revelation. Sua and Dako Jun realize the director's face resembles Seo Gangrim's. The director recoils and covers his face, disturbed that the resemblance has been noticed. He confirms the similarity himself, wondering why he looks the same as Seo Gangrim. That realization visibly unsettles him for the first time. He curls inward as if resisting some internal reaction or memory. The purple force around him surges wildly and tears through the sky. A system message reveals the truth. The immutable Eternal has descended into a mansion's body. Gangrim decides this unstable moment is their only chance to win, despite the danger. He commits to a decisive strike before the opportunity disappears. Gangrim rushes the director with his blade empowered in blue light. The director blocks, but Gangrim presses in with relentless force. Gangrim's hand reaches the marked blade as if activating a deeper power through it. The director is caught off guard by what Gangrim is doing. A new message announces that 10% of the immutable Eternal has descended. At the same time, borrowed fate ends, and the scene shifts to the rift where the original bodies and souls are trapped. Inside the rift, the strain on Gangrim's body becomes visible as his hand trembles against another's wounded arm. A white-haired woman in the rift notices the change and understands what it means. She tells the others that a new director has awakened in the present world and that fate will descend soon. Gangrim demands to know how she can be so certain. She explains that those born from the unknown egg are connected, allowing her to sense it even from within the rift. She instructs Seo Gangrim to strike at the exact moment fate descends into the mansion. Her explanation reveals that descent is when a god overlaps with a human, and killing the mansion in that state will wound fate itself. Gangrim understands the rest. If fate dies and the rift collapses, the trapped souls will return to their bodies. He asks what price she herself will pay if that happens. She refuses to dwell on herself and says it does not matter. What matters to her is only that fate can be killed, even if she disappears in the process. Back in the present, Gangrim and the descended director continue their duel across the ruined field. Dako Jun watches in shock, calling out as Gangrim presses the attack. Gangrim launches another high-speed strike while the director slips away from the line of attack. Their movements become too fast for the others to follow, leaving only impacts and afterimages. The two blades finally collide directly in a violent midair clash. The spectators can do nothing but watch the duel race past them. Sua, still battered and trembling, realizes she cannot even track their exchange and is left wondering just how powerful they truly are. While his allies are still locked in desperate close combat, the horned enemy begins channeling lightning from afar to tighten the trap around them. A pink-haired fighter takes cover behind a giant summoned guardian as the lightning blast slams into it instead of the team. The horned attacker realizes his interference is being checked and falters under the pressure. From behind the guardian, the team admits they cannot break through the enemy line at this rate. Shin Sua insists they still have to save Seo Gangrim, but someone immediately warns that reaching him will not be easy. A wounded swordsman confirms the rescue attempt will be extremely difficult under the current battlefield conditions. From above, massed enemies and the trapped groups size each other up as the standoff around Gangrim hardens. A storm of white slashes erupts, signaling that the duel around Gangrim has escalated beyond ordinary swordplay. Gangrim clashes directly with the white-haired divine opponent, their blades colliding amid a barrage of summoned attacks. The white-haired man remains unnervingly calm, showing that he still has room to grow stronger. A system notice announces that the immutable Eternal has descended further, raising the enemy's divine output to 20%. That increase immediately translates into overwhelming force, blasting Gangrim backward. Gangrim realizes that even after collecting many powers in the rift, he is still not strong enough to match this godly pressure. His opponent activates Absolute Sword, surrounding himself with countless blades and turning the battlefield into a killing zone. Another notice raises the descent to 30%, and the enemy's eyes sharpen as his divinity deepens. Gangrim lunges anyway, trying to break through before the gap widens further. The white-haired foe barely reacts, treating the attack as something already within his control. Their weapons meet again, but the exchange only confirms that Gangrim is being outpaced. Gangrim senses the danger too late as his opponent moves into a decisive opening. The white-haired man notices a sudden shift behind Gangrim and hesitates for a split second. A spectral hand reaches Gangrim's shoulder, revealing that an ally's spirit has appeared beside him. Baekhyun's fading spirit urges Gangrim to act immediately, giving him the opening he needs. Gangrim commits everything to a sudden counterattack before the moment can vanish. His blade carves through the white-haired enemy in a clean, decisive strike. The divine opponent is hurled away, black blood spilling as the impossible hit finally lands. Watching from the sidelines, Shin Sua and the others are stunned that Gangrim actually turned the fight around. The rest of the team also freezes in disbelief as the balance of power abruptly shifts. Even the horned enemy screams in denial as the white-haired champion falls. A violent burst of light and darkness detonates in the sky, marking the collapse of that divine manifestation. Gangrim stands over the defeated body, confirming that the enemy who had dominated him moments earlier has been cut down. The corpse begins dissolving into black sludge instead of remaining human, exposing it as only a temporary vessel. That corruption spreads outward and gathers into a massive structure, as if the battlefield itself is being rewritten. The sludge forms a towering gate marked with yin and yang, something far more significant than a mere aftermath. The gate opens before Gangrim, inviting him inward as though it has been waiting specifically for him. Gangrim realizes the space beyond is not ordinary and senses that the true confrontation lies inside. Baekhyun's spirit confirms that the gate leads directly to fate's divine realm. Gangrim notices that Baekhyun is fading and understands that her spirit has no body left to return to. She explains that without a body anchoring her, she will soon disappear completely. Before vanishing, Baekhyun entrusts the rest to Seo Gangrim by name. Her final command is simple and absolute: he must defeat fate. She pushes him to do more than survive and demands that he overturn the destiny imposed on him. Gangrim absorbs those words in silence, letting them settle into resolve. The voices of his companions call him back to the present as they rush toward him. His allies and the gathered survivors run across the ruined field to reach him before he enters alone. Shin Sua reaches him first, relieved that he is still standing after everything. Gangrim immediately asks about the others, and Shin Sua reassures him that the clown troop has been subdued without major casualties. Her relief quickly turns into sadness as she senses what he intends to do next. Gangrim quietly admits that yes, he still has to go on alone. Shin Sua confesses that he always shoulders the hardest burdens by himself, leaving her able to do nothing but worry. In answer, Gangrim reaches out to her instead of retreating behind duty. He gently rejects her self-blame and makes clear that her feelings are not meaningless to him. The unexpected tenderness leaves Shin Sua flustered and speechless. Gangrim thanks her sincerely for standing by him, not only in this life but in the life before it as well. Shin Sua is left confused by the hint of a deeper history she does not fully understand. Before she can press him, the gate begins drawing him in with a force he cannot ignore. The entrance seals around its yin-yang doors, committing him to the passage. A notice confirms that Gangrim is being transferred into the divine realm of the immutable eternal. Inside, he lowers his head and steadies himself for the true enemy at the end of this path. He raises his eyes with renewed focus, ready to confront the source of everything. In a star-filled shrine beyond reality, a woman welcomes him as though her chosen vessel has finally arrived. She openly calls him her vessel, revealing that fate has been claiming him all along. Gangrim demands to know why she chose him for such a role. He throws his suffering back at her, accusing fate of murdering his parents and spreading death and disaster wherever he went. His anger sharpens into a direct question about why fate inflicted all of that on him. Instead of answering plainly, fate begins with a metaphor about how bronze vessels are forged. She explains that metal is shaped by fire and endless hammering, and claims humans are made the same way. According to her, pain creates strength and loneliness forces growth. She frames all humanity as material to be refined, from the highest to the most miserable. Fate reveals that she searched through countless possible hosts, but every vessel she tried before Gangram rejected her and broke. Then she found him, the one human who could endure what destroyed the others. She declares that Gangram possesses both divine power and the potential to contain her completely. That is why she personally arranged his trials, deliberately forging him through repeated suffering. In her eyes, all of that cruelty was proof that he is her finest and most noble vessel. Gangram can barely contain his disgust as he repeats her justification back to her. He realizes with horror that she is calling the loss of everyone precious to him a necessary process. Fate dismisses his outrage and insists that his current strength exists only because of what she did to him. Gangram answers not with words but with a sudden attack, sending water and force exploding beneath him. He closes the distance and strikes directly at Fate before she can finish her sermon. For the first time, she is visibly startled when his blade reaches her. She recognizes the weapon as the soul-slaying sword and mocks its creator for making something that can truly threaten gods. Fate activates precognitive eye, surrounding herself with future sight to stay untouchable. Confident again, she declares that any sword is meaningless if it cannot physically reach her. She praises Gangram's effort only to make clear that all his struggle has merely brought him to her harvest. As she speaks, divine beasts begin rising from the cosmic waters around them. Gangram braces himself, immediately understanding that the fight is about to become far more complicated. Fate announces that the time has come to reap what she cultivated in him. Her summoned divine beasts descend together, turning the realm into a coordinated execution ground. Gangram is forced into pure defense as multiple attackers converge from every direction. Their attacks crash down like waves, trying to drown him under relentless pressure. He slips through the impacts and keeps moving, refusing to be pinned in place. A winged beast dives with a pole arm, pressing the assault from above. Gangram tracks the attack carefully, searching for the pattern behind their coordination. He blocks one strike, but another follows instantly, confirming that the beasts are acting with shared intent. The pressure multiplies as more of them attack in perfect sequence, leaving almost no room to counter. Gangram spins through them with a wide slash, trying to break their formation by force. Even while moving, he notices something off in the rhythm of their responses. He unleashes a larger arc of power to push the beasts back and buy a moment to think. In that opening, he realizes these creatures are not simply fast or disciplined. They are reading his movements in advance, just as Fate herself does. Fate confirms it with amusement, explaining that her divine beasts share her precognitive vision. She delights in watching him struggle against an enemy that already knows what he will do. While parrying their attacks, Gangram reveals that he came prepared for exactly this kind of battle. He makes clear that Fate is not the only one who arranged a countermeasure in advance. Blue crystalline power erupts around the beasts, suddenly binding and disrupting them. Memories of the people he lost, and the allies who stood beside him flash through his mind, becoming the emotional weight behind his next move. Baekhyun's final push and the sacrifices around him sharpen his resolve into something absolute. Gangram activates Weight of Karma, drawing blue power through his body and sword. That power shatters through the divine beast's defenses and begins breaking them apart. He cuts through the trapped attackers in a single sweeping advance, turning the tide at once. Fate is impressed rather than frightened, acknowledging that her vessel has grown beyond her expectations. Gangram launches upward through the cosmic water, aiming straight for her before she can reset the field. Fate catches the approach and calmly repeats that none of this matters if he still cannot truly reach her. She leans into that certainty, convinced her distance from him remains absolute. Her surviving beasts intercept him again, physically blocking the line between Gangram and Fate. They slam him down and pin him in the water, trying to crush his final chance. Fate smiles, savoring the moment as if his resistance has finally been broken. She laughs openly and mocks him for ever believing he could win against her. Then she reveals what truly pleases her, not victory itself, but the slow death of human hope. Even pinned down, Gangram answers with cold defiance, noting that she prepared thoroughly to kill him. Fate boasts that she has not even used a quarter of her full power yet, emphasizing how hopeless his position should be. She reaches toward him and demands that he finally accept her. In her twisted mercy, she offers him peace only through surrender and possession. Instead, a system notice declares that the hostile target is denying Fate, and Gangram smiles through the pressure. For the first time, Fate is genuinely confused by a rejection she did not foresee. She pulls back and demands to know what is happening as her control begins to slip. The system reports that future prediction is collapsing and that an error has occurred in Fate's own calibration. Gangram explains that he learned a crucial rule from fighting Numong. Once a mansion receives a god, no other god can interfere. Fate realizes too late that he had already accepted another divine presence, something he never told her. As that hidden bond asserts itself, the rank structure of Fate's system begins to distort around the beasts. The target's fate starts changing in real time, beyond Fate's authority to define or predict. Gangram's status surges upward through divine ranks one after another, breaking past the limits Fate expected. Verdant power erupts as lotus flowers and vines bloom through the realm, elevating him to the highest divine grade. Standing within that green radiance, Gangram warns Fate that destiny will no longer move only according to her will. A final notice declares his state of fate breakthrough, confirming that he has crossed into a new order of existence. Fate recoils in fury, unable to accept that the insignificant human she cultivated has slipped beyond her script. She abandons restraint and dives at him in a rage, screaming that he is nothing but an insect. Gangrim's verdant power answers with massive vines that surge up to meet and restrain her attack. From within the living barrier, Gangrim watches calmly as the balance of fear begins to reverse. Fate realizes in panic that her precognitive eye is no longer functioning properly against him. In that blind spot, Gangrim strikes and drives his blade into her body before she can react. He rises above her as she staggers back wounded, no longer the untouchable ruler of this realm. Gangrim remains composed, his transformed eye marking that he now stands on equal or greater footing. For the first time, Fate feels something she despises and does not understand, genuine unease. Shaken, she lashes out at humanity itself, unable to comprehend why humans keep resisting the destinies assigned to them. Her thoughts turn bitterly to how humans invent every possible system just to escape what should be unavoidable. She remembers Myumong, the god who cherished those foolish humans enough to abandon her. In her resentment, she accuses Seo Gangrim of being no different from him. Accepting that persuasion and control have failed, Fate decides to stop holding back. Her body begins to transform as she prepares to unleash her true monstrous nature. She vows to tear Shin Sua apart and kill her, then forcibly seize Gangrim as her vessel, turning the battle into a direct threat against the person he wants to protect most. Fate declares the struggle finished and moves to claim Seo Gangrim as its vessel. Outside in the real world, Gangrim's allies gather near the damaged shrine while Shin Sua approaches with urgency. Khan Do-hyun steadies himself and tries to understand what just changed. He realizes something has awakened in his sight, and panic gives way to sudden insight. Sua reveals that Gangrim has accepted her as his guardian spirit, shocking the others. With her bond established, Sua can finally perceive Gangrim's battle against fate inside the divine realm. She insists they cannot leave Gangrim to fight alone, even if he is trapped beyond their reach. Do-hyun rejects despair and starts connecting Sua's idea to a possible way to help from outside. He reasons that fate's true goal was not only to find a vessel, but to make humanity believe destiny cannot be changed, because that belief strengthens a god. He pushes the thought further and suspects the Day of Awakening was engineered to build fate's power on purpose. The implication hits the others hard as they realize how deep fate's manipulation may run. Sua recalls an old warning that gods draw strength directly from human belief. Do-hyun concludes that if belief is power, then Gangrim can be strengthened the same way. He proposes rapidly increasing Seo Gangrim's public recognition so he can grow strong enough to surpass fate. When asked how they could possibly make Gangrim famous that fast, Do-hyun looks to their surroundings for an answer. Realizing they are in Yeouido, he points toward the concentration of national influence and media nearby. Gangrim's ally catches on and begins to see the reckless plan forming. Do-hyun decides there is only one viable move left: seize a broadcasting station. Their goal becomes turning the entire nation's attention towards Seo Gangrim at once. Back in the divine realm, Fate prepares another overwhelming attack. It unleashes a massive blast meant to crush Gangrim outright. Gangrim braces himself, refusing to yield even under impossible pressure. The attack tears through the realm, forcing him back across the shattered space. Fate presses him again, demanding to know whether he will finally accept destiny. Gangrim answers with action, striking back instead of surrendering. Fate counters violently and drives him away with superior force. Gangrim is hurled through the void, but he keeps hold of his weapon and resolve. Fate lunges after him and flatly rejects any hope that he can escape this outcome. Gangrim grits through the pain and searches for any opening left. His defensive skill boundary of life and death activates at the last second. The system confirms that the attack has been blocked. Fate quickly understands the ability's nature and identifies it as a high-probability reflection barrier. It mocks him anyway, betting that luck and defense alone cannot last forever. Gangrim realizes the same problem himself, because merely surviving Fate's attacks is already exhausting everything he has. The barrier keeps intercepting blow after blow, but each success only buys him a little more time. He hesitates to use more divine power, knowing that crossing the boundary recklessly could destroy him first. At that breaking point, he suddenly hears someone calling his name. He recognizes Sua's voice as she reaches him from outside and tells him he can undergo deification now. When he questions how that could be possible, she asks him to trust her. Her reassurance reminds him that he is no longer fighting alone. A surge of golden light erupts around him as outside support finally reaches the divine realm. Even Fate is startled when Gangrim's divine power abruptly rises. The system announces that Seo Gangrim has gained enough recognition and that deification is underway. Blue flame and divine energy gather around him as the transformation begins in earnest. His very divine name starts to change. Gangrim descends transformed, carrying a new radiance and authority. He accepts that once again others have carried him forward, and he is granted the divine name Flame that defies fate. Fate sneers that becoming a god will not truly change anything. It launches another barrage and insists Gangrim's destiny remains fixed. Gangrim meets the attack calmly, no longer wavering. With his new power, he cuts through Fate's assault head-on. For the first time, Fate is forced back instead of overwhelming him. Kangrim tells Fate it cannot understand what it means to have people who believe in him and stand beside him. Fate laughs, but the mockery now carries irritation. Kangrim demands to know what is so amusing. Fate asks whether he really thinks those bonds were something he earned on his own. It points specifically to Sua's obsessive devotion and suggests even that relationship was unnatural. Fate reveals that after trying to break Kangrim across countless cycles, it discovered direct threats and rewards never moved him. It learned that Kangrim would not be controlled by pressure aimed only at himself. So Fate says it altered the destinies of multiple people and placed them beside him so they would become his friends, family, and lover. Kangrim refuses to listen and threatens to kill Fate immediately. Fate coldly answers that it arranged everything that way by design. It claims even Sua's devotion was manufactured so she would dedicate herself to him. Enraged, Kangrim lashes out to silence it. But Fate counters with a cruel final condition. It tells him that if he dies, everyone bound to him will die with him. That threat freezes Kangrim more effectively than any attack. His sword falters as the possibility sinks in. Fate sees the hesitation and realizes it has finally struck where he is vulnerable. It says Kangrim only ever had two choices: submit as its vessel or watch his loved ones die with him. Kangrim's resolve wavers under the weight of that trap. In that instant of hesitation, Fate's attack pierces him. As Kangrim is impaled, Fate repeats the ultimatum that he can either surrender or die together with those he loves. Even his defensive boundary fails now that his will has been shaken. Outside, Sua suddenly feels something go terribly wrong. She collapses and says her connection to Kangrim has been cut off. Dohyun cannot grasp what that means and asks her to explain. Terrified, Sua realizes the bond between her and Kangrim has been severed. Inside the realm, Kangrim hangs broken and bleeding as the cost of that severance becomes clear. Fate mocks him for coming this far without anticipating such countermeasures. It reveals that it had been preparing this trap ever since Baekhyang escaped the laboratory. From the moment Kangrim obtained the spirit-slaying sword and entered the divine realm, Fate had already arranged the board. It boasts that Kangrim has been dancing on a stage prepared for him from the very beginning. Kangrim, battered and drained, realizes he can no longer draw out enough divine power to fight properly. For a moment he wonders whether defeat is now unavoidable. But thoughts of the Baiho sect and everyone depending on him stop him from giving up. Fate offers one last bargain, telling him to accept possession, and it will spare the Baiho sect he loves. It urges him to look at his ruined state, and claims resistance can no longer save anyone. Fate argues that becoming its vessel is the only way left for him to protect the people he cares about. It frames the choice as Kangrim sacrificing everyone else for the sake of his stubborn pride if he refuses. Kangrim starts to answer as if he may finally yield to the logic. Instead, he names the true condition for breaking the trap: Shin Sua must die. He explains that a true god and a guardian god cannot sever their bond unless one of them is destroyed, making the descent unavoidable. Fate admits that Kangrim choosing Sua as his guardian god was the one development beyond its expectations. It tries to dismiss her as replaceable, saying it can simply create another human like her from the unknown egg. Kangrim, even while dying, laughs at how much that admission reveals. He turns back to Fate with renewed clarity. He points out the flaw directly: Fate cannot see his destiny. If Fate had truly seen his future, it would have known he would choose Sua as his guardian god. That means the threat about the Baiho sect dying with him was only a lie meant to break his spirit. Fate falls silent for a beat, caught out. It recovers by saying the lie changes nothing because Kangrim is still too broken to act. Yet Fate also admits that across countless forgotten lives, Kangrim never once submitted. It confesses that Kangrim is the only human who has ever defied the destiny it imposed, and that is why it could never tolerate him. To Fate, the insult is that he is only human. And yet that mere human keeps daring to oppose the very principle of fate itself. Fate vows that even if Kangrim resists here, countless puppets still move below according to its will. It tells him to watch helplessly as the people he loves die on the ground. Instead of despairing, Kangrim quietly says that is a relief. Fate is thrown off by the unexpected answer. Kangrim realizes that if only he sacrifices himself, everyone else can still be saved. That thought settles him, because it gives his suffering a purpose. Fate senses too late that Kangrim has found a path it did not anticipate. It lunges in panic to stop him, but Kangrim's power shifts as he commits to a different kind of crossing. The realm distorts around Fate while Kangrim moves beyond the limits that had trapped him. A mysterious figure from beyond the cycles appears and offers a hand, as if answering Kangrim's final resolve. Kangrim stands before that offered hand at the threshold between endings and something unknown. He pauses on the edge of the choice. He admits to himself that he briefly dreamed of defeating destiny and returning safely. Now he walks forward knowing that ordinary hope is no longer his path. Each step carries him farther from the life he wanted. He remembers the people waiting for him, and he lets go of the simple dream of living happily beside them like everyone else. At the threshold, he faces the offered hand barefoot and vulnerable, stripped down to a final decision. The hand remains extended, asking for trust rather than victory. Kangrim looks at it without flinching. Then he closes his eyes and accepts what must be done. He takes the hand. That acceptance seals a new pact beyond fate's calculations. Dark red power immediately begins climbing over Kangrim's body. As the burden of countless others gathers around him, he offers them silent gratitude. Back in the realm, Fate lands and senses the change too late. It looks up in alarm as the atmosphere around Kangrim turns unfamiliar. For the first time, Fate genuinely panics. Kangrim emerges wrapped in a dark crimson force, transformed again by crossing the boundary on his own terms. He opens red eyes and smiles with terrifying calm. Fate realizes in disbelief that Kangrim has crossed the boundary by himself. Enraged, it cannot accept that its entire design has been overturned. It attacks desperately, trying to crush him before this new state stabilizes. Kangrim answers by planting his bloody blade with absolute control. He raises the sword for a decisive counter. The divine realm opens toward the city below, linking his battle directly to the world Fate threatened. Kangrim faces that world with red eyes and a new, dangerous composure. A winged ability activates, giving him the means to descend and act beyond the realm. Below, the city continues unaware for one last moment. Then people on the street look up and notice something impossible in the sky. Kangrim appears above the city with dark wings spread wide beneath a swirling portal. He descends in a feral, transformed state, ready to carry the fight into the human world. At the broadcasting station, his allies remain in place as the plan to raise his name continues, unaware that Kangrim has returned changed into something far more dangerous. 2 hours after contact with Gangnam was cut off, Shin Sua grows increasingly certain that something has gone terribly wrong. The fear becomes unbearable as the possibility rises that he may have fallen to fate itself. She can no longer dismiss the thought that Gangnam may have lost. A companion suddenly wonders if the answer is standing right in front of them. Sua is caught off guard by the suggestion. A broadcast reveals a winged man in Seoul's sky, and public confusion begins to spread. The city stares upward as helicopters and civilians gather beneath the ominous figure. People on the street begin to recognize him. The name Seo Gangnam passes through the crowd as disbelief turns into hope. They remember Sua's emergency broadcast claiming Baiho Gate was fighting the Protection Bureau's evil god and begging for help. If Seo Gangnam has returned, the public assumes he must have defeated that enemy. But the figure in the sky answers that hope with a sinister smile. He raises his weapon with open malice. Without warning, he unleashes a devastating strike toward the city below. The attack tears apart the street and sends rubble crashing down toward civilians. The impact explodes across the area with overwhelming force. Those caught nearby can only shield themselves from the blast. Baiho Gate and their summoned allies rush in to hold the line amid the wreckage. Sua immediately orders the civilians to evacuate before the situation worsens. As people flee, the winged attacker remains overhead while the defenders brace for a larger battle. The full group gathers in the ruined street, stunned to find themselves facing what looks like Gangnam. The false Gangnam descends with predatory confidence, making the threat unmistakable. One of the team realizes with horror that this appearance means a forbidden line has been crossed. He calls for Senior Dohyun as panic gives way to grim understanding. Dohyun steps forward, already carrying the weight of what this means. He recalls the moment he first sensed that Gangnam had changed beyond recovery. That memory confirms his worst fear. What returned from the boundary was no longer simply human. Dohyun concludes that his brother has finally crossed the boundary and become something else. Accepting that truth, he orders everyone to prepare for battle. Sua cannot understand why they would have to fight Gangnam himself. Dohyun moves to confront the winged figure and states that this is not the Seo Gangnam they knew. He explains that the being before them only wears Gangram's appearance. What stands above them is an existence from beyond the boundary, with power beyond measure. Rain begins to fall over the shattered battlefield as the tension hardens. The monstrous Gangram hovers over the ruins while the defenders below struggle to face what he has become. Sua demands that Dohyun explain how this could happen. Dohyun tells her there is no way to reverse a human once they cross the boundary. In his view, crossing that line means there is no return. That leaves only one conclusion for what they must do next. He orders them to kill Seo Gangram no matter what, shocking everyone present. The command lands heavily on the team, who understand the necessity but hate it. Even those ready to fight hesitate at the cost. Sua is horrified that they are seriously talking about killing Gangram. The being in Gangram's form hears that verdict and is momentarily shaken by it. For an instant, the words seem to reach whatever remains inside him. Then his wings stir as the fragile pause breaks. Before anyone can react, he appears beside Sua and seizes her face with terrifying speed. He holds her at his mercy while the others are left behind, proving how vast the gap in power has become. Dohyun is stunned that he moved faster than anyone could perceive. Dark energy begins gathering around the monster as if he is about to annihilate the area. The power erupts outward in a blast large enough to swallow the city block. Sua braces herself against the shockwave, barely able to endure it. Through the chaos, she forces herself to look carefully. She suddenly notices something crucial. Dohyun has been struck down in the exchange. His broken glasses on the ground show how badly he was hit. The battlefield is left cratered, with allies scattered and overwhelmed. Sua faces the winged Gangram in stunned silence. He speaks her name, and the familiar voice makes the moment even more painful. When he says Sua, blood runs from his eye, hinting that Gangram's true self is still trapped inside. Sua realizes that some part of him may still be responding. His wings tense again as the struggle inside him turns violent. He fires a pillar of destructive power straight down, threatening to erase everything nearby. At the same time, he clutches his face as if fighting his own mind. An illusion ability activates, trying to interfere with the monster's perception. A colossal spectral hand forms over the city, aimed at restraining or crushing him. Sua is horrified by the scale of the attack and her own helplessness before it. She realizes she has no idea how to stop something this overwhelming. A set of ritual bells rings out, cutting through the chaos. Golden chains suddenly bind the winged Gangram and interrupt his assault. The restraints tighten around him with sacred force. 2 shamans arrive, bringing a new chance to contain the disaster. The woman shaman regrets ever opening the demon gate for Gangram, recognizing how badly things have spiraled. Her partner begins a purification chant to oppose the corruption. The possessed Gangram answers with his own defiant incantation, mocking the ritual with impurity. The male shaman calls out to the existence beyond the boundary and demands it hear the living. He completes the command with a forceful exorcistic invocation. The chains lock the monster in place, at least for the moment. Inside him, a monstrous heart pulses as the corruption reveals itself more clearly. His expression hardens as the inhuman will resist the restraint. Yet beneath the red glare, another eye seems to flicker with Gangram's original self. Dragged inward, Gangram finds himself in a dark corridor and begins to understand where he is. He realizes he has been cast beyond the boundary. He wonders whether he truly defeated destiny there, and whether dying with it would have been the better outcome. But if he survived, then something worse may have followed him back. Even in that void, he clings to the hope that Grand Shaman Li Hyun can still resolve this. He keeps moving through the endless passage, searching for an answer. Gangram questions whether everything is finally over. He thinks of Baiho Gate and the people who fought beside him. He remembers the long revenge that drove him this far. He also remembers the warmth and pain of his bond with Sua. Faced with all of it, he bitterly concludes that everything may truly be finished. Back in reality, the shamans and Sua stand against the bound monster in the ruined city. Sua addresses Gangram directly, refusing to give up on him. She demands to know what the shamans have done to him. The male shaman explains that he used a technique called word poison. He says it is normally a curse that kills the one who receives it, and that Gangram took it before entering the rift. Sua realizes that should mean Gangram ought to be dead already. The shaman admits that would normally be true, but this case is different. What he actually gave Gangram was a body-paralyzing poison, meaning Gangram is not dead yet. The female shaman tells Sua there is still one vital thing she must do. She must make contact with Gangram and call his soul back from beyond the boundary. Sua objects that no one returns once they cross that line. The shaman says that rule can be broken this time because Gangram has a guide strongly tied to him. Sua realizes that guide is her. The female shaman orders Li Hyun to begin the soul summoning rite. Li Hyun takes up the ritual instrument and prepares the spell. The bells ring again as the rite begins in earnest. The shamans activate the soul summoning rite to bring Gangram back. The bound monster reacts immediately to the attempt. He thrashes in agony as the ritual pulls at the soul buried inside him. Dark red power erupts around him, resisting the summoning and threatening Sua. A violent strike is launched toward her position. Sua can only brace as the attack closes in. The monster turns with murderous intent, trying to stop the ritual at its source. Do-hyun and another ally throw themselves into the struggle, using the chain to hold him back and protect Sua. One of them shouts for Gangram to regain control of himself. Do-hyun adds his own desperate plea, calling Gangram back by name. The effort reaches Gangram's trapped self like a physical jolt. He lashes out wildly, torn between the voices calling him home and the force possessing him. Do-hyun feels the resistance suddenly shift and realizes something is changing. Another power begins to activate from within the conflict. The monster counters by drawing his sword and turning the chain into a weapon against the defenders. He strikes at the ritual support, trying to break the summoning. His rage sharpens as he pushes through the restraint. The battlefield becomes a desperate tug-of-war, with Sua isolated on the ritual pillar while everyone else struggles to hold the line. The female shaman smiles, sensing that the summoning is reaching something important. At that moment Dako Jun appears, taunting Gangram and allowing the unnameable to descend upon him. Anabi answers by invoking the tailed guardian and urging Hunter Seo Kengrim to regain himself. A freezing power spreads across the ground, adding another layer of restraint. Sua warns that the situation is becoming even more dangerous. An ice-based ability activates, locking down the battlefield and pinning movement around Gangram. Sua's legs are caught, leaving her unable to move from the ritual point. Dako Jun realizes too late that the freezing effect has trapped him as well. From above, another ally watches the battlefield tighten around Gangram. That ally cries out in alarm as the struggle reaches a breaking point. She activates force release and screams for Seo Kengrim to get hold of himself. The command finally forces a visible reaction from Gangram, making him clutch his head and stagger. He looks toward the rooftop source of the interference, enraged but destabilized. In response, he hurls a barrage of blue projectiles toward that new threat. The attack streaks across the sky with lethal speed. The rooftop ally barely survives as the projectiles shatter around her position. Gangram notices her and the small companion with her, while she realizes he has truly seen them. Meanwhile, the twin girls on the Red Dragon Mount launch their own counterattack from above. One checks on Yoharang while ordering Yong to strike immediately. The dragon obeys and gathers fire in its jaws. A torrent of flame crashes toward Gangrim to force him back from the defenders. Gangrim answers by surging upward on a pillar of light, escaping the fire and reclaiming the sky. Even with all of Baiho Gate fighting at full strength, Sua realizes they still have not brought him back. The group realizes their winged enemy is still fighting at full strength, and if this continues they will die before ever reaching Gangrim. Under mounting panic, they desperately search for any way to restrain him even briefly. The demon answers by gathering a dense sphere of dark power in his hand. That power swells into a massive destructive force that threatens everyone below at once. As the attack bears down, the group scrambles for cover behind hastily raised ice. The demon dives in with a vicious grin, intent on finishing them himself. His rush blasts one of the girls away and throws the battlefield into chaos. The others freeze in shock as they realize how completely the situation has turned against them. Even the white-haired girl and her companion can only watch in alarm. The twins are left stunned, seeing no immediate way to stop him. At the last moment, a green barrier slams into the dark sphere and halts it. Father Johan throws up a protective field, shielding the entire group from annihilation. One of the girls recognizes who saved them and calls out in relief. Johan strains to hold the barrier and urgently appeals to Father Johan by name. The demon notices the interference and turns toward the new obstacle with predatory excitement. Someone reaches out from behind, preparing to interfere with him directly. The demon senses the touch and his attention sharpens. Shin Sua grabs him from behind and pleads with him to stop. She breaks down, begging Gangrim to come back to himself. Her plea pulls Gangrim inward, and his mind slips away from the battlefield into another place. In that strange corridor, he hears a distant call drawing him onward. He keeps walking, as if following something he cannot yet name. The narrow passage stretches ahead like a path into memory. Gangrim pauses, unsettled by the silence and the familiarity of what he is feeling. Still, he chooses to continue deeper. He heads toward the bright opening at the end of the corridor. The light intensifies until it swallows everything else. Gangrim realizes he has arrived somewhere significant. He recognizes the place as the home where he once lived with his teacher. The gate opens for him as if welcoming him back. The sight immediately unsettles him. A woman who should be dead appears at the doorway and recognizes him as her son. His mother approaches as if this reunion were natural and long awaited. She lovingly tells him he has grown and rejoices that he has finally come home. Gangrim is shaken because he clearly remembers that his mother died long ago. Before he can process it, another presence intrudes and frames his confusion as expected. The rest of his companions appear as well, claiming they have all been waiting for him there. Shin Sua steps forward warmly and welcomes him back. Gangrim recognizes her, but the impossible gathering only deepens his suspicion. He demands to know how all of them can be here, but Shin Sua insists his suffering is over. She takes his hand and speaks to him with intimate sympathy, trying to lower his guard. The space shifts again, and she leads him toward a throne while telling him there is only one thing left to do. She points out a seat prepared for him, and Gangrim realizes the world around him has transformed to suit this temptation. The offer is made plainly: sit on the throne and become the king of the boundary. She promises that if he accepts, he can remain forever with the people he loves and never suffer again. Shin Sua physically draws him toward the throne, pressing him to accept the illusion. She reduces the choice to something simple, insisting all he has to do is sit. Gangrim hesitates at the edge of the throne, torn by what it represents. He glances away, trying to steady himself instead of surrendering immediately. Behind him, the false family and companions smile as if this fantasy is exactly what he should want. For a moment, Gangrim admits to himself how tempting it is not to resist. He thinks that if crossing the boundary can truly let him stay with the people he loves, maybe that alone would be enough. That thought brings him to the brink of accepting the throne. Shin Sua watches with a pleased, almost hungry satisfaction as he wavers. Then an indestructible message suddenly appears, searching for him from beyond this false realm. Gangrim is startled because such communication should not be able to reach past the boundary. The impossible interruption jolts him fully alert. The message reveals that his god, verdant that cuts through despair, is searching for him. Gangrim falls silent, and Shin Sua senses his resolve shifting away from her. Baekhyang appears and challenges his hesitation, trying to pull him back into the trap. She argues that everything he desires is already here, so there is no reason to leave. Gangrim recognizes Baekhyang too and is disturbed that she is part of this fabricated paradise. She urges him toward the throne, claiming that returning to reality will only trap him in misery again, while sitting there will free him from that cycle. Shin Sua grows desperate and begs him to stay in this place as their king, even promising herself to him forever. His mother joins the pressure, calling after him and guilting him for trying to leave her behind. Surrounded by false love and impossible longing, Gangrim is overwhelmed by the choice in front of him. He stands in the darkness asking himself what he should do. A movement behind the curtain catches his attention and gives him another possibility. Gangrim's expression hardens as he begins to think clearly again. He calmly addresses Shin Sua and tests her instead of obeying. He asks what lies behind the curtain, probing the one part of this world she does not want him to see. She dodges the question and insists it does not matter because there is supposedly nothing there. When she tries once more to steer him back to the throne, Gangrim's suspicion becomes certainty. He no longer looks tempted, and Shin Sue senses that she is losing control of him. The message from Verdant remains before the throne, reminding him that someone real is still reaching for him. Kangrim abruptly moves away from the throne, forcing Shin Sue to panic. She lunges to stop him and warns that he must not go that way. Ignoring her, he tears the curtain open. He gives a bitter laugh, having confirmed what he expected. Kangrim declares that he has to return to reality. Shin Sue frantically argues that the people outside do not truly love him, and were only made by fate to do so. Kangrim quietly admits he already knows that. He remembers how Shin Sue herself was once manipulated and shaped by forces beyond her will. Those memories remind him that her obsession and pain were also twisted by fate. Seeing that truth, he looks at her not with hatred but with understanding. He reveals that he cannot stay because he made a promise. Shin Sue is stunned, unable to grasp what promise could outweigh the fantasy she built. Kangrim throws the real door open and rushes toward the light beyond the illusion. Shin Sue tries one last time to drag him back, but her false face begins to break apart. As he escapes, she is left screaming for him from inside the collapsing dream. Kangrim returns to the ruined battlefield in the real world. Shin Sue is kneeling over his unconscious body, still calling to him in fear. She sobs and begs him to wake up, terrified that he will never return. Even while unconscious, Kangrim remembers that he promised he would come back. Around them, the others can only watch helplessly and pray for him to open his eyes. At last, one of Kangrim's hands twitches. That small movement confirms he is waking. Shin Sue hears him call her name and freezes in disbelief. Kangrim opens his eyes and gently tells her not to cry. The shock of his waking knocks her off balance as emotion overwhelms her. She clings to him and breaks down completely in relief. Kangrim embraces her back, finally returning the feeling she had feared losing forever. As his awareness clears, he realizes the others are rushing toward him. His companions and familiars charge in, calling his name in tears and relief. They crash into him in a chaotic group tackle. Everyone piles around him at once, desperate to confirm that he is truly alive. The tension breaks, and the group can finally admit how terrified they had been of losing him. Even the older allies who kept their composure before now show quiet relief. Held by the people who fought for him, Kangrim realizes he has finally come back. The storm above begins to part, as if the world itself is releasing its breath. In that clearing light, Kangrim understands that he has returned to where he truly belongs. Half a year passes after fate is defeated. The destroyed city center is rebuilt with Baihoman's money, and no ordinary human deaths are officially recorded. Teacher alters the memories of civilians so they remember a demon attack instead, keeping the truth of the boundary hidden from the public. Meanwhile, Nabi's whistleblowing and a long investigation bring down the Fate Protection Bureau. Its corrupt head, Seo Manhwa, is imprisoned for ordering the clown gang terror and other crimes. Even so, the deeper truth about fate remains concealed to avoid social collapse. Because demons and hunters still need oversight, a replacement organization is created. That new agency is named the Citizen Protection Bureau, rebuilt under Nabi and Ju Xianti. Baihoman also returns to Shin Sue's leadership. Shin Sue decides the top position never suited her and chooses a quieter life instead. Before long, the day of the promise Kangrim made to her arrives. A bus carries everyone out to the place they plan to visit together. The whole group arrives at a spacious retreat in the woods, ready to spend time together. The others are amazed by the scale of the place and joke that Kangrim must be absurdly rich. The rented house confirms just how extravagant the gathering is. The younger ones immediately focus on unpacking and eating first. While everyone settles in, Kangrim quietly slips away on his own. Shin Sue notices his absence and wonders where he went. Soon the barbecue begins, filling the air with the smell of food. A huge feast is laid out as the group relaxes into ordinary happiness. The white-haired girl and the familiars are instantly captivated by the meal. Impatient, she begs to start eating before anything is even finished. The others try to hold her back, but she and the twins keep sneaking bites anyway. Their bickering spills over to the table, while someone keeps typing through the chaos. One of the men finally reins in the hungry troublemakers and the noisy familiars. Baekhyang, now calmly writing nearby, asks them to quiet down because they are interrupting his manuscript. The twins whisper in confusion about why he came all the way there just to keep writing a new novel every day. They also wonder why Shin Sue would even allow someone like him to join them. Their gossip is interrupted when they realize two important people are missing. They notice that neither Shin Sue nor Kangrim is at the table and guess the two may have gone for a walk together. Away from the party, Kangrim stands alone by the water at sunset. When Shin Sue finds him, she first checks whether he is seeing illusions again. She approaches gently, and this time she is real. Kangrim tells her that ever since defeating fate, the burden of karma on him seems to have lifted, and she is sincerely glad to hear it. She thanks him for remembering the promise they made, and he assures her he always intended to keep it. Watching everyone enjoy themselves, Shin Sue hopes they can share days like this again. Kangrim agrees, smiling with the same quiet hope. He hesitantly asks if he can ask her something more personal. As he begins to ask why she is still by his side, the moment hangs between them, opening the way for what comes next. Sue is shaken when Gangnam questions whether she still needs to remain at his side. Gangnam reminds her that with fate erased, the destiny that once bound her to him has disappeared too. He tries to release her completely, insisting she no longer has any obligation to stay with someone like him. When he asks if she wants him gone, Gangnam denies it, revealing that his self-denial is not what he truly wants. Sua pushes back in anger, refusing to let him belittle himself any further. She makes it clear that staying beside him is no longer Destiny's command but her own decision. Then she openly chooses a future with him, saying she wants to stay with him and build a life together. A memory of her former life surfaces, tying her confession to feelings that existed beyond this one lifetime. She recalls that even in the rift of her past life, those feelings had already taken root. Sua declares that the same truth has followed her into this life as well. She admits fate may have drawn her to him at first, but that is no longer the whole story. Closing the distance herself, she acts on that realization instead of leaving it unspoken. She kisses Gangnam, turning her confession into an undeniable choice. The world around them seems to pause under the weight of that moment. The kiss lingers, gentle and certain, as she holds him close. Sua tells him that no matter how things began, she would have fallen in love with him in the end. Gangnam is stunned by the force and sincerity of her confession. Flustered and overwhelmed, he struggles to answer but tries to return her feelings. He finally says he wants the same future with her, accepting life together with Sua. Their private moment is abruptly broken when both realize someone else is nearby. A group of their companions, who had been secretly watching out of concern, lose their footing while spying on them. The hidden audience tumbles out of the bushes in a chaotic heap, exposing themselves completely. Embarrassed, Sua realizes they witnessed the scene, and the eavesdroppers sheepishly admit they were caught. The group hurriedly explains they only came because they were worried, while awkwardly pretending they saw nothing. But one of them, less tactful than the others, keeps thinking about what she just saw. Her blunt question about why the two were pressing their lips together leaves both Sua and Gangnam mortified. The adults around her react in alarm, realizing the innocent question is about to make everything much worse. They scramble to silence her before she can keep asking. Sua's embarrassment instantly turns into fury at the entire group. Sensing danger, the others abandon all dignity and flee for their lives. Sua lunges after them in a rage, vowing not to forgive their intrusion. The chase ends in absurd chaos, as the fleeing companions and even the creatures around them are snared by writhing vines while Sua laughs at their misery. After the commotion, the story reflects that the fixed eternity governing their lives has finally vanished. Even so, Sua and Gangnam remain side by side, facing whatever comes next together. The narration concludes that destiny itself can be changed by human choice. Even when fate twists or breaks, people can still keep moving forward. What matters is not facing hardship alone, but having someone to walk with. With that understanding, the two share a quiet, happy closeness. Together, they believe they can overcome whatever trials return. The scene shifts to someone finishing the writing of this tale. After stretching from the work, the writer looks up from the outdoor table. Noticing everyone else has slipped away, the writer is left confused by the sudden emptiness. Only the laptop remains, displaying the completed manuscript. Its title is revealed as F-Class Destiny Hunter: The End.